Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't call it a comeback, but it was a comeback. It was pretty much a comeback, I think. And yet I heard that from the guys, Dalton Schultz, when he asked, hey, how about that comeback? Don't call it a comeback.
You sure it wasn't just a play on the LL Cool J stuff?
It wasn't?
Has to be.
Oh, it was. Oh, it absolutely was.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I mean,
he must have just been joking.
Plays, it seems like every break.
Oh, okay. So it's just a joke. Obviously, he's joking. It's the greatest comeback in Texans history. So
no, second greatest.
Did they score more in the fourth quarter, though?
I don't know about that, but they trailed by more.
Who against?
That was the Texans.
Somebody said it was in 13 against the Chargers. That would be that second game of the year that they won on Monday Night Football. That was the last win of their season. Is that the game? That was the second. It was the greatest comeback. Okay. I remember I had to stay up and then do a show at 6 a.m. the next morning. That was
what was it again? What was the
2013 Chargers Monday Night Football. Texans had a bigger comeback, and then that was their second win in a row. They were 2-0, and then they lost 14 in a row.
And then 14 straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gary Kubiak, and then
that whole thing.
That whole thing was awful. They were a Super Bowl. I've never seen a Super Bowl contender actually as piss poor. Well, maybe Penn State this year, Penn State this year. Maybe
it was pretty competitive Penn State Saturday, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, right. But how about that? Everything came together. How about that? The Texans were 1.5-point favorites.
That's unbelievable.
And they're leading by 1.
It's one of the worst beats I've ever seen in history.
That is
one of the worst NFL bad beats I've ever seen.
Yes.
And to lose on the last play where it looked like you were just going to kick a field goal. Well, I mean, we were all kind of thinking if he gets a shot from 57, it's going in.
Yeah.
I mean, 67. I just thought, man, we could see a new NFL record here.
Yeah.
Against the Texans. And when you had the scramble by, this time it was them pulling the Texans crap we see where offensive linemen do something stupid. I mean, that game's probably over if that catch stands because it's then a 50-something yard field goal, and Cam Little's not missing that.
No.
And then they get what was it? It was just a procedure or illegal procedure? Was it a hold? Oh, a hand to the face. That's what it was. Yep.
That performance, Davis Mills, Daniil Hunter,
man.
It was Nico, the game that he had. I mean, it was guy after guy. Derek Stingley's interception, Nico's 2-point conversion catch. I mean, there are highlights and there were performances that are really, really stuff that you're not going to you're never going to forget that Stingley interception or that one-handed 2-point conversion by Nico. Everything that they had to do, every single thing. Dalton Schultz back in the end zone. The 2-point conversion. Davis Mills on 3rd and goal, running it in. I mean, it was
that was a really ballsy, smart run. Like he saw they were man coverage, he saw he had it, and he just took off. And you're thinking, well, David, are you sure you want to do this, Davis? And Davis Mills clearly thought I can get there. Yeah. And he just put the gas to the. I mean, Davis Mills started off. It wasn't good for the whole team. It was terrible. The Tremont Smith fumble, the interception from Davis Mills. But all along the way, the defense kept saying, and I was kind of warding off text messages from people like this has to be the end of D'Amico. I'm thinking D'Amico's not getting fired. He just won a division twice in a row, and this team they're playing for him. They don't. If you watch the whole game, the defense never quit. The offense doesn't quit. They don't quit. They're not quitting on D'Amico. None of that was even apparent on the field at any point yesterday. It was just incompetence. You had a right side. C.D. Sal, who most of you have never heard of ever in your life, was the starting right guard. The right tackle was Trent Brown. Both of them just got snatched off the practice squad on Saturday. Well, Trent Brown had been in earlier. C.D. Sal was elevated on Saturday. So either Friday or Saturday. So this was brand new right side. Davis Mills, no right guard, no right tackle, no Jalen Petrie, no Kaimi Fairbairn. And you are getting properly punished. You score a touchdown before the half, and it's 20-10, and you think, well, I mean, it shouldn't. You say it shouldn't be this close, and then you realize, well, Jacksonville hasn't done anything on offense. Like, Jacksonville did nothing on offense. Their one touchdown that they got in the first half came because Danico Autry ran over the long snapper, and you're not allowed to do that. It's a 15-yard penalty. Took 3 off the board, ended up turning it into 7. Other than that, they really didn't move the ball at all on you. The Texans defense was that stout.
Well, is this and you know what, the Texans and the heroic with no CJ, no, I mean, guy after guy after guy that wasn't there for him. Is this more about because I heard a lot of people making this more about the Jaguars, and and Trevor Lawrence, stuff that we've been saying for a long time. About Trevor Lawrence.
It depends on your perspective. I mean, it was both. I mean, the Texans, you don't even have a chance if the defense doesn't play like they played. You don't even have a prayer. So at that, and then Davis Mills, who they're calling Miracle Mills, who they're calling Money Mills. Many people are saying he's got a nickname. He showed a lot of poise. He showed a lot of poise over the second half. He just never gave up. And I know who loves him more than anybody, people who have Nico Collins on their fantasy team.
Oh, my gosh.
Nobody likes Davis Mills and hates C.J. Stroud more than those people.
He had a breakup fantasy game.
Well, he had a good one in the game before. Like, when Mills throws – and do you know Mills has 6 wins? He's 6-19-1, I think, and 3 of his 6 wins are against the Jags. He's a Jaguar killer. No. That's what he is.
That's exactly what he is. It was just so much fun. I got a text from one of our advertisers talking about what garbage they were, and then never mind.
That's Yanni.
It wasn't that advertiser.
It was Kent Jones. Nope. Let's play a game called Guess the Advertiser.
Okay. I told him you flushed a little bit too.
I'm a kook. I'm a kook too, John.
No, I told him you flushed a little bit too early. Okay, that should be a good indicator of who it was. You flushed a little too early.
Is he legally blind?
There was still more coming out.
I'm legally blind.
So, and we had. How about the Rockets win?
Oh, another comeback. On
top of that, we had
that was spearheaded by who?
That was spearheaded by Reed
Shepherd. 4 steals, 4 6 from 3. He's shooting 45% from 3 right now.
How about the 2 that he steals? He taps them ahead. One to Tari, who dunks it, and then the other one he taps it ahead, hits the corner, and catches and shoots the 3 and knocks it down. Kevin Durant said that was the one when Reed stole the ball and then hit it from the corner right afterwards. Yeah. He said that was the one that really got us going. Mm-hmm. And Reed Shepherd has turned into you know what? And Ime talks about it. We got a lot of sound to play today for both of those. Now, that said, the San Antonio game was a little bit disturbing. Plus, most of the Milwaukee game was disturbing, if you want to know the truth, because they couldn't stop them.
Yeah.
And then finally, at the end of the last 5 minutes of the game, the Rockets came through and took care of business. But, man, that was a scary weekend for the Rockets. But they came down. They were just clutch at the end.
Well, and they defended at the end. Milwaukee couldn't get a good
game winner, or the one that put it away, was just fantastic. And Kevin Durant's 31 points helped a little bit.
Oh, Durant had 2 huge baskets down the stretch.
Yeah,
huge. An and one, a regular shot. They were Jabari's 3-pointer. I mean, they were defending. Milwaukee couldn't get a good look at the end. It was a great last 5 minutes of that game.
Absolutely. That was a lot of fun. What a great day. Mm-hmm. What a great comeback day for Houston.
I mean, that was just so improbable. That's one of those that rips the heart out of. The Jaguars could have been 6-3, even though they know, like, they're faced with the same thing Arizona's faced with the Kyler Murray. They know what they have. They know Trevor Lawrence is not the guy. And this is what happens when frankly, this pretty much happens every single time. Kirk Cousins with Minnesota, although Cousins went deeper than these 2 guys are ever going to go. If you give somebody that you know is not an elite quarterback elite money, you are almost locked into a 100% failure rate. That's what it is. So we'll have our own little conversation, I'm sure, in another segment about where we stand on our guy. I don't think yesterday should do anything. The only question I ask is, do I think CJ could have made that comeback? And I would be.
He could have. Yeah, he could have.
I guess.
Yeah, he absolutely could have.
I guess you have to stay up and upbeat and positive, and you have to stay focused when you're getting your crap kicked in. I mean, that's not really CJ's MO, is it, John?
Yeah, but he's made comebacks before.
He's made comebacks. This is not just a made comeback. This is when everything's going wrong and you're down 19. Like, it's one thing to lead a drive in the fourth quarter after Tampa just scored on your defense. It's another to be getting beat by 19 in the fourth quarter. Like, you got to be wired a little differently to just keep your focus up. And CJ's kind of a bad body language guy. He gets down a little bit sometimes.
Well, I'll tell you this. If you didn't hear the reference yesterday, let's play. I know it's 2.5 minutes, but it's pretty damn good because it is the reference that D'Amico makes in the post game. For those of you that heard D'Amico keep on saying, keep swinging, keep swinging, keep swinging. It starts with Aziz Al-Shair, and then it goes on to D'Amico, and then it goes on to the actual fight. It was Danny Williams. D'Amico showed the team the night before the game. He showed him Danny Williams knocking out Mark Potter. The thing about it is, Danny Williams did not have a right arm. He had dislocated his shoulder early in the fight. And he just had one arm left. He had one left arm, and that was it. And he looked like he was just dead. There were times he was just leaning up. He could hardly move. But this is what D'Amico was talking about in the locker room afterwards. Starts with Aziz Al-Shair, goes to D'Amico, and then the fight. Here it is.
Bad as you can start off, turnover on special teams, turnover on offense, and they get 10 points up early. D'Amico, he showed us a video last night, and it was, about a heavyweight fight, and the guy whose shoulder dislocated.
He's completely gone the shoulder. I don't know whether he's looking at the corner. Jim McDonald is surely going to have to put him out. He cannot fight on now, Danny Williams.
He's fighting with one arm in the 6th round, and he just told us, like, whatever happens, no matter what, just keep fighting. So you just see this guy, I don't remember the guy's name. It was an old fight, and he just shows the guy, knock this dude out with one arm while his other arm is dislocated. The message for us was just keep swinging. So all day, that's just what we kept thinking about. Like, bro, our shoulder was dislocated early. First quarter, come out the gate, they come up 10-0 and feeling good about themselves. I think it was 17-0 at one point or whatever. And, you're feeling good about yourself. And rightfully so, you made plays. So you got to finish the game.
We talked about it last night, man. Hey, we talked about swinging, right? We were at halftime. We were in that 6th round, right? And we needed everybody to keep swinging. I told you guys, don't blink no matter what. Everybody just kept punching. We kept throwing haymakers. To finish in the fourth quarter, guys, we finished 26-0 in the fourth quarter. That's how you finish, right? That's how you finish bad right there. Right?
Bad things happen. I just look at the game as I look at life. It's like bad things are going to happen. Like, do you hang your head and go run and hide? Do you quit? Do you give up? No. Like, you got to keep punching. In life, in football, you got to keep punching. And that's what this game showed today, man. You just have to keep playing with heart, playing with resilience, and hopefully the film shows our guys proof that we can battle and win in any type of game.
That was, and then they showed right when he was finishing up there, they showed Mark Potter being knocked out.
I'm watching it right now just to get a context.
It's
of
just,
it.
it's awesome.
Oh my God, what a left.
I mean,
upper hook cross. It was like a hybrid.
And then he knocked him down. Potter got up and he knocked him down again, and with just one arm, dude fought him and beat him. So that was D'Amico's message yesterday, and I don't know that it could have been more apropos because they were playing with one arm. Or they really were. They were. There's no way they come.
Wait a minute. Danny Williams beat Mike Tyson too.
Danny Williams did?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Danny Williams was one of the ones who beat Mike Tyson in 2004. I'm watching it right now. Yep. When Mike Tyson made a comeback, Danny Williams knocked him out.
How about that? With two arms or one?
2 arms.
2 arms.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Danny Williams, a beast. Danny Williams is a bad
dude.
Keep
swinging. That's a great look into D'Amico Ryans where, look, we got certain opinions about this or that, and fans will have certain opinions of this or that. Let there be no mistake. There is no losing a locker room or anything like that. This guy has if the Texans are losing, they're just losing. I don't need a new head coach. None of this crap. I think that's the dumbest conversation that anyone has. You want to talk about is he doing, has he done a good job with clock management? Or you can have whatever conversations. You get out coached, all that stuff. The Texans don't need a new head coach. I can tell you that. And the team responds to DeMeco Ryans. Right now, they've got a talent problem and a consistency problem on offense. They've got an elite defense. They've got a tremendous defense. And it's a defense that plays hard every single snap and does what he asks of them, and they just got to get the offense fixed. They got to find the right head coach of offense. Nick's got to do a better job, but we've all got to do a better job.
We all do.
I've got to do a better job. Nick's got to do a better job. We've all got to.
Especially, though.
Yeah, I got to do my job. I got to do a better job.
Yeah.
And that's on me.
I think you especially, yeah. Del, would
That's
you
on
agree
me.
with that?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't leave you out of that.
Well,
I like how you're putting all the blame on your guy, but you
Right.
are included in
No,
that
I
as well.
think
Yeah,
probably
absolutely. He is.
probably him mostly.
He's
See, he's not a good teammate.
no
Great teammate.
Never has been.
Great.
Never has.
Great teammate.
You're
All
the-
right,
you're the wide
713-780-3776. I want to see, if they'd have lost that game, we had all that crap. How about after the win, okay? That stadium was electric with, I don't know.
Electric?
About
there's
four-
electricity
about
on.
40,000 people.
NRG Stadium, there better be
there was
electricity on.
energy.
How about it's never full when Jacksonville is here because they don't bring half the crowd,
Yeah, that's true.
right?
It's true. You got a shot.
You got a shot to fill it up.
It's
when
not
Denver's
the Chargers,
there,
but yes.
Steelers are there. But when Jacksonville, nobody's coming for Duval. Time to talk.
Ooh, how pissed was he at the end of the game? I don't blame him. That must have been a terrible time in that locker room.
Oh, my God. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Come on in. You got to give them credit. You got to give them some flowers when they deserve them. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Right now we're talking about HR&P. I'm talking about what is your business. I just got from Laura the breakdown of, of my paycheck list, and it's so simple. HR&P makes it so simple. We have one person in our department right now. One person. That's all we've had. And it's Laura. And Laura can take care of everything. You know why? Because we got HR&P. We've got, I don't know how many employees, and we've got commission, we've got salary, we've got hourly. It's incredible, and yet she can handle it all for one reason, HR&P. I don't know what your business, how difficult it is. I don't know. You have branches all over. Do you have different locations? It doesn't matter. HR&P figures it out. They'll figure it out for you. All you need to do is please start the process. Let them come and check out your business and see what you're doing wrong, and they can save you money every single payroll. It's HR&P, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One guy we heard from yesterday, Lance, after the game, our good friend Uncle Freddie. Freddie, were you at the game?
I actually sold my tickets. I actually got face value for them, which I was shocked for the Jaguars. But I watched all of it. I did talk to my buddy who bought them, and he said it was pretty empty most of the game. He said fourth quarter was completely empty. But I want to say first, I'm a CJ fan. I think he's given us a great first year, a great second year. But I honestly don't think he would have won us that game. There's two plays. Blitz by Walker when he got through the middle, and he avoided the sack. Mills avoided the sack and then threw it away. I think CJ just falls there, and then I think that run at the end. I don't think CJ. I think he's looking straight to pass, and I also think he throws to Nico. Just it's all about Nico, where I think Mills spreads the ball around. Schultz has to be part of our offense. When he's a part of our offense, I think we can win so many more games. And I kind of feel there's like a Warren Moon, Cody Carlson controversy coming on in Houston. You know, it could happen. But still a CJ fan, but really impressed with Mills, and go Texans. And I'm going to keep waving the flag.
He was going to take his Texans flag down and put the Rockets up already.
Well, I mean, if they lose that game, that was the season, right?
Oh, yeah.
That was the season.
I mean, they've staved it off for now, so that maybe they can
go to 5-5 after next week. Like I said, they were going to be 5-5.
They should.
They're going to be 5-5.
They're
going to win that game. They're going to be 5-5. And you know what? They got a shot. Honestly, they still got a shot.
Mathematically. I mean, they really were. I mean, frankly, though, they did shoot themselves in the foot against Jacksonville. It's not like Jacksonville moved the ball on them. Jacksonville was actually quite terrible. I don't know the truth. They weren't good. I mean, Jacksonville actually didn't rush. You had C.D. Sal and Trent Brown over there. Where's Josh Allen Hines or whatever? Where was he all
that? How about that?
He went MIA. Great job by the Texans.
Saw Trayvon Walker a couple times.
One of them, he got a 15-yard penalty because I thought that was pretty weak. But I think he got it for landing on Davis Mills. But even J.J., who was – look, man, you say whatever you want, but if you listen objectively, JJ is for the Texans.
Oh, absolutely.
He
said us one time.
I can't. And even he said there were two calls that he thought were bad calls, and I actually thought both of them were bad calls too. Yeah. I don't know how that was a 15-yard on Trayvon Walker, and I don't know how that was an interference penalty in the end zone at the 4-yard line. I didn't think that one was either.
No,
honestly, but
when the pass is so poor and the guy's got it, and is he actually turning the other way? Mm-hmm. And you call a pass interference because he was body blocking.
They were a little bit of hand fighting, I think, is what they may have called.
Oh, that one. Because that one I thought was.
I was actually the same one we're talking about. I think the one that was deep.
No. This is different. There was another one. Maybe it was another game.
This was at the.
I think it was maybe it was another game.
This is in the
guy
zone.
Turns the other way, and the defender is right there. And then he turns back.
Pass interference that benefit the Texans and one that didn't, right? John, are you talking about the one where the Jags got bailed out? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Jags got bailed out.
What Lance is talking about is on the final drive where was it Kirk who extended his arm and then the guy grabbed it because he was extending his arm?
They were just hand fighting. It was not a big deal.
No. When one guy's got the other guy's arm and he can only put one arm to catch the ball.
Kirk was doing the same thing, and that was the ball hit off the guy's face mask. That one, and even JJ, our friend JJ Watt. JJ Watts even said,
well, JJ gave me a jersey. I don't know about you. But
me too. Yeah. I got mine autographed. He said, you're the best at what you do. And I assumed he meant preeminent draft expert. But he, even JJ, the super Texans fan, was like, I don't know about that one right there. That's a pretty big one to call at that point of the game.
Yeah,
now the Texans tried their best. They moved it. We haven't even talked about that. They moved it all the way back from the 3 to the 13 to the 14. They moved it all the way back. They were doing their best Texans move.
That was a Texans red zone until they scored.
I know.
That was a red zone special.
This is all we would have been talking about is how the Texans lost the game because stupid Nick Caley and his stupid offensive line couldn't figure things out.
How about how many false starts you're going to have? Goodness gracious.
No.
Holy crap. But Davis Mills bailed you out. It's because that's what Davis Mills does. There really isn't going to be a Davis Mills CJ controversy, is there?
I don't. Well, I think they're going to be. Well, that's normal for a backup quarterback to get the love.
We had 2 years of Davis Mills.
Just like Cody Carlson.
We know what Davis Mills is.
Davis Mills is exactly who you think he is. It's not. If you legitimately think CJ's not the guy, then trade him this offseason to the Jets, pick up a couple firsts, and move on and find your new quarterback. Because it ain't Davis Mills. Davis Mills is not a winning quarterback in the NFL. Please don't let yesterday. You act like last week it didn't happen. You act like nothing you've ever seen from Davis Mills hasn't happened. Davis Mills is a good backup. That's fine.
Yeah. Yep. Davis Mills throws about the prettiest ball you can throw.
Yeah, that's
every slow-mo of his ball coming through the air is a perfect spiral.
He can spin it. He's not.
I just love that.
But
I don't care if he wins or.
But he's a backup.
They're very pretty balls.
Yeah, he's a backup.
What about Gilbert? Gilbert is here. We haven't talked to Gilbert
Just
in a long time.
Just go give him something.
Okay.
Hey, John, you're coming in town. Bring something with you.
I'm not coming in town for like 2 years now.
No, you're coming in town soon. Bring something with you.
I'm pretty sure.
Bring a Dodgers World Series.
No, they don't have any of those. There's one thing I won't buy. It's a Dodgers World Series anything. Gilbert, what's going on?
I would like to say that was a good game yesterday. Anyway,
that's right.
How about that, Gilbert? How about that? You like Davis Mills? Do you think he should be the quarterback or CJ?
I like David Mills better anyway. Than
Yeah.
You do? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah. What's going on, Gilbert? Where'd you watch the game? You thought it was great?
Yeah, I watched it for a little bit and then it was cut off.
Why did it cut off? What do you mean?
My cable don't work that much anyway.
Oh no!
What do you mean it doesn't work that much?
It just works and
does
then
it go? It's intermittent. It goes on and it goes off.
Yeah, it goes on and on anyway. Also, the reason I called it, Will, are you listening to me? Come to my nursery, come to my home so you give me some bagels. I love those bagels.
Okay.
Will.
So, Will, if you're listening, go over there and bring Gilbert some bagels.
What kind of bagels? Plain bagels or everything bagels? Or
definitely not everything bagels.
What kind of bagels?
There's no chance it's everything bagels.
She bought last time. I don't know what, but it was good anyway.
Well, do you have an idea of what he brought?
Well, Will knows.
Some last time.
No one knows who
Will
Will
brought
is.
it last time anyway.
Well, Will.
You
Will
always
does.
say Will. No one even knows who Will is.
Well, it's okay. Will knows some bagels to bring. That's all he needs. That's all. Will, bring the bagels you brought last time. That's all.
I'm sure they're just plain.
I know anyway.
I'm sure they're.
All right.
Hey, one more thing.
Okay.
One more thing.
Lance.
I'm gonna be at your Christmas party at Nick's place.
You sure?
You want to get there?
Yeah.
When I get there, I'm gonna take a cab over there anyway.
Okay.
You're gonna take a what?
He's gonna take a cab.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't. I don't know.
What do you mean?
Unless Lance gonna pick me up and take me over there.
Yeah, Lance will pick you up. Don't worry. No, he can't pick you up. He's got to do the show.
I'm doing the actual show.
Yeah, he can't pick you up. You got to take an Uber or a cab.
He's not walking great, John. I'm not sure.
How about Will bring me over
Will?
there? Will?
Actually, Will? This magical Will, if you can bring some bagels and pick Gilbert up, take him over and take him back.
Is there really a Will?
I knew a Tiger. I knew a Tiger. I don't know a Will.
Yeah, Will. I don't know Will. I'm not sure about Will. All right, Gilbert. Yeah. All right, Gilbert. That was Gilbert's breakdown of the game. We appreciate it, Gilbert. And Will, get him some bagels and pick him up for the show. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance and I right now talking about Republic Boot Company, which is, we're looking forward to that. We're going to be there for Christmas as well. But you can get there for Christmas. I don't know when your party is or when you want to have a party. They can fit up to 200 people now. They got an extent. They bought the whole building, so they've extended how big the place is, and it's just awesome. It's bigger and it's better than ever. But now is the time to get a hold of them if you want to customize anything for your business. You want to give away client stuff, or you want to take care of your own people. This is the time that you got to get a hold of them because they need time between now and Christmas to customize whatever it is with your logo, and everything cannot be better. Lance, this is the place where you get if you get something from Republic Boot Company, you're getting quality.
Yeah, high quality boots, cowboy hats, and I mean, it says something when their stock boots are something as high quality and handmade as 1836. We're talking about handmade, and they are customized to your foot if that's what you want to do. You have wider foot, they can customize it to it. Don't go anywhere else. When you need a boot, when you need cowboy hats, if you need your belts or a sports jacket or anything that's Western wear, and not just that, but all the great gifts, as John mentioned as well, make sure you at least stop in. You're going to really enjoy shopping there. Go to the Heights. Go check out all the cool little places in the Heights, but make sure Republic Boot Company is one of those stops at 11th Street. It's the It's in the Heights. It's republicbootcompany.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Did you see the fight in Miami between the Bills fans?
The fight where?
In Miami, between the Bills fans and the Dolphins fans.
I haven't seen those new. Let me scroll through my timeline.
Well, a guy with a cane with a cane comes up. Dell, did you see this?
No, tell those snowbirds to get the hell out of that city. Go back up to Buffalo, where you belong.
There was no fight in the Bills yesterday.
Hey, if our caller Israel doesn't call, he's banned. We're
Why?
just going to have we got to have a 3-month ban on him.
You're banning him for not calling it.
You either face the music or you don't. You
About
come
what?
in. You came in when everything was good with Reed Shepherd. Now that Reed's hitting 45% from 3, had 4 steals, has been playing really quite well.
He actually is playing good.
He's figured out. He's kind of figured out his role, and the Rockets have figured out his role, how to use him. He's off ball a lot, which is what he should be. And this team, I'm going to say it again. This team's better without Fred VanVleet.
Did you feel that way when they couldn't run offense against San Antonio?
It was.
Yeah,
I think
that
there
was
are
bad.
some. I think there are some issues that may need to get settled, and I think that having trading for a backup point guard type, somebody that you can go to, is the key. I don't love an inefficient shooter taking a boatload of shots. I just don't. I think this team's so much better when they have guys who make shots from 2 and make shots from 3 are shooting them. I don't like Fred having too many shots. Like, if he didn't shoot, that'd be one thing, but he shoots a lot. Like, Fred shoots a lot. So I know it's a hot take right now, but let's see how it plays out. I think this team's going to win a lot of games without Fred VanVleet.
I don't believe that.
I think they're a 60-win team without Fred VanVleet.
I don't think they're winning 60.
I think they're a 60-win team without, but I don't think that they're a better team without Fred.
60 is a lot of games.
It is a lot. It's
That's
a lot.
a lot.
You go 60
Well,
and 22.
they didn't look like it against the Spurs now.
And for 3.5 quarters against the Bucks.
And listen,
let's see what happens.
It wasn't like Wemby was great either. I mean, they got killed.
Well,
Harrison Barnes killed them.
Yeah, you're going to lose some games.
Castle. I mean,
I didn't call them the 73-win Golden State Warriors.
No.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I think they can win 60.
It's fun. Yeah, their stats against San Antonio were almost identical, and they lost by 11. That was really a weird game. It was really a weird game, and it was a little. If you want to know the truth, after how good they had played, how well they had played coming into that game, and it was really disturbing because Wembanyama wasn't dominant. He just wasn't.
I told you, competition matters. Like, as much as they were rolling teams, the teams they were playing can't stand up to them because they're either not institutionally built to play the Rockets or they don't have enough talent. The Spurs have enough wing defenders to bother the Rockets, and Kevin Durant turned the ball over 8 times because they kept asking him to bring the ball up all the time because they don't really have a guard that can.
Fred VanVleet.
They respect
shot
handle
a
pressure.
career low field goal last year, a career low 3-point percentage. He shot 37.8% from the field, 34 from 3. I mean, guys, and it's not like he doesn't shoot a lot of shots. He shot almost 13 shots a game. He shot almost 8 threes a game.
That's great, but just like everybody else, they're going to improve because of Kevin Durant.
Well, I know, but some more of Fred's shots will go to guys like Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith, Alperen Şengün, Reed, whoever you want to say.
Jalen Green was on the floor too, and he's inefficient too.
Well, those
the
are
shots
two
will go to other guys.
Two highly inefficient players are no longer with this team. I mean, there are things that he absolutely does well. He is a consistent defender. He gets a lot of pokeaways. There's some things that Fred VanVleet does well, and he's streaky. When he's on a good streak, that's great. But you are fundamentally, for his entire career, he shoots 40% from the field. You are literally taking of those shots, they're being redistributed to people who shoot much more efficiently than he does. So I don't know where you obviously have not answered the bring the ball up, get into the offense role. No. That's going to be we'll see if that's a bugaboo all year long. It's one thing to get beat by the Oklahoma City Thunder because you had that issue, even though you outplayed them most of the game. It's another if this continues. You're going to have to figure something out. I don't think Fred VanVleet and his jack it up at all cost mentality is what's going to hurt this team. I think it's the ball handling stuff. So
I will say this.
I mean, he doesn't shoot. He's a bad shooter, John. He's
Yeah,
an inefficient
but
shooter.
you know what?
Historically,
they needed him to shoot more, and so he did. I think that probably he would have, he would have subjugated his game with Kevin Durant on the floor.
Well, he has, but listen, he's subjugated it to an extent. I mean, his last 3 years in Toronto, he's shooting 16.7 field goals, 16.9 and 16.1 per game. In the 2 years with Houston, it's been 13.9 and 12.7. You think he's going down to 10 field goal attempts?
Maybe.
There's not a world where Fred VanVleet only shoots 10 times.
I don't know.
That world doesn't exist.
We don't know.
What is that, Westworld, where he's with a bunch of robots who have sex in a saloon?
We'll see next year. Because we don't know right now. But whenever you lose a really good player, and especially one that Ime has so much confidence in, Ime knows his offense and how
sometimes
good
you got to take. Remember when we had to take Chaz McCord? We had to take we had to take out of Dusty. Oh, we had to take Machete out of Dusty's hands. Remember? Sometimes you got to just take the toy away from him.
Sometimes you got to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
That's true. But one final thing. Currently, the Rockets are fourth in most turnovers. They are one of the worst teams in basketball.
It's part of their philosophy.
No, it's not. There's no philosophy that says turn the ball over a lot. So this is why, as much as you talk about, they're going to kill bad basketball teams. They are so much more talented. But when teams have a plan in place and they have the guys who can get after them, you're going to see high turnover games because Kevin Durant, great player. But do you want the ball in his hands, bringing the ball up over and over and over again? Alpi will turn the ball over.
Frankly, that should be Amen.
But Amen's got a shaky handle.
I know he does. Frankly, that should be him. I still think that they may sniff around on a backup guard but I'm just going to enjoy what they're doing right now.
Let's just see how Reed turns out. If Reed can
shoot. He's always been an elite shooter. I've never worried about the shot.
No, but
the ball handling is
he's handling the ball better. Yesterday he handled the ball pretty damn well.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? There's something that you learned that you didn't know before this weekend, and now you know it. And now you got it to call 713-780-3776. But you only get one sentence. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. Right now, Lance, I want to know about Craig DeSurf.
Well, Craig DeSurf, I mean, listen, Craig DeSurf and the way he operates is frankly going to be what keeps you coming back because you want honesty, and integrity is the only way Craig DeSurf and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is going to operate. And it's easy. That's not just me saying it. You go in, you say, hey, I want to speak to Craig DeSurf. Lance Zerline said I should talk to Craig. He'll come talk to you. You'll see right away. He's a different kind of guy. He's awesome. I love Craig. They got a red tag sale going on right now. 0% financing on 2026 Silverado 1500, on the Chevy Equinox, on the Equinox EV, and on the Trailblazer. That's what they got going on. The Chevy Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab also has not just 0% financing for well-qualified buyers, but also $1,500 bonus cash plus $3,000 for Texas residents that they are throwing your way as well. It's $4,500 and 0% APR financing available for you right now. That's just an example of what they're offering you and what you can take advantage of. But don't forget, buy 3, get 1 for $1 on select tires with installation. So if you need tires, this is something actually, it's the first time I'm seeing this. This is incredible. They've got offers on brake pads, brake rotors, shock struts. If you need new tires, buy 3, get 1 for just $1. That's going to be what they're doing out in Angleton. They do things differently. The customer service wins awards every single year, and you're going to get a great price on a great selection. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. You learned something about your wife. You learned something about your boss, about whatever. You learned something about your football team. I learned something. I learned that Jamal Shedd is still that guy because when Toronto lost and they're walking off the floor, Brandon Ingram is throwing garbage cans over, and Jamal Shedd is picking up the garbage that he left behind. Big ups, Jamal. That's what I learned this weekend. Congratulations. You were raised right, Jamal Shedd. 713
Always was raised right.
I know.
Jamal Shedd's been a real one his whole life.
Still that guy. Still that guy.
Yeah.
I love that. That's and not only that, but help me. I only got one sentence, so that's all. That's all. You got the message. 713-780-3776. You guys learn anything this weekend?
I don't nothing. I want to hear from the listeners.
Okay.
We always go into 7:05, and I want to hear from what they learned. I'm sure I learned something this weekend. Just don't know what it was.
Okay.
I never know what it is.
Well, yeah.
I just don't learn.
No. That's contradictory.
Yeah, I don't learn much.
Because you really didn't learn it then.
I don't learn much.
That's right. That's really contradictory.
Goes
because if
in
you
one-
don't know what it is you learned, then you didn't learn it. Okay. Dell, who's up?
We go to Elliot. Elliot, what did you learn?
Morning, guys. I learned that it's not the best idea to mess around with the women in San Antonio.
Okay.
Charles Barkley could have told you that.
Not the best idea to mess around with the women of San Antonio. Okay. I don't, but yeah, Charles Barkley doesn't do it. You shouldn't do it. If Charles Barkley doesn't do it, then you shouldn't do it. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if Charles won't do something, there's not a lot Charles won't do.
That's right, and he won't do San Antonio.
That's a pretty good.
Porky, hog, fat ass.
I get the feeling he
double-wide,
would,
butterball.
if we really want to be honest.
Yeah, depends.
You think Charles is turning?
No, I just think that in
it
the
down?
yeah, exactly. I think
are we saying?
I think when it's quiet, no one's around.
Charles,
He'd invite a San Antonio woman home.
don't tell me Charles never slump busted.
Well,
that's
she
all.
doesn't have to be a slump.
No,
She could be a very nice woman.
Yeah,
Let's
it could
move
be.
on to
Okay.
Keith. Keith, what have you learned?
I learned this weekend after going to 4 different Taco Bells, I was able to purchase the Mountain Dew Baja Blast pie, and it was actually pretty tasty. A little bit of key lime pie.
Right, that's
now
one
we're
sentence.
doing run-ons. All right, enough.
No. That's all. And that's a good Taco Bell commercial, Keith. That they pay you. Did Vanderbilt pay you to do that? Is that's Keith? That's Vanderbilt Keith.
Yeah, I don't know. No, he's just
How
trying
about
to tell
he
you
didn't
something
even
he learned.
mention Vanderbilt's win?
Well, he shouldn't. Wheezing their way through Auburn. He
Yeah,
shouldn't mention
that
it.
was embarrassing. But he's gonna get to his
Well,
number
they got
out there.
Tennessee. That'll be the final one. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. But he's been pretty. I mean,
Either way, it's a good call.
It was a bold prediction, and you know what?
Either way, if they finish 9-3 or 10, it's a good call.
It's a
even
great
if they
call.
do lose to Tennessee, but we'll see.
Keith's having a great year. We got to give it to him.
Ravens fan, they're getting better.
Guess what? They're going to win that division too.
Well, that doesn't mean they're good, but yes, they're going to win that division.
Well, now that they're coming, that's all coming together. Who's next?
We go to Brandon. What did you learn?
What do I hear in the background?
Music.
Somebody's talking.
Morning, guys. I learned that after an electric performance yesterday, combined with all his past exceptional performances, Davis Mills needs to be worth at least a second-round draft pick on the trade market.
I mean, I would think so too. Honestly, you trade CJ for 3 1s, Davis Mills for a 2 and a 3. You've completely restocked.
You trade what now?
You trade CJ for 3 1s to the Jets. You trade Davis Mills for a 2 and a 3. Money Mills, as they're calling them. General Mills, Mills Magic. You don't get nicknames like that without being really, really good.
Yeah.
So I would trade a lot of picks for
Who's
Davis
playing
Mills.
quarterback for you in 2026?
Somebody maybe.
Okay. Norris Sellers, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah,
How about
or Carson Beck.
Mendoza?
Wait a minute.
Carson
How
Beck.
about Carson Beck, Lenore Sellers? How about DJ Lagway?
Don't
How
mention
about
Carson Beck.
Garrett Nussmeier? How about Drew Aller? All of them suck this year.
The top 2 quarterbacks are Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson.
And
guys,
they were nowhere before the season started.
About.
No,
nobody was talking about them, and they're going to be the first 2 quarterbacks off the board.
And all the guys that everybody was talking about before the season started, done.
Are we sure Dante Moore should be leaving?
No.
No.
He needs to come back and get that
Stay. You'll make
money.
more money.
Oh,
right?
I learned that Zach Calzada is way
Still
tone
alive?
deaf.
Still alive?
Wow. He had a video showing his money. Get your money up. We could just play the audio. It's that. Have you seen it yet, Del?
I have seen the story. I have not watched the video
Oh
yet.
my God! Go ahead and pull that video. I don't know that I've ever been embarrassed for another human as badly as this.
All right, who's next, Del?
Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that if U of H's Chris Sinak was the top center prospect in the nation, then there wasn't much to choose from.
Yeah, Cougs weren't very good the other day. Again.
Well, they won at Central Florida?
He's talking about the basketball team, right?
Oh,
yeah. No, I'm talking about the basketball team. That's who he was talking about.
Oh, yeah, no, they weren't very good.
No.
No. Well, you know what? They'll be better. They'll get better. But that was a surprising score.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, really? Who's next, Del?
We go to Donovan. What have you learned?
Morning, guys. I learned that when Cal and Hannah's on the sideline, D'Amico felt a little pressure to pull that win off.
We did. Everyone saw that shot behind
right
D'Amico.
behind him.
Yeah.
Right behind
Like
him.
looming.
Oh, yeah, like impending doom.
Or,
Until
or they gave him the
ecstasy.
inspiration to win.
Well,
Cal goes down there. You want to win for Cal. You're going to run through a wall for Cal.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Cal's inspiring?
Cal's inspiring. Okay. Cal's going to make you run through that wall, brick wall, to win a football game.
I hope D'Amico at some point grabs Cal before a big game. Maybe when they go to L.A. and it's a chance for them to get in the playoffs, hope he has Cal speak to the team and see how they react.
Knowledge is power.
You know, guys, I love this team. And then they go out there and play for Cal. All right, we've got a couple more. Let's get to Tony. Tony, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned this weekend that Tom Brady is the only quarterback to throw touchdown passes to 2 attempted murderers, Aaron Hernandez and Antonio Brown.
Wow, yeah. And he never threw one to, who was that wide receiver from?
Oh, wait a minute. Who was the quarterback at Florida when Urban was
Tebow?
there? Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's thrown to a lot of attempted murderers.
Well,
no?
only one that we know of, Aaron Hernandez. Who else did he throw? I mean, Jeff.
Well, he's thrown to people with.
Raines?
He said he would kill. Was it Demps or Rainey who
Wasn't
said that?
it Rainey? It wasn't attempted murder.
He said
though.
he would kill you.
It was menacing.
Yeah, but it wasn't attempted murder.
No,
Okay.
now
Threatening.
criminals. Yeah, people with criminal charges.
Percy
sure.
Harvin,
Yeah.
but not attempted murderers.
charges.
Only one of those.
Now wait. Now, good thing that Tom Brady never had a stint at. And what about it? What if who was it from Carolina that went to prison? The wide receiver.
Ray Caruth.
Ray Caruth.
Yeah, Ray Caruth.
Ray Caruth didn't go to Michigan though, or that would have been 3.
That wasn't attempted. That was
I know.
that was successful.
That would have been
Aaron,
3.
Aaron
Well,
Hernandez
Aaron's
wasn't
was
attempted either.
Yeah, Aaron was
Yeah.
successful too, brother.
Right.
Ray Caruth
all
was
right.
Colorado, right? Is that where Ray Caruth went?
Yeah, he went to Colorado.
All right, we got one more. One of your favorites. Larasa, what have you learned?
La raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
Gentlemen, good morning. I want to give a biggest shout out ever. The Marine Corps 250 years of badassery. Happy birthday.
That's right.
Nice.
All right, gentlemen, this is what I learned over the weekend. I learned that I want to give a congratulations to Raheel and Dale's family for his presidency in New York. And also, if you mess with the giraffe, you get the neck. It's next season, baby. Let's go.
What do I have to do with New York?
He just put that on you.
Mamdani.
I'm not. What does Mondani have to do with
Just
me?
shout out to your family.
Just a
he
shout
said.
out to your peeps.
No, but what connection is there?
You'll have to ask. You have to ask
No,
Irv. I don't know.
He can do it on my show. He only gets one sentence.
I know this much.
Well, he said and.
If you mess with the giraffe, you get the neck.
I know, but he can't answer my question because he's already got his one sentence in. I just don't know.
He doesn't want to answer it for you.
There's no connection.
He just put it on you, and now he's got you
Apparently
triggered.
You are New York.
No, I just wanted to know. since seeing I've been to New York like once when I was 8. But appreciate it, LaRossa, for your call.
No, that's you. You got the connection.
So we're going to break it right now. When we come back, we will reiterate everything that we'll get to our Texans thoughts. All you guys have, and if you guys want to jump in, 713-780-3776. Plus, we got Rockets. Plus, 2 major league pitchers are probably doing prison time for gambling issues and money laundering. Gambling is taking a beating right now as everything is rolling downhill on professional and college athletes.
When do we get the prohibition?
Who are, I don't think we're going to
get rid of gambling because it's ruining society. Drinking next.
What about OnlyFans accounts?
Maybe.
Yeah, we ain't getting rid of gambling unless OnlyFans goes.
Why?
You can't just pick and choose you can't pick and choose which
vices. Gambling's ruining sports.
Which vices you want.
What is OnlyFans doing?
Gambling keeps getting caught. Gambling catches these guys cheating. These dummies. I'm going to throw a bunch of pitches into the dirt. What a Dumbo. He thought, I'll never get caught.
I'll never get caught doing that and lose my $27 million contract. Well, if you need to sue because you haven't thrown strikes, call John Daspit.
Yeah, I was watching a video last night. Oh, you know what? I was at the Jason Isbell concert on Friday, and we were at a venue. I'll just say a venue. And before you know it, some lady hit the deck and was laying there, and then a bunch of medical staff, and the concert was still going on. And they were coming over there, had her in a in a wheelchair, and I was like, "Don't let John Daspit over here," because that lady cracked her head open. It was pretty bad, and that's an example of something John Daspit can take care of. He takes care of people who are in accidents in the roadway. You know, my son said, I want to get out of Houston so bad. The drivers here are terrible. I said, well, that's what it is. And why do you think John Daspit has to stay busy with car accidents on the road and his lawyers? Because people are running through red lights now like they don't matter at all. And what that leads to is T-boned, drivers, people having their pelvises shattered, backs broken, necks. The damages I've been hearing about from John that people are suffering here in the city of Houston is extensive. And you're going to need medical help. You're going to have unbelievably high hospital bills. That's just how it is. Whether you have insurance or not, it's going to be high. And then you're going to have, time missed from work physically. If you can't work anymore, whether it's short term or long term, how are you going to pay your bills? That money's got to be accounted for. You've got to have the money accounted for everything having to do with your family as the earner. And then your pain and suffering has got to be compensated, because that's going to be a tremendous amount of pain for quite some time, and sometimes it's going to last the rest of your life. That's why you've got to have John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm on your side, fighting for you, getting a settlement to help you get through it all. That's what they do. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or go to DaspitLaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you would like to get in with us, you're more than welcome. Texans win an unlikely game. Put up 26 to nothing in the fourth quarter, including the game winner by Davis Mills and then a bad beat. Holy crap. The Texans were 1.5-point favorites. They led by 1. Last play of the game, Trevor Lawrence throws a pick 6. So if you had the Jags yesterday, boy, did you get a kick in the nuts. Holy crap. That was incredible. And if you had the Texans yesterday, which I told you to take, didn't I? I told you, no, I told you to take the Texans. And then and you won, then you were like, it was a miracle. You won a miracle game. You know, bad beats are funny that way. Everybody, oh, what a bad beat. What about if you're on the right side of that? What if you're on the good side of it? Then how about that miraculous, that intervention that you get from God sending down a win to you? I mean, that is awesome. That we never think about that. We just think about the guys, the losers. What about if you're one of the winners? Congratulations.
So God decides.
Well, I mean, listen, every quarterback now thanks God for the win. Why can't bettors thank God for the win?
Did Davis Mills thank God yesterday?
Davis Mills did not, but I heard Drake May did. I hear all the college quarterback.
At Rahil's at Fury fights, a guy goes, I just want to start this by saying there is no God. God is not real. And everyone's like, and he goes, psych! Shout out to Krishna. Krishna, that is the one true God. Krishna believes that you have a friend, and you have a friend in Krishna, and you have a best friend. And Rahil goes, looks like God's 187-1 now.
Mm-hmm.
He finally got a lost.
He did take
Krishna knocked him out in the third.
But you got to keep punching. You got to keep punching.
And for those who don't know, that's D'Amico Ryans talked about that. Well, let's play it right here. He showed a video of Danny Williams, who had separated his right shoulder. He's a boxer from the 2000s to 2010s, is in that neighborhood. He beat Mike Tyson when he was 31 years old, and Tyson was 37 back in 2004. And knocked Mike Tyson out. This is when Tyson was like just flaming out for his career was on the very back end. And Danny Williams separated his shoulder against a guy named Mark Potter, right? Porter, John, something like that.
A Potter.
Yeah. And he's throwing just left-hand punches. Like, he has no right arm. He's taking a lot of punches. He's only throwing with his left hand. He ends up knocking the guy out with his left hand. Well, D'Amico, being a big boxing fan, showed this video to the Texans, and obviously it was to say, look, we're missing our right guard, our right tackle, our quarterback, our kicker, our nickel corner, all those things. And by the way, your starting safety looks like he got his ankle broken, basically.
No,
with
it
MJ
was a
Stewart.
torn quad.
Torn quad for MJ
Stewart? Yeah.
Really? It looks like it. Wow, a torn quad after that. It wasn't good, but they had a air cast on him on his lower leg. That's crazy. Well, whatever it is, he's out and probably out for a long time, if not the whole year. And so he obviously was saying, look, you can be down, but you got to keep swinging. You may not have. And honestly, after what Jacksonville's defensive line did to the Texans, I thought Jacksonville slaughtered the Texans. I thought it was not going to be a good game. And I was right when it was 29-10. But here's the thing. Jacksonville had a punt return for a touchdown. They had an interception that gave them a chance to kick a short field goal because they did nothing on with that drive. Then they had a 54-yarder, 57-yarder made by Cam Little, but a 15-yard penalty on Danico Autry, and they were able to turn that. They gained those 15 yards, and they ended up getting a touchdown out of that.
No, they didn't.
They didn't?
They only got a field goal on that, and then the next play, he fumbled, and they got the touchdown on that.
Wait,
that one with Danico didn't cost them any points.
Wait, hold on a second.
No, I'm telling you.
6. What was the score at half? It was 20-10
That was the very first score was the Danico.
No, they had an interception was the first score.
Yes, but Danico, that was their first score. Danico had the penalty. They drove down the field, and they only got a field goal.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. On the first drive, you mentioned the Davis Mills pick, they gained a total of 3 yards. The Jags did before they had to kick a field goal,
Right.
which was a 55-yard because Cam Little is ridiculous.
Gained 3 yards.
Gained 3 yards, and then the penalty happened, and then they wound up inside the Texans' 15, but had to settle for a field goal after.
Oh, that's the same field goal?
Yeah.
After the interception?
They ran it for 8 yards, and then
they fumbled the kickoff.
Then the
and
Tex-
that was
yes,
a touchdown.
Oh, they fumbled the kickoff. Okay,
yeah,
I got
Texans
you. Yeah.
bowled up inside the 15, forced a field goal, and then Tremont Smith fumbled, and then they scored their touchdown. Parker Washington made a great catch and toe tap for a touchdown.
And then Parker Washington's punt return was phenomenal.
Yeah.
So how much of this was the Jaguars' offense doing anything? It wasn't.
Well, you want to look at total
It
yards.
wasn't.
I mean, they only had 1 total yard in the fourth quarter. The Jaguars wound up, despite scoring 29 points, only had 213 total yards, and 212 of that came in the first 3 quarters.
They weren't good. Yeah, the punt return, the block, the interception, the fumble. Man, goodness, the Texans they just wanted to give them that game.
So this is a conversation for another day because we celebrate a win. But what did they see in practice to roll City Sal out there for like a series and realize, this is a giant mistake?
Well, they knew it was a giant mistake when he couldn't get to the end on the run block, and I think it was Walker just lit up Woody Marks. And it was just awful because City South can't move.
Yeah,
and
but
they got a pulling guard to seal off the end on the other side. That was a terrible. Who designed that?
Particularly when those ends are flying up the field and don't respect your run or whatever you're trying to pull there. So, but still, what did they see in a week of practice to go, this guy needs to start?
My question is, how bad is Juice Scruggs if City Sal comes off the practice squad on Saturday and he's starting ahead of you?
Well, obviously bad.
Yeah.
It's obviously bad. He's a missed draft pick.
They had to go back to him.
Yeah, well, it's a missed draft pick. So obviously it's really bad. So, he'll be cut after this.
Yeah, they probably went into the week knowing Juice not good, so let's try this guy who's like maybe performing. I don't know what City Sal was doing on the practice squad. And then they roll out there, wait a minute, this guy's not an NFL player. At least Juice, I guess, is an NFL player, so we got to roll with him. And it turned out to be okay, at least for a game.
Yep. That was. I was like, what is a City? I don't even know what that means. I never seen him before. When I looked and I saw it was starting on Trent Brown is at right tackle and City Sow is at right guard. What the hell happened to our team?
Well, we know Titus had the concussion, so he didn't play. I actually saw him standing there. I did not see CJ standing there, so I don't know if that means he just didn't want to be there or his concussion's a little worse than than Titus Howard. But
is Blake Fisher so specialized that they had to keep him in that role because not sure if anybody else could have just stepped in and been that sixth offensive lineman? Maybe that's the case.
I guess.
But starting Trent Brown and City Sow?
Well, did you hear from the Jaguars pass rushers?
Absolutely not.
No, I got to be honest with you, man. That's
it was shocking.
Yeah.
And how about Woody Marks picking up? Holy crap. Woody Marks is really, really good in pass pro.
Yeah.
Woody Marks is really good.
So is any credit going to the offensive line or to Nick Caley for this win?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I noticed no one said anything about it.
Well, no, dude deserves the credit. He absolutely does. I mean, if you're going to you got to give him his flowers when he's got a backup quarterback.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up at 8:14 because I haven't heard. We haven't said one good.
Trent Brown.
We haven't said one thing.
Right. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. You give him his flowers.
I'm waiting. I'll let you do it.
Yeah. What flowers do you want to give him?
Lilacs.
Okay, but as far as verbal applause, what do you?
You know what? I think that what we saw was he went to a little bit different, a little bit more of a spread offense. Went to a little different passing attack, one that made more sense for Davis to get the ball out and see that. I think the concern was running anything that's play action off of under the center, which is typically what you want to do. But there's some teams who are kind of getting back to that a little bit more than they did because play action is so nothing out of a shotgun. I mean, no one buys that play action. And I give him some credit for making the alterations he needed to make defensively. Offensively. Whatever the protections were, they were doing a pretty good job of minimizing the issues with Jacksonville. And then I feel like he calls the plays, and this is the problem. People think there are good plays and bad plays. Well, CJ got the bad ones. Davis got the good ones. No, Davis just knows how to. Davis knows how to find Nico Collins. It's that simple.
And Dalton Schultz.
There's the same issue. Dalton's having a very quietly strong season this year.
Hey, listen,
very quietly, just a life-saving season. They don't even have 4 wins without Dalton.
That third and long from his own end zone, that pass to Dalton Schultz that won the game. He made 4 or 5 plays that were actually game-winning plays when it looked like they were dead. He hit a couple. I mean, you had Noel actually coming up with a couple of big plays. You had the Nico third and forever catching a pass in between 3 guys and coming up with a big first down. You had the run that scored the touchdown. There were, I don't know how many big plays that Davis Mills made yesterday. I have no many, and Davis Love probably made some plays too. Let's not leave him out of this. Right. But holy crap, there were that play from the end zone where he hit Dalton Schultz on the crossing pattern and picked up about 25, whatever it was, was maybe the biggest, because it was third and they're going to punt the ball back to him and maybe not get the ball back or whatever. And instead they drive it 96 yards for the score to win the game. I mean, there were a couple of plays, at least three plays in that series where Davis Mills came up huge. 617 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 617. 817 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's break it here. 713. Now, I mean, you guys, you bitch when they lose. How about a little love when they win? 713.
You'll never get that. Are you kidding me?
7.
I got a tweet yesterday that now that we're going to have to hear about Texans are going to the Super Bowl. I'm like, dude, you're not going to have to worry about Texans are going to the Super Bowl talk at 4 and 5. No one's believing in this team like that. What are y'all talking about? But it's okay for them to have a win and for us to say, hey, good job.
I am.
I know you are like, I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, they're going to be 5 and 5.
This doesn't change anything.
And that's on. Let's go.
I think if they get to 8 wins, it's been I'll be surprised if they get more than 8
Then
wins.
you got the Bills. They
what does
suck.
that mean?
I mean, the Dolphins can beat the Bills. Anybody can beat the
Dell
Bills.
told us earlier in the year, Dolphins, for whatever reason,
weird.
always heckle the Bills.
Yeah.
They dominated the Bills.
I pick all the games. I'm in a deal to pick all the games. And I thought of you, and I thought of the Dolphins, and I picked the Dolphins because of what you said. So you got me a win there, even though the rest of my games suck.
Well, you win against type because they actually don't play the Bills well at home. It's always up in Buffalo where they give them a game, and it's closer like it was earlier in the year. Usually Buffalo goes down there and beats their ass, but in prime time, the Dolphins, Mike McDaniel, 2-0 in day games at home against Buffalo. When they play them at night, it's terrible. But in the day, because Buffalo apparently can't handle South Florida in the day, they win, and they did it again.
Well, how about this? Me actually not really listening to you actually paid off for me.
Yeah.
Because I
told you, don't.
I only kind of listen in and out when you talk.
That's fine with me because I tried not to listen to you at all. So it's a back and forth here. We understand each other.
When we come back, let's talk a little about the college football weekend. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Anthony and Steven, you're getting in here, but before we get to that, quick conversation about what happened this weekend. Indiana, Mendoza looked really, really good on that last drive, and actually that catch in the end zone, holy crap. To beat Penn State.
What a catch. What camera work.
Yeah.
Great job
Incredible.
by the director. That drive isn't necessary if Mendoza plays better in the fourth.
Yep.
It's Mendoza's poor play, which actually gave him a chance to have a Heisman moment.
He had a
weird way.
Heisman moment, though. There's no question.
Yeah, and he's probably the number one quarterback in the draft, maybe the number one pick. Yep. I mean, he's got a pretty good arm. And, that was a pretty good throwing catch earlier in that. That when the other guy had all the big catches, I can't remember his name, dropped his left foot in too.
Oh, Becker.
Becker. There was two really good catches on that drive. Two really good catches.
Holy crap, Becker was.
And it started with a sack.
Incredible.
They started with a sack.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a timeout either, I don't think.
Yep.
So.
And the Aggies took care of their business. Boy, I felt bad for that Zollers. He was a freshman trying to handle the A&M defense.
He put face paint on. He got what he deserved.
I know. Well, he did the
You can't be putting
cheek.
face paint on.
You're going to war, Lance.
Yeah, he might be Native American.
Did you hear what happened with Elko? When somebody asked him about something about the Aggies in the past, he basically said, "Shut up with the Aggies in the past." What he was basically saying was, stop being so scared.
Well, Cignetti had the same vibes when they talked about, you guys have never won here. Well, this team's never played here before.
Yeah, I know. Elko feels like, and look, any of us who've ever watched Aggies football, especially for our whole lives, including Aggies, are waiting for the shooter drop, just waiting for the disastrous loss that you still have Texas on the map, and that would be, I'd say it'd be disastrous, but here's the thing. It would feel terrible. You're still getting in the playoffs if that's the only game you lose.
Yep.
You're still getting the playoffs.
You're in, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's not like it would slow the momentum of the season.
Hey, Ohio State lost to Michigan in their last game, and they won the national championship.
Exactly. And that thing, people wanted Ryan Day fired.
Yeah.
They wanted they for real wanted Ryan Day fired and out of there.
It's
there was
unfortunate.
A fight on the field. It was bad.
It's unfortunate that flip, because I had to listen to Kirk Herbstreit during the Tennessee game wax poetic about Ryan Day and then yell at the fans during the game. Do you remember that when they were whooping Tennessee in their first round game, and Herbstreit took it as an opportunity.
Yeah.
To
beat up on Ohio State fans who ran him out of town.
Already
by the way.
don't like him. He lives in Nashville for a reason.
He had to. He moved to Nashville because he's like, you people are out of control.
They're out of control,
and they are out of control.
Alabama just squeaks by LSU, barely getting that win. Georgia, Ole Miss moves up one. Oregon. That game.
So Ole Miss passed. Who'd they pass?
Oregon.
Well, you mean the AP?
Yeah, they passed Oregon, who Oregon just got by. A game that was actually going to be hard to win. You remember Josh Pate was right on that one, too. He liked Iowa plus the points and thought Iowa had a really good chance of upsetting Oregon. I mean, and they did, and they probably should have. He was right. That was an old school Oregon, Iowa type of game right there. But, yeah, Oregon, I'm not a big believer in Oregon. I'm fine with Ole Miss jumping them, to be honest with you. I'm fine.
Were they already ahead of them in the CFP? Was Ole Miss ahead of Oregon in the CFP?
The polls are I don't even pay attention to polls anymore.
Oh, yeah, they might have been. This is the AP.
Yeah. Ole Miss is 3 spots ahead of them already.
This is just a lot of talking.
In the CFP.
Yeah, this is just a lot of talking. These polls don't mean anything.
Not anymore.
No,
we have the CFP rankings.
They're dead.
Nope.
I'd stop doing it.
Yep.
For what?
Well,
doesn't matter.
It's a conversation piece.
That's all it is.
In the first half
it
of the
gets
season.
everybody talking about it.
That's all it is.
So they won't stop.
That's all it is. I thought we'd talk about it because of the playoffs.
We are. It's the college football playoff.
What do we
poll.
need to play? Let's save your votes. You're not watching
Because
the games
that's what
anyway.
the numbers.
You guys
next
don't
to
even vote anyway. You let GAs do it.
The numbers next to the name
No,
is
not
how
the playoff.
these.
The college football playoff
No
don't
one
let
cares.
GAs
No, he's
do it.
talking about the AP stuff.
Talk about the AP stuff.
But
it's
the numbers
meaningless.
next to the names bring the conversation. That's how you get all these big matchups to start the year. That's why Ohio State Texas was such a big deal, because it was 1 versus 3.
Let me do it.
No.
Don't waste the coaches' votes.
You can't be trusted. That's not coaches. The AP. Those aren't coaches.
You and Josh Pate can get together on Sundays and just talk about stuff.
No one cares about the coaches poll at any point. The AP is not a coaches thing.
Oh, well, no. I know AP's writers. They
Well, the
really don't care about
coaches
writers.
Come out till tomorrow. I mean, the college
I
football.
don't care
players
about that. I
come out
don't care about the
tomorrow.
writers or the coaches. All
but
we care
that's
about
how
is
it's gonna be. Ole
it's just
Miss is
CFP is the only thing we care about.
Yeah. All right, let's get Anthony in here. Hey, Anthony.
I didn't make it. Hey, that's the rules y'all started. I didn't start this.
Hey guys, love your show. Whoever thought that when you guys talking about sacrificing certain players and certain things, that D'Amico sacrificed C.J. Stroud-Brain, 2 offensive linemen, and Jalen Petrie just to get a win. So what are you guys willing to sacrifice to make the
playoffs?
The Texans go to the playoffs?
Ooh,
I'm
man.
willing to sacrifice Jose Altuve for a whole year.
Ooh.
Maybe. I know that
For a playoff
Jose
appearance?
Altuve, he's my favorite player.
Oh.
But what are you willing to sacrifice?
God, I give you a lot of credit. If you'll sacrifice Altuve, and you just never know when it's one of his last seasons, if you're willing to do that for a playoff appearance,
no way.
Then it's not a sacrifice if you don't give.
Wait,
give up
he's
something you
no.
love.
I mean, you're not
That's
willing.
Way too much to give up.
Well, he's willing to do it.
Well, then you know what though. I mean,
What are you willing to do?
I'm not
Give up Coors Light?
I don't know. I saw a lot of chasing
Okay.
outside pitches and base running errors. It makes
Well,
it a lot
I mean,
more easier.
That's
Excuse me,
our
it makes it a
guy.
lot more easy
Oh,
to
you're
do
gonna
that.
Turn on Jose Altuve.
I'm not turning on him, but
Might as well
you're
just
turning
turn on
on him.
Jesus.
Well,
You're turning on
okay.
him.
Now you're blaspheming. You better
No,
correct
I'm
yourself
not.
there.
Okay.
You're comparing a human being to Jesus.
Okay,
That's
listen.
blaspheming. I would just say after watching the Astros this past season and Jose Altuve over the last couple seasons, you know what? A year off from him, I'd be fine with it.
No one's listening to you.
For a Texans playoff
appearance?
Look,
who cares?
Look, the Astros' big offseason acquisition is going to be Justin Verlander. We're on line for another 86 win.
I'll give that
season.
up.
I'd give up an 86 win season with Altuve as part of it for a Texan playoff appearance.
Hells no. I'll give up no JV back.
You don't.
That's fine.
You don't have him right now. That's not a sacrifice.
Oh, it's a sacrifice. We're gonna have him. I'll give it up. Yep.
How about the fact that we just know Justin Verlander's going to be back for a 4th time? Or is it a third? I guess
Third
it's technically a third.
time.
One.
He just
we
missed
got-
enough
yeah.
time. You felt like it was a second time.
Well, yeah, missed
Well, he
2
came back
seasons
from injury.
Yeah.
But then we traded back for him, and then we get him back again this
yeah.
year. We're just assuming it's going to happen, but I feel like, it feels like a Crane move. Run it back with a 41-year-old who's less expensive, as opposed to getting that frontline starter Dana promised us.
Maybe they'll do both.
Yeah, okay.
Dylan Cease and JV.
Okay. That's fine. Whatever. I'm not holding my breath.
Mm-hmm. All I know, I don't know what I want. I'm not giving up. What? No.
What would you sacrifice for a Texans playoff appearance?
I'm not
something you
sacrificing
care
much.
about, not something
I'm
random.
not. I'm giving you something that's commensurate with
I'll
what I'm.
I'll shoot in the 90s for a month.
That's pretty good.
What?
No, that's pretty good for John. Actually, I give him credit. Yeah.
That'd be hard.
That
would suck. That would really suck.
I'll give up sweets.
Disc golf?
I'll give up sweets.
You don't care about
I don't
sweets.
even care about
Don't
sweets.
fake.
I
us
do
out with
care
that.
about sweets, so this is a big
I
one.
don't.
This is a big one.
What
Well,
about
you should
eating on the air?
Eating in studio
Eating on the air.
for eating in studio for 2
That's
months.
easy. Okay, that's fine.
No,
I'll give that
eating
up.
on the air. You'll
yeah,
give it up.
Yeah, I'll give that up for a playoff win.
Okay.
Absolutely. So for a playoff win
I
or
don't know
playoff
that you can do
appearance, I guess sure.
I'm not sure you can do it.
This is easy.
It would-
I will do that provided I see them beat Buffalo. They got to win the next 2 games. Is Buffalo the next one after
Tennessee?
These goofs screwed up 2 games they should have won. Like seriously, they should be challenging. And Indy tried to lose with their decision
At
making.
Tennessee, then Buffalo, at Indy.
You can't
at
watch
Chiefs.
what happened yesterday and pretend like things just don't even out. They like as bad.
Well, that's a
well,
good
wait
point.
a minute. They gave up 2 games.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah,
they
yeah. You shouldn't
came
have
back
that
from
one.
19 points in the fourth
Nah,
quarter.
yeah, you're right. You shouldn't have had that one. And you got So it does. There is a leveling out. There is a leveling out. That's true. That's true. You shouldn't have had that one. I'm counting that like, oh, we had that one. That's a 4th win.
Okay.
Like
so
that was no big deal.
At Tennessee, Buffalo at home, at Indy, at Chiefs. Next 4. What is their record? At Tennessee, Buffalo, at Indy, at Chiefs.
I mean, realistically, I'm gonna say 1-3.
God.
What
No,
you
2-2.
They're going to be underdogs in those 3 games.
Yeah, they are. But they're
So
gonna
why
beat-
was that funny
they're
that
gonna
they're
beat the Bills?
but they're going to be a dog against the Bills.
So what?
Well, I mean, what's funny about me thinking that?
Dog?
But what's funny about me thinking that they were getting beat pretty bad yesterday as they were a small dog at one point in the week, and then it flipped the other way. Why? What's funny about this Texans team losing to the Bills?
No, I didn't say that, but they don't have to lose.
They're going to lose to Indy.
Underdog.
They're going to lose to Kansas City, and I think they'll lose to the Bills. Well, they don't have to. The gun's not to their head. I don't think they have to lose. I just think they.
Wait a minute.
You asked what the record is. I think they'll be 1-3.
They're playing the Bills on Thursday night. You know the Texans
in
a primetime
show
game.
out. Never mind. 0-4.
Well,
they'll
Titans
lose the Titans because they're too nervous about playing on a Thursday night game. Thanks for reminding me it's a Thursday night game. Now it's for sure 1-3. Because they're not beating Kansas City on the road, and they're not beating Indy on the road. And they have to win a Thursday night game? This is almost impossible.
That's not true.
What's harder, coming back from 19 down in the fourth or winning on primetime game? Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know which one. I do know this. 713-780-3776. Get in here and let us know what you'll give up. But first, you don't have to give up great jewelry.
No, Zadig Jeweler says, look, come in here. Just let us take care of you, especially for Christmas or the holidays. It could be for an anniversary. It could be for a birthday. It could be just because. It could also be for an engagement. And engagement rings at Zadig Jewelers are top of the line. If you want to get a great ring, you're going to go to Zadig Jewelers. They've been basically Houston's jeweler for over 4 decades. They're at Post Oak. They switched locations a couple years ago from their old location, just a few spots down to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's a beautiful building. It's a beautiful location, 28,000 square feet. Their entire upper deck, the second floor, is dedicated to the bridal experience. So when you go up there, if you're going up there by yourself, guys, and you want to do something because you want to surprise her, they will help you do that. They'll help you get the perfect setting, the perfect diamond, the loose diamond. There's different cuts, clarity, color that you need to be concerned with. But the experts there know what the hottest trends are for the different settings, the different precious metals, just whatever it is that you're looking for. But if you want to bring your girl in and you say, I just want to get this right, we don't care about a surprise, we'll just pretend like it on Instagram. Well, then bring her in because she is going to love the attention and the service that she gets as well. Zadig Jewelers, the only shop and the one-stop shop when it comes to the bridal experience and getting that perfect engagement ring. It's Zadig Jewelers.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Shortest wait times in the business right here on the show. So if you call in, we're getting you in right away. Steven, look how quick we got Steven and Dell right after the break.
Like
Steven,
3 breaks.
I learned that
What's going on, Steven?
this weekend I was watching the end of the Texans game with my 7-year-old, and I learned that the love of fat guy touchdowns is universal. When Rankins made that pick 6, my 7-year-old just starts screaming at the TV, "Run, fatty! Run, fatty!"
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
That's a learned behavior, by the way.
That is a learned behavior.
No kid, I don't think any kid just goes, hey, look at it. I think someone in his life has called a big person fatty before and has maybe said that, run, fatty, run, and now Steven's kid picked up on it.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think when I was a kid, and I saw big men touchdowns. My first thought wasn't like, look at that fat guy run.
I kind of did. I think it's just I think it may be genetic. It might be genetic.
Yeah, I don't know if it's not in my dad's DNA to do that, so probably why I didn't do it.
It wasn't mine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He used to. Oh yeah. There's stuff he used to say I can't say. Who's next?
I just let that lie, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll go to Pena.
Well, you saw Sopranos.
I
There's
did.
things
That's what I thought. What could possibly have John's dad said that he won't say? Oh yeah, I saw Sopranos.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of
By the
stuff.
way, did you see the have you watched before? Hold on one second. Have either of you watched the documentary I told you to watch on Apple TV about Scorsese?
I don't take your
Yes, I watched it.
It's good.
I watched it a couple times, actually.
It's really good. And how about Martin Scorsese's mom? Just the whole thing's improv.
Oh, no, she was awesome.
The whole thing's improv when they come in and, why don't you get a good, nice girl and settle down? And all, that whole scene is basically improv.
Yeah.
It's great.
Who's next, Al?
Pena. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, so at the end of the game, when Sheldon Rankins is running for the end zone and he sticks his arm out, have those big guys not learned their lesson from that one Cowboys player? He could have easily been just knocked out of his hands and gone into for a safety, right? Am I wrong?
Well, it would have been a
wrong
touchback.
It wouldn't have mattered. And he didn't do it until he passed the line anyway.
And one last thing, guys. For 250 years of excellence and kicking ass and taking names, happy birthday to all the Marines out there, man. Have a great day.
Yeah, happy birthday, Marines.
Happy
My dad's
birthday,
a Marine.
Marines.
Fought in Vietnam, so. Yeah, I mean, that happened to what?
A little picky, dude.
I
Talking
know.
about Leon Lett.
That happened 25 years ago. Probably Sheldon Rankins would have been 3.
And by the way, they won the. It was
I
nothing happened.
And it wouldn't have turned into a safety, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, it'll touchback. That's all it would have been.
It's a touchback.
Unless the only possibility is it stays in the field of play and some jag picks it up and runs the other way.
Runs
but
99 yards.
Yeah, but that's not.
Or it would have been actually 106 yards, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, that would. I mean,
Payne used to say,
aren't we being a little nitpicky after a 26-point fourth quarter?
Secure the football is all he's saying. Good habits is what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Who's next? Chris, what's going on, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Lance, you brought something up earlier about the Texans could get 3 firsts for CJ, and I don't want to entertain like that too in depth because I always balance what you said in the past that picks sound good, but there's got to be players' names behind them, so like all that sounds good. However, I was thinking like the Seahawks traded away DK Metcalf and retreaded Sam Darnold. What quarterback out there, if that would have happened, would be a good retread for us? And then those 3 first-round picks, I mean, could we not? I mean, we did it with Deshaun and then turned into the CJ era and Will Anderson. What, like, retread quarterback could we possibly do that with? And are you serious? Like, could that be a possibility if he stays hurt or gets hurt again or maybe comes out and goes 0-3 in his next 3 games?
Well,
Is that something that could actually happen?
No, I mean, I will just tell you that I think there's always a possibility with David Mulgeta as his agent. I think at any point, I don't think it would be Texans driven. I think it would be agent driven. If his agent isn't happy with what's going on, look, he's going to ask for $60 million a year. You're talking about guys like Kyler Murray. Here's in that category: Kyler Murray, the Jaguars aren't getting rid of Trevor Lawrence, but Kyler Murray's getting ready to be up. That's who's next up. Kyler Murray. There's your retread. You gave him a stupid contract that you knew you had
Trevor
to put
Lawrence.
I don't think he's out. I think they'll just keep hanging on to him. Well, they shouldn't, but I think they will. Kyler Murray, we already know, has been benched. We already know Kyler Murray's cooked. He's done.
How about Brock Purdy?
And I don't want Trevor Lawrence. No, I don't want Trevor Lawrence. No, Brock Purdy, another dumb contract. You gave another elite contract. I mean, it's not an elite contract, but it's high. It's high. I mean, Mac Jones is that quarterback, and Kyler Murray are those. Those are the two quarterbacks. I think they'll keep Brock Purdy. I don't think they're going anywhere on Brock Purdy. Would be interesting if Mike McDaniel became your play caller. Would be interesting to, if we're just doing hypotheticals about Purdy. If you're to trade quarterbacks, of course, they have to take a big cap hit on their signing bonus over on that side. But no, I do think there is a possibility the Texans could get phone calls about CJ. I don't think they're going to be interested in moving him. I don't think that's something they're actively going to do. But what happens if the agent comes out and says, wait a minute, we want $60 million. This is what we want. He needs to be paid like it's his turn. He needs to be paid like one of the top quarterbacks. Kyler Murray got a bunch of money. Trevor Lawrence got a bunch of money when it was their turn. It's our turn. So where's our money? And that is a loser mentality for organizations when you know you don't have an elite quarterback, but you pay them like it anyway, but you just know this is not a good deal for us. It's a loser move. The problem is there isn't currently a proven plan to succeed when you don't give it to them, but when you do give it to them, you are locking in on mediocrity. At best, you'll be above average. At worst, you will be hamstrung financially, and they'll continue to play average to below average football like Kyler Murray and like Trevor Lawrence. It's just, isn't it like we all knew they had to put a freaking clause about watching tape and not playing video games in there for Kyler. And then the internet got mad, so they took it out like, I'm sorry, we're picking on him, on poor little Kyler. Here, we'll take that out. Just take our money, please. And then he does exactly what we thought he was going to do. He's just a guy. No big deal.
Well, okay, so is it going to be a $60 million deal for CJ? Is that going to be the same situation?
That's what I mean. It wasn't for Kyler.
So you're saying giving CJ is the equivalent of giving it to Kyler or Brock Purdy?
Well, I'm saying, or Trevor Lawrence.
Well,
no, Brock Purdy actually had better success than those other two guys. He had actually been, but he was in a system that rewards quarterbacks.
They had superhumans everywhere playing on offense,
which they don't now. And now how long is this injury? Has he been beaten out? Like, what's going on?
Mac Jones is their starter.
Well, Brock Purdy wasn't active on yesterday. So
he wasn't active.
They've tried to bring him back, and he wasn't healthy/good. So
although he was in his clothes, he was in uniform the week before, though.
Yeah.
Right?
So they tried it, and they realized, wait a minute, no matter if you play, you're not at full strength, so there's no point in playing you. And because they had a viable backup, they just sat him. He was not active yesterday, not in uniform.
Well, are they just doing that to save face?
I don't know, because he didn't look right when they brought him back. Like, even for as much as we can talk about lack of arm strength, even that was diminished because of how banged up he was. So they may have just figured, hey, you know what? You might not be right for a while now. So Mac gives us the best chance to win. I don't know when he's coming back. I know Kyler's on IR, so they've already made that decision clear with him. You can sit down for weeks. We'll see what happens with Brock.
I mean, look.
I don't know. Mac Jones is looking pretty good.
I'm just telling you. C.J. Stroud, to me, I have not seen a guy since year one that looks like an elite quarterback. Somebody I would pay top 5 money to. I mean, it's now going to be the Texans' turn coming up soon. And I just think it's worth discussing. You know, the problem is once you don't have a quarterback, if you had just waited, if you'd put all your eggs in this year's basket at quarterback, I don't know. It's certainly not going to look the way you thought it was going to. But I don't think the Texans are going to look to get rid of C.J. Stroud or anything like that. But I do think it's going to be interesting if the Jets were to come calling. The Jets have loaded up on first-round picks over the next couple of years. if they made a call to you and said, hey, we'll give you our 2 this year and 1 next year, what would you do? What would be your interest level? I don't think they would look at that. I don't think they would even consider it, to be honest with you. But the alternative is playing things out as they stand, playing the ball where it lies. And then if CJ's not good enough, it really doesn't matter because you have to give him money. You're held hostage.
JJ talked about this on the broadcast yesterday. Was the team still on the rookie deal, and how it changes afterwards? Once CJ gets that money, you got a lot less money to spread around and keep that defense as good as it is. So now is the time. This is the window right here. While CJ's on that, and you got the best defense in the league. Did you see the stats? Like, no team has ever had the best defense, or I don't know, no team, but it doesn't make the playoffs. No team has ever been 3-5 with the best defense in the league. I mean, it's just incredible how this team has been managed to be this incompetent with this defense. It's incredible, and yesterday was, they almost did it again. All right, Del, let's combine here. And 713-780-3776. It is 8:51 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk a little MJ Electrical Supply.
MJ Electrical Supply is for you contractors out there. This is really cool. I met with those guys. Great guys. I really loved visiting with them and finding out about what's going on. Did you know there are a lot of contractors and electrical contractors out there who have jobs that they have old electrical stuff that they have to replace? And what they do is basically just take it and they scrap it. Transformers, disconnects, combination starters, circuit breakers, motor starters. They take it out and then they scrap it and they get scrapped for it. And you're not getting like that. That's not paying you really anything. Did you know that with MJ Electrical, they will buy it from you and they give you a good price because they're able to refurbish it to excellent working conditions and resell it to people. So if you're on a job and you want to get the refurbished, they can do that for you as well. They sell new. They have it all in stock. If you're waiting, if your lead time is crazy long because you're waiting on parts from some other supplier, why don't you go with MJ Electrical? Because they're the ones who are going to cut down that lead time and get you working again. But they will buy your electrical and they'll come take it out professionally. So it's all on them. If you take it out and you mess it up, they're not they're not messing with you. They're not messing with it. But if they come and take it out, they're responsible for all of it and you will get paid. So this is an example of what they do. They sell and they buy electrical equipment. Like I mentioned, transformers, disconnects, circuit breakers, fuses, switch gears, panels, and much, much more. Make sure that you give them a call at 713-699-5055 and get paid good money rather than scrap for your old electrical. 713-699-5055.
All right, welcome back. Those of you who have been listening the whole time, okay, we got callers, and we got to get into them, and it's about Texans. Rockets split this weekend. Great win yesterday. Reed Shepard looked great. Kevin Durant looked great. Alpe looked great. But we never even mentioned Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase, both now facing criminal charges, and I think 60-plus years in prison.
Yeah.
For throwing, for
rigging. It was rigging the bets.
Rigging bets.
And no, but not just that. It's the money laundering, which is carrying a lot of these charges. This was also in the report, in the charges, there's money laundering charges with this. That's how they were running it through gambling. The people they were doing this for were trying to launder money too. So I don't know how it all worked out, but money laundering is one of the big ones in there. Because you're not going to rig a bet and get 60 years of prison.
And they basically didn't make money. They were just making money for their buddies for the most part.
Oh, well, that's just extra stupid.
Yeah.
You should be in solitary confinement for 10 years for that.
And how
for being so stupid.
I mean, it's like Class A has a $25 million a year deal. Are you an idiot? Can you be dumber? I just don't get what the hell. Guys, it just is not. What are you doing? You're throwing away all that for. I think I saw that. I think he made $400,000 for his buddies. And he's got a $25 million contract. What are you doing? That can't be dumber. It just can't be dumber. Let's get Cherry in here. Cherry, how you doing this morning?
Hi, guys. Do you think there is a quarterback controversy in Houston now? And would Heritage Adult Films be able to restore my adult films I have from back in the day when I worked at Tight Ends? I'll hang up and listen.
Heritage isn't an adult film company.
They don't do that.
We don't know what they are
don't.
willing to do.
Chance doesn't restore. He doesn't restore adult films.
He
does
now,
documentaries
for
families.
Whoa, don't speak for Chance.
He does documentaries for families. Listen to his commercial.
Yeah, but a little side job. He might take that side job.
Take a VHS, and I don't know if you put things on DVDs anymore. So what would he do? You take it off the VHS or DVD and make it digital. Maybe you put it on USB for the lady. I don't know. Flash drive. I mean, let's see what Chance is capable of. That's all.
Yeah.
Why are we just ruling things out?
Yeah. Why are you taking work for food off that man's table?
You don't know.
Watch him. You don't know.
How much do y'all want to bet?
I don't need to bet.
Oh, no. He might take that job.
I just don't know what he's willing to do. We should at least allow him to say no instead of saying no for him.
I'm saying it for him. Yeah. Sometimes I speak for Chance.
I don't know when you have before.
Right now.
Okay.
With Eric Wong's girl about tight ends.
She used to work there. She doesn't work there anymore.
You're acting like that was a real call.
Why not? Let's take everything as face value. That's a smart way to go about things. Let's say she's being truthful. How much would it cost? Does Chance not? Is he not capable of that? If he's capable, let him say no or yes.
Of restoring it? I don't know. Who knows?
I hope it's a great film. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it'll be for good.
You think it's a classic?
Her name's Cherry. I think it'd be nice.
Yeah, there was no chance that wasn't going to be an Eric Wong call.
Yeah, no chance.
But answer her question. Besides the Chance thing, because Lance took us in the wrong direction.
No, there's no quarterback controversy here.
She didn't really even ask. She wasn't.
No, that was just so she could get on. Eric put that in there. The whole thing was about the heritage. That's all. Who's next?
Just getting a tight ends joke off.
When I used to work at Tight Ends, they haven't been around that long. What do you mean when you used to work there? Let's go to JB.
JB, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, man? How you guys doing?
Good.
How are you?
Doing great. So, what I think is going on with the Texans is going to be your play caller, which is Nick Caley. Nobody's talking about how terrible of a play caller Nick Caley is. So you have a great offense, needs a little work, and you have one of the best defenses in the entire league, and you can barely score. Yesterday was the first time in the red zone on a third down. We're 0-5. We scored on a third down in the red zone just because of the slight hand of trickery from the play call. It was a toss play, and we scored.
But I've been watching Texans for years, and the number one problem I see wrong with the Texans right this year is going to be your play caller, Nick Caley. We don't have great production plays that he's calling, and it's costing us to lose. It's terrible.
They scored 26 in the fourth quarter.
Come on. The last one didn't count.
Well, 20.
The last one doesn't
They
count.
scored 20.
That was defense.
The last one doesn't
they scored
count.
20 in the fourth quarter.
But what about the other 3 quarters?
Well, yeah, but I'll tell you this.
We let a lot of stuff go
How good
for
was the
one
Woody
quarter.
Marks pitch playing the touchdown? Woody Marks to the corner.
only took 9 games.
Ursary
Yeah.
going out and sealing the end.
Hey, but at least he did something different.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I mean, I give him credit. Look, if your agenda is just to bury the guy, that's fine. And that's normally what fans do, is just it's one player or one coach, and if you just get rid of him, everything will be fine. I heard that with Slowick. Once Slowick was gone, everything was going to be daisies popping out of asses all over the place. And it's not, because it's never one guy. It was never a one-guy issue, and it's not a one-guy issue right now. But I will say, I think Caley has not done a very good job at all with gotta-have-it plays. And now he ends up, he made some changes. I thought it was better yesterday. I thought he did a nice job. He was handicapped by
why
a
is he
lot of
pitching
people
about him?
out.
But that's my point. Why is he pitching about him today? I don't get it. They just won a game that they came back from 19 down and won. I mean, I don't get it. With a backup quarterback. What? This is not the day to do that.
Well, but if that's when you want to get your Caley call off, that's fine. I think he, it's an evergreen call for him. He thinks it's an issue, and it has been an issue this year. But I thought he did a decent job yesterday with all the issues that he had. And then when he had an opportunity to say, okay, it's a 1-for-1, this is what you've done in the past. What do you do now? He actually did something different, and he played to the strength of the team, which is a fast guy to the perimeter. I was better.
Mm-hmm. It was better. Yes, it was better. So wait, I mean, what if he's improving? What if
we had that conversation against the Titans and the Ravens. We
That's
don't know that he's improving.
Yeah.
He had a great fourth quarter. Did he look improved for the first 3 quarters? Yeah, great fourth quarter. I'm not even knocking him. Fourth quarter plus their quarterback made plays, we give him all that credit.
I mean, a defense is
I don't
what
know. I
kept
can't
you.
tell. It was Davis Mills.
So, but that's why I wouldn't go, well, maybe he's improving. We've had the maybe he's improving conversation
not that good
4
with
weeks
CJ.
ago. Let's the course of the season play out. And if we see this as a marked, we mark it here and go, okay, what happens the rest of the way? And if he's good, then he's improving. If not, this is a one-off. We'll see.
I will say this. The Chargers are having to win with some of the worst tackles I've seen in the history of football. Austin Deculus, who may not be able to play for a USFL team if they're even in existence. I mean, he's so bad. He's getting the crap kicked out of Justin Herbert. He was a 7th-round pick. Nick was, I don't know why Nick even took him. He's terrible. Just can't move. And stayed on the roster for 2 years. Gone, and they had to pick him up because they have so many injuries at tackle. They have Austin Deculus, and they traded for Trevor Penning, and I don't think he played yet, but he's another first-round washout from the Saints that they traded for. But they're winning games. Like, they've got bad offensive line players at tackle, and they're winning games despite having their 2 tackles out. So you're not going to, I give you credit, but every coach has problems. Every team has injury problems. Doesn't matter. What I mean, it doesn't, like John, you've always said, don't tell me how, I'll take it into consideration, but don't tell me about the waves, bring the ship in or whatever it is. Like, you still have a job to do, and you still need to be as good as you can be with what you have. And the Texans have not been, even with Nick coming up short, giving them certain things that they need. And I'm seeing a lot of people go after Nick, and Nick's got to wear some of this. But you still need to be as good as you can be with what you have, and Nick Caley has not done that. Yesterday's fourth quarter was a nice quarter for them. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the Davis Mills controversy, all it does to me is if you don't know who the starter should be, it tells you that C.J. Stroud should not get a big paycheck for contract 2. That's all it tells me, because Davis Mills is a backup. I've seen enough. We know who he is. Don't let this one game fool you. CJ's a better quarterback than Davis Mills. Let's not. I mean, do you have any doubt that CJ's not going to be better? Now, I will tell you, I don't know if CJ had the mental fortitude to carry on. CJ's a little bit of a front runner. When it's going good, CJ's going really good. He can go really good when things are going good. How often does CJ just pull it from a negative into a positive? How often does he turn it around, or does he put the team on his back and just take them to a gutsy performance? Like, man, CJ put the team on his back. It doesn't happen very often.
Well, I mean, come on. We're just talking about this. He did that. He did that as a rookie, and that's what we really liked about him. He did.
He had he had good
comebacks.
But he had good games. They were going well, and then the defense gave it up, and he kept going. How often does it go from bad to good? Because yesterday I went from bad to good. How often does it go to bad to good? Because that's a different thing, to be able to reset completely and take it from a bad game to a good game. That's not easy. That's hard. And you mentally have to be able to just process, the failure and keep it in context. Like, hey, that's just one part of it. I'm not going to let it get me down. I think CJ gets down. And when it's going good, I think CJ starts rolling. I think he's a little bit of a front runner in that regard, where if it's going good for him, look out.
Well, Davis Mills would be more, I don't know, say more likely, but he went through it, the Texans. He was there for a team that wasn't trying to win. In fact, was actively trying to lose games in his tenure. So yesterday wasn't probably a big deal for Davis Mills. I've seen this before. My entire career has been this. And then he flipped it in the fourth. So if we're talking about guys who've experienced this and have an ability to kind of push it aside, and he's an older player. He's not that much older. He's 27, but Davis Mills was here for the Lovie Smith stuff, the David Culley stuff.
Well, I know. I hate using that against him. But.
No, I'm not using it. I'm saying if we're trying to see why he may have been ready for that, he went through all the bad stuff.
Yeah, well, and that's the point about guys like Ty Simpson going back to school. Adversity is a good thing for quarterbacks. Show me a quarterback who hasn't had any adversity, and I'll show you a quarterback that's likely going to fail as soon as he faces adversity. A lot of times these guys like C.J. Stroud, Zach Wilson hadn't had a whole lot of adversity at BYU. C.J. didn't have much at Ohio State. They won almost all the time. Sometimes it's hard for those guys to deal with adversity. And that's why you need to play more than a year. Dwayne Haskins, Mac Jones, just didn't handle adversity. He was a one-year starter. These one-year starter guys, Mitch Trubisky, when it starts going sideways on them, they have a hard time getting out of there. CJ played, 2 years? Or did he play 3 years? What is that, 2? Yeah, he was 2 years. I don't know. I honestly don't know if CJ handles adversity well. I really don't. I don't consider it adversity when you have to come from behind in the fourth quarter. That's not necessarily adversity. Adversity is like this year. This is adversity. Disappointing results. Disappointing, the fans are on you and all that stuff. That's adversity to me.
Apparently you didn't see how he played against Tennessee. Okay. Okay.
That's great. I loved it. I loved
that fourth
quarter and a half, yeah. And that's what we judge the Texans on nowadays.
And then the Ravens?
One good quarter.
And then the Ravens.
There wasn't any adversity there.
There was a lot of adversity there.
Mm-hmm.
What was their record?
Like I said, when things are going good, he rolls.
Mm-hmm.
You heard him. He said, I'm one of the best there is when I get going. He didn't say I'm one of the best there is when everything's going against me. He had that last, what game was it, against the 49ers after he said that? Was the 49ers game? He goes,
yeah.
Hey, I'm one of the best there is when I get rolling.
Mm-hmm. He is one of the best.
I didn't say, hey, when things aren't going great, I'm
when
one of the best
things aren't
there
going
is.
good, I can still pull it out of the fire. That's what you need to say. That's what a $60 million quarterback does.
What if they negotiate? We keep leaning into 60. What if they are?
David likes to take a little
wants.
less.
I know, but what if
he likes to give you hometown
What if
discounts?
Caserio has the backbone of, say, a Rafael Stone? It's like, you know what? We're going to actually have a conversation, negotiation. What if it's
How do you think that's going to go?
Not great. I'm just saying, what if it's like, hey, you want to have a conversation about 53, 54? We don't have to give you 60.
Is that really? I mean, because 54 is what I'd rather pay an average quarterback.
But
instead of 60.
Look, you can't. Look, Trevor Lawrence, Tua, and others have set it up where you're
This
going to
is
have
the
to
big
pay
payday.
them 50-something.
Every agent who has a quarterback says this is the big
But
payday.
you ain't gotta give
I'm
them
not going to be the
60.
guy that loses out on a
Understood,
bad contract.
but look, you don't have to give him 60. What if it's 54, Lance? You feel better?
54 is still 54.
It's not 60 though. You can
great.
bring in maybe a starting right guard with the extra millions.
It's still we get hung up on the number. I think CJ loves to play football, so I'm not really worried about his love of football. He just wants to collect a paycheck. I'm not worried about that. And it is true that as the salary cap goes up with these multi-billion-dollar TV deals that you guys are going to be paying for with your Prime and your ESPN and all this stuff being raised, the rates higher and higher and higher, so you'll actually pay it. It is about percentage of the salary cap. It's going to be less about the number because the money is there. So if the money's there, what percentage of the cap are you taking up? But it's just the concept of paying an average quarterback an elite salary. Tell me the place where it's worked. Just tell me when it's worked for somebody. You obviously have to have an incredible. If that's going to be the case, you have to have an incredible defense, and you have to have a great players around you. You could say, maybe you could try to say Jared Goff, maybe,
but he's played better.
But Jared Goff has played pretty well.
Yeah.
I think Carson Wentz got a big payday back, but that was like 5 years.
Mahomes had the biggest payday. That worked out okay.
At the time. And everyone said it was a bad contract.
Right.
All the agents said, this contract sucks.
Yeah, but Mahomes is, we're talking going to, at the end of his career, top 5 quarterback of all time. So you can overcome the big payday because he said average quarterback. Mahomes is not average.
And Tom Brady was a 6th rounder, and Drew Brees was 6 feet. Okay.
What does that have to do with average quarterback?
But he said, does it
Those
work
are
with an
Hall of
average
Famers.
quarterback? We're talking about great quarterbacks. You mentioned Mahomes. Great quarterback. That's why it works.
It worked for Troy Aikman.
What is it? Well, I mean, a couple average quarterbacks have won only because they've got great defenses.
But they didn't get
Not
paid.
even this defense can overcome.
But they were late. They were
quarterback
latecomers. They did not. That's like Daniel Jones is what, $18 million? No, he's getting paid. No, he's getting paid more than that now. But those guys who are average quarterbacks who won, they didn't get incredible contracts. Now, the one guy that actually did was Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl, and they were going to get rid of him. Like they were kind of out on Joe Flacco, and then that changed everything.
A 1-year, $14 million deal for Daniel
This is for Daniel Jones. That's what I mean. And they got a chance to win a Super Bowl, but not because. But then what are they going to do? Then what are the Colts going to do?
They traded away first-round picks, so I guess they got to pay him whatever they're going to pay him.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things where you try to hope that Daniel Jones understands it ain't going to be like this anywhere else. You got an offensive line, an MVP running back.
All he's got to look at and go, hey, the Vikings said the same thing to Sam Darnold. Look what Sam Darnold's doing. So maybe you take me under consideration a little bit more. The Vikings did play the same game. Look, Sam, we got our guy. We're going to let you go. And look, and I don't know if you're going to be as good someplace else, and look what he's doing. Yep. So if Daniel Jones' agent is aware, you go, look, same type of situation. Guy people tossed away. He's in a favorable situation, but he goes someplace else, and he's uplifted the Seahawks to one of the best teams of football. So Daniel Jones will have some leverage.
Yeah, no, he'll have some leverage, and they're going to have to pay him more than that. But, the Baker Mayfield price tag is probably what you pay.
All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here before, and you want to pitch about the Texans and paying your quarterback.
Yeah, Lance, on a day after a big win, you're talking about CJ's contract? What's wrong with you?
I'm just looking out for the future, boys.
What about the here and now?
I'm looking for next year.
What about the here and now?
Well, I don't. That was a one-off. That was I'm happy about that win. I just don't think it's going to lead to anything meaningful.
Well, okay. There it is. There's
Mr.
Debbie
Negative.
Downer. Debbie Downer, once again,
Rachel Dratch
great
there.
win, one of the great comebacks in the NFL history.
Hey, look, it's Rachel Dratch in there. Debbie Downer. Look at you.
All right, break. Good night. We'll be back right after this. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
How about this? Derek Stingley Jr. targeted 4 times, allowed 1 catch for 9 yards with an interception and another pass breakup. What about Ariante? Faced Josh Allen Hines 33 times.
Yeah.
5 pass. That 5 times he hurried the quarterback, 0 sacks.
That guy is, to me, the player of the game because he got an ass whipping the first game.
Yep.
And his improvement in game 2 really makes him the player of the game to me.
That was awesome.
Great game. I mean, great game for him. Great comeback. Great second game. Shows growth inside the season, which you want and expect from a rookie. And he did that against one of the tougher guys to block in the league. Now, apparently, you see here JJ go, he looks like a cyborg and he plays like a cyborg when he was talking about Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter does look like a cyborg. I mean, that guy's big time. He's big time. Yeah, great job by Ursary. Great job by Ursary. And Cole Popovich, the O-line coach. Shout out to O-line coach for having his team ready to go. You got to play with who you have. And you had 2 guys who hadn't played a snap all year. You beat the Jaguars with a right guard and right tackle that had not played 1 snap of football the entire season.
That's unbelievable.
Do you have the guy that I told you, Dell? Did you cut him from the Jaguars? The Jaguars have one of those, like a Randy or Ari or whatever, those Channel 2, at 10 after the nightly news on Sunday, they have one of those things. And this guy's given a 5.5-minute speech on how Jacksonville sucks. He's like, this is unacceptable, and he does that. And if Dell has it, I don't know if he has it. I sent it to him to cut up. He hit him with SOSAJ. He goes, and we all know what that means. Same old sorry-ass Jaguars. I'm like, we just say SOT. Same old text.
SOSAJ. SOSAJ. You know what it means? I know what it means. Same old sorry-ass Jags.
And he went on a little bit more after that, but
all right,
I tried to be positive. I've tried to be positive, but
he got put on First Takes Exposed. That's probably Old Takes Exposed. Excuse me. That's why he's probably a little upset.
Oh, he did?
Because he went out there to 6-3 culture. It's changing.
Oh, you mean during the game?
Yeah, he was talking about how
that's why he was referencing
you think
that.
I'm jinxing it. We're going to be 6-3. The culture's changing, and then inside that clip, he mentions very early about what happened to the culture change because
I didn't know that's what he was referencing.
He got made to look like a fool because he was in on this team. Of course, you might be up 29-10, and then when it reversed on him, he looked bad, and that's why he had like that 5.5-minute rant ripping the Jags.
He did look bad.
They embarrassed him.
They did embarrass him. What an embarrassing team that is. Not our team. Now, they do have 5 wins. We have 4, but I would be embarrassed to be a Jaguar fan.
Oh,
honestly.
it's the worst.
Sorry, RJ. That's an embarrassment.
Your team is embarrassing, RJ. He texted me, going to burn down the city tonight. No, it was a win over the Jags. We're not burning down the city. Who's up, Del?
We don't burn down anything when we win.
No, we don't do that. Who's up? Michael's up. Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's up, guys? I can't believe that piece of trash Texans team beat the Jaguars. But anyways, think about this. You have to find Will Anderson, right? So there's a big piece of money, and then, and like Lance, your scenario that you brought up, if the Jets call for CJ, I answer the phone 100%. I mean, it sucks to not have a quarterback, but I mean, this franchise basically has never really had one anyway, so what else is new? I mean, I think you could probably retread Kirk Cousins for like a year or two. Mm-hmm. I don't know. What do you think, Ben? But you gotta sign the Terminator. You gotta sign the Terminator.
I think Kirk Cousins actually would work pretty good in most offenses, but I say that, and he didn't look good, and he didn't look good in Atlanta, so I don't know. I mean, I would have thought Russell Wilson would have looked okay with the Broncos, and he never ended up looking very good over there with the Broncos. And I don't think Kirk Cousins, you would think Kirk Cousins would be better than Davis Mills. But, I mean, I'm not trying to – look, Dell's right. We're in year 3. There is year 4, which is going to be a very moderate, very, very easy contract for the Texans. Year 5, he's going to get a huge bump. And in year 6, you really have to make a decision. This is the problem. You got to make a decision before year 4. Year 4, you're extending for the year 5. I mean, that's already a done deal. But at some point, every year you wait to do an extension with C.J. Stroud, the price tag goes up. That's the reality of the quarterback position. It never stagnates. The salaries don't stagnate. So it's only going to go up. So if you wait one additional year, you're probably paying $3 million more per year over the life of that contract. Now, David Mulgeta is going to want a short-term deal. All agents do so they can get to this market with another contract as fast as they can. I might actually think about that, John. I might be willing to say, you know what? If we're going to give him this amount of money, look, if you take this amount of money, we'll let you have a shorter-term contract. We're not doing a 6-year deal. We'll do a 4-year deal. We'll do a 4-year deal or 5-year deal with. We'll take a year off of that contract.
They might want that.
Who? The Texans? That's what I'm saying. The Texans might say, yeah, we're good with that too.
No, the Texans would absolutely do it. I'm talking about Mulgeta.
No, Mulgeta will want as short a deal as possible because you get to that big pay. All the quarterback. He's got a young quarterback. Why would he not want to? Why would he not want to get to the market for a third time?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It depends though on how well he's playing too. Let's not forget.
Yeah, but you don't even have to
think this is. Wait a minute. Unless they do something with the OC, unless they figure out the offensive line, are you sure he wants to sign anything?
No, no, you're right. You're right. No, I don't know. I don't. That's why we have these conversations. But are you sure that? I mean, it depends on how he's playing. How was Trevor Lawrence playing, and how was Kyler playing? They weren't playing great. They still got their money. Didn't matter. You're still going to get your money. It's not going to matter. Everyone's afraid of.
I'm not saying that. The Texans will absolutely do it. As a matter of fact, they're stuck. But Mulgeta's not. He's not. He's not stuck.
No. This is his paycheck. This is a huge payday for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to get his probably 2%. It goes anywhere from 1 to 3%. 3 is on the high end. He might get 3%. But just do the math on that one. When he gets, and you're guaranteed money, he's going to be looking for over Deshaun Watson. He's going to look for $245 million guaranteed, $250 million. He's going to try to get the whole thing guaranteed, frankly. So probably you're looking at a 5-year, $60 million deal, about $300 million with $280 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, by the time that's a reasonable number, by the time he's up, that's probably what it's going to be. By the time he's up. So we're having these questions. We're having these conversations now just because, and you don't have your answers yet, but when you do, you don't just like one day decide, all right, let's start negotiating with David Mulgeta sometime, when year 5 is rolling around. You have to have that conversation way sooner than that.
Absolutely. We got time for another one, Del, or no? Let's get one more in here. Phil, what's up, Phil?
Oh, not much. Just a blast from the past. What I'm listening to now reminds me of a Warren Moon and
Cody Carlson.
Cody Carlson.
Yeah, a little bit. Now, I would say Warren Moon, to me, was better than Stroud. But I'm probably also romanticizing it a little bit.
Well, and the other thing people got to.
Actually, he was. He was definitely better.
Yeah. What people miss is we always live in, I guess what you call eras of a great quarterback run. There's Brady, Mahomes. Remember the 49ers that had Young? I mean, we're looking at our quarterback and not realizing that they're always going up, the league is always going up against a team that has a quarterback that's been around for 10, starting off on a 10-year run, and they just don't come around that often.
This is a really good quarterback era. It really is.
Yeah,
it's not unlike other eras, but
what I'm saying is Mahomes had his era that was right after Brady, And before Brady's, there was Young and oh man, who's the other? And then you get
Montana?
you get the other quarterback.
Montana?
Yeah, Montana.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at damn near 40 years where you can look and say those four quarterbacks dominated those years.
Well, Breeze, Brady, Manning, yeah, Montana, Young.
Well, Montana was before that.
Montana wasn't. Yeah, he was into the mid '90s. Well, he went to the Chiefs, but yeah, that was a while back.
93.
Yeah, and then you go. Mahomes is obviously 2017 and he didn't start until 2018. But yeah, it's I don't know. Well, but what's the point, Phil?
No, there's no point. I'm just saying, hey, well, the point is what goes around comes around. We're seeing this controversy with the backup quarterback. 30 years ago, we saw the same quarterback controversy. You know, a quarterback that we know may not, didn't get to the promised land. This one may not. But we also know that backup ain't the one who's going to take it.
No. I don't think anyone has said that on this show at all.
I don't think that was much of a controversy then, and I don't think this is much of a controversy now. I mean, I don't know. When Warren Moon left, it was fine. Okay, we got Cody Carlson. That's great. But I don't know that a lot of people were saying, man, we got to get Warren out of here.
I tell you, now there was, I will say, back in about 92, I think it was, there was a time Warren was hurt at the end of the year. Cody Carlson won a huge game, and there was a lot of love for Cody Carlson, as there always is for backup quarterbacks. Always. There was for Sage Rosenfels when he was here. And then you get to see them in an extended run, and you're like, it's not as good as I was thinking.
Nope. All right, reminder, Thanksgiving's coming up. If you haven't ordered your Thanksgiving turkey, but it's not only that. These got all the sides, the green beans and the mac and cheese and the baked potatoes if you want or anything. I mean, the entire dinner. If you don't want to cook but you want Thanksgiving, traditional Thanksgiving, go to Demaris, DEMERIS.com, Demaris.com. It's the best damn turkey you'll ever have. A little Astros news on the other side. But first, you got to talk a little Craig to Surf.
Let's talk about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC and the great red tag sales they have going on here. 0% financing on several of the vehicles that are in stock, including great Chevy vehicles like the Equinox, which is what my wife's driving. They have the EV version of the Equinox. They have the Silverado pickup truck with 0% financing and thousands off on top of that 0% financing for well-qualified buyers. But the big difference maker is the amount of money they give you on the trade-in. The fact that they find exactly the exact model, the exterior and interior features you're looking for. And remember that they will go that extra mile. I'll give you an example. If there's a particular type of interior, which this happened with my wife, they went through all the different dealerships that they had, and they have, it's their computers connected, and they found the type of interior she wanted. And they reached out to that dealership and they did a trade. They traded one of their vehicles for that vehicle. That's what they do. They want to find what you want, and they will find what you want. That's what they do. They'll come out to Houston and bring the papers for you to sign if that's what it takes. They go the extra mile because your business is important to them. They want to have your second car, your third car, your lease, your purchase, your neighbor's vehicles. They want to be the dealership that you trust is your home dealer. And the work that they do makes it well worth it. They are outstanding at everything they do to provide you not only the service and the selection, but great prices. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton, GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. This is our penultimate segment. So we got to get through stuff that we haven't talked about yet, something we missed. Bob Nightingale reporting that there are calls being made and taken about Christian Walker. Christian Walker possibly traded, want to get out of that. They got 2 years, $40 million left on that deal.
That'd be a good move out.
I like Christian Walker. I think he would be better if they don't get rid of him. But I think that's where Paredes has got to be. Paredes got to start taking a lot of ground balls at first.
you have to start making a spot for Paredes because Carlos is here, so Walker's expendable.
Yeah, or Paredes can play second.
I think you'll get rid of him, and you probably won't get a lot in return for him, though.
Paredes can play second, but that means Altuve's in left or Jordan's in left, and I'm not sure that's ideal.
Defensively, it'll be good to be really good. Short third and first defensively. And Christian Walker is good defensively.
Listen, Christian Walker is good defensively. He struggled early, but he was better. And he's a former Gold Glove. But if you do keep Walker, what about that lineup with Paredes coming back? And Jordan healthy for a year. And Altuve back to Altuve. And Carlos for the full year. I'm hearing Pena's – did you see? Pena's going to cost a lot. Pena might be
shut down.
Pena might be
he's
gone.
Boris.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's gone.
He's probably gone.
I mean, we're not signing somebody to a second contract unless we get him early. It's never happened. You have to get to him early or you don't have a chance.
That just blows. How about bringing Bregman back, moving Correa to first, Paredes at second, Altuve in left. All right. That's what I'm
taking everyone out of their natural positions. Have you noticed that? Well, you'd be bumping Carlos back to short, I guess.
No, Carlos can play first. Pena's playing short.
Oh, I thought Pena was gone.
Not yet.
So now Carlos is playing first.
You still got a couple.
A guy with a cannon is playing first.
Well, if you got to play at the plate, a ground ball to first, play at the plate.
I think Paredes to first and Bregman to second. Bregman actually.
Bregman actually is a second. Yeah.
Well, but you know what? You know what the talk was actually, that I remember it was that Jeff Leno and those guys were kind of pissed because the scouts I think thought Bregman could be a shortstop, and then because that's where he was in college, right?
Yes.
Didn't he play there? And then they said, "What? This guy does not have the arm. Like he didn't have the range and the arm." I think there was a time where they thought maybe the scouts had kind of mis-scouted him a little bit defensively, but I mean, he's not coming back, but if he did, second base might be the spot. Paredes first, Jeremy short, Carlos. We're just and Justin Verlander getting him back. Hopefully we'll be able to get Neris back on a better deal than last year after we cut him. Maybe we get what's his name that mentally just couldn't handle it. He came in studio and then he was terrible for the rest of his life.
Oh, Presley.
Yeah, Ryan Presley. I mean, we just get the gang back. That's what we're doing. They're just way older.
That's all.
Just way older and not as good.
Yeah, we got JV coming. We're all right. Underrated Mess is here. What's up, Underrated Mess?
Yo, what's up, fellas? I just wanted to bring some positivity to the Texans. I was looking at that 93-yard drive, 14 plays, and they may have unlocked the run game a little bit. I say that sarcastically, but the first two plays on that drive were terrible, and then he hit the Dalton on the third down play, and then it all started to come together. But that was a nice drive to end the game or finish it off. So you have to have a little positivity on that crazy win. Expectations for the season are what they are, but you'll take a win.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, that was fun. That's a memorable game. I mean, Davis Mills got a game ball, as deservedly so. Daniil Hunter Daniil had not had a sack in 4 games, and he had 3.5 yesterday. It should have been 4, but he got 3.5 yesterday. When he is on, holy crap, he's so good. But he disappears too much. He does disappear a lot.
A little bit more so than Will.
He didn't have a tackle for loss in 4 games.
Yeah, a little bit more so than Will.
Yeah, Will's.
Well, he's not the run defender that Will is.
Will's a lot more consistent, I think.
Yeah.
But when Daniil is on, holy crap, so good. What we missed, Del? There's got to be stuff that we missed today.
Well, you missed Deron Payne punching Amon's St. Brown.
Apparently, someone saw St. Brown punch him first.
Well, the NFL apparently didn't because they hit him with the 1-game suspension already, so they didn't see the Amon Ross St. Brown thing.
They punched him
with the helmet on, which always makes little sense. So we missed that. We didn't talk much college ball. BYU went into Lubbock and got smacked.
Woo!
Tech dominated that game, start to finish.
Their ass.
Yeah. So shout out to Tech for that. They paid a lot for that roster, and it's coming through. Now the clear front runner in the Big 12. We'll see what the CFP thinks of them after.
Utah still looks good, though, too, now. It'll be interesting.
Yeah. Utah's kind of hanging on the periphery, partly because they look, Tech smashed them very early in the years, and BYU got them, too. So they have their 2 losses there. So, right? BYU got them, too. So those are the 2 losses. Anything else in college football that we didn't touch on? Talked about A&M. I'm trying to think of any other games. Talked about the gambling with the baseball guys.
Yeah. There was some UFC fight night stuff.
Matt Stafford looks like your MVP. We didn't talk about what he's doing as the quarterback for the Rams.
Is he the front runner now?
I mean, the numbers are really
yesterday,
good.
Jonathan Taylor went
too.
249 and 3 touchdowns.
In a solo game where everyone could watch if you're up at that time. Wow. 249
and 3 touchdowns.
Jonathan Taylor.
You know what we didn't talk about? Analytics is the 4th down decision making. I'm saying analytics, not always that, but the 4th down decision making by teams to not take points at different times where they're showing no real feel for their opponent's abilities. Like the Colts almost cost themselves a game by not taking 3 free points 2 different times. Because then at the end of the game, they got a touchdown on one of Jonathan Taylor's 80-something yard run. Then they had to go for 2. They didn't get it for 2. The Falcons go down and score, and the Colts have to go down and kick a field goal to
Didn't he miss
win
one
the game.
early, though?
He missed a 53-yarder.
Yeah.
But he missed an extra point, too. So he missed an extra point in a 53-yarder, but then he made a 44-yarder.
Maybe that's why I'm going for it.
Well, how long was the kick?
Well, let me ask you something. You 2 times inside the 30, you didn't get it. So you're going to stop doing that now since you failed on those?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, if that's what we're doing, if we're basing everything on what happened earlier in the game, they cost themselves literally 6 and then 7 points because they had to go for 2 instead of an extra point. There's always a cascading dominoes effect when things don't work, and no one ever talks about that. The only thing we talk about is analytics says go. What happens when you don't take 3? They had a 28-yard field goal they could have taken, or a 31-yard field goal that they would have made. What happens when you don't take that?
And that first turnover on downs happened before you had missed a kick. It was the first drive of the game where they went for it on 4th and 2 and didn't get it.
And that was from
the 27.
Yeah.
It would have been
a 44-yarder.
45-yarder.
And then he missed but he had missed an extra point previously, though.
Indiana Jones is starting to come back to earth a little bit.
Yeah, he has. Well, this is what happens when you rely on him to do a little too much. There's the law of diminishing returns.
You mean like throwing 40-plus times like Davis Mills?
Yeah.
Ain't no Davis Mills.
There's laws. They're calling them Davis Dimes now.
They're calling them Davis Dimes?
Davis Dimes. I saw that on Twitter, too.
Well, let's give Davis Dimes some credit. On 4th and 2, got to have it. Now, Warren wasn't open, but he put in the only place he could put it, and Warren made the play.
No, that was a hell of a catch.
Yeah.
Contested. I thought that game was over, and Warren has been a lifesaver for
me. And
me.
on the game-winning overtime drive, he had the good – he hit Warren again, but other than that, they ran the ball over and over again. The only time they did not give the ball to Jonathan Taylor was like on 2nd and 9 after they got stopped on 1st and 10 for a yard.
249 and 3 TDs. Holy crap.
Trust me, I know. Man's been.
What about Achane? His game.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's funny. It's a very small thing because who's going to know this? But Jordan Poyer, a longtime Bill, he spent the year with the Dolphins, a disastrous year last year. And then, of course, he had his comments about he was in the wrong spot, happy to be back in Buffalo. and Achan just roasted him a couple times. He's at most 185. Maybe he's Warwick Dunn size, but they will run him up the middle, and if he makes you miss, it's over. He made a Bill Phil safety or corner missing a hole, and took it to the house, and he had another one late. It's why sometimes when people are talking about trading young players, hey, maybe he's going to be a good fit for the next guy, whoever the coach is, whoever the quarterback is. Maybe you just keep your young players and see. I know you're going to have to pay him at some point, but maybe he's worth it.
That's it.
That's it.
I think
$950. That's it.
I want to hit on Chastang Ford. I think that Chastang Ford is the best. It's incredible what Chastang Ford has done for me, and I hope that they do it for you. If you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford pickup or that SUV, I really believe in the dealership, and I think that you should too. When you go there, you're going to get the same treatment that I got. It's not going to be any different because I know I bought my cars before I was speaking for Chastang. I went there, and the first thing that they okay, where do your payments have to be? This is important to them because they don't want you to have a bad car buying experience, as opposed to other dealerships that are trying to just jack up that price as much as they can possibly get. They don't care about you. They don't care about your monthly. They don't care about that nut that you gotta hit every single month. Okay, it's important to them that you have a great car buying experience, and that's not the case with all the dealerships. So one of the first things when you go to the website, what do your payments have to be at? That's important. So the service, the price, the low, everything about it. The experience is going to be your best car buying experience at Chastang Ford. Tell them that you heard it right here. You have to at least go and see for yourself. ChastangFord.com on 610 and Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. You know what? Football season, well, it's in full swing. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it at Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code Lance to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
The severed head of a 1-year-old doe was found on the doorstep of a Bristol, Connecticut home. Police say it appears that the culprit was a coyote. A coyote left the deer's head at the doorstep. Do you feel like the coyote was trying to make a statement here?
Well, whatever the statement was, it got the attention, became news of the weird.
Yeah.
So somebody out there, it got somebody's attention.
Yeah, I feel like the coyote was trying to say, "Hey, what up? You guys paying up or not?" Do you
think that's what it was?
It might be.
It was a pay up or else?
Is it a family deer? What do I care if the coyote leaves me a deer head? It's not going to force me to do anything. I don't care about that deer.
Well, I mean, but they could next.
Is it a pet deer?
Next, it could be. You don't know what it's going to be next. It could be your dog next.
If the coyote.
Yeah.
No, if the coyote put that head of the deer at the place where the other deer live, that's the messaging you're looking for. Like, hey, this is my territory. You put it at the front door, the back door of my home. Okay, that's weird, but get out of here, coyote. I'm not giving you anything.
I just know the coyote made a statement. John's right. That's a statement.
It's the wrong message. It's the wrong message. You don't put it at a human's door.
Don't let him trick you, John. What's the next story?
What? We're not supposed to talk about this when he brings
it up? What's the next story, John?
You just don't even want to engage. That's not my fault we start this segment way late. That's on you guys.
Charges have been dropped for a JetBlue passengers accused of having sex in front of children on the flight. Right there at their seat. Well, she was doing all the work, apparently. Okay. And right there at their seat, and they were arrested. But the problem is the courts couldn't find what jurisdiction is it in.
So, they got off on a technicality?
So should you be, you could commit any crime now over in the air because we don't know who has the jurisdiction.
Wow.
I just feel like that is a great place. Do you think airplanes are a great place to commit crimes now?
Well, somebody's getting that jurisdiction question.
Isn't there like a federal agent on the plane at all times? Don't they have like marshals? What's when it's a domestic flight?
On every plane? No, there's not marshals on every plane. No.
So, but you're still on an airplane.
Yeah,
is a federal territory,
no.
Right?
There are marshals on. There's one marshal on every plane.
There's a marshal on every plane.
On every flight, one of our callers is a marshal.
On every flight, there's a marshal.
Plain clothes, but yeah, one of our callers is a flight marshal.
Wow. And they don't have to pay for their seat, but we do?
Well, they just fly around. They don't do anything.
That's crap.
They fly somewhere and then they fly back. Same day.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of fights on Spirit. There ain't no marshal on there.
No, it's less than 1%.
Well, the marshals to protect.
No.
It's less than 1% of every flight.
No, it's all
flights have
all
air
flights.
marshals. No, there's too many flights.
No, not anymore.
Not enough air. Well, that's true, but not enough air marshals. Although apparently they've come to an agreement
there's not a marshal.
There's
on every
two
flight.
marshals on every flight.
No, it's not true.
Yes, there are,
it's
boys.
Apparently,
it's on the internet.
They're
not where you're looking. A different internet, the dark net.
There are not enough marshals. Period to have one on every flight.
Yeah.
Not now because of the shutdown.
You know how many flights there are in the U.S.?
Marshals everywhere.
Every day?
Millions.
Less than 1% of flights have an air marshal.
Yes.
Well, maybe we could employ
and that's
more
only
people.
when you're on Con Air.
What if we had people if we're hiring ICE out of the streets, we can hire air marshals and put them on and let them start.
My question,
if somebody gets a little lippy on a Spirit,
but aren't planes federal airspace anyway? So wouldn't it still be
Well,
the
what if
federal
you're over
government's
international
jurisdiction?
waters?
Well, that's different. I'm talking
Maybe,
about
but-
domestic flights.
Yeah, maybe this was just a simple misdemeanor sex on a plane.
I don't know if that's the
well,
case.
it wasn't. Well, I don't know. I mean, we did have a president that said that I did not have sex with that woman.
Relations with that woman. But what does that have to do with the plane?
Well, no, but okay, what is sex? That was established. What is sex now? Okay.
Well, he just lied about that.
What-
Oh,
yeah.
no. I guess it was, yeah.
No, it was.
Oh, no, yeah. It was the other kind.
Yeah.
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 I mean, he did. It was one of those kind of you don't knows, like, well, technically.
You don't know.
Technically.
You don't know. That's what he said. You don't know.
He's like, I didn't have that kind.
Did we ever get a definition? An actual ruling?
We never. No, we did have porn.
Oh, well, I know
I
when I
don't know
see
how
it.
to define it, but I know it when I see it.
What about sex?
I think actually he actually had a point there. Most of the time they don't consider, well, what are we doing?
You guys
nice
are doing
try,
this.
John. I mean, nice try,
What
Dell.
did I do?
It's 10 o'clock. We didn't get an answer. Can you guys go through this, run through this for a few minutes?
I never did that. You keep blaming me
Watch
for it.
this.
You're the one
Bang.
who keeps asking questions.
Bang. I'm done. See you guys later. Nice try, Dell.
He likes to make this my fault. I'm not the one who starts the segment at 9:55 every day. That's on you guys.
We're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Way to go, Texans. We'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy.
In some ways, I'm not sure how to talk about what happened yesterday because the first 3 quarters, I've seen a lot of that. A lot of people who have been here for a while have seen the first 3 quarters of Texans football happen. You've seen a just absolute crap performance where your team is a bigger problem than the other team actually having success. I've seen that. I'm comfortable talking about that because I've been here since 2002 when I moved from California. I've been here since the inception of the team. So there's been a lot of bad football on Sundays where the team, no matter what the expectations are, somehow fall below them. And then the fourth quarter happens, and I have to try to decipher what the deal was. How did Davis Mills put those many drives together? And I'm talking about drives. I'm not talking about a 60-yard bomb where Nico gets loose or Woody Marks breaks off a 70-yard touchdown run, or maybe you get a pick 6 to put you back in the game. That's what the Jags took advantage of early. Turnovers, mistakes on special teams to get them into a spot where they had a commanding lead. What the Texans did was overcome their own mistakes inside those drives, convert 3rd and longs consistently to go score touchdowns, and eventually put themselves in the spot where Davis Mills can lead a 90-plus yard touchdown drive for the win. And even that drive started with 2 bad plays on 1st and 2nd down, and then he hits Dalton Schultz on what you might call a crosser or a short cross, one-on-one against the linebacker. Alul Khan is one of the guys the Jags paid a couple off seasons ago now. He has no business one-on-one against Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz had a nice game, made the touchdown catch earlier, but it's 3rd and 10 for a Jags team who didn't pressure or get a sack on Davis Mills. They certainly didn't get a sack in that fourth quarter. You should not have your middle linebacker, run support linebacker on Dalton Schultz. So the Texans and Davis Mills took advantage of it, and then they got their drive going. They were able to run the football on that drive, pretty much run it down the Jags' throat, and they're going to run into the end zone until some Texans issues popped up that we will discuss. But overall, you fight back after all the mistakes early, and in some ways, particularly for people who have belief that this can still be a playoff season, you save your season. If you're 3-6, you're done for. Now you're 4-5, and there's an expectations that you go on the road and beat the Titans, and then you get to 5-5. I don't have the assumed expectations that you're going to win that game. It lays out where you should, but who knows? We just had a what the hell just happened moment yesterday, so who's to say the Titans don't rise up? But at least right now, you're 4-5, and you certainly will go in there feeling pretty good about yourself. We still wonder about the health of C.J. Stroud. He was not on the sidelines, and I bring it up because I saw Titus Howard standing on the sidelines. He also missed the game because of concussion. So I don't know if that's just C.J.'s preference not to stand out there, or maybe there's more of a concern about him being in lights because sometimes the lights will hurt your head if you're recovering from a concussion. So we'll see where he stands. Certainly, D'Amico will probably get asked about him today, and if he's out there at practice, great. But if not, at least Davis Mills had one in him. Question is, if he has to, can he string a couple games together? And maybe he won't need to be as great as he was in the fourth quarter because you play better. So, bringing up Davis Mills, his touchdown run after he gets away from Walker, who beats Trent Brown clean. After he beats him clean, but he outruns him to the end zone for the winning score. Is it the most unlikely touchdown you could think of? Look, I'm not talking about the most unlikely touchdown you've ever seen. I'm not talking about that because we've seen crazy ones before.
But just before the play starts.
If I tell you how the Texans are going to overcome a 3rd and long, but it was actually 3rd and goal, but outside their own 10-yard line, and if I said Davis Mills is going to outrun Walker, and then run into the end zone pretty much untouched, is that the most unlikely touchdown I could have dreamed up?
It was so unlikely that Ian Eagle was like, can you believe? It was like the least likely, like he, in the call, he was like, this is incredible. Well, what just happened? Davis Mills. Wow.
I'm not sure Davis Mills actually knew that he was going to scramble.
I think he was like,
until he was like, wait a minute. I think what got him going certainly got to the outside, but when he saw initially that Woody Marks was running to draw the DB away and the DB didn't react, okay, he goes, now I got a shot. I don't know that Davis Mills knew he was going to get in until he's like probably at the 3-yard line. He goes, at some point someone's going to catch me, right? There's some Jag's going to peel off and catch me.
Looking behind
and
him.
then we got like a 4th and goal to win it. It just so happens that he had enough juice to get in. I don't know if the Jags are exhausted. That might have played a part because no Jag, I mean, until he was at the goal line, got close. He was pulling away from Walker, and the linebackers and the safeties or corners who were covering could not get off a Texan receiver to go make a play. It wasn't in slow motion, but I watched it and thought to myself, at some point someone's going to close on him, right? And no one did. He was able to get there and win the game. Of course, sequence of events, the Jags had a shot, but because they were atrocious pretty much the entire fourth quarter, and really they weren't good offensively all game. We can get into the Texans and how they set the Jags up to get out to a big lead, but the Jags with their 1 total yard of offense in the fourth quarter, they still had a shot. And with Cam Little, anywhere inside 60 yards feels like there's a real chance, and they were well within it on, I think, the play to Parker Washington that got called back because of hands to the face. So with all of what was going on, the remarkable Texans comeback, the defense and Danielle Hunter wrecking shop, and we'll hear from Davis Mills about what Danielle Hunter said to him. The Jags were in a position to win the game, but they self-destructed one more time. And the margins are very small, man, in college and the NFL, because if not for the hands of the face, the Jags probably win the game. If we go back to Saturday, if Fernando Mendoza's pick, or at least tip ball, was picked off with a Penn State defender who just could not get his feet squared away to get to the ball, that ball falls harmlessly to the ground, and then they win the game on a great catch. These small things that determine who's going to win a game. Now you've got a Heisman moment for Mendoza, and Davis Mills has a memory that's going to last probably his entire life. And because the Jags could not block Will Anderson, I believe, without getting their hand in his face, now the Texans are 4-5 as opposed to a likely 3-6 because Cam Little's knocking that ball through if he gets an opportunity. He just didn't get the opportunity because the Jags continued to make the same mistakes they had made for the better part of a quarter and a half, really since the middle of the third. Actually, late in the third quarter they scored that touchdown, but after that point it was all Texans. So the Texans did the little things right, and they made big plays on third down, and they go in there, at least stay home and win a game against a team that is not good. Look, we watched the Jags the first time. The Jags aren't a good football team. They're more a beneficiary of their schedule. Why they're in the spot they're at, looking to go to 6-3, but when it comes down to it, that win keeps the Texans now within a game of the wild card. The Chiefs did not play; they're 5-4. The Jags are 5-4, and it's congested right now for that final spot, and that's what they're shooting for. With the Colts and what they did the morning of Sunday when they came back and beat the Falcons, it's all about that last wild card spot. And some way, somehow, they're still in it. So it's a day of positives. It felt like we were going to take shots at everything they were doing up until that fourth quarter. Why is City Sal playing football for you? Your special teams and Frank Ross, what's going on there? And yet, a 26-0 fourth quarter? Was that the final score? It was 29-10.
Yes.
29-10 was the score when the Jags were at their highest as far as their lead in the game. The Texans put them away with a big man touchdown by Sheldon Rankins it would have been a strip sack, I guess, but it turns into a pick six, and the Texans go on, and their season's very much alive. So we'll hear from a lot of people involved in that one. It's going to be a lot about how they kept believing in themselves, and credit to them, because if I didn't believe, the fans at home and at the stadium didn't believe.
I was at LaBerge in Lake Charles, and at the start of the third quarter, I was like, all right. Or the start of the fourth quarter, I was like, all right, I can leave. I don't have to stay for the extra quarter to watch this one. And then I just started getting alerts as I was on the road, like, oh, what's happening? I even saw Davis Mills scrambles for a touchdown to make it 30-29. I was just like, wait, he scrambled for 15 yards? Like, what?
and it was persist. It was, and the things that came before it were 2 false start penalties, and you're like,
Well,
okay,
that was good.
that was like, oh.
No, well, had to back him up a little.
No, or you could have just run it into the end zone, which felt like very likely considering how they had run the ball on that drive. And then they pulled.
Got to give Davis Mills his
well,
Vince
you give-
Young
yes, give
into
him
the
his-
corner moment.
Give him his moment, sure. But it was the Texans were doing so much good on that drive, and then they just reverted back to who they had been the entire year.
I feel like that's why, at least our tone isn't going to be Texans back, because for all but like 3 drives, it seemed like, oh yeah, this is just the same Texans team we've seen. And even on the game-winning drive, even the first touchdown in the fourth quarter, Davis Mills like tried to throw an interception while he was throwing the ball away. He just like Newsome was the only guy kind of close, and he missed it because he had to break like pretty far back for it. But I was like that. I was watching it back, already knowing the outcome, and I was like, I can't believe he almost just like the comeback doesn't happen if he just throws that interception.
And that's the thing. The Texans weren't perfect on the way back. It's just the
Jags.
Jags are so bad that
have-
even when the Texans were trying to do things that a better team would take advantage of and close them out, like 3rd and 10 inside you're snapping the ball inside your 10-yard line. A good team gets a stop against the Texans there. A good team probably doesn't have a Aluakon type linebacker covering Dalton Schultz one-on-one. But the Jags are a mess. And credit to Davis Mills for standing in there. I don't even think he was able to step into it to throw. There was a little push from the Jags, one of the few times they got any type of rush in the fourth quarter, and he made the throw. But good teams make plays to win games. The Jags didn't, and the Texans took full advantage of it on their way to the second biggest comeback in team history.
Yeah, it really doesn't happen without the Jags. Just rough math looking at the play-by-play here. Fourth quarter time of possession, 3 minutes before the last drive, which was 30 seconds. So that, I feel like, plays a huge part in the fact that they just couldn't stop the run, couldn't stop Davis Mills because their defense was on the field for the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah, that
they
pass
had
rush.
2 3-and-outs.
I don't know if it was just tired, but the pass rush really disappeared. And give credit to the likes of Trent Brown and Ursary for holding up against the unit who had dominated different players, because there have been injuries since the first game against the Jags. But that was a unit that won the game for the Jags. The final pass from CJ, it was a pick because he was harassed by the Jags defensive front, and it turned what could have been maybe a big play to Kirk, maybe a first down, maybe a touchdown, into a pick that ended the game. Those guys held up in pure drop back situations better than I thought they could, particularly against a unit that did what they wanted to do against them in the first game. So that's a Texans win, a surprising one. Going in, I didn't think they had much of a chance considering their offensive line issues and the way that offensive line started. It looked like a game where they were going to get their quarterback beat up. I thought to myself, CJ's lucky he's not playing in this game, because I don't know if Davis Mills is going to survive it, considering how much chaos was going on around him early. But they found some answers. Most of those answers involved not playing City Sal anymore, which, as I said on a different day, we would ask some questions about how the hell did he win the job in practice and be so bad that you had to go back, get away from him. I know. Doesn't matter. 4 and 5, third
Got
place
the
in the
split
AFC
against
South.
the Jags.
Yeah. I get. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
3-1, Davis Mills against the Jags.
Yeah, he's was he?
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Was he? Yes, you did. Was he 6-19 going in, or was he 6-19 afterwards as a starter and 3-1 against the Jags, or was that the stats going into the game?
That might have been going.
Is he now like 4-1 against the Jags? I forgot. There are a lot of stats about.
He's 3-1 against the Jags.
Okay, that's
I know
official.
that. Yeah.
But he, of course, because he started during the Culley and Smith era, wasn't a lot of positive moments for Davis Mills.
No. They showed like when the Texans first went on the offense and they had like Davis Mills starting quarterback, they showed his career passing yards. I was stunned. He has 62 career passing yards. I was like, I guess he was the starter for 2 years, but that still seems a bit aggressive for Davis Mills.
Yeah, 6,200 plus passing yards coming in, and he's now 16, 19, and 1 as a starter, 6 and 18 coming into this and 1 going into the game. And look for all the world to be, or he was 5 and 8, 5 and 19, 1 going in. He looked for all the world to be going to 5, 20 and 1 instead.
Left him too much time.
So Davis Mills has
Can't leave the door open for Davis Mills like that.
I saw a lot of doors open in his first 2 years.
The other 25 starts, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't matter. But he's got not his last couple starts because he had a couple starts when they just sat CJ. But he's got a couple big wins on his resume. The win to get CJ Stroud here.
Yep.
And then yesterday afternoon where he was the best offensive player on the field in the fourth quarter. 180 yards to 1, I think, was the differential in the offenses in that fourth quarter where the Texans did anything they wanted and the Jags could do nothing. So you get a win. Love it. You're 4-5. Season's still on. And what that means, maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow as far as what on means. But at least you're not 3-6 and actually having questions about, hey, where's our draft pick? Because Tankathon was going to make an appearance today if they had lost. And they were well on their way, but they did not.
Up until the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but it did not happen. They did not lose, so we don't have to focus on Tankathon today. That can be saved. Probably beat the Titans too if we're just assuming. Yeah. So maybe we put that
on ice till December
in our
probably.
back pocket until December. Sure. Credit to them. We'll hear from Davis Mills when we come back. What he was going through, what he heard from one of his teammates. We haven't not talked about Danielle Hunter. He spoke to Davis Mills, and Danielle Hunter was your best defender. Dominated that Jags offensive line. Whenever it was a pure drop back and he can get after the passer, he made his acquaintances with Trevor Lawrence quite a bit. He was like, "Hey, Trevor, remember me? Let's meet again." And he kept doing that throughout. For his 3.5 sacks, could have been 4. So Danielle Hunter, your defensive MVP. Davis Mills, your offensive MVP. We'll hear what the defensive MVP said to the offensive MVP when we come back. Big win. Keeps your season alive. We'll talk about it more when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So let's hear from Davis Mills. He's a guy who, when I think about him, I think, hey, that's the guy who they chose Case Keenum over in that one game they really needed a couple years ago. And we played sound from him last week about that moment where he was passed over, and he talked about how it made him look at himself and go, hey, what am I doing? What am I putting out there for something like that to happen? And so they have kept him around since that point, and he is C.J. Stroud's clear backup. They've had Graham Mertz was standing on the sideline, and there was a flash of Graham Mertz at some point in the first half where it's like, oh, they think he might get pulled. That did not happen. Don't think there was any real chance of that happening unless it got to like 44, or maybe the score got so large they just wanted to pull Davis to not get him beat up.
But I think it was when Davis Mills put on the arm sleeve, the elbow sleeve, and they're like, if you can't, if this is too tricky, you got Graham Mertz with his rookie debut patch on his shoulder. Well, didn't happen for our guy. I think Graham Mertz would have also led the comeback. I think that's fair to say.
It's a very positive view of Graham Mertz. I'll give you that. I'm not sure I agree. In fact, I know I don't agree. What am I saying?
I wouldn't have said Davis Mills could do it either.
Understood. You are playing the you don't know card.
Yeah. Just have Danielle Hunter walk up to Graham Mertz and talk to him.
Does he know what Graham Mertz looks like?
He walks up to Nick Caley and starts talking with him.
Who knows? Who knows how many guys actually know what Graham Mertz?
I'll be honest.
What Graham Mertz is, what position he plays, who is he? Who knows? If he doesn't have a jersey on, do people in that building know who Graham Mertz is by his face?
It's like the thing where they go undercover for a prank during training camp or whatever.
Except Graham Mertz doesn't have to put on the Eli Manning makeup. He's just Graham Mertz, and no one knows. But here's Davis Mills, and you'll hear him talk about what Danielle Hunter said to him as his mind was trying to work his way to bring him this team back.
I think the whole team had faith we were going to win that game the entire time. Like I said before, I think our team is very confident in our own abilities. We have a lot of players who can make plays, and we just needed to get things clicking. And as we went out there, I think we really only had, one possession in the third quarter. And went down. We were able to drive the ball pretty well in the fourth quarter. And like I said before, defense kept finding ways to get off the field. Daniil was joking around with me in the locker room. He was like, our defense is good, man. And he was like, keep finding ways to go down and score points on offense, and we're going to keep getting you guys the ball back. So having that in the back of my head and being able to trust the guys around me, especially on the other side of the ball, to go out there and make plays. It was just a hard-fought win. It was fun.
Yeah, so at the end of the two quarters, it was 20-10. The Texans had gotten a little momentum. They scored a touchdown, and then they picked off the Jags. The Derek Stingley play. We'll hear from Kamari Lassiter on Derek Stingley, the great one-handed interception. The Texans couldn't do anything with it. It was at the end of the half. Davis Mills got sacked when he ran out of bounds, and it was credited as a sack. And Trent Brown had the false start. Then they had the Hail Mary that Nico Collins caught, but was only at the 7-yard line.
When that happened, I was like, this is going to look so good for everyone's numbers.
Yeah, it looks like Nico had a big day.
Yeah,
now, he made some big catches,
yeah.
But, the 54-yard Hail Mary certainly helped his numbers.
I was thinking, I was like, his price pick's just going to hit because of that. Boom,
yeah,
right there.
Yeah, in the second half, you heard Davis Mills talk about it. They gave up a field goal. That was the Jags' first drive of the second half, where the Jags bogged down in the red zone. And then they had a 7-play drive that resulted in 18 yards. Not very efficient with the plays for the Texans.
That was Iowa football, right?
Yeah, well, Iowa got a big one actually, big loss. They had a chance to win that game against Oregon until Oregon drove down late and won the game. So, and they went forward on fourth down, and it was a good deflection by Jerry Jones, who played a big part in that game. And then the Jags went down and scored a touchdown. It felt like not a lot of possession time, as you heard Davis Mills talk about. They just didn't have the football in the third quarter, and they were down 29-10. But it didn't crush them. They kept finding a way to put drives together in that fourth quarter.
Danielle Hunter was like, "Hey, we have a good defense, Davis Mills." Davis Mills was like, "Oh yeah. You know what? Didn't think of it like that." It's not what everyone thinks about this team.
Yeah, I don't think Davis Mills,
Oh.
his mindset was, man, I mean, we really got to score because this defense blows. I think it was just a tough first half and, tough first three quarters.
Yeah, it's not like they're like pressing because they're like, we can't put our defense on the field. I will say, I was going to be very pissed off if they came close and
didn't
lost
win it
because of the first what 5 minutes of the game where they turned the ball over twice in immediate scoring position for the Jags. I mean, when the Jags were up at halftime, I was just like, I don't think the Jags have played well at all. Even late in the game when they're sitting, what they 29?
Yeah,
and they're sitting at 29 points. I was like, man, this is really kind of like one of the worst. I was thinking it's one of the best days for the Houston offense. And I was like, kind of one of the worst days for the Houston defense. And I was like, wait, it wasn't that bad of a day for the Houston defense. It's just they got put in terrible spots to start the game.
Yeah, they gave up a total of 212 yards.
Yeah.
That's a great day defensively. And, of course, they had a punt return for a touchdown by Parker Washington.
Yep.
You had the fumble by Tremont Smith that set up points. So,
and then the interception on the first drive.
Yeah, these are a lot of short fields for the Jags. They had the one legitimate touchdown drive of about 60 yards or so. You're like, oh, okay, oof. This game's over. They go up 29-10, except it wasn't over.
It's never over when you have number 10.
Okay, sure. I didn't want to go into it, or at least come in today talking about all the Texans' mistakes, because they won a game in an unthinkable way, particularly about how the game started as we laid out.
Yeah. Well, to me, it kind of says like the Texans weren't like the score was always out of whack with how they played.
Yes, it was
like how the
defense played. Yeah,
it was like they got the worst possible first two possessions, other than I guess pick sixes.
The special teams failed them early.
Yeah.
Of course, the offense with the interception. It just led to, if they had lost the game, where it's another example of how the rest of the team is letting the defense down.
Yeah, they're close, man.
No. If they had lost the way it looked like it was going, they would not be
close.
It would just been a confirmation of all the things we've seen.
Take those 10 points down, they're only lost by 9 when they're down 29-10.
The first three quarters was everything we knew about this team just magnified because it was just happening at an extreme rate where, as I mentioned, the Parker Washington thing, your defense is getting put in bad spots. They will make enough plays where if you could play anywhere competent with the other two groups, you would be in it. But the other two groups were failing miserably, and then they got their stuff together late. Credit to Matthew Wright for not missing a kick. We thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to you.
Who was the
Third
former
star
Jag.
of the game. Star 1, Davis Mills. Star 2, Danielle Hunter. Star 3.
You really want hockey in this town, don't you?
I can't wait.
You can't wait for hockey here. I don't know if Matthew Wright gets a star, but I will give him credit for filling in and doing his job. He did his job, thankfully.
Or else we would have problems.
I don't know if Matthew Wright would have come up on their
He's
top
like-
5 things of things that went wrong if he had
"Thank
missed a
God-
kick or two.
Thank God they started going for 2.
Yeah, there was
extra
little to no
points-
pressure on him at any point in the midst of the comeback.
Those extra points would have been scary.
Yeah, 29-10, they had to go for 2. Yeah, 29-25, 29-24 because they went for 2 again.
Yeah.
He never had to make a kick. Did he make a kick in the fourth quarter? No attempts, right? Because they went for 2 every time, right?
I believe so. And then the last one, they didn't kick it.
Yeah. And, of course, because the game was over. Did he have to kick? So, Matthew Wright, he made the kicks when they mattered for him and didn't have to deal with it the rest of the game. So, credit to him for doing his job. Yeah, he made a field goal early. And, of course, he made a kick on their touchdown right before the half. And then they go for 2. Yeah, never kicked in the second half.
That's how you do it, Matthew Wright.
Not even be a factor.
Don't kick.
Didn't kick the ball
Same
out of
thing as
bounds.
last week.
He didn't kick the ball out of bounds on after any of the touchdowns, right?
That's true. And that's weirdly hard for these guys in the league. I don't know how.
Yeah, and particularly with the Texans because they were having him direct kicks to the sideline, and he did that well. No missed kicks. Didn't have to be interviewed after the game like Jaime Fairbairn had to after the Seattle game. Lance is trying to start a quarterback controversy. What about a kicker controversy?
I don't. I mean, we did we did mention that he didn't kick in the second half.
He didn't mess up any of the
He didn't
kickoffs.
mess up anything.
Excuse me, Sean. He
He
didn't mess
did
up
all
any of the
that he was
kickoffs.
asked to do.
What he was asked to do, he did well.
Yes.
Thank
I wish
you.
this was college football where you could have a kickoff specialist.
There may be a lane for him if they give another roster spot.
Yeah, one extra roster spot.
Matthew Wright never screws up a kickoff. But jokes aside, he was filling in. He did his job. There are other guys filling in, like Trent Brown, who did their job. So
That was good. 4-star.
there was a lot of talk before the comeback about how Nick Casario was going to have, not Nick Casario, Nick Casario in this case, we're going to have to answer questions about the constitution of his offensive line, how he put this thing together, because of how bad it started.
Yeah.
And then they settled on not having City Sal out there. Juice Scruggs filled in admirably. He had a good game. There's some numbers as far as how well the Texans blocked in the run game that I'll give you in comparison to what they've have been over the last couple of years. It all worked out. They gave up a couple sacks. It should have been a third, but Travon Walker lands on Davis Mills. That was brutal. That hit was brutal. Thankfully for Davis Mills, he got up just fine.
Yeah,
And
maybe that's when they showed Graham Mertz, because that was one of those sacks where you can see coming. It wasn't even a blindside hit. It was just Davis Mills was looking the other way, but just on the TV shot, you're like, oh boy,
Yeah.
this is going to
It was
be
a
bad.
Clean hit. Walker wasn't having to fight off an offensive lineman. He was going to get there clean, and he got a clean shot on him. But with the rule that was put in place, I don't know, maybe half a decade ago now, no full body weight on quarterbacks. And Davis Mills took the shot, got up, and J.J. Watt up there was like, oof, that one's tough. For what are you supposed to do as a defensive lineman? Can't go high, can't go low. It benefited the Texans. And other than that, the Jags pass rush was pretty impotent going through the second half, and it helped the Texans get that win. So 36-29 the final. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. He talked about Davis Mills and how proud he was of him. And then we'll also hear from a couple other guys, because a lot of guys had a lot of good things to say, as you might imagine, after a win like that. Kamari Lassiter spoke about Derek Stingley. And then we'll hear from the other side. One of our favorites, Liam Cohen, very upset after the game. You saw it as he took off his headset even before Sheldon Rankins crossed the goal line. And that's a good way to be efficient with your time. You're not winning this game. Just get this thing off before the play's even over, because there's nothing to be done. So he ripped off his headset, threw it to the ground. We'll hear from him in our next segment. And we'll, as I said, from D'Amico Ryans, we'll hear from the winning head coach, the losing head coach, and then we'll also hear from one of the star defenders about another star defender, because Derek Stingley's play, that one-handed pick, crazy. If they put together a season's worth of highlights for the Texans, clearly that one is going to make it. I'm sure someone's already in the middle of an edit right now.
Yeah, and the Nico catch on the two-point conversion.
A couple one-handed plays made to help the Texans win the game by a couple of their stars. So we will talk more about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Willie P, I see you. We'll get to you here, but let's get to D'Amico Ryans. Coach was very excited. You saw him running down the sideline. I think he was the first to greet Sheldon Rankins after the clinching touchdown in their 36-29 win. D'Amico was focused on a lot, as you might imagine, throughout that game, as they were getting pummeled early and then the comeback. Big win for his team with the backup quarterback. And here is D'Amico Ryans on Davis Mills and his play.
Davis did an outstanding job of leading the offense all week, and he did it again today to come out and have a pick on the first drive. Right, it's easy to go in the tank, but he bounced back. He kept battling, kept making plays, and he goes for 3 touchdowns and the one rushing one that we needed the most at the end. So I'm proud of Davis for the way he stepped up, led all week.
And post-game from D'Amico, as you might imagine, very jubilant. There's the clip, I think the Texans put it out there. Adam Schefter grabbed and threw it out there as well, about the team and their fight. Aziz Ashier had a comment on that because D'Amico showed the team a clip of a boxer who had lost the ability to use one of his arms. Like early in the morning, I think John said a one-arm boxer. I was like, wait a minute, what? A one-arm boxer he showed? It was a guy who dislocated his shoulder, so he couldn't use one of his arms.
Okay.
I was like, that's what I thought. One-arm boxer? What's that?
Or like couldn't use one of his arms. I was like, so he's like paralyzed? No. It's like, oh, okay.
In the fight, he lost the ability. So he knocked the guy out with the arm that he could actually use.
Wow.
And the message was keep punching. Like, hey, even when things are going poorly, you got to keep going at it. So that was a clip and a fight that resonated with the players. Aziz Ashier mentioned it.
Did Dan Quinn show that to his team when they punched?
Deron Payne had the use of both arms and decided to punch a guy with the helmet.
Keep punching.
Yeah. Well, now he's got a 1-game suspension, so he won't be able to make the trip over to.
Can't punch next week.
Yeah, we're Jalen Waddle. You lucked out. Deron Payne won't be there to punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Up to Alabama guy, so he might not have done it anyway.
Also, avoiding. I mean,
he avoids
Madrid's not terrible.
Yeah,
Madrid's
going
nice,
to Spain for a trip ain't too bad, right?
But it is, 14 hours of plane time. You just
don't have to worry
you just
about.
Missed out on.
But you also missed out on the game check. So that's the game, by the way, guys. You got a compelling game involving the Colts and the Falcons. The Colts,
one of the best,
scratched out a win against the Falcons.
Euro game.
Jonathan Taylor may have thrown himself in the MVP race. What everyone who decided to wake up could watch how great he is and why he's the reason the Colts are where they are offensively. Or he's a running back, so you don't give him any real credit, so he won't win it. You just give it to Matthew Stafford because of what he's doing right now. But you got that one, which was compelling, even though the Falcons aren't very good. This week, you got Mariota versus Tua.
I mean,
get excited about it.
I mean, the red hot.
Well,
Miami
it'll be big in Hawaii.
Oh, the Hawaii numbers are going to go.
The
crazy.
Hawaii numbers are.
Now
it'll be very early there.
I was going to say no. I think it'll be late. I think it'll be like 2 a.m.
It'll be so early it's late.
I think it'll be.
Yeah.
People just stay.
People
up
just
for
stay
it.
up from the Saturday night. Oh, you hear about like, hey, everyone in Japan is tuning in to watch Ohtani pitch. Will it be the same way in Hawaii, where they stay up all night to watch their two guys go at it?
Luckily, it's a Sunday, so it's not a school night.
Yeah,
I
wonder how that'll play out. The two bad teams, the two Hawaiian quarterbacks.
I forgot what the time
difference is, like 6 hours.
Because I went during March Madness, and I went to Hawaii during March Madness, not for March Madness. It was just whatever March.
Understood.
And the 11 a.m. game, like the first games of March Madness, started at like 6 in the morning.
So it says it's currently 6:49 there.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 6 hours. No, wait, 4 hours.
4 hours. So it'll only be 4 a.m. or 4:20 exactly whenever the game starts.
That's
not awful. So they probably can go to sleep.
Yeah.
Get a couple hours in and then wake up.
I think 2 o'clock is the tipping point of.
You might as well just stay up.
Yeah, might as well just stay up.
You can, if you decide to go to bed early, maybe at 9, because you want to really be up to watch your two guys go at it.
We are inventing a person that is still Hell yeah. I get to watch Marcus
Yeah,
Mariota.
maybe if it had happened, well, if both teams were good and both guys were playing great, sure. But it's a little later in Mariota's career for people to care that much, but maybe they'll still care because will it be the first time to?
I'm sure he has family.
Yeah, obviously.
I'm sure he has
Well, I'm trying to
high
think.
school teammates.
Maybe will it be the first time two Hawaiian quarterbacks have ever faced off against each other? I'm
Did
sure
Dylan
they'll have
Gabriel
it.
Play.
Yeah, right.
Miami?
Dylan Gabriel played Tua, so that's already happened. So, so a little of the luster's off of that.
Yeah, that was two lefty Hawaiians.
Yeah, which even made it more unique. Let's get to Willie P here. Last time he called in, I think it was about the Colts owner. He just randomly threw it in at the very end that he liked what she was up to. What's up, Willie P?
Good morning, Bill.
Good morning.
It's crazy that you called me up for announcing I was a milkman. Dude, that was like a month and a half ago.
Still remember it.
No, that's funny. Shout out Carly, though.
See?
But so I just finished actually listening to your Friday podcast, and first things first, you guys were talking about, Sean was talking about making a fake email account to watch Fubo again. And you guys should just do what like me and my family did. So like I paid for Fubo and I paid for Paramount Plus, of course, because of soccer. And like my little brother, he pays for Disney Plus for the year. My other brother plays for HBO Max. My other brother plays for Netflix, and then like my parents pay for like ESPN Plus too. Like everybody pays for something, and then we just share passwords. I mean, that's the best way to do it, so that one person's not, footing the entire bill. But so like earlier in the season, I was following Keith and following Vanderbilt, and then I know the last 2 weeks, you and Sean, because you have YouTube TV, you can't watch ESPN. So Saturday, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch Miami, and boy, let me tell you something.
Why would you do that?
Off of GP, they gotta fire Cristobal. Just the GP, man. That dude, boy, let me tell you something. I see what the score ended up as, and that doesn't explain the nonsense and the misery they put me through for the first 2 quarters. I mean, that goofy-ass boy, Carson Beck, man, he's got one of the dumbest faces I've ever seen, boy, turning the ball over, making bad plays, getting sacked, and then he goes sit his goofy ass on that bench with that dumbass. Boy, I just want to throw someone at the damn TV looking at that goofy-ass boy. But, man, Chris Ball got to go. You got Malachi Tony. It's about to be halftime. That dude only touched the ball twice. Let me tell you something. I don't know, what's his nickname? Sweet Baby Jesus, Little Baby Jesus? I don't know what his nickname is.
Just Baby
It's
Jesus.
some Jesus. Oh, what is it?
It's just Baby Jesus.
Oh, just Baby Jesus? Oh, okay. Either way, the boy got Jesus in his nickname. Let that man the ball. I mean, there's got to be some booster somewhere. It's like, yo, man, this dude got to touch the ball. You got to go. End of story. Like, I know they sit back thinking that. But last thing, real quick. One thing I liked about the game is that I know that Miami has the issue with the campus being so far from the stadium, and like the tens of fans that actually showed up, they were booing them boys in the second quarter, and you could hear it. And the commentators kept trying to talk over, and I'm like, oh, that's wild. Y'all getting booed by a whole 22 people out here. Hey, Cristobal should be fired off of that alone. But anyways, you guys have a good one. It's been a long time. We're trying to make sure I call in more often. Sean A. Mix, what it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
Appreciate it, Willie P. Yeah, I don't want to get too distracted with Miami football on a Texans, as they would say, Victory Monday. But it's a boring brand of football. When he said, I decided to tune in, I said, why would you do that?
Yeah, that was a crazy thing for Willie P to do.
Just the side to watch. Maybe he doesn't know explicitly the history of Miami football and what happens and how the team plays after a disappointing loss. But that first half was to be expected. I've seen enough of these games over my entire life to know that was going to be a slow first half. And when you throw in the Cristobal of it, it was going to be ugly. Yeah, the Carson Beck face is not something I particularly enjoy, particularly when things go poorly. There's always a little head to the side, down, like, oh, what are you going to do? It's not the Cam Ward vibes. I'll just say that. And the Texans will see Cam Ward coming up here on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, that's touchdown recipient, receiving touchdown haver Carson Beck. Dual threat, triple threat.
He almost fell down.
Almost unabated to the end zone.
When he caught the ball, he almost slipped and fell.
Almost fell down.
Yeah,
yes.
so
I don't think he broke into a sprint. He was so open.
Yeah, it was a wet field, but still, I was fearful from the moment he caught it that he would fall down. The game was scoreless at the time. with about 2 minutes to go in the game.
We were commenting. No one had any action on it, but we're like, what a gross game. Just like seeing
Yeah.
it in the corner, just being like, that's disgusting.
And he mentioned,
And I'm watching Oregon, Iowa, and I'm like, that's disgusting.
yeah, both gross, but
That
at
other
least
game's
you can convince yourself top 25 matchup. Defenses are playing hard. I don't want to get more involved. I didn't even pay for the opportunity to be miserable because I knew. So I just watched it in less than above board ways at different points. I was focused on other stuff because why make myself miserable on a Saturday when I don't have to? We'll get the CFP rankings tomorrow. The ACC does ACC things very late in the night. 2 ACC teams who were, I won't say in prime position, but at least were heading towards a chance to probably play in the ACC title game. They still have a shot, but Louisville lost on a fourth and goal from the 3. I think Cal went for it in overtime to win the game. Little zip route, guy was open, got in the end zone. Cal wins, and then Wake Forest lost to Virginia. Chandler Morris gets hurt. That was an ugly football game that Virginia has played almost the entire year, except for the game where they beat FSU, and they finally got. They're playing with this all year. Where we're going to be in a game against not a very good team. We're going to squeeze one out and win again. This time they didn't. So who knows who's going to play for the ACC title right now? It could be Duke and Georgia Tech. Who knows? But either way, that's college football. We'll talk a lot more about that tomorrow. We'll get more sound because thanks, Willie P, for the call. I did want to get to Liam Cohen here. Let's play Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen's on the other side of the equation. The sound that we will never toss away is when he says Duval in a weird way.
Duval.
There it is. He was asked, as you might imagine, about what happened in the second half, particularly in that fourth quarter. Had control, 29-10, and it all fell apart. Here's the Jags head coach on how it all went wrong.
Definitely some probably disbelief. You know, I mean, you got a 19-point lead, and you can't hold on to it, and that's disappointing. You know, that's really disappointing against an in-division opponent on the road where you're controlling the game for the majority of it, with all 3 phases having an impact. But, I don't think we forced the punt in the second half, which was obviously hard when they're trying to play catch-up. They're throwing it, and then when they were able to go and run it on that long last drive, they were able to run it. And, that was something that obviously hurt us.
Duval.
So
he did a sign off like college coaches do.
I don't know that he's not Russell Wilson.
Go Tigers.
Let's ride. He didn't do that.
Duval.
Yeah, none of that. Although Russell Wilson had a chance after Jackson Dart suffered his concussion, did not, as the Bears somehow win another game. Shout out to Joe George. But so we're talking about the Jags and what happened to them. I don't feel like they controlled that game, even when they had a 29-10 lead. It's just that the Texans continued to make mistakes. But when the Texans stopped making, the Texans kept making mistakes. But when they stopped making all the mistakes, then you saw how poorly the Jags were actually playing. As you heard him say, they couldn't get him off the field. The Texans, 4 drives, 4 scores in that second half. The Jags did next to nothing offensively, and then even their defense didn't make any plays. So it all came together for a big comeback for the Texans. The Jags aren't good. Thankfully, the Texans found a way to win that one, because getting swept by that Jags team, for all the things that have gone wrong this year for the Texans, getting swept by the Jags the way they're playing would have been terrible. They didn't have Brian Thomas. They didn't have Travis Hunter. Jacoby Myers is one of their top receivers, and he just got traded to them. Parker Washington, of course, he had a big day. But the reason Parker Washington's more involved is because their top 2 guys aren't there. So they weren't good. They were banged up. But, of course, no sympathy there because the Texans were more banged up. And thankfully, that fourth quarter happened. So we don't have to live through a season sweep of the Jags. I don't get into online fights with teams' fan bases. But for anyone who does do that, it would have been rough. If you had been bleep talking Jag fans all week long, or really just because they're Jags fans all season long, to have lost to them twice in the fashion that would have occurred would have been tough. But not to worry. The Jags allowed you back in it, and you took full advantage. So we got the Titans up next. we will see about the health of the team as a whole. I'd love to get Titus Howard back because as much as Trent Brown stood up and did his part, I don't want to see it again. I don't see there. I think there's a diminishing returns thing. Like, yeah, Trent Brown had it going for one game, but do I think Trent Brown can hold up over the course of several games? No. Just like it's the same thing with backup quarterbacks. You give him a couple. Like Davis Mills, great fourth quarter. I don't really want to see him against the Titans on the road. So if CJ's good enough to go, please let him be back. And hopefully we get good news on Jalen Petrie, who was not available to play either. So the Texans did a remarkable job in that comeback with a couple of key contributors not playing. Let's hope to get those guys back, and let's hope to get to 5-5. All right, we'll go to break with that. Hour one is over. If you want to jump in, 713-780-3776. Of course, there's still things to hear from when it comes to the Texans, or at least guys to hear from. Kamari Lassiter, we'll talk about Derek Stingley. We'll get to that at some point in the second hour. And then we'll get into what else happened this weekend, because one particular person in the city said this. We got punked. Who said it? Who was he talking about? And how did that team respond? We'll talk about that when we come back. So Sean and I were talking about Predator. We both have seen the movie. I saw it on Friday night. And I wouldn't say you would call a Predator a punk. At least not the ones I saw in the most recent movie. Sean has the thought that, hey, the guys who are getting beat by random humans in the previous movies, maybe they're a little punkish. Maybe.
Just not up to the standards.
Not up to the standards
of the Yautja.
Of the Yautja, because you're getting beat by Danny Glover in a movie.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, it's like it's like when Penn State is like 3-5. It's like, hey, this isn't up to the standard of our program. We need to take a look at what we're doing wrong.
Yeah, the Yautja, or both. Well, I guess 2 of the 3 Yautjas, because I don't want to give it away, but not punks.
Just, hey,
and I bring it up because one Ime Udoka, he didn't call anyone a Yautja, but he did call his team. Well, let me clean it up. He said he feels like the Spurs punked them on what, Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
Friday night.
Opening game of group
NBA.
stage.
Yeah, the Rockets lost the first game of the NBA Cup.
It's a group of death too, so it's tough.
That's a tough loss as they try to compete.
Spurs, Warriors, Nuggets, Blazers.
They went on a run last year, made it to Vegas, NBA Cup semifinals, and they went down. Not off to a great start. We'll get into what happened yesterday as they bounced back. But he said he felt like the Spurs punked them. The Spurs really got physical with them. He talked about it, how they trapped them physically. He doesn't think his team handled it well. As I was watching the game, I thought to myself, it'd be really nice to have a guy you trusted to run offense as far as initiating it, even if he wasn't the primary guy you're running a play for. Because the fact that you had to have Kevin Durant bring the ball up as consistently as you had to with how the Spurs were playing him, the physicality that they were playing them in one-on-one situations, how they would trap you physically, run through screens. It was tough for him to operate. It was tough for that entire team because you don't want, and credit to Alpi for what he did yesterday. We'll talk about it. You don't really want him dribbling the ball up 70 feet. You don't want him bringing it up and having to be hounded for 10 seconds before you start to run a play. It is what they've chosen because Fred VanVleet is out. Maybe they will decide at some point Reed Shepherd's capable of that. Maybe they will trade for a point guard. But either way, as they stand now, they're going to have issues with guys who are physical, with teams who have physical wings. Now, the Spurs are a good basketball team. For the most part, you're not going to see that night to night, and that's why we saw them just destroy the teams they had destroyed during their winning streak.
I mean, their winning streak has come against like not even like average team or a couple average teams, but mostly below average.
Yeah.
But the 2 times where we see the biggest like glaring weakness of the lack of point guard, opening night against OKC,
wings and hard-nosed defenders,
and Friday against the Spurs, another hard-nosed team, and also 2, I guess, environments that are more intense than your normal regular season game, where the NBA Cup, like, teams try a little bit harder. They're trying harder.
Coaches are actually leaving starters in to score more points because point differential matters.
Yes, I would say it's a game 1 of a first round series level intensity, where it's like it's playoff intensity, but it's not what you think.
It is
when you think playoff intensity.
Actually, surprising how much the NBA has decided to care about this. Not the NBA as the organization, because of course they want it to matter,
like the coaches.
But the teams and the players, they actually care. And you saw that. And, of course, you add the fact in that it's Rockets Spurs. You're going to get that.
Yeah, a little extra juice.
Yeah, 24 turnovers in their game against the Spurs. It was just –
and it's the 2 biggest, spots, 2 biggest stages that they've been in. Ring night against the best team in basketball, and then, game 1 of their NBA Cup game. So I wonder if that's something that we see as a pattern. It's like most nights – it's not that big of a deal. They can turn the ball over, 15 times against the Grizzlies, and it doesn't really matter.
Sure.
But when it is in these bigger spots and it's something that's on the scattering reports, how teams are going to try to exploit you when they are in a situation where they're coming up for a unique game plan for you on that night, where most nights in an NBA season, that's not happening.
Yeah, I wonder if when it comes to the teams that are capable of it, will the Rockets just see full court pressure until they make you pay? Like once like
Definitely in like a playoff series, like
yeah,
that's
you're
what I
going to
would do.
see that. Somebody's going to be, particularly if they haven't acquired a point guard or Reed Shepherd, whoever, they haven't found a primary ball handler that can handle it. They're going to see that type of intensity and willingness to just pressure you throughout a game and see if you can handle it, just to disrupt you. Because once they get into their offense, and it got a little stagnant against the Spurs, and even yesterday afternoon while they were making their comeback, there's a lot of, hey, let's give the ball to Kevin Durant and let him make a lot of decisions. And of course, it's Kevin Durant, so a lot of it's going to go well. But the degree of difficulty that he had to deal with, and it's Kyle Kuzma, so you can be able to handle him. Sometimes Bobby Portis will wind up on him. And then Giannis said, all right, get out of the way, because Kevin Durant was kind of having his way of manipulating Kyle Kuzma, whether into drawing fouls or getting him off his feet and knocking down jumpers, that Giannis took his try at him. The offense wasn't running as smoothly as you would like, but let's give credit to who we need to give credit to. Reed Shepherd, first and foremost. He made a couple plays defensively that led to easy buckets. He knocked down a big-time transition three in the corner. He got his hands on a lot of basketballs as I would just say the Bucks got a little lax. They thought they got by him, and he was still pressuring you, and he would tap a ball away to lead to an easy fast break. And then I mentioned the three-pointer. Kevin Durant pointed him out for his play. He was good, and he shot the ball well this year, and even in the bench minutes, he has found a way to be a contributor, and you saw him as part of helping them close that game out. Of course, Alpe's play where Giannis pressured him full court, and he spun around him after Giannis gambled a couple times, and he got into the lane, made a shot, drew a foul, did the flexing. Alpe had a big closing stretch. Through the game, as I was going back and forth between Texans and Rockets and watching Giannis be Giannis, I thought to myself, I got people's reactions during the offseason saying we don't want to break up this team because of how much it would take to get Giannis. But then I watched Giannis play, and I'm like, ooh, there's a big difference between Giannis when he's at his supreme powers, and even Alpe, who's played well this year and is a all-star. There are just different levels to it. Of course, there's an age difference, but there's just a physicality, a talent difference. And then Alpe responded. It helped that Giannis missed 2 free throws. He had a good night shooting free throws until late, where he missed, I think, 3 out of 4 when the game was still in doubt. And then Alpe made plays. He had a little runner in the lane when the Bucks had 2 on the ball. I think they had trapped Durant, and then he made a play to get the ball out of his hands, and it led to an Alpe runner, or at least a flip shot in the lane. And then, of course, the big play that he made to take the lead from, 2 to 5, because I think he made the free throws as well. But they're just points when you watch how Giannis plays. Go, man, a Euro step here, a dunk, and it looks easy, just easy. And we're talking about the Rockets, who have big, long defenders, and it didn't matter. But the Rockets made the plays. It wasn't an important win, but it was a nice win to come off the loss to the Spurs, be trailing for most of that game, and see Reed Shepherd make big plays to get you sparked, and then your potential, as Tim McMahon would say, 3 all-stars, or at least 2 of the 3, when it came to Şengün and Durant, make plays down the stretch to win that game. I like a little bit more fluidity with their offense. There's a lot of standing around when a team isn't pressuring them full court. Let's just say it's a normal half-court set, and they get the ball to Durant. There's a lot of, hey, Durant be great, and because he is great, that works. The Bucks made it tough on them. The Spurs did as well, but as we laid out, not every team is going to be capable of that. I just would like more answers, and they found a way through defense and getting it into, even, you want to call it fast break or transition, early offense, to go find some buckets to win that game. And their defense got stopped. So, of course, that's what you lean on, too. Their ability, once they kept Giannis out of the paint, the other Bucks couldn't hold up. So you get a nice win. You would probably say their best win of the year, if you think about who they played so far.
Yeah,
There have been
resume win.
Sure, if we're talking college football, it'd be a resume win. If you just look at who they've beaten, sure, they've blown out teams. They've just smacked teams around, but the Bucks aren't really thought of as a contender in the East. But how they've played so far, I would say best win of the season for the Rockets because of the circumstances and because of who contributed. The Reed Shepherd of it, of course Kevin Durant's play, and then Alpi coming through late. You like that. You like a bounce back win, particularly when your coach is talking about how you got punked in your previous game against the Spurs. And that's a game even when Wemby didn't play that great. But the Spurs, other guys did enough, and that wasn't even a De'Aaron Fox game, was it?
No Fox, no Harper.
Yeah,
For
we talked about it going in that they were lacking some depth at their guard spot. It did not matter that night, but at least yesterday afternoon, your team found a way.
Got another chance for a statement win on Wednesday. The Wizards come to town.
Cam Whitmore back.
Ooh, tribute video.
No. What do they have enough?
Not.
Do they have enough to make clips? Do they have enough to make a video? Do they have enough clips?
There's a lot of made shots.
Yeah, but in moments that people would care about, like you make a tribute video because he knocks down a big shot here. Everyone's gonna remember when he knocked. There's no moments for that. Like, how long was he here? 2 seasons.
He was the men's draft class.
No chance that there's a tribute video. They might acknowledge him. They might go, "Hey, Cam Whitmore's back."
Show him or something.
But what video could they make?
Just
of
him making threes.
Yeah, but
dunks.
Tribute videos have something to do with moments. There are no moments for Cam Whitmore. Did he dunk on anybody that we don't remember? Well, I guess it wasn't a moment if I can't remember.
No, no. If one doesn't immediately come to mind, I think that.
So I think there will
just video of him pouting on the bench.
There's a game in Dallas that John always references because I think he was at the game where they're in the middle of a dogfight with Dallas late, and Cam Whitmore doesn't react when there's a big shot. He's just sitting on the bench because he's not playing. There are moments like that are part of the reason he's not here anymore.
Put on the video.
That's courtesy of Dallas. I don't know if they'll give you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many people saw it if you weren't at the game, so I don't know that they'll do that. But Cam Whitmore's back, and the Wizards, who are bad, are here, and I imagine it'll be a Rockets 20-point win. It'll be very, very easy, lack of resistance, and that'll be nice.
If we talk about it for more than a segment on
how are we going to
Thursday,
get to a segment?
No, I'm saying if we talk about it for more than a segment, something went horribly wrong.
Yeah, they would have had to lost the game or some awful injury had to take place.
Yeah.
But other than that, it'll probably just be a passing mention. Oh, look, the Rockets blew out the Wizards. Good on them for that. All right, we'll go to break with that. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you have some thoughts on the Texans game, the comeback, does it mean more than just a nice win? I do think it keeps your season afloat. But anything more than that, I think, is looking too much into it, considering your starting quarterback didn't play. Your starting tackle didn't play. A lot of guys who you expect to be back didn't play. You just applaud Davis Mills, applaud them for them and their fight, and then you say, hey, you know what? Do it again against the Titans, but less dramatically. You want to score 36 points against the Titans? Cool, but let's do it in the regular flow of the game because we all want to just relax next Sunday. I don't need this. I don't need a comeback against the Titans because that just means you are now just playing awful football and your level of opponent is allowing you to come back. So we'll see the health status of the missing guys later in the week. So we'll hear from Kamari Lassiter when we come back. I've mentioned that sound a couple times, him crediting Stingley for his play. And let's hear from Ime as well. Since we talked about Reed Shepherd, let's hear what the coach has to think about him when we come back. So hour one done, hour two. Well, we're deep in hour two. I forgot. That's on me. We're deep in hour two. If you want to join us before we wrap it up, we welcome you. 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So we'll get to a couple of sound bites here from Ime and then Kamari Lassiter. But last night, as the Chargers were taking apart the Steelers are going to do that thing again where they have a big lead against the Ravens and then throw it away. But they might do it even quicker than they did last year because that team, even from game to game, you don't know what you're going to get. You got the bad last night. But one thing that was a underlying storyline was Keenan Allen back with the Chargers. And at this point, I'm sure you go back in history, maybe you say Kellen Winslow the first is their best pass catcher of all time. But Keenan Allen was on track to break the Chargers' career reception record. He did that last night, but he did it in a dishonorable way. For anyone who decided, I'm done with this game, understood. It's 25-10.
Hand up. That was me.
Understood. It's 25-10. Who cares? The Chargers solidly in the playoff picture as it stands. The Steelers, whatever. Probably not going to make the playoffs because they're going to allow the Baltimore Ravens to sweep them, and they won't make the playoffs. Whatever. That's besides the point for this show. If you missed it, at the end of the game, maybe they have a road game next week and they didn't want to have it happen on the road. I don't know. But with like 2:50 remaining, there's no real reason to pass the football. But, hey, you want to get Keenan Allen the receptions lead at home on Sunday night. So what they do is they do that little wide receiver pop pass thing where he comes in motion. Justin Herbert catches it. All he has to do is toss it forward, and Keenan Allen catches it. And that's – in fact, if he just fell down there –
he would have been the –
he would have instead of – he didn't have to gain a positive yard. That would have been the reception leader. You know what? Trash. Thumbs down here. If we're going to do it, let's have it be something like when Strahan broke the single-season sack record because Brett Favre fell down or slid down on purpose, whatever he was doing.
Yeah.
That's a poor way to go on the record books because you know what they're going to do? They're going to create a video for Keenan Allen at some point, unlike the one Cam Whitmore's not going to get. They're going to create a video for him of all the moments, and they're going to put this in as the one where he breaks a reception record. That's terrible.
I think what you do is you wait for the next reception that he gets or, like, the next good one, and, like, that's the one that
pretend like this one didn't happen?
Yeah.
You can't, though.
Oh, I guess if you want to do something this week for him. But, yeah, I would have preferred, like, a screen pass, also dishonorable, but at least, like, the ball is traveling in the air for – 20 yards if it's halfway across the field.
Sure.
Like, at least there's ways to do it to where it's not, like,
when he retires,
the easiest possible.
and he comes back for a day, and they put his, I don't know if they'll have their own stadium at that point, probably not. But so I guess they can't retire his number there.
By the way, that's the other thing, doing it in front of your home fans when it's Sunday Night Football.
And it's all Steeler fans.
You're hosting the Steelers, who like are notoriously for taking over stadiums.
Maybe all the Steeler fans had left because the game was over. So maybe you got to.
There you go.
Yeah. But if you're doing this, and when he comes back, however they decide to honor him when his career is done, and they want to say it's Keenan Allen Day at SoFi, or wherever the hell they are at the time. Maybe they go back to San Diego. Who knows? This is the end of the video. The pop pass from Herbert to Keenan Allen, trash. This got to be one of the worst.
Yeah,
broken record things ever.
You got to act like this one. Like, for numbers wise, it mattered because, like, he's going to have another reception, hopefully, this season. Like,
even if it happens on the road, who cares?
Yeah, I think for the highlight reel, like, they don't have to know the real history of this. All right, this is the one that it's like the soldiers putting up the flag in Iwo Jima.
Sure,
they filmed that before the invasion. Like, they filmed that, like, that was not, like, actually a flag being put up after the invasion. Sometimes you gotta, hey, this looks better on the video, all right? The real stuff, you don't want to see the real stuff.
Now, I get not wanting to do it in Jacksonville, which is their next game. I get not wanting to have the record broken in Jacksonville, Florida.
The site of the biggest collapse. Well, maybe not in Chargers history. Chargers have had a lot of big collapses, but.
Maybe the biggest playoff collapse.
A big playoff collapse.
One of the biggest playoff.
The biggest playoff collapse in the Justin Herbert era of Chargers football.
But is it even his worst performance because you saw what happened
Probably
last
not.
year.
Probably not.
It's not even his worst performance in the playoffs after what the Texans did to him last year. But yeah, you don't want to do it on the road. You don't want to do it in Jacksonville, the site of that horror show in the second half. But you just at least throw a slant, something.
Right? Like there's other easy ways to get a guy a catch. It's not yards. Because the Mike Evans one from, was that last year? I think it was last year. Maybe it was the year before, where they had to get him 1,000 yards to keep the streak alive. They like threw like an actual pass to get him that yardage. Like they had to like, and I don't understand why New Orleans didn't triple team him because I think they had to try twice.
Yeah, they
to
were
do it.
definitely like forecasting. This is what we're going to do.
And they ended up getting it. But that one, I guess because they needed 8 yards or whatever it was, it had to actually be a downfield pass. This one just, I don't know, doesn't sit right with me. I'll be honest.
It's dishonorable. That's all I'm saying.
As someone who's had Keenan Allen on multiple fantasy football teams throughout his time in the NFL, doesn't sit right with me. I feel like I have part of this record.
There's a better way to do it. They just didn't do it. But they're the Chargers, so of course they do it that way. Let's move on to, well, the Texans will face the Chargers, so maybe Kamari Lassiter will have to defend Keenan Allen later in the year. But his partner, Derek Stingley, made a great pick. He's had some issues, mostly because of health. I still don't know if he's fully healthy, and this is stretching back to week 1, and credit to him for playing through being banged up. But he made a remarkable play. Just that one belongs on a highlight reel, film. Whenever Stingley hangs it up, when the Texans honor him, they want to put that on the highlight video that celebrates him. That one belongs. Here's Kamari Lassiter on his All-Pro teammate and that play.
Greatest, one of the greatest players I ever played with. I mean, one-on-one, go out there, dive, undercut the route, one hand snag it. I didn't get to see it because I was covering on the other side, but once I saw the replay, I'm like, bro, you got to chill out, bro. You got to chill out.
It's one of those plays where you're like, did that happen? Yeah. And then you watch it again. Okay. He is a unique talent, and when he's on the field, he is just one more reason why the Texans defense is one of the best in football and why their offense, up until the fourth quarter yesterday, had pretty much let them down all year long. It was a one-score game that they won, though. 1-5 this year. That stat came up as they were making their comeback. 0-5 in one-score games. And we can point to that record as it's regressed from the first 2 years with DeMeco Ryans as a reason why they are in the situation they're in. Now, the other ones that they lost this year are more in line with how the NFL goes. One play here or there goes your way. You would say, hey, the Texans could be this if they had won those games. Well, now you have one on the complete opposite end of the spectrum where you had no business winning it. So these things kind of even out. I would say yesterday's win is worth, when it comes to improbability, worth 2 of the losses, right? Like the Baker Mayfield play, 9 out of 10 times he probably gets tackled on 4th and 10. Well, I guess Henry To'oTo'o.
I'm not sure about Baker Mayfield.
Because it's Henry To'oTo'o. So maybe, let's say 6 out of 10 times that
I'd
play
say
is
more
made
likely than not.
by Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. The Rams game, maybe you don't fumble. A couple, maybe Landman doesn't make the play he makes, and you still have to score a touchdown, by the way.
Yeah.
So
because the Seahawks one, I'm not giving them.
I'm not giving that one to them. No, that one was they were thoroughly outplayed in that one, despite the one possession nature of it.
Yeah. I think the Rams game's probably the next closest.
And along with the Bucks, yeah.
The Bucks and Rams are the closest.
Yeah, so I would say those have evened out. You come back in that way, and then you lose the way you did against those two teams. That's square. The Broncos, I don't know where that stands. That's just typical NFL comeback stuff. Whatever.
That's a noon slate game that happens every week.
Yeah, it happens to some team every week. So I think they're about even when you consider the improbability of what happened yesterday. So on its face, I think they should be 4-5.
Yeah, and when you're 4-5, like every 4-5 team is like a player or two away from being 5-4. You know, like I feel like if they win against the Titans next week and they're 5-5, that actually feels like
That's a
about
record
right.
that fits
They
who
feel
they
like,
are.
and they feel like a Mendoza line kind of team where it's like
Good teams beat them.
Good teams beat them.
Average teams, who knows, and bad teams they can take care of. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would agree. Speaking of good teams, man, the Seahawks are good. They are.
Do the Texans
rolling.
get more credit for staying somewhat competitive against us?
No, because the Seahawks had. Who do they have? Cooper Kupp throw a football when they had it when they could have just stuck with Sam Darnold.
They
scored. Yeah, no. The Seahawks were giving
they
giving the
messed around
Texans
a little
chances.
too
Yeah.
much.
That game was fully in their control, and the Seahawks are deciding to play games. Like, why? You're rolling. Why does Cooper Kupp have to throw the football? Was picked off because he overthrew it. So I think the Texans 4-5 is the correct record. If they win next week, 5-5 is right through 10 games. Let's get to this. I should have done this in a different order since we were coming off Rockets talk. I mentioned Ime had some thoughts on Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd played really well. He's played better and better as the season's going along. We went from why is Josh Okogie starting to, hey, it's good to see Reed out there and contributing. Aaron Holiday might be sprinkled in if Reed struggles, but we haven't had to worry about that the last couple of nights as he has contributed. It was in a loss, but he shot the ball well against San Antonio, and of course he played really well down the stretch against the Bucs. So here's Ime Udoka on Reed Shepherd's recent play.
He's getting more comfortable and confident. Teams are trying to go after him at times and holding up a little bit more, and then just recognizing some of the coverages that we're putting him in. So he's a guy that has to come in and impact the game on both ends. And when teams, try to take advantage of him there, I think he's quick to recognize who to help off of, who to crowd, and even bigger guys were asking to kind of shoulder the load a little bit there and switch on to some bigger matchups. And so first time he got in, he got driven once, but other than that, I think he was really steady. Obviously, he got great hands and got a lot of balls that led to transition baskets.
Yeah, his hands late in that game were a big part of the comeback, forcing steals, and then, of course, leading to transition buckets. So, he made the 4 threes against the Spurs, shot the ball yesterday. This is his third straight game with double digits and shooting the ball well. He didn't shoot the ball well against Dallas, but no one really did for the Rockets in that slugfest. But you're getting what you had hoped for before the year started. Rafael Stone, when he sat in with John and Lance, said they needed Reed Shepherd to play big this year. And we were wondering what was going to happen there after the early start. But since that point, I don't know if you could ask for much more from a second-year player than to fill in when he can. And now the coach the last couple of nights is trusting you to play big minutes. Played 26 against the Spurs and then 29 against the Bucs as he helped close the team out. So good things there. And the Rockets are 6-3. Sean told you they got the Wizards coming up in a couple days. So as he said, win the game so we don't have to spend that much time talking about you.
Maybe Reed Shepherd goes for
if maybe someone goes for 45 or something, we can talk about that. But if it's just a regular old 20-point win, whatever it is, I'm good. Cool. We can move on to other things. If you want to join us, we got a couple more segments to go. 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and it's a great way to make a uninteresting game a little bit more interesting. The Wizards-Rockets game, not up quite yet, but we do have some Monday Night Football action for you. Good one. Packers-Eagles on Monday night, and give me Jalen Hurts to score more than one rushing or receiving touchdown, or more than a half rushing receiving touchdown. This is a tush-push, belief that when they get inside the 2 or 3 yard line, they are just gonna push Jalen Hurts' tush into the end zone. And then give me another one. This is a combination of Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley combining for 148.5 rushing yards between them. Doesn't matter if it's Saquon getting 147 and Josh Jacobs getting 2. I just think they'll combine for more than 148.5 tonight. If you like those picks, you can follow them. If you don't, you can make your own picks when you download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So the Texans had fluctuation on their O-line. Started with someone named City Sal. If you don't know who he is, you and a lot of other Texan fans are the same. Didn't know he was even on the roster
That's what's shocking.
until he ran out there as a starter.
It's a guy that if you asked me if he was on the team, I would say no, and then he started.
Not for long was he in the game because it was maybe predictably terrible. It was,
Well, not predictable to whoever decided he should start.
once again, the conversation that we would have had extensively if they had lost. What the hell is he doing out there?
What?
Why did you start
Who
him and
is
then
he?
immediately
What is he
pull him?
doing?
What did he prove to you during practice week, during a week of practice that said he should play? And then immediately, whatever thoughts you had about that working, you were immediately dissuaded from him, those thoughts, by what happened out on the field. And then they pulled him, and then particularly in the second half, the line solidified itself. So this is how well they did running the football. Of course, with their, if you might call it their jumbo package, when they have a 6 offensive lineman out there, something that they don't do well when it comes to inside the 5-yard line. And credit to Nick Caley for switching it up. They had the little pitch to Woody Marks on the outside.
That's all we're
Speed
asking
to the pylon, touchdown.
That's all we're asking for.
And when it happened, I was like, oh, something new.
Yeah,
Look at that.
When they went for the pitch, I kind of, sat up
I
in
was
my
like,
seat.
I did go, huh. And then I watched
I was
Woody
kind of
Marks.
rooting for it to work, so we didn't. Oh, they can't do that either. All of our suggestions are bad.
Yeah, they did something different, and it worked.
Yeah.
But even with the deception that they showed the Jags, when they wanted to run right at them, they're pretty good too. As I mentioned, when they had the bigger people on there, including a 6 offensive lineman, 67% success rate. The success rate thing, EPA, those are all analytics. Whatever. Maybe the numbers don't mean that much to you, but for more than 2/3 of the time, when the Texans wanted to run the football with big people, they did it well. When just flat out running the football, they had their best day as far as success since week 1 of 2024. That was the Joe Mixon coming out party.
Oh, yeah.
Against the Colts back in 2024 when they acquired Joe Mixon, and the Bengals were more than happy to trade like a 7th rounder for him. You're like, Joe Mixon, does he still got it? He did still have it. And of course, he's been dealing with injuries kind of since his Texans debut. And then this is the number when I was talking about EPA. It just means down-to-down success rate on runs.
Yeah.
It's been their best showing since week 4 of 2022. That's how good they were running the football as the Jags. The team as a whole hadn't done as well since a Lovie Smith week in 2022, a Dameon Pierce game, I would imagine, with Davis Mills as his quarterback. So that combination of O-linemen that had to overcome the rough start did a really good job running the football, and it showed itself on the final drive of the game where they were going to run the ball down the Jags' throats into the end zone until a couple false starts, which of course happened because the Texans' offensive line can't be great throughout. They have to make mistakes. That's who they are.
No, they are B- C students.
Yes, they will regress.
There will be the got a 60 on this one. All right.
Yeah, it's just who they are. Even, no matter who it is, they don't have a good offensive line, but they showed themselves to bully the Jags. And this is a Jags team who did whatever they wanted to as far as their defensive front against the Texans in the previous game. So I'm not sure what happened. Was it just simply on the field too long because they couldn't get off the field on 3rd down? They could not make the plays. The Higgins touchdown was on 3rd down. Of course, then it was followed up by the Nico one-handed stab for the 2-pointer. The first play to get them going, the Texans going on the winning drive, was a 3rd down play. Davis Mills ran it in on 3rd and goal. The Jags were just really poor on 3rd down, which is not something I would have said the Texans could win on with the backup quarterback and backup offensive lineman. But they did,
and it's one of the reasons with the running game. One of the reasons they are now 4-5.
Yeah, and if the Texans can run like even not just like this where it's 6 yards per carry again, if they can have the running game be a strength, then like the offense starts to make more sense. Like that's what they need to do is to actually be successful in this. So I don't know if it was the 5 linemen that they had out there, if it's something unique about the Jags front or something like we mentioned, they were just on the field for way too much in the fourth quarter and they're running out of gas. Whatever it is, they need to continue it.
Hit the horn, Sean. Brian Daboll out as Giants coach.
Oof.
Done for. Second head coach fired this season.
Okay.
Not surprising.
Texans offense coordinator.
Maybe. He was Toronto, Alabama coordinator at one point, although, of course, no real connection to D'Amico outside of they both were at the university at some point.
They can talk about a great restaurant or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Not even the Saban thing is a connection because
Nope.
D'Amico didn't play for him. But Daboll out. We discussed this Giants team, and we'll go to break. We don't have to do a lot on them. We talked about it. Why are they looking to trade for guys?
Yeah.
When it's likely that their coach is going to get fired. They're not going to win a lot of games. And, Jackson Dart was good until he was concussed yesterday. But
I was going to say, Dart impressed me.
Yeah.
Dart was impressive.
It was the other game on. I mean, I understand that some people went to go watch that game when the Texans were getting drilled early because the Giants Bears game was the other game that was on at the
I was
time.
sitting next to Joe. So
yeah, understood. Bears fan probably was thrilled for the first 3 quarters about how his Bears were doing. But Dart impressed me, run the football, but this was always going to be part of the game for him. Cam Scatterbo out for the year. Jackson Dart, if he's going to put his body on the line, is going to be one of those guys you have to worry about. He got concussed. His head coach gets fired the next day. I imagine the GM will follow in the offseason. Don't know why you would keep him, and that's why we said, why would you be in conversations about trading picks away for players when your whole regime could be different, and one half of that regime out. So we'll go to break with that. The Giants fired Daboll as they dropped, I believe, 2-8 yesterday after their loss to the Bears. The Bears are the Broncos of the NFC, apparently. We'll just show up in the fourth quarter and we'll football games. One more segment to go before we wrap it up. Before we go to break, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. Simply put, if you want a great car, whether it be pre-owned, new, or something for your fleet, you go to Monument Chevrolet. They have great deals across the entire inventory. Check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. Whether you want a truck like a Silverado, or maybe you're looking for something smaller like a Trax, whatever it is you're looking for, it's there for you. Great cars being presented to you by great people. So when you head on out there, they're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, you're going to meet the great salespeople, and then you're going to meet the finance people. They're going to do whatever you want to do. So if you want a great car, that's where you go. Or excuse me, great vehicles. They got the great trucks there as well, like that Silverado 1500. So from top to bottom, from the sales staff to the finance people, hell, maybe you're looking for something as far as service. They have great service people there. It's kind of a one-stop shop when you have a car or you want a car. So monumentchevrolet.com is the website. Head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
Brian Daboll out. I imagine once Callahan got fired, it was either him or McDaniel for next, although Zach Taylor is getting some votes from some people somehow, some way. Mostly because the Jackson Dart excitement petered out and they're losing. Daboll goes before McDaniel goes. McDaniel, hey, don't fire me.
Yeah.
I won 2 out of 3. What do you want from me?
Come on.
Hey, leave me alone.
I just got my passport renewed. I'm ready to go to Madrid.
He does get to go to Spain. Look at that, for free. He does make it to the trip. I wonder. I don't know if the
He's not going to get fired on the trip.
I don't know if his family's going, but if his wife's like, hey, at least make it so we go to Spain for free. Can you win a couple games so we get to go to Spain?
And then boom, they go up 16-0 on
and
the
she's
Bills.
like, packing her bags. We're going. We'll see. The Commanders are struggling, so maybe a winning streak is in the offing because they got the Commanders and the Saints. So who knows how McDaniel goes.
wrote him off.
All that stuff about, hey, next coordinator for the Texans. McDaniel's like, in honor of Lee Corso, not so fast. Let's get to Jeff here before we wrap it up. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, guys, I had a rules question for you guys.
All right.
The last 2 plays of the game, there was an offensive penalty. They don't do 10-second runoffs anymore?
I believe that they declined to do the 10-second runoff because they wanted to save the
Jags.
time.
The Jags were asked, I believe, and of course, D'Amico could have called a timeout, but I think the Jags were asked, and because Liam Cohen has some foresight, if I give up points here, a touchdown, I'm going to need time. So I believe that's what it took a little bit longer than normal because they were asking him about it. He said, "I don't want the runoff."
Yeah.
And are you talking about the Texans penalty that they forced when the hands to the face as well? Because that was a penalty too.
Yeah.
Did the Jags
The hands to the face.
I think
So
the
there's only
Jags
7 seconds left.
I think the Jags still had a timeout, right?
Yes. Or was it because it was a live ball?
They used the timeout on the play before when
Yeah.
they got sacked, did they not?
I would have to go look back. I'm not sure. I would have to go see. Yeah, you're right. They did use their final timeout because Trevor Lawrence got. See, I don't know the sequencing of events because I thought Trevor Lawrence got sacked after, but I'll look it up. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. I can't remember, but I would have to look and see the timeouts and how that was determined and when it happened. So I'm a little caught off guard there, but I'll look it up, Jeff. Yeah, normally a 10-second runoff takes place unless the team decides to use their final timeout. Appreciate that because it was a couple questions about that late in the game about how penalties and time was going to be assessed because we're pulling it up right now. And on the final drive of the game, Trevor Lawrence is sacked by Hunter and To'oto. The Jags call their final timeout. He scrambles out of bounds. I think it's because
the clock was stopped.
The clock was stopped. Yeah. Because if we remember, the Jags receiver went out of bounds. So it's a penalty, but I think because he goes out of bounds or maybe because a play started out of bounds, the clock stopped, so it doesn't count. I think that's how it plays out. I think it's mostly because Parker Washington wound up out of bounds. Because if he was in bounds, they could have. So
yeah, and it's the reason for the rule is that if the clock is running and the defense wants to stop the clock, they can't just commit a penalty. They can't just jump off sides.
Or the offense in this case couldn't just do something to stop the clock. So I think it's because I'm going to assume it's because Parker Washington wound up out of bounds. So it wasn't as if the penalty was stopping the clock for the Jags because the clock was stopped before the play started and was stopped after the play started. That's what I believe, but it wasn't explained on the broadcast. Appreciate it, Jeff. I didn't really think about it too much because I just assumed because he was out of bounds, they didn't have to worry about it. All right, we're done for the day. Clock questions aside, Texans are 4-5. We'll hear from, I think, D'Amico today, so we'll have the sound of that tomorrow. Of course, Rich Eisen is up next, followed by the killer. Nope, almost did it. It is one B and then a Joe. So Jeremy and Joe.
The Jays.
Are up next. Sure, the Jays. Is that what they're calling themselves for shorthand?
No, that's what I just did.
Okay, I thought that was a nickname I hadn't heard yet. Jeremy and Joe after Rich Eisen. But since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Duval.
We got a new sound for them. same old sorry ass Jags. We'll have that going forward because I think it's apropos. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Gilmore every Tuesday and Wednesday on ESPN 95.9D25.
Every 15 seconds, someone is diagnosed with cancer. If it's happened to you or someone you love, the American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Our programs and services include rides to care, a place to stay closer to treatment, or access to information and day-to-day guidance, all for free. To see how we can help you, visit cancer.org today.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Let's go! Roquan Smith just decapitated Aaron Jones. What's that bull doing?
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Touchdown! There's the record breaker for Jonathan Taylor.
A-10, have a game.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Keenan Allen, reception number 956.
Today's guests, Seahawks defensive end Leonard Williams, Monday Night Preview. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Can confirm it. Hey, welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show, live on Disney Plus, live on the ESPN app, live on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, live on Sirius XM Channel 80, not live whenever you want to listen to us. We still say hello to our podcast listeners. The latest episode of Overreaction Monday is now in your RSS feed for you to listen to, or if you want to check it out every single week, you can watch Overreaction Monday on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. That's all ready for you to take in, but there's a 3-hour show for you, in which for you to participate as well. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Here to have a conversation with us, Leonard Williams of the surging wagon in Seattle. I mean, the Seahawks are a wagon right now.
Right.
He's going to join us top of hour number 3 as we pay our respects to the 12s. And it's quite a dynamic National Football Conference that has the game of the week still to go in week number 10, with the Eagles taking on the Packers on the ESPN family of networks this evening. We'll preview that for you as well. Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman. How are you, sir?
Rich, I am excellent.
DJ Mikey D is in D's Nuts. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well.
TJ Jefferson, I see the candle is lit. Good to see you, sir.
My team didn't lose yesterday, so I got to say I'm pretty happy.
Penn State did play the game of the weekend prior to anything else in the National Football League against Indiana. That was incredible. It broke Gus Johnson. We'll talk about that in this 3-hour show as well.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. 844-204-RICH again is the number to dial. Listen. The way I'm starting this show is potentially dicey. I'm giving that to you as a warning label. Well, actually, it's the warning label for me because of what I'm about to say, because I'm married into a family of New Englanders. But I think I speak for a lot of the rest of the United States of America when teams from Boston and New England win. You hear from the fan base quite a bit. You can hear it. Sometimes if you're quiet, you could hear it all the way from New England. What is it? What did James Taylor once saying about from Stockbridge to Boston? You can hear it. You can hear it for wherever you are. If you're quiet, if you're for those scoring at home. Yeah. You hear about it. You hear about it, and certainly from fans of the New England Patriots. And that's the franchise that kicked basically your ass and the team that you root for's ass more often than not for 2 decades. And we all know the reason why. In part, it's because the guy is calling games on Fox right now. Mm-hmm. And when he stopped playing for the Patriots, things began to change. And you heard less and less and less. You heard complaints more than anything else, which, by the way, you also hear when they win, which is another reason why you don't want to hear from these folks. If you feel that way, I regret to inform you, the New England Patriots are not only back, but they are one of the best teams in the National Football League. And without question, through 10 weeks into this National Football League campaign, a highly viable Super Bowl winning team and a threat to do so in the 2025 National Football League campaign.
I know that hurt you to say that, so thank you, Rich.
It did not hurt me to say that. As you know, I adore the Kraft family. As you know, I have emceed a handful of their kickoff dinners. Gladly.
You've been fighting it all year.
I've not been fighting it. I needed to see a few things in order to believe it. And if you don't believe it, they've got a quarterback who's not only better than most, but could be the best in the National Football League at the end of the day in year 2, in Drake May. Not his best statistical game yesterday, Season low completion percentage, worst passer rating since the Week 1 loss to the Raiders. But what he does, and by the way, also a brutal mistake by throwing an interception in the end zone.
That was rough.
To keep things a tighter game, a 5-point game instead of at least an 8-point game, if not a 2-score game for the Patriots in rainy Tampa, where the Patriots fell down early. But what he does is make big-time throws, whether they are deep throws, like the one to Mac Hollins late in this game, up 5, to put them in position only for May to throw that aforementioned end zone interception. Or he will do what he did at the end of the first half, which is stuff that you're familiar with if you've watched the Patriots over the last quarter century. And odds are you have, because they've been on national television quite a bit for the last quarter century because of the aforementioned 2 decades of ass kicking.
2 decades of ass kicking.
Not bad.
Not bad.
That's a tour. I think that's called a tour.
Is that Steely Dan?
Yeah, definitely not.
No.
Definitely not Steely Dan. No, that's
Yes.
a little bit. That's a little bit more hard.
It's AC/DC.
Yeah, there you go.
AC/DC.
Yeah, you went more hard.
Metallica.
Yeah, right.
Metallica.
Listen. A second-year quarterback going into Baker Mayfield's house with the Bucs coming off of their bye week and having timeouts and a coach who knows what to do with them and an offensive coordinator in McDaniels who knows how to dial things up for Mike Vrabel, who wisely got McDaniels to return to his role as OC of the NEP with no time left. And you got a coach who just rolls the dice because that's him. And Mike Vrabel, you're going to go for it for a touchdown with no time left at the end of the second quarter. Instead of going for a 10-10 tie and running into the locker room and getting the ball to start the second half, you're going to go for the touchdown. And what did May do? He made everybody look like a genius because he made a beautiful throw to Stephon Diggs, who made a remarkable catch for a touchdown. And then they come out of the second half, get the ball first, and score a touchdown. Travion Henderson with a 55-yard touchdown run. 21-10. Stop me. Have you heard that story before? The Patriots scoring on each side of the half and flipping the script, going from down to up by 2 scores. Have you heard that? That's part of the 2 decades of ass kicking. And then they play defense as well. The Patriots have now, with the win over the Bucs, 28-23 is the final score. The Patriots have now scored. They've now won 7 in a row. Once upon a time, 1-2, and then after they beat the Buffalo Bills to go above 500 in the second of the 7 consecutive wins that they've come up with so far. And after they won in Western New York, let's see what they can do. And all they've done is win 5 more in a row. And in this 7-game streak, they have in each of the games scored 23 or more points or allowed 23 or fewer points. That's the longest such streak for the Patriots within a season in team history. And once upon a time, they didn't lose in a single regular season. Even the 07 Patriots never did what the 2025 Patriots are doing on both sides of the football. Of the previous 8 teams in NFL history to have such a streak, reach 7 or more games within a season, 5 of those previous 8 teams went on to win the Super Bowl. Or in the case of the 1961 Oilers, who did it 9 straight times, they won the American Football League championship. So you're sitting here thinking, oh, you're all right. Good enough, Rich. Patriots win the Super Bowl this year? I say this with all...
You better hope not, or I am going to be obnoxious.
Well, I'm about to say, before you obnoxiously interrupted me, being on brand, if you're sitting there thinking the Patriots can't win the Super Bowl this year, I've got 4 words. Why the hell not? Why the hell not?
Because we're good people, Rich, and we don't deserve that.
No.
We don't deserve that.
Here's Mike Vrabel after the game, and he's not raising any banners. That's the beauty of what he does. Just keep stacking wins. Hit it.
Well, I think that this, anything in life, You're going to have to certainly put some chips in the pot to be able to win something. You can't sit around and wait and hope that they just hand it to you. And sometimes you can, but most of the time in life, you got to be able to risk something to get something in return. So can't win nothing you don't put in the middle.
That's what he said when asked about going for it before the end of the first half. All or nothing, touchdown or nothing, leading by 4 or nothing. And, you could sit here and go, oh, wow, that's really philosophical. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Ask the Giants fans who watch their head coach kick a field goal to go up 20-10 instead of 24-10 from the half-yard line in the Chicago snow and how that worked out for your team. And, again, we've been talking about the Patriots for a bit, too, since the draft, when Daniel Jeremiah says the draft was New England's and they were killing it. And you, Chris, were so upset by the Joe Milton victory in the last week of the regular season against the Bills and how it cost you the chance to draft Travis Hunter, and all you got was a consolation prize in the left tackle maybe for the next decade plus to help protect Drake May and Will Campbell. The first touchdown pass, May became the first Patriots player ever. Okay. Oh, pardon me. My bad. He became the first Patriots player to complete multiple 50 or more yard passes in a single game since Brady did it to Brandon Cooks alone in the 2017 season in Week 11. Because he completed that 54-yarder I mentioned to Mac Hollins, and then the touchdown to Kyle Williams, who which went for 72 yards to give them their first score of the game. By the way, Brady won MVP in 2017 as well, and the Patriots made it to the Super Bowl and lost to the Eagles that year, in case you're wondering if there's anything in the ether between what I'm saying and the Patriots actually making the Super Bowl this year. As I mentioned to you, also, Trevion Henderson ran one in from 55 yards out. He ran one from 69 yards out also. So 3 offensive touchdowns of 50 or more yards scored by rookies for the Patriots in Week 10. You know the last team to do that? To have a rookies, in this case, score 3 times in a game with 50 or more yards in each one. The last time it happened was when Randy Moss did it all himself against the Cowboys in Thanksgiving Day of 1998. That's the last time it happened in a game. And we saw what the Patriots did. So
I don't know why that was so funny.
Because it happened with one single guy in one single game.
I try to forget
the
that
whole
game.
country watching. Most of the country watched this on CBS. But the Patriots are now 8-2, which nobody saw coming into the season. Certainly when they were 1-2, or even when they were 3-2 after beating the Bills in Western New York, and the Bills lost in Miami yesterday. The Dolphins took care of them, and the Bills are now a game and a half behind the Patriots, who take on the Jets in just 3 days at home. And the Patriots after that wind up going to Cincinnati. Then they have a Giants home game on a Monday night before they have a bye, after which they'll be nice and rested for the Bills to try and come in and avoid a season sweep. The Ravens, that's a big game before 2 division games ended. The Patriots have a real good shot at going deep, just like May does very well. Just wanted to start the show to point that out. And, of course, all Colts fans are sitting there after I just spent the first 10 minutes of this program giving the flowers to New England. The Colts rebounded very nicely in Germany. Colts rebounded from their disheartening bang-thing loss in Pittsburgh last week by going all the way to Germany with Sauce Gardner now wearing his Colts number 1 and taking on a Falcons team who had him dead to rights until, for whatever reason, they decided to call timeout to help the Colts settle in their field goal unit to attempt to tie the game and force overtime, just to try and maybe save some time left for them in regulation to win it with their own field goal, even though that hasn't really happened much to their help throughout the season, when they could have called that timeout after third quarter, after the third down, to conserve time, but instead let the time wind down, only to stop it for the Colts, who, of course, forced overtime and then won it because Jonathan Taylor is unstoppable.
Man.
This is an MVP candidate, folks, of note. I understand. I just talked about Drake May. This guy had a better day than Drake May. Drake did what he needed to do to win on the road as a second-year player. As young as he is, you got to give it up to him, and he's going to be in the mix for MVP, and so is Matthew Stafford. But I don't want to hear running backs can't win it or shouldn't win it. This guy did exactly what the Colts needed after last week's tail kicking in Pittsburgh, is to basically say, tip the cap to the Steelers' defense. They did what they needed to do. They turned us over quite a bit. They turned our quarterback over quite a bit. What we're going to do is we're going to rebound, and we're going to hand it to Jonathan Taylor, and he's going to take us home. As a matter of fact, I was in Germany for the last overtime game of the international series. I called it. I called that game in Munich between the Giants and the Panthers. That game went into overtime. Panthers won it, and they've kind of turned things around since then, even though they took a brutal loss at home to the Saints on Sunday to sink them back to 500 and put their wild card hopes in a little bit more jeopardy than it was going into the week. But the reason why I bring it up is because the Giants lost that game. It wound up being Daniel Jones's last game as a Giant. Daniel had a terrific fourth quarter to force overtime, and the first play of overtime, Daniel Jones handed it to his running back, Tyrone Tracy, and the ball hit the ground. Tracy was inconsolable. The Panthers took that field position and won it. So I just have to say this. When Jones handed it off to Jonathan Taylor in this overtime, I did not have a sense of foreboding. As a matter of fact, I don't think a single soul in Europe, the United States, or around the world had a single sense of, oh, deja vu all over again. Daniel Jones in Germany in overtime because he helped force it after being down. Oh, okay. Maybe you should let Daniel Jones win it. No. As a matter of fact, too, I'm sitting there watching the game with Coop, and Cooper says to me, Dad, why aren't they just kicking the field goal? And I thought, you know what? Why aren't they just kicking the field goal? Why are they handing it off to Jonathan Taylor? And I thought, and I said to Cooper, I'm like, because it's probably a better odds of winning this game by handing it to Jonathan Taylor than it is to bring out your kicker and attempt a layup of a field goal.
That's what the fans wanted, though.
I understand.
They wanted that kicker to come out.
I'm just saying that's how money this guy is. 32 carries, 244 rush yards, 3 rushing touchdowns, 3 catches for 42 yards. We always do the math for you here. 286 scrimmage yards. That's a career best. And it is 19 yards better than the previous best game in the history of the Colts from scrimmage. A guy named Marshall Faulk did it with 267 yards in Week 13, 1998. He's got now the second most rush yards in a game in Indianapolis history. Do you know who he trails? Himself, who had 253 rushing yards in the final week of 2020. Sandwiched in between these two rushing performances is now Hall of Famer Marshall Faulk. Somebody now has 5 career games of 200 or more scrimmage yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. His name is Jonathan Taylor. That's behind only Derrick Henry, 2 behind him, 4 behind LaDainian Tomlinson. Taylor's 5 ties him with 2 guys named Jim Brown and Eric Dickerson. All right, so let's go now a little bit better. 200 or more scrimmage yards in a career game in which you ran it in 3 times, including the walk-off one, okay, in overtime. Jonathan Taylor now has 3 of those career games of 200 or more scrimmage yards and 3 or more rushing touchdowns. Tied with Derrick Henry, 1 behind LaDainian Tomlinson. And his 3 rushing touchdowns vaulted him over Edgerrin James for most career rushing touchdowns in Colts history. He now leads the NFL with 17 scrimmage yards, most through the first 10 games of a season in Colts history. It helps to have Tyler Warren also lead the league in tight ends as a rookie, and the defense being opportunistic and also having sauce. So the Colts, nice rebound. Nice rebound, everybody. And it has, again, to do with Daniel Jones playing well. Has to do with the defense doing its thing. The Falcons, once again, did a little bit of help to their opponent, even though they had a terrific game. At some point, though, and I speak for all fantasy folks who have Bijan Robinson, he's going to make for a great featured back for the Falcons one day. I know that's an unfair assessment to the way that he's used.
Can he get the ball in the red zone? Why is that against the law?
I know that's a total fantasy thing. I understand that.
Did that not pass through customs or something?
But well done, Colts. Well done, Colts. Nice rebound. They're 8-2. And Denver, as we all know, started the week 8-2. They just need the Broncos. What they need to do is start playing faster and not put things in the hands of their defense to keep the game going until the offense comes around in the fourth quarter, when sometimes it doesn't, and they still pull out the win. Remarkably, that week 2 contest between the Colts and the Broncos, in which the Broncos thought they had won it, until a leverage penalty got called against them. We're going to keep mentioning this because as long as the Broncos and the Colts keep winning, they're 8-2. That's the difference between the Broncos being in first place in the conference and not. And then you've got the Patriots raising their hands saying we're 8-2 as well. How about that in the AFC through the first 10 weeks of this season? As we all know, the final game of week 10 is an NFC contest, and we'll talk about the NFC in a second. But much was made of last week's Bills-Chiefs game. And as I mentioned to everybody, it was a different types of Bills-Chiefs game because it's the first time that Allen faced Mahomes where neither were in first place. And the loser was at more of a crossroads than the winner, who needed to keep winning and use that as a springboard to have a chance to still be the 1 seed in this highly competitive conference that the Bills and the Chiefs no longer have, along with the Ravens. Apparently an annual right to being called the best team in the conference. Well, Ravens are under 500. Chiefs are at 5-4. And I know the Ravens are playing better. And the Bills just lost to the Dolphins. You got 3 8-2 teams sitting there thinking, we can win this damn thing. And not just this damn thing being the AFC, but the whole shooting match. It's a different world right now. Let's take a break. We come back. We hit the NFC. Lions have a new play caller. How about that? Dan Campbell taking a thigh out of the play call sheet.
Veterans Day gives us all a chance to reflect on the courage and commitment of those who've worn the uniform and the families who've supported them every step of the way. Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates veterans of all branches and their families on Veterans Day and every day. They serve over 2 million veterans, offering exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for you and your family. Join today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. From all of us, happy Veterans Day. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Harry Douglas here. Fellas, it's time to step up your grooming game. Manscaped just leveled up with the Lawnmower 5 and the Chairman Plus, 2 powerhouses built for unmatched precision, comfort, and control. Whether you're cleaning up before a night out, preparing for a big meeting, or getting ready for a game day, Manscaped has the tools to help you look and feel your absolute best. These aren't just old school clippers. They're engineered for modern men who take pride in their daily routine. So upgrade your grooming gear and experience the difference. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Winning 2 Southwest Conference championships required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that PrizePicks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers, now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new Feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality, and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH, number to dial, whether you're watching us on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, or listening to us on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. When play callers change in the National Football League, you hear about it. It gets announced, it gets leaked, it gets talked about, it gets broken up and broken down and all that stuff. And then you're wondering about a rift on the coaching staff or what's going on. There's a coach on the hot seat because they have now made a change. And Kevin Stefanski no longer calling the plays in Cleveland's a perfect example. We heard about it coming in. Tommy Reese is the new guy. Is it because Stefanski's feeling the pressure, despite him being a two-time coach of the year, blah, 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 blah. And then lo and behold, who comes and starts calling the plays for the Detroit Lions yesterday? But Dan Campbell.
Yeah. I didn't even, again, I wasn't familiar with your game.
But Dan Campbell.
I didn't know you could do that.
And, you know, so much made out of, Johnny Morton taking over for Ben Johnson, and then they kicked Ben Johnson's behind in week 2 and put up 50 points, and everyone's talking about how it's a new world, and I was talking about how Dan Campbell, if it all works out for him, that's Coach of the Year material, because the Eagles once changed coordinators and fell off the cliff, and the Lions had went 0-1 and then won 4 in a row. Then last week, the Detroit Lions coming off a bye, and they got beat by Minnesota. And did anybody know that Dan Campbell was going to take the play calling? That Dan Campbell was going to be the new play caller? And then you take a look at his sheet there, man. And I saw this, and I thought to myself, is it this large because he also was wearing his glasses at some point, too.
Sure.
And does he need the font bigger like all of us do as we advance in age? Or is it required in the National Football League that you need a play sheet in proportion to your size, your own size? Because if it was a regular play sheet, it would look like a postage stamp in this man's man hands.
Right. So Mike McDaniel has the smallest play sheet in the league.
I don't know. It's just like if you're Dan Campbell's size, you need a play sheet a similar size. And all they did in Detroit was put it on the Washington Commanders and lay it on thick on the Washington Commanders and come up with their 44-22 win with a season high in total yards 546, rush yards 226, first downs 30. I mean, he took over the play calling, and nobody really even knew about it. And this is what he had to say as to why after the game.
It was just let's try something a little different, right? And look, I know what I want to do. I know how I want to do it. Now, that being said, this is a collaborative effort now. I mean, I was taking input from John Morton that whole time and the other coaches. But I just wanted to change it up a little bit. Let's just see if maybe a different play caller can maybe get us a little rhythm. That's all. And it honestly is nothing more than that.
Yeah, and it makes sense for him to basically say, move on, there's nothing to see here. Now, you could also say it helps to have taken on a Washington Commanders team that's falling apart, that came into the game with 3 straight losses of 21 or more points being the difference maker, and they have lost 4 such games in a row, which is the longest such losing streak since the 2002 Cardinals lost 4 straight games within a single season of 21 or more points. And you can't argue with the results either. Number 0 in your program. Holy crap. Jahmyr Gibbs had another massive game, but this one in particular. 15 carries, 142 rush yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and a receiving touchdown in his 3 catches for 30 yards. Second career game with 150 or more scrimmage yards and 3 or more touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor is the only player with multiple such games in the last 2 seasons. And then in terms of why you want to keep going with what had been previously laid out in Dan Campbell's vision, as he was just alluding to there. Guys, most touchdowns prior to turning 24. We have a list for you now. Jahmyr Gibbs has 41 touchdowns. In terms of prior to age 24, this is 5th most all-time. He's 1 behind Jim Brown, 2 behind Emmett, 3 behind Randy Moss, and 6 behind Barry Sanders. And he's less than 24 the rest of this year. He doesn't turn 24 till next March 20th. There'll be a new league year before there's a new actual age year for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Feels like he might get to 50.
Dude. The way he's scoring right now, and certainly with the way, wait for it, Dan Campbell is dialing up the plays. And this is why it takes, listen, this just in. There's no question about church bells and Dan Campbell, right? This has been established. But what a risk. What a risk. Oh, yeah, we're just going to change the play callers in the middle of the campaign at 5-3, okay? We're going to change the play calling. And what if it didn't work out? What now? Now you go back to the other play caller? I just wanted to try it. Didn't work out. Let's go back to the other guy, and it'll be like, oh, okay. So choice B is now choice A again because you thought you were choice A and you wound up being choice C?
Wow.
I mean, that is significant. And I'll say this, man. If the Lions continue to do what I think they're going to do, because I chose them to win the NFC going into the season, and I know the coach of the year is usually chosen out of the surprise candidates, like, say, Shane Steichen for the 8-2 Colts or Vrabel for the 8-2 Patriots, to make a move like this and say, I'm taking over the play calling, and by the way, I'm going to keep it quiet, and then I'm not only keep it quiet coming in, I'm going to tamp it down leaving it. And their next game is against the Eagles. And Vic Fangio, it's going to be D.C. versus VF in a massive Sunday night game in Week 11. Massive. So Campbell's going to be the play caller and the dice roller and the leader. That's a hell of a lot. He's now doing what Sean Payton's doing. Name me another. Andy Reid. He's like, I'm doing it.
Kyle Shanahan.
Name it. That's what instead, everyone thinks Dan Campbell's just being there as the leader, emotional leader, and you follow me to run through a brick wall, and then I'll just make some sort of crazy-ass move on fourth down and roll the dice, and it'll work out. Now, he's now calling the plays. What a move. Out of nowhere. Wow. And that is big, because the NFC is as deep end of a pool as you can possibly get. I understand we're talking about this in advance of tonight's big Eagles-Packers game. 6-2 versus 5-2-1. We know last year they played each other in Brazil to week 1, and then they played each other in, week 19, right? One and done, the Eagles, one and done, the Packers, and this is big. But you also have the NFC West, which is a wagon. They have 2 wagons right now. And you could say the Niners are going to get Brock Purdy back in there and might actually be better at some point offensively with Ayuk coming in, hopefully for them. Pearsall comes back. They'll be fully constituted. Christian McCaffrey's going to run the ball, catch it. Defensively, they are obviously a shadow of their week 1 selves without Bosa and Warner. But the Rams went in and just hit them in the mouth repeatedly. They did whatever the hell they wanted going up 21-0. And invariably, the Niners aren't going to just wilt in Santa Clara. But you knew at some point it wasn't going to be a blowout like what Seattle was doing at the time to Arizona. At one point in the middle of the second quarter of those games, it was a combined score of 36-0. Seattle and the Rams over the Cardinals and the Niners. And these two teams face each other in Week 11. Talk about another massive Week 11 game in the NFC that's in the ether right now. Matthew Stafford is entering the MVP chat. I saw him set an international series record with 5 touchdown passes in London on the Jacksonville Jaguars when the Rams went into London and went full Bill O'Brien on them when they strolled into London and basically said to the Jaguars, what's up?
What's up, Trevor?
And then off the bye, he throws for 4 touchdowns against the Saints. And then Stafford throws 4 touchdowns against the Niners. We do the math for you again. That's 13 touchdowns in a 3-game span. And that's pretty damn good. Only Roethlisberger and Tom Brady have had a 14 passing touchdown and no interception streak in a 3-game span since the Super Bowl started to be played in the Super Bowl era. That excludes overlapping spans. What that means is, it goes from one season to another. Stafford is just one of 5 players to have 13 or more passing touchdowns and no interceptions over a 3-game span since 1970. If you want to just basically say, how about 3 games in a row? Okay? With 4 passing touchdowns. How about that? Let's put that subset in there. Dan Marino is the only one to do it 4 times in a row in 84, and Peyton Manning did it 5 times in a row in 2004. Russell Wilson did it 3 times in a row in 2020. Mahomes in 2018. Drew Brees in 2011 did it 3 straight times. Stafford, though, is the only one to do it without a single interception in that streak. And he also reached the 400 career passing touchdown mark, becoming the 9th player to do it. And I said on Overreaction Monday, and I said here, and I'll repeat it again, this season was going to be the season that Stafford was showing everybody he is a Hall of Famer, and taking any doubters that still remain in that world and removing that doubt. He is playing like an MVP at this advanced age, and this is a guy who's supposed to not be able to get out of bed in August. To start in September, let alone get out of bed in September, so he could start?
Spinal.
Unbelievable. And he's even like doing touchdown celebration shimmies and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I was having a good time. I got hit on that one pretty good, so I had to shake that one off a little bit. But, no, it was, I don't know, man. Like I said, I have fun out there. I lose my mind when we score touchdowns. I don't think about it. A lot of these guys are in the locker room pregame prepping what kind of dance they're going to do if they score a touchdown. I just go out there and play, and whatever comes to me, comes to me.
Yeah.
What was in that Airstream over the summer? Because we need one of those parked outside.
We certainly do. Well, it helps to have Kyron Williams at 2 rush touchdowns, Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua being your wide receivers, and a bunch of tight ends that are available on your waiver wire in case you want to roll the dice that it's one of their times for Stafford to find them in the end zone. Defensively, Verse, Young, Fisk, Landman, who punched one out, Lake, just to name 5. I mean, Rams, you can make the case they're the best team in football. And you can make the case the Seattle Seahawks are the best team in football as well. Man, oh, man, I know we've got Leonard Williams coming up in hour number 3 of this program, but DeMarcus Lawrence made his presence known. He basically, I guess, let me see the final score here. Let me get this right. His 2 touchdowns would have made it a 1-score game for the Cardinals. As his final score was 44-22. I mean, how many second halves can Sam Darnold just smoke him if he got him? That's 2 in a row now, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't miss a pass in week 1 against the Commanders, and then in the second quarter, it's like, do what you want, man. You want to do Wordle? Go ahead and do Wordle.
do Wordle.
You know? Just do Wordle. You already hit Jackson Smith and Jigba for a touchdown. That's what okay, check that box. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jackson Smith and Jigba, 1,041 receiving yards in the first 9 games. That's 1 better than Julio Jones for 6th all-time. Smith and Jigba is now 5th. He missed Justin Jefferson's 2022 mark of 1,061 by just 19 yards. Joins Irv and Antonio Brown as the only players with 75 or more receiving yards in each of their first 9 games of the season. The running attack is great. I mean, it's kind of crazy. The Seattle Seahawks, they have one of the most prolific quarterbacks in the game right now. They have arguably the most prolific wide receiver in the game right now. And they have the most scorers in the league who are not on your fantasy team. And you've never heard of, and you're like, wait a minute, who's that person? He plays in the National Football League?
That's what I said last week.
It's pretty much. And then DeMarcus Lawrence became the first player ever with multiple defensive fumble returns for a touchdown of 20 yards or more in a single game, and he did it in the first half. It was over. This thing was done and finished. So the Seahawks are showing they can do at home, remarkably, what they do on the road, which is win and not lose. And next week, it's Seattle and Cooper Kupp, who had a nice game in returning back in Los Angeles. Both teams 7-2. Oh, baby. And you got the defending Super Bowl champs going against the Packers, who are atop their division tonight. You got the Bears with 6 wins. They come back on the Giants. You've got the Bucs with 6 wins, even though they lost to New England. This NFC is wide open. Wide open. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's talk when we return about the AFC North and what is going on there. It is playing out like the rest of everybody thought it might play out. That's next. This is the Rich Eisen Show on a busy Monday.
Michelle's Moment here for Gainbridge and their Give Back program, Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity's goal is to empower girls and women through sports and education, providing 32 organizations in 21 states $222 of grant funding during 2025. These grants aim to level the playing field and expand access to sports and education for girls and women across the country. Here's to a future with no limits for women's sports with Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Staples presents An Easy Holiday.
Running a small business during the holidays is hard.
No truer words were...
But this year, Staples helped me have an easy holiday.
Your script has a typo.
Nope, easy peasy. I just ordered online at Staples.com and picked up in store. And with UPS on site, shipping was easy too. Plus, huge savings on tech, custom cards, even my holiday sales signage.
Visit your local Staples store or Staples.com today for up to 45% off select laptops.
That was easy.
Ends 12/27.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, we're on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com. www.progressive.com. Okay. We were going to talk about the AFC North, which we'll do in hour number 2 now that there is breaking news. Hit it.
Here it comes. And my eyes see.
Breaking news.
Christopher, what do you have over there?
Yeah, and kind of an unsurprising move, I guess, if you watched the way the last few weeks have finished. The Giants have fired head coach Brian Daboll. According to multiple sources, Adam Schefter, Mike Garafolo, and others, Mike Kafka, the OC, is going to be the interim coach.
Okay, so listen, this is unbelievable. This basically sums up what it's like to potentially be a head coach in the National Football League. You get your first shot because you have, amongst other things, come up through the, I guess, Saban/Belichick tree. I'm sure Belichick was talking about Daboll to the Mara and Tisch family saying, hire this guy. And you also saw what he did to Josh Allen, and you hire the Bills general manager. Let's bring it together and let's go. And all he does with Daniel Jones is make the playoffs and win Coach of the Year that year. And Daniel Jones and the Giants with Saquon go into Minnesota and boat race the Vikings and then get boat raced by the Eagles. And we all know the decisions that were made in the front office and then the inability to win games with none other than Daniel Jones and yada, yada, yada. A 6-11 season in his second year there, a 3-14 season in his third year there, a drafting of a kid named Jackson Dart, who he goes to in early stages at 0-3, and the kid has been nothing but electric when he's not concussed or getting hit. And they're 2-8. And Brian Daboll, after going 9-7-1 in his first year to win Coach of the Year, is fired in the middle of his fourth season with a 20-40-1 overall record as a head coach of the Giants. And then this year with Dart, after beating the Chargers. This is unbelievable. You know how when you look, certainly and you're on the ESPN app, and you're following with the dots and the dotted line parabolas, and you're following a game with, on your phone.
Yeah.
There's always that percentage at the top of the screen about percentage of winning. Against the Cowboys, Broncos, and Bears in the fourth quarter, the Giants, at the zenith of their leads in those games, had percentages to win of 92.3% against the Cowboys, against the Broncos, 99.3%, and then against the Bears yesterday, 96.9% chance of winning late in the fourth quarter. The Giants lost all of them. According to this mathematic expert, the odds of that happening is 1 in 60,000. The Giants didn't want to do this, people. I know it. I saw it with them. They love this guy. They didn't want to fire him. John Mara did everything he could to try and hold on to give Daboll every chance. And Dart has been, again, like I said, electric. And clearly part of that has to do with Daboll getting him ready and coaching him up and all of that business. Of course, obviously, it's his own personal abilities as well. But he's also learning in the National Football League. You're born into a situation. Sometimes the guy who's your coach, he's there for just a hot minute. And now who wants to coach Jackson Dart in the New York City metropolitan area in the NFC East? I imagine they'll be lining up. This is absolutely going to be one of the best jobs that's available, especially since ownership doesn't want to fire you. But with the Giants fan base watching this defense also have a negative 47-point differential in the fourth quarter, second only to the Cardinals, who, as we all know, lost a ton of games in the first half of the season in the fourth quarter, and he wouldn't make a move on the defensive side of the ball. Now the Giants have made a move on Daboll. And it's Mike Kafka who's going to have to figure out how to protect Dart and win some football games for the Giants, who are back in the coaching search. Hour number 2 on our radio side is coming up.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, fam!
fans. Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a Pepper thing.
Chastang Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastang Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastang Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are doing data centers now. There's all kinds of businesses that could use powder coating.
Yes, we are doing industrial, which means oil and gas. We are doing plenty of residential, and now we're doing tech. We're going in with Meta. We're going in with Tesla. We're working on their data centers. We've even done Samsung in Austin. So the sky is the limit when it comes to our coatings.
I mean, if I'm a city and my water tower is looking terrible, I'm going to call you.
Call us because we want to make sure you take pride where you live.
And all these businesses, they have fencing, and if you are a business, you will go to them.
Yes, there's not many bricks and mortar anymore, but the ones that are still here, they want to look great, and we are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
And residential, free pickup and delivery. You guys are so nice.
Yes, we try to be.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go. Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Looking sharp has never been this easy or this affordable. It's the Suit Mart Buy One, Get Two event. Buy one suit at regular price. Get your second suit for just $30 and your third suit for only $20. Choose from a huge selection of slim fit, classic, and modern styles with sizes up to 70 regular. Hurry in. This offer runs Thursday, November 13th through Sunday, November 16th at all 3 Suit Mart locations. Suit Mart, where style meets savings.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck.
You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Let's go! Roquan Smith just decapitated Aaron Jones. What's that bull doing?
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Touchdown! There's the record breaker for Jonathan Taylor.
H.M. have a game.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Keenan Allen, reception number 956.
Today's guests, Seahawks defensive end Leonard Williams. Monday Night Preview. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Hello, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance audience listening to us. Sirius XM audience, hello to you. If you're listening to us on our podcast, we appreciate it. All 3 hours available. At the same spot, you can listen to the latest episode of Overreaction Monday, recorded before the show, meaning recorded before we learned, as we did in about the last 20 minutes, that the New York Giants have parted ways with Brian Daboll. So we've got a new interim coach in the National Football League, and it belongs to the New York Giants. Mike Kafka, the offensive coach that's been around there, Philadelphia as well. He's going to be taking the reins of the New York Giants, who lost in Chicago yesterday despite leading 20-10 instead of 24-10, like maybe Daboll would go back in time right now and try and go for a touchdown on the half-yard line rather than settling for a field goal. The Giants will be visiting, going back home to take on the Packers next before they go to Detroit, and then a Thursday night visit to New England. So that's only against a 5-2-1, 6-3, and 8-2 teams. Good luck, Mike Kafka, in that gig. 844-204-RICH number to dial. Leonard Williams of the 7-2 Seahawks after boat racing Arizona, getting set to take on the equally now 7-2 Rams after they boat raced the 49ers in the spot where Super Bowl 60 is going to be going down in February. 844-204-RICH number to dial. We'll take your phone calls in a matter of moments. Don't you worry about all that. So I'm, again, fortunate to do what I do for a living here and NFL Network and other opportunities that come my way, as you know. I'm able to globe-trot calling games.
Call you Meadowlark Rich.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Oh, God.
Or
Meadowlark Eisen.
Meadowlark Lime.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Or screw it.
Curly Eisen.
Meadowlark Etrog for those. It's a Sukkot reference for all those non-Jews out there.
Yeah, I don't know.
At any rate, the Jews right now are pulling over their card laughing. Listen. I've been able to see a couple Chargers games in person. One of them I called. I called a Chargers home victory in Brazil. And last night, as a spectator, I watched a Chargers road victory in Los Angeles.
Yeah,
because that was a road game.
Sure was.
In the home of the Chargers last night. I don't care what they're, with the bugles and first down and all the Charger PA guys screaming and yelling at me for 4 quarters. Look at that shot on the screen. That's not Pittsburgh, PA. That was SoFi Stadium on Sunday night.
Horrible towels out there.
Dude.
My buddy has Charger tickets. He texted us that he went to the bathroom, and it was 40 Steeler fans and him.
Honestly. But the Chargers fans were the one last standing, and they're the ones who know you got to beat the traffic. You got to get going. There was one shot on the Oculus last night when it was 22-3. Or 20, whatever the hell the score was at the time, and they showed the fans leaving en masse, and the Charger fans who were there were just giddy, excited,
a bit,
because this team that is down their all-world left tackle, only to be replaced by their terrific future right tackle, moving to left tackle, and Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, they're missing those guys. They were the ones who were delivering the blows to the team that turned the Colts over 6 times last week in the Steelers. And the Steelers drew blood first with their serial killer of a kicker hitting one from the middle of the lightning bolt in the middle of the stadium from 59, 60 yards out. But Khalil Mack got things rolling for the Chargers with a sack safety of Aaron Rodgers, beginning a very long night for the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. Very long night. Steelers went 2 of 11 on third down. You are not winning football games. Giving up a sack for a safety, unable to protect your quarterback, not getting the chunk plays down the field, and certainly putting your defense back on the field because you can't convert a third down for your life. Jaylen Warren had another nice game, but Aaron Rodgers, it looked brutal last night. He couldn't do anything. And you got to tip the cap to the Chargers on that front because they watched the Broncos go to 8-2, and the Chiefs are sitting at home on a bye week at 5-4. Last thing you want to be, man, coming out of this mix is you're only a half game above the team that, or a game and a half. One game, let's put it this way, one game in the loss column without putting more distance between you and the Chiefs after you beat them in week 1, and you've beaten everyone in your division. So just keep winning these games. You've already won games in division. And win a game like this in the AFC. This is a massive win for the Chargers. Absolutely massive win for the Chargers, who are now 7-3 as opposed to 6-4 over the Chiefs. Had to have it. They are in the mix for this division 100%. And then the Steelers. I mean, even in week 6, right, when they're 4-1, coming off their bye after winning that game in Cleveland, or against Cleveland at home, and they're 4-1, and the Ravens lose to the Rams, and they're all banged up, they're injured, they're 1-5. Even at that point in time, there's still people saying, this is the Ravens division. And the Steelers had a 2.5-game lead after week 6. They're going to enter week 11 with a 1-game lead. That's it. And the Ravens offense is cooking, even though they, it's not easy against Minnesota. But the Ravens are now a game behind the Steelers. And the Steelers win over the Colts, that just got erased by the Los Angeles Chargers last night in front of the home faithful. And by that, I'm referring to the Steelers fans who were there last night. Really. I mean, it's loud in that building. It always is loud in that building because neither Los Angeles home team can let you sit in that stadium in silence for a split second. And I'm not talking about the fans. But and I sound like an old man on the front lawn. I should not.
Your text message did seem a little front lawn.
Listen, SoFi is an incredible stadium. Like, you go in there, it's like you're watching a game through VR goggles. It's unbelievable. But long story short, it is a wildly missed opportunity by a Steelers team that could not do anything well last night. Other than, not even kick, right? I mean, their serial killer of a kicker, missed one, too, which was a surprise. And Mike Tomlin was chippy with the media after the game, and I can't blame him.
I'm not lacking confidence. I don't need a pat on the back. We stunk it up tonight. We'll be back.
Is it just one of those games, literally?
I'm not trying to frame it in any way. I'm just telling you guys what happened. You guys write the narrative.
How would you assess Aaron's performance tonight?
How would you? Next.
Do you think you could have run the ball more often?
Guys, you 0 for 9 or 10 on third down, you're not going to have enough snaps. We've been over that discussion a lot. Next.
A lot of nexts. Oof. Something out of the Drew Rosenhaus press conference lexicon. Next question. Rodgers talked about he was a little bit off, is what he said. I've got to play better. I will. If it's better checks, if it's better throws, whatever it is, I got to play better. I will. Well, they have to, because it's now 1-game difference. And I'll tell you what, you finish second place in this division, you might not make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. You may not make the playoffs. This may be a one-team situation. Oh, and by the way, guess who in the middle of this soliloquy on the AFC North is just returned to practice in a limited capacity? His name is Joe Burrow.
Heard of him.
There you go. I knew he wasn't going to sit around and go, oh, we're 3-6. Oh, we might be 3-7. I'm not coming back. God bless. A doctor may step in. Mike Brown may step in. I don't know what's going to happen. But, boy, have the Steelers had that 4-1 situation leading a Ravens team at 1-5 and a Bengals team that was clearly, after 6 weeks of this campaign, struggling with Jake Browning. Now they look towards Flacco. They've only won once since. This is now, you look at the Ravens, and it was, everybody could see it coming, right? The Ravens at 1-5, coming off their bye, with Lamar coming back, everyone's like, here we go. And then Snoop Huntley had to start. That win with Snoop Huntley is something that we may be looking back towards the end of this season, once the regular season in January hits and then moving into the later parts of January. We may be talking about that win by Snoop Huntley coming out of the bye at home against Chicago, which that win only looks more and more impressive. Like, we take a look at it in terms of college football terms, right? Victories that become stronger as another team begins to get stronger after you beat them. This is now 2 wins in a row with Lamar being back. The defense, though, that's the answer. That's the one. The defense that in the first 5 games of the season, giving up 37 points to Kansas City, that was their best in terms of points allowed in those 5 games. And then the defense gave up 17 to the Rams. Puka did get hurt in that game, but it's still a Rams team that we've seen what Stafford's done since then. It's done nothing but throw touchdowns and no interceptions, and all they've done is keep winning. 16 points against the Bears, 6 against Miami, and 19 against the Vikings yesterday. That's the win. And now they're at Cleveland and home for the Jets, and then they got Cincinnati. Who knows, 3 weeks from now, if Joe's limited now, maybe they come back. That would be amazing. Prime Video is basically begging for that to be a Burrow return game in Week 13. If not, you'll see Burrow maybe Week 15 against the Ravens. They've got 2 against the Ravens. The Ravens have 2 against Cincinnati and 2 against Pittsburgh left. Their next game is at Cleveland, which is announced. It's still Dylan Gabriel's show after the Browns lost to the Jets. Jets, who are now, by the way, 2-0 against Ohio, and then winless against the rest of where football is played in America or internationally.
Somehow that makes you feel just a little bit.
Listen, I love, when somebody can say, oh, we don't lose against Ohio. At any rate, I digress.
Tom Petty.
But the Ravens, this is kind of like right now playing out like one of those horror movies. And I know this is like the Steelers fans thinking this is a horror movie. It's like those horror movies. It's just like, okay, listen. Don't you see the guy with the axe standing right there in your shed? Why are you walking outside without your phone or no lights on? What are you doing? The calls are coming from within the house.
You really going to go down to the basement
by yourself, knowing what's happening?
Yeah.
I mean,
come on.
You're walking to the basement in a movie with the words Halloween in the title. By yourself?
Yeah, come on.
Don't you hear that noise with the hockey mask guy standing outside like he's Ashton Genty waiting for a handoff?
Could never be me.
Listen, It's happening. It's happening. Everybody saw it coming. Ravens are only a game out of first place. And Lamar, again, what do we don't call it a balaclava. What are we calling this?
Oh, a shiesty.
A shiesty? Okay. I mean, indoor shiesty, outdoor shiesties, 80-degree shiesties. He's still wearing it because he's coming for you with his shiesty. Hit it.
Do you feel this team has turned a corner yet?
Yeah, but there's still a lot of ball left. We got to stay locked down. Can't get complacent and nothing like that. We got to stay locked down. Everyone's happy when they win, but I feel like our mood hasn't changed. We still locked down. We still feel like we won the fight. We're still behind, in our division. So we got to, like I said, can't get complacent, stay locked down.
Yeah, I look at him like I look sometimes at some of these guys in the gym here in Los Angeles, with their pimples and spots where there shouldn't be pimples, and they're wearing these winter hats working out. And I'm like, listen, where I'm from, that's a necessity, not an accessory. You know, that's a cold weather gear. Why? I can't get over it. I mean, why is he wearing like that?
He played in a dome
He just
yesterday.
played indoors. And then the last time he did, he played in South Florida.
That just might be a cultural thing, because I'd be wearing Scullies.
Okay.
You know.
But that is
Good
a
to know.
ski mask. That is like, it's 0 degrees, and
Guess
I need
what?
to feel my face after.
You know what he does? You know what he does? You know what? If you're the Ravens, it's just like, you be you, man. No ping pong tables, we get it. Long-term deal, we got it. Because all he does is win football games. With the win in Minnesota yesterday, he now has 73 wins in his first 100 career starts. It was his first 100th career start was in Minnesota. Look at the names he's on this list. Most quarterback wins in his first 100 career starts in NFL history. He's fourth on the list. That win yesterday separated him from the Snake, Ken Stabler, who once upon a time, as you know, studied plays from the light of a jukebox.
I see 5 Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Baby. 3 behind Staubach and Brady, 5 behind Mahomes. And everybody on that list are Hall of Famers or future ones. How about that 73% win percentage for Lamar Jackson? Not bad for a converted receiver, right?
Still waiting on Bill Polian. Still waiting for that route tree to be.
By the way, guess what? They might be able, if Bill Polian, knock on wood, may he be so lucky, can one day be at that induction ceremony and be able to, as Lamar unveils his bust with the jacket put on him, say, yeah, sorry, Major. Say no to working out at the combine as something other than a quarterback.
Is Lamar's bust going to have one of those?
Yes, I was just about to say
the first ever shiesty bust.
Why not?
By the way,
that would be great.
I can't believe these are words I'm saying, but hey, man,
Lamar's shiesty bust.
Is there any question the Ravens aren't winning this division right now? Bueller? I mean, it's still they're
stunned if they didn't.
Like I said, the Steelers had a path, and that path has been blocked.
No, it's not.
Well,
that's the point I'm trying to make. It's not blocked, and it's not over.
But you're not feeling good about it.
Would you bet your firstborn?
No, I would not.
Definitely not his third.
Well, I told you, what was it, 2-3 weeks ago? Like, I look at the Ravens schedule, and I don't know the next time I won't be picking against them. And it may be that game against the Patriots if the Patriots keep winning. But New England's got to go to Baltimore. Man, some old school stuff right there, right? Yeah, John Harbaugh against the newest Patriot. I'm not, victory-laden team. That's the only way I'm going to go and call them right now for New England. But again, two against Cincinnati, 2 against Pittsburgh, and their next 2 are against Cleveland and the Jets, who I think it's amazing. For the second straight week, we saw the clocks turn back. One actual and one figurative. Browns and the Jets turn back the clock.
Remember my higher register? My higher register last week was that the Jets, despite everything that happened, were probably going to beat down the Browns.
Well, my higher register last week, the Jets are going to win more than you think. And his higher register was about Caleb Williams, right?
So we all hit.
Yeah. Which is why, Del Tufo, you were wrong in going higher register about that. That was a good segment. Because it really was. You don't have to go higher register about it. I love checking our work.
Despite the fact how long it takes to get to that point.
All right, that's your AFC North update. Let's take a break. Your phone calls. When we come back, we'll talk about the Bears, Leonard Williams, and the Seahawks still to come here on this busy Monday.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community, that's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Back here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, along with Disney Plus and the ESPN feed as well. We're live streaming every single day. Let's go to Michael in Arkansas. You're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Michael?
Rich, I'm doing, I guess, okay. I thought I was going to end up jumping off a building last night after watching my Steelers looking like the 60s.
I'm sorry to hear that, but you seem in good spirits this morning, though, Michael.
I'm getting better as I go along. Once I had my my cup of coffee and sitting here relaxing in 25-degree weather. But I have a serious question for you, Rich.
Sure.
It's been a couple of years since I've spoken to you.
Okay.
Do you still think Tomlin should be our head coach?
Oh. Why are you looking at me like that, Chris? Why are you looking at me?
I'm just,
Chris knows.
Awaiting your response.
Chris knows. What does he know, Michael?
Chris
he knows. What does he know? I know what you know. I let's put it this way. I think he's a Hall of Fame head coach. I think he is remarkable at plugging into the athlete. I think he is remarkable at taking the passion for football and instilling it in a team. And I think that if this falls apart, I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers finally say, let's figure something out, and then Tomlin shows up somewhere else.
Like the Giants.
And let me ask you, if I may.
The Giants wouldn't be a bad spot. I think Tomlin is 100% going to be a coach in this league for as long as he wants to be. But I totally understand that Steeler fans are like, we're done. We're done with seeing something that has flashes of excellence in the regular season only to wane prior to the playoffs. This wane is now the middle of the season, but we are still, let's be honest, 8 days removed. 1 week ago, we were talking about how the Steelers look terrific and the Colts, maybe they turn him back into a pumpkin, and the reverse happened. And I'm telling you, last night was a home game. Last night was 100% a home game for the Steelers, and they just blew it. But you got to tip the cap to the Chargers,
correct,
though.
But the Steelers have become the retirement home. Wilson last year, Aaron Rodgers this year. I mean, if we can get them, to stop burning the incense out there and maybe come alive a little bit, we might have something. Every throw. And again, I get it. It was just last night, and he's done some good things. But come on. I mean, do we not have Will Howard on our team?
Oh, well, he was hurt. No, you're not turning to Will Howard. Nor Mason Rudolph, which was brought up by Chris. I'm assuming tongue a little bit in cheek because it was an Overreaction Monday subject matter on our podcast. And thanks for the call, Michael. I mean, it's Rodgers. Like, that's what the Jets did for two years. It's Rodgers. You put your eggs in that basket, which is why I would have gone ahead and gotten another receiver in the trade deadline. To heck with the 4th, 5th, or 6th round draft choice. Let's go. I mean, let's go. They're clearly missing a gear on offense. I don't know why he can't connect with DK Metcalf in the same way that, he did on occasion with Garrett Wilson. I don't know why that is. I have no idea. But something just isn't working. It's not clicking. A little bit off is what Rodgers called himself on Sunday night. And the next final 8 games are a measuring stick, as they should be. It is the National Football League. The good news is you're going to finish up your series with Cincinnati prior to Joe Burrow returning, which our friend Jay Glazer just tweeted out from Fox that he is expecting Joe Burrow's 21-day window that just opened in the early parts of this hour for him to return from it which means in the next 3 weeks, you're going to see Joe Burrow, and that might be a Week 13 Cincinnati date against against Baltimore on that Thanksgiving night, by the way. You think and NBC's rooting for that one on Thanksgiving night, that Burrow returns on Thanksgiving night? Just in time to potentially save that season again, if their season is savable. And then after that, you send Rodgers to Chicago and hope that he finds that magic there again, which wouldn't be surprised if he did. Home against Buffalo, which at this point in time could be hit or miss on which Bills team shows up. Is it the one that beat the Chiefs, the one that smoked the Carolina Panthers, or the ones that just got beat in Miami? Similar to the way that they got beat in Atlanta. Which one is that going to show up? And then you do have a Monday night home date against Miami where I imagine Mike McDaniels will look as cold as they always do whenever they're on the road. At Detroit before 2 home dates. Let's go. I mean, you're not making a change. You're not going to Mason Rudolph or Will Howard. It just isn't it. You've got a guy neck up who's one of the best ever. And if physically he can do the stuff like he did against Cincinnati in Cincinnati to win that game, or against the Colts to help win that game on the defensive side, finally catching up to what the offense was doing with Rodgers, then you can win more games. This might be a little bit knee-jerk, but it does look like the Ravens are coming to try and take him straight out. And if the Ravens go from 1-5 to beat a team that went from 4-1 or whatever they are, maybe it is time for the Steelers to just sit down with Tomlin and say, where do you want to go? Because we'll let you set that up. Certainly if the Giants are raising their hands saying, we'll take you, Mike Tomlin, you can coach up that defense, and let's find the offensive coordinator for Dart. Just as an example. Ripped straight from the headlines of hour number 2 of this Week 10 Monday edition of the Rich Eisen Show. Al in Dallas. What's up, Albert?
I'm in right now for what you said.
Okay.
I mean, we've had 7 coaches since Tomlin's been in Pittsburgh. It's got to stop. I mean, it has to stop. We need to bring a legitimate head coach in there to help run this organization that knows what the hell he's doing. This is insane. I mean, that defense, if I told you in the beginning of the year, and I was playing tongue-in-cheek when I put my prediction, but in the beginning of the year, that defense plays with 0 heart. 0. It's embarrassing how poor that defense played. And I don't want to see Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart has nothing to prove. Jackson Dart's good to go. He's legit. He's the reason why you want to come here. I don't want to see that kid on the field for the rest of the year. I mean, you just put him in harm's way. This is insane. I like Dayball too, but man, we need a lockdown professional immediately. And if the Pittsburgh Steelers fans who've been whining and complaining since they hired this guy in 2007, if they want to fire him, we'll take him in a heartbeat. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, if I appreciate the two cents, Al, and obviously won't want to hear from you as you've been one of our regulars since day one. Thanks for the call. I mean, that's a Giant fan right there who would take Tomlin in a heartbeat. And I know, again, this is middle of the season, and it's stirring something up. And I know Tomlin doesn't want to hear any of this stuff. And I'm sure he's just sitting in his film room or his office or whatever, going about his business to get ready for the Cincinnati Bengals next. Because they need to win that game, and they do. They're 6-4. They've split with the Bengals, and then they move merrily forward into the teeth of their November and December schedule. But I will just say this. Giants have an opening, and the Giants and the Steelers owners sit next to each other at every owners meeting. Every owners meeting. They are tight. There's a reason why one of the actresses from the Mara family's first name is Rooney, by the way.
Yep.
So that will only intensify if the Steelers start to fall apart, or they just stumble into the playoffs, or they get to the playoffs and don't win, or they stumble and don't make the playoffs. That'll be the conversation to be had.
What about Bill
Belichick for the Giants?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Chris, and I'm saying this with the ultimate of respect, and I know I'm going to be getting and stepping in a direction. Let me ask you this. Would you want to hand a young quarterback off to him and say, who are you going to get for him, Joe Judge? You're going to get Patricia, stop being the defensive coordinator for the first overall ranked Buckeyes, bring him in. I mean, I understand, like, that would be amazing.
If as a GM and ownership group, you say, hey, Bill, this is going to be our OC. Why not have Bill for a couple years?
I'm sure Bill's looking to
get the ship back on track. The Giants have been awful this decade. They need someone to write this thing. Chance to come home, give Bill a chance to save face with the way his career's gone the last few years.
And I know they love Bill. I mean, who doesn't in New Jersey? Who doesn't for Giants fans? And he's still the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
But
he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
The way that he will be.
You'll have a Hall of Famer on the sideline.
But as a Patriot fan, would you counsel the Giants to do that? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, with a caveat that he does not get to choose who the OC is for this young quarterback.
Why would you ever put any sort of thing on Bill Belichick? Like, this is the way we want you to do it.
If he wants to coach in the NFL again and get the all-time record, you say, Bill, this is how it's got to be. Interesting if Tomlin says no.
I don't know why Tomlin would say no if things fall apart there and you have to sit there and wonder, you know what? I could be the coach of the Giants for a long time to come. And I am part of and honestly, you got to take stock. You sit there and go, I don't know. Again, I shouldn't say this sort of thing because there's so much of a personal aspect of it. I think he's now an empty nester. He must love living in Western PA, all of that stuff. There's a personal thing to this. But just a football-wise sort of thing, we just had a caller from Arkansas, a Steeler fan, talk about why are we constantly, in the geriatric mode of the quarterback spot. Jackson Dart is a massive plus for this job. Massive. Massive. Scatterboo, Neighbors, the high draft choice, defense that can get after it. Get after it with young people getting after it. There's a lot of reasons to take this Giants job over other ones that are going to be open.
Yeah, there's going to be at least, 4 or 5 others usually? There's always in that 6 to 8 number each year.
I want to take a moment here before we take a break. Paul Tagliabue passed away on Sunday. And this one hit me personally because he was one of the first people I met after I was hired to host the NFL Network. As a matter of fact, in our green room, hung up in there is a letter I received when I lived on the Upper West Side of Manhattan from Paul Tagliabue, a welcome aboard letter from him. I saved everything, the piece of paper and the envelope, because it kind of felt big when I was hired by NFL Network in 2003 after being handed a cardboard box by our current Rich Eisen Show benefactors up in Bristol, Connecticut, just about 8 days before I got married. And so if you don't mind putting it back up there, Mike, he hand wrote out at the end, most important for now, in parentheses he wrote, and the long-term exclamation point, congratulations on your marriage to Susie, who he had never met by that point. A personal touch from the commissioner of the National Football League. And obviously, the NFL Network is not born without Paul Tagliabue's stewardship. And I'll never forget, we're in our first year, I think, of NFL Network. There was an Irish bar down the street from our studio in Culver City. And after a show, Tagliabue showed up. He was, by the way, the first ever guest in the history of NFL Network. We interviewed him and showed him how he is in the top 5 or 10 rebounders in the history of Georgetown basketball. He was a tall man who played hoops for Georgetown before, obviously, he became what he became, a lawyer and then the commissioner of the NFL for 17 years. And I remember going with him, Joe Brown, who was the keeper of the flame at his right-hand man, and also the COO of the time, his eventual successor, Roger Goodell. We all went with the crew after an NFL Total Access to the Irish bar, and the The bartender and the people there were so excited to have the commissioner of the NFL in there. They handed him a shillelagh. There's a photograph of Tagliabue holding a shillelagh and just cutting loose is only, one would think he could. Like, that's as far as I've ever seen him cut loose. And then just, again, his stewardship of the NFL Network, so crucial, part of the 17 years highlighted by very important items on his to-do list, expanding the league from 28 to 32 teams. If you're a fan of the Panthers, the Jaguars, the Texans, or the Cleveland Browns, he's the one that expanded to those spots, including giving Cleveland its franchise back. Let's not forget, he was the one when 9/11 happened, that he was the one who canceled the games that weekend, and everybody was looking for his leadership to what do we do? What do we do? A lot of other sports leagues were like, what do we do? The NFL canceled its games, and then a bunch of others did follow suit. If you're a fan of the Saints, you still have a team because this man refused to let Katrina blow the Saints off the NFL map from New Orleans. I'll never forget NFL Network. We were there that night when the Superdome reopened on a Monday night. We all remember what happened in that game. That was when Steve Gleason blocked a punt. There's a statue in front of the stadium that still holds the Saints because it told Paul Tagliabue from that night.
The moving of the Super Bowl.
Man, there was just so much that he helped with us at NFL Network. And, 17 years, no labor stoppages. This is after 2 strikes in 82 and 87. This handshake came at an owners meeting that we were covering here. He was so welcoming to all of us at NFL Network. We worked at his largesse and beck and call. And I'll never forget, I asked him once, one of the first things I did prior to NFL Network launching is he brought a contingent of NFL folks to Lambeau Field for the opening of the 2003 season. NFL Network didn't come on the air till week 11 of the 03 season. And he was leading a contingent to Lambeau Field because they had just renovated. And Dante Culpepper spoiled the party. Never forget Joe Brown. I love you, Joe. He said to me, he goes, Rich, sitting next to Tagliabue, goes, so, Vikings beating the Packers, did that knock you out of your survivor pool? And I'm like, Joe, I don't know what you mean. Because he was asking me if I was gambling in front of the NFL commissioner, and Tagliabue laughed at that. But I did ask Tagliabue on that flight home. I asked him, because he invited me to come with them, which was very welcoming again. He didn't have to do that. And I asked him, I said, you came up through the ranks as a lawyer for Washington, and you were a season ticket holder. Do you still have your season tickets? And he said, no, because when he took the job from Pete Rozelle told him that you no longer have one team in mind. You have all teams in mind. And the only team you root for as commissioner is the team that's losing because you want close games. And I'll never forget that. Is basically, he's just like, it's all about these games, the competition, and what's going on the field. Obviously, there's lots of the business acumen I'm sure I was not privy to. And we do all know, what was going on with concussions at the time. And he even said at the end of his career, he regretted a lot of the things that he was saying on that front while he was commissioner for 17 years. And I'm sure there's some folks listening to me right now saying I should be mentioning that. And he talked about it himself. But he was always about the shield. He was always for us at NFL Network. My God, without him, there wouldn't be one up the road. And for that, I say thank you. I'm forever in his debt there. And to his wife, Chandler, his son, Drew, his daughter, Emily, his extended family, and, of course, his National Football League family, I say rest in peace. Paul Tagliabue passed away at the age of 84 on Sunday.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th. And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Looking sharp has never been this easy or this affordable. It's the Suit Mart Buy One, Get Two event. Buy one suit at regular price. Get your second suit for just $30 and your third suit for only $20. Choose from a huge selection of slim fit, classic, and modern styles with sizes up to 70 regular. Hurry in. This offer runs Thursday, November 13th through Sunday, November 16th at all 3 Suit Mart locations. Suit Mart, where style meets savings.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
Let me talk to you a little bit about Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life at my house and all the music that we listen to. Trust me, when one son likes Kendrick Lamar and another son likes Taylor Swift, you need to have separate rooms playing music.
Yep.
All right?
I'd imagine.
Just saying. Just to keep the peace.
Well, Taylor and Kendrick did a song together. So you got to listen to that.
That's great. I think maybe we'll find mutual respect. And we'll play Sonos, that song in one room. How about that? Because you can zone it up. Basically, every room is its own zone, whether you're listening to music or watching your big-time football or a sports event on your television. If you want stadium-quality sound at home just like me, explore the soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. So, listen, blowouts galore, right? Yesterday.
Yeah, the late games for sure.
Well, I guess obviously there wasn't a blowout with Houston coming back from 19 down on Jacksonville. Right. The Bears coming back from 10 down on the Giants. There's also a nice game, tight game between the Patriots and the Bucs that we talked about to lead this show.
Yep.
But in terms of intensity and in terms of excitement and in terms of the whole country kind of sitting down to watch, how about the big noon game on Fox? Oof. Where Indiana put its undefeated record on the line, trying to win for the first time in Happy Valley, which desperately needed a win with their interim head coach. And they come back from double digits down to take the lead. Phew. And, guys, this catch by Omar Cooper Jr. of Fernando Mendoza's perfectly thrown ball Mendoza was so on point in this final drive.
It's amazing.
Was so spectacular, but this catch in the back of the end zone, high pointing it, and then getting did he get both feet down?
I thought that as well. I'm like, dang, this was an NFL legit catch.
But he wasn't. He got one.
That's all he needed, obviously.
That's all he needed. People are saying he got two.
Let me give it up. Give it up to Penn State for giving Indiana a game. Give it up to Indiana for coming back after blowing the lead. Give it up to the quarterback who was so dynamite. Gus Johnson, when he finally got his voice back, said, give him the Heisman now, which I'll be honest with you, even as a Wolverine, I'm just saying that's not done yet. Okay? Because Julian is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And Jeremiah Smith, too. But this kid Mendoza was awesome, and that catch was amazing. And all I could think of was this. Let's just say, I'm not trying to speak this into existence. Let's just say Ohio State does beat Michigan for the first time since 2019. Okay? In the Big House, which is a distinct possibility, to be very honest.
There's a chance.
So Indiana and Ohio State, being undefeated, are going to play a meaningless game, which the Big Ten championship now is. So one of these undefeated teams will go into the playoffs off a loss and not undefeated. And I don't want to hear like, hey, it's for a bye week or it's for seeding or any of that stuff. Because the equivalent would be this. Last year, the Lions and the Vikings played each other for the top seed, the winning of the division, and going into the playoffs as a road team. And this would in effect be that.
Yep.
But last year, the Lions and Vikings had to play because it was on their schedule.
Yeah.
This is just like, let's do it so we can rake in more cash in a system that has now made such games fully antiquated. And let's give a team that's sitting at home a leg up. Let's show them Indiana and Ohio State spilling their guts out before you may have to play one of them as a more defrayed team because they've played one more game. And you didn't make your conference championship, but you still make the playoffs. You get to sit at home. You get to not put a thing on the line. You get to put nothing on tape, on film at all. It's so stupid. And that's coming down the pike. That's possible. Why make Indiana, like, if Indiana plays Ohio State undefeated, now you've got a playoff in which to do it. Now you put it for all the marbles. And whoever wins stays undefeated and maybe wins it all.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey, girl. I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief. O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers. And Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday. Plus, they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they've got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com.
Football season is in full swing, and however you get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Let's go! Roquan Smith just decapitated Aaron Jones. What's that bull doing?
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Touchdown! There's the record breaker for Jonathan Taylor. H.M. have a game.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Keenan Allen, reception number 956.
Today's guests, Seahawks defensive end Leonard Williams, Monday Night Preview. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. First 2 hours, just like this one, is on Disney Plus, ESPN app streaming everywhere for you to see it or listening to it on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, Sirius XM Channel 80. We say hello to our podcast listeners. All 3 hours available that way as well. Same thing as Overreaction Monday. Chris Brockman and I recorded that before we went on the air. In this show over the last 2 hours, taking your phone calls, reviewing much of the week number 10. Just hit on college football a little bit with the way Indiana and Penn State went down over the weekend. And again, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. The Giants bounced their head coach, Brian Daboll, right in the middle of hour number 1. We've been talking about it. And again, your phone calls at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. As I mentioned, over the last 5 years, the New York Jets, 25-52, the Giants, 24-53-1. So I'm pleased to welcome in a man who's played 5 seasons each, some of them overlapping with the Jets and the Giants. Is a man now of the 7-2 Seattle Seahawks in his 11th season in the National Football League. Great to see Leonard Williams here on the Rich Eisen Show. How are you, Leonard? Good to see you.
I'm doing great, man. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
You bet. How does it feel to be 7-2 right now?
It feels amazing. I got to say, it feels good.
Because, again, I just kind of recounted, being a Jet and a Giant and having all of those times. And, I'll revisit that just in a brief bit briefly with you. But I do want to talk about your current situation first and how things have changed over there. You arrived just a couple of seasons ago. Mike McDonald did as well. What is clicking and working for you there that you can put your finger on, Leonard?
I think it's just the identity that we're creating in the house that, Coach Mike has done a tremendous job of doing in his 2 years here so far. And, we just create such a hard work ethic. We believe in process over results. So we learned that, after a win, to stay humble, go back to the process. It's not about the results, and vice versa after a loss. It's just always going back to our process. And I think we are creating a tremendous amount of just belief in our team and belief in our coaching staff and belief in one another.
Well, obviously, that's not easy to do. Again, you're the way that you were born into this league and how you went through some rough times trying to win football games with your teammates. And I'm sure all the coaches that you had there wanted to instill the same thing, but were unable to do that. What is Mike McDonald's superpower in that respect? Leonard?
I mean, I would just say the trust that the players have from him comes from just his knowledge of the game. You can tell I'm a defensive player. He's the defensive coach. So I'm speaking from, firsthand experience that, he's a smart coach. He knows what he's doing. He puts his players in position to win. And he also coaches all of us differently. He knows that we all have different strengths, different weaknesses. He's not going to expect one person to do something the exact same way as the next guy. And he allows like a good blend of it being like, his principles and the way that he wants things, but also allowing the players to have a role and take the keys of the team as well. And, we have a big, back and forth with the coaches and players that creates a more symbiotic type of situation.
So, yeah, I mean, Pete Carroll's last year was your first year there, and then obviously McDonald shows up. How have things been different from year 1 to year 2 with Mike McDonald that you might be able to point out, Leonard?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I love Pete Carroll. I'm so happy that he traded me here. He was a big players coach, had a lot of fun. And I think Mike came in and, they're just very different personalities, I would say. I think Mike had to learn the social aspect because he was such a, X's and O's type of guy. And Pete was a very social guy. He had the team very bonded. And I think Mike has done a good job of now learning the social aspect and being able to incorporate both his knowledge of the game and now learning how to also be really sociable and a player's coach as well. And I think, those are the best type of coaches to me that, know the game, know football, know the X's and O's, and also are personable and can get along with the players and that sort of, that stuff.
Yeah, and it just is all working. I mean, this thing was a wrap almost right away yesterday. And what is that like to be on a team? You're watching your teammate DeMarcus Lawrence return 2 to the house like that, yeah. and you know what it's like when the 12s start getting wound up in that crowd. It's just a big momentum shift that is so tough for the opponent to overcome. What is that like, Leonard? If you can describe that.
I mean, it's huge. It feels amazing. My whole career, I've heard this term, you're either playing meaningful football in December or you're not. And a lot of times in my career, I was not playing meaningful football in December, and it makes the season feel really long. You're out there playing, knowing you're not going to the playoffs, and it just makes the season feel hard and long and dragged out. Whereas now there's excitement in the building. There's, people are looking forward to that next game. People are looking forward to the future. We're playing meaningful football in December. Guys are rooting and cheering for each other and looking forward to going against good opponents, looking forward to just getting better every week. And, it's just been an amazing, amazing time this year.
Now, again, I'm not doing this to stir anything up, Leonard. I swear to you. But after DeMarcus returns one, then he gets another. Is there a part of you going, what gives? How come certainly since the second one kind of dropped right there too. Are you sitting there going what about me? I mean, I'm just as much of a hard worker. I've been in this league forever and a day just like him. What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everybody wants theirs, in a game. We all work so hard and we all put the work in that, you want to see the plays and the results happen on Sunday. But at the same time, it's I couldn't be, as happy as anyone, to see your teammate make a play like that. It was crazy to see it happen back to back, though. And like you said, it was we were joking this morning how, I've been around football, for so long at this point in my life, and I'm still seeing new things. It was crazy to see that play happen back to back, the same exact way, same exact 2 guys on the play. And, DeMarcus didn't even have to break stride when he was running into the end zone. He was just running and the ball was in his hand at the same time.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
That's what I'm saying. Why not you, man? I mean, you're exactly. Working hard. You're a hard worker.
You both got to ask him that.
That's what I'm saying. Again, I don't want to stir anything up. You've also got to be very pleased as a fellow USC Trojan to see what's happening with Sam Darnold and what he's doing for your team and what you guys are doing collectively. Can you walk me through what you saw when he first arrived and what you're seeing right now and how those 2 moments might connect in any way, shape, or form, Leonard?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, our connection from USC and our connection from the Jets, we had a little bit of crossover on the Jets as well. So I got to see him come in as a rookie. And I remember I wasn't around him as long. I got traded that same year, I believe. But it's just really amazing to see him grow as a leader, his maturity, his discipline. I just see the same guy every single day. And I'm not just saying this. This is one of the best quarterbacks I've been around in terms of his process. Every time I see him on the airplane or wherever it is, he looks like he's watching film. He's working with the receivers. He's just constantly trying to find small details to get better. And I think it's showing. I mean, he's playing some of his best ball right now. And it's just great to see him lead the team, lead the offense.
Yeah, and again, seeing him in college and then obviously seeing him in the pros, you were witnessing when he was in college, I'm sure rooting for the Trojans from where you were, Leonard, right? Watching those highs and then being there when he showed up with the Jets and seeing the potential lows and watching him go through his career. And now here you are. You're in year 11. He's in now with his 4th different team right now, making it. I'm wondering what you saw of his journey and what you think is his fortitude here that you can shed some light on from your personal perch.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could shed a lot of light on it just because I feel like I've been through a similar situation in my career. You know, I've been on, this is my 3rd team now. I'm on year 11, and now I'm, you know, I believe I'm playing some of my best ball now. And, you know, I've seen the same journey for Sam where he, you know, started off on the Jets and got traded around and was kind of, you know, looked past. And, you know, guys were undervaluing him and things of that nature. And I think he's that type of process and time in the league just creates humility and just creates a work ethic that I think Sam has right now.
And obviously, you know, when he's operating the offense, you're on the sideline, maybe doing, you know, your thing on a tablet or with a coach or with your teammates. But do you sometimes stop and watch Jackson Smith and Jigba do his thing, Leonard?
Yeah, we do as a defensive line, actually, because we always talk about how there's some similarities there between a receiver and a defensive lineman in terms of the way we have to create space, get guys on off balance and things of that nature. And, you know, just from understanding that as a defensive lineman, I think we can kind of understand when we see a great route or we see a great move that Jackson puts on. And he's been incredible to watch. I mean, and it makes our job a lot easier as well because we know when we go to the sideline, we see 3rd down and things like that when we're on the sideline, and we just, you know, we have a lot of faith in our team that they're going to get the first down with 11 out there on the field, and he's just unstoppable right now.
He is. I mean, he's got over 1,000 yards through 9 games. He's really threatening a Calvin type season, and then for him to do it after DK winds up in Pittsburgh, and it's now his role, right? Fair or unfair? We all understand the way things sometimes get portrayed in the media. I'm wondering what your perspective is from that point of view of how he's been able to do it in just 9 games of being the man there.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say from my time here from, you know, I think I got traded here his 2nd year in the league or his 1st year. Can't remember, but from the time I've been around him, I could just tell that he takes on his role just to 100%. I think he was fully okay with being wide receiver 2 or 3 and was like fully soaking up all the information he could from the guys in front of him, like Tyler Lockett and DK. And, you know, he's just 100% in his role. And now that they, you know, bumped him to the number 1 receiver and he's the guy, it's like he's, again, like leaning 100% into that role, and he's very capable. And I think he did a good job of just taking in as much information as possible from those guys that were here while he was here.
All right, two questions for you, and then I'll let you go on the rest of your Monday. And I really appreciate you joining me here after such a big win and in such a big week for you. But I would be remiss if I didn't ask you your thoughts of the Giants firing Brian Daboll today. And again, you know the organization, you know the front office, and the way things have gone there for the Giants. Do you have any thoughts when you heard that news today?
That's actually news to me right now, just because, you know, I just woke up and was kind of focused on my team this morning, came in and worked out. So this is news to me. You know, I always thought of him as a great guy. He was a player's coach. I got along with him pretty well, and, you know, I'm definitely wishing him luck on his future. I definitely got to hit up some of my guys that I know over there and, you know, see how they feel and see how they're doing.
All right. And so you just woke up, huh? Man, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, I've been here for a little bit, but I just haven't been on my phone. I have a good rule of not being on my phone too much after a game. You know?
Really? What do you mean? What's that rule?
Yeah.
What is that rule? What is it?
I just like to keep my head clear and not focus too much on the media and things like that. I like to just be where my feet are. And a lot of times after games, I notice, guys get on the bus and that's one of the first things they do is they want to check their phone. They want to check Twitter. They want to see what people are saying. And to me, actually, I like to stay out of all the noise for at least 24 hours.
Okay. All right. So then I know you have to go. So last one for you, Leonard. What is this week going to be like? What a big game. You got the Rams. They're playing on tilt right now. The quarterback that you're going to have to stop the run on the way to has been on fire. What do you think this game's going to be like, and what this week's going to be like? 7-2 at 7-2. Cooper Kupp going back there too, Leonard.
Like you said, they're on fire. We know that as a team. And like I've been saying, our team is looking forward to getting better every week. We're looking forward to playing great opponents to see where we're at. And I think this is one of those matchups where, we're going to be able to see where we're at. So we're definitely treating this week very serious, as we always do. And I think that's one thing that we have to focus on this week is treating it the same. Like I've been saying, it's going back to the process. I think if we make any game too big or too little, we're going to get off track. So I think we just need to stay exactly how we've been treating it and going back to the process.
Leonard, thanks for the time. Again, like I said, I know day after a game is always quite the day, but congrats on the 7-2 start, and I look forward to chatting again real soon. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You got it. That's Leonard Williams, everybody, in his 11th year. The 7-2 Seahawks. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show. There he goes. What a big, huge game. And he is just anchoring. He is anchoring. How dare he say he doesn't pay attention to the media? That's number one.
For 24 hours.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah, 24 hours.
I mean, anything longer than 24 hours would be awful for us. 7-2 versus 7-2. Cooper Kupp back in the building. Whose house is it?
Coops.
Devontae Adams at one point gave a little scare with his lower back, but he's all right. He's all right.
He is okay.
Yeah, apparently he's okay.
Oblique.
Puka's doing it. All these tight ends you've never really heard of half the time are doing it.
So many tight
Kyren Williams doing it, defensively doing it. Speaking of guys you never heard of, the Seahawks again lead the league in those people scoring. Defensively, they're on fire. McDonald is going to be calling the defensive plays. McVay, the offensive plays. Let's go. Let's go. Because as much as you see McVay and Shanahan, they're not calling plays against each other. This one, different story. Different story. Can't wait for it. We'll be talking about it all week long and setting the table for that. Back on the Rich Eisen Show with your phone calls. We will talk about the Chicago Bears also still to come here on this program on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay, and benefits in one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today. 844-204-RICH, number to dial.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at B&M.
Looking sharp has never been this easy or this affordable. It's the Suit Mart Buy One, Get Two event. Buy one suit at regular price. Get your second suit for just $30 and your third suit for only $20. Choose from a huge selection of slim fit, classic, and modern styles with sizes up to 70 regular. Hurry in. This offer runs Thursday, November 13th through Sunday, November 16th at all 3 Suit Mart locations. Suit Mart, where style meets savings.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Houston values spanking
banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today. Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get Rambling.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Still haven't ordered dessert for Thanksgiving? Skip the line and order today for a sweet, stress-free holiday to make sure your family's favorites are reserved. From rustic pumpkin to southern pecan to die-for fudge pecan and double-crust apple pie, every slice is scratch-made with the very best ingredients. Whether it's Friendsgiving, an office potluck, or game day weekend, Dessert Gallery brings everyone to the table. Visit DessertGallery.com or stop by our stores at Kirby or in the Woodlands before it's crumbs and cries of who ate the last slice.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Let's go to Nick in Los Angeles, California. What's up, Nick?
Hello. Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on again, Rich.
Yep.
I don't know if you remember, but I was agitating for Daboll to be fired. I was buzzing like a little bee.
Okay.
And it finally happened, and I'm very pleased. We have Coach Kafka, which is very fitting because the last few years have certainly been Kafka-esque.
Listen to him. Listen. I don't think people thought there would be any reading on this exam, sir. So be careful, Nick. Be careful. No language arts.
I have a little brief message for Coach Daboll on behalf of all Giants fans. So, Brian, on behalf of myself and all Giants fans, I want to thank you for your service. And despite your inability to consistently field a healthy kicker or hold on to a fourth-quarter lead or even understand when you could go for it on fourth down the goal line or not, we appreciate your effort. You also heavily encouraged the Jackson Dart decision, which was a great call. So, we wish you did better during your time here, and I'm sure you did too. So farewell, sweet prince. Your watch is ended.
Thank you very much, Nick in Illinois. Nick in Los Angeles.
I got to hire Kim Jong-Seer, the next coach. He's a local business leader.
Sorry, we unfortunately got to lose him. Nick's cell reception was pretty terrible there. It's kind of crazy how Brian Daboll gets fired today after another loss in which Jackson Dart was showing how talented he is, how energetic he is, how he was the right choice, and hardly none of that gets ascribed to Daboll setting the stage for him. And how this was another defeat snatched from the jaws of victory. And this time around, when he goes out with a concussion, Daboll isn't barking in the blue tent to see where he is because he doesn't want to have Russell Wilson out there when he knows that Russell's not equipped to lead this team to victory. And that led to, as we know, a fine, and it led to an investigation. And it's just, I don't know how, obviously, being a coach in this league will drive you crazy. And it'll change the way that you approach your job, change the way that you approach everything. That ultimately what cost him this time around in this game, outside of Dart being hurt, and now everyone is kind of blaming him for putting Dart in harm's way as much as he did with some of the play calling and things of that nature, is how on fourth down they go for a field goal to go up by 2 scores, 20-10, instead of going for it, even after a penalty puts it closer inside the 1. And he still decides to kick it. And this is the guy who, in his first game as head coach, if you remember, against the Titans, goes for it for a 2-point conversion for the win rather than an extra point to tie it. Yep. He wins it, and that launched an entire season's worth of success, a Coach of the Year campaign for him, a successful Coach of the Year campaign for him, and a playoff season for the Giants, their last one. And we all know what that win for the Giants and the decisions that they made with the quarterback and running back have led to this present day, in which Saquon takes the field for the Philadelphia Eagles with a ring on his finger and a 6-2 record. That's the best in the NFC coming into this week, needing to win to keep up with the rest of the NFC West. That's leading. But it's just interesting how that guy goes from game 1, we're going for it on a 2-point conversion. Follow me to freedom. Ooh, and this time around, it's just like, we're just going to kick that extra point, go up by 10. Yeah. And, of course, Dart goes out. Then, I don't know why Jameis is rendered useless. If I'm Kafka, do you just, say, hey, stay in the concussion protocol. You stay where you are, Jackson. We're starting Jameis this week, and then just try and wing it around. And he's like the different version of Tommy Cutlets. But the Giants fans are all out of Tommy Cutlets. They're like, we're done with that. We want to win with Jackson freaking Dart and start winning some football games. But this year is not it. Now you're 2-8 with an interim head coach. And part of the reason why is because you couldn't hold on to a lead in Chicago against a Bears team that was ready to just disintegrate. And in terms of the Bears on Sunday, I mean, it was all going south in this game. Started well, then Dart put his foot in the ground, and again, he's just got an ability to get some momentum and just start making plays on you. And a Bears defense that's used to just dominating and turning people over in their wins started to wilt. In a day where it's flurrying and it's freezing in Chicago, this is exactly when an opportunistic defense is supposed to get it done. But Caleb also, and an offense, supposed to get it done. And they were losing. And here we go. Here's another rookie quarterback playing way much better than Caleb is in terms of a consistency level. If they were going to lose this game, it's back to okay, so now we're roller coastering with this guy. We're up, and then we're down, and we're up, and there's no consistent just ascension. And here we were talking again about ball placement and things about how he's not doing this and he's not doing that. And then the fourth quarter hits, and guess what he does? Same thing that he did against Cincinnati, which is make some plays when all things look dark with his legs and with his arms. He scores one, running it in. It was exhilarating. I could only imagine what it must have been like in that stadium with Bears fans watching him run it in, especially when Dart's running it in. And Dart's doing all these things. And they're sitting there probably thinking, this rookie guy from the Bears who doesn't have, from the Giants, who doesn't have Rome Odunze and doesn't have all these other players, he's doing it. Why isn't Caleb? Well, for the second straight week, he does it in the fourth quarter. His passer rating in his last two fourth quarters, 123.5. 23.5% better than his passer rating in the fourth quarter. By the way, that's he's now got a 100 passer rating in the fourth quarter this year. He had a passer rating in the fourth quarters all of last year of 95.3. He's getting better with the game on the line, more accurate and making better decisions. And Ben Johnson, here's the difference between winning and losing. If he was losing, it's just like, can you just run the play instead of running around for your life, please? Like, we're scheming these guys open. If one's not open, throw it to two. And instead, you do what you do to win the game in two back-to-back fourth quarters. Right. Now suddenly you're pulling magic. Now you're magic. Listen to the soundbite from the coach here.
He looks like a Houdini back there in the backfield because, like I said, that's a really good pass rushing front that they've given a lot of teams fits. I think Burns is leading the NFL in sacks, and so there are times where he's trying to escape and making some things happen. He had a couple throws down the field, but like you said, over 50 yards again rushing for the second week in a row. And I thought in the fourth quarter there we really needed that as a shot in the arm to end up winning that ball game. So credit to him.
Okay. So, and now, again, you go from not running the play in a timely fashion, right? You're giving up on the play too soon to now, boy, the escapability is something else. Right. It really is.
I'd say some of it's instincts. I think some of it's lifting and training. I think the other part of it is visualizing those moments that, the defender's leverage and things like that, and being able to take advantage of his leverage. And then other than that, it's just being smart at those moments. If it's time to throw the ball away or dirt it, anything like that, dirt it. If it's not and I can make a play, go make a play for this team and, do whatever I need from there. But, I think it's those couple things that I do, throughout the week, throughout the year, visualizing those moments.
So I guess to use a magic phrase, abracadabra, voila, look who's in the 7th seed in a playoff spot if all things started today in the National Football Conference. That would be your 6-3 Chicago Bears.
The Bears.
Half game better than the Niners. Vikings are knocking on the door. If they can start playing consistently, the Panthers are 5-5. As we know, the Bears and the Cowboys, I don't think the two should meet. But Bears have got, with 8 games to go, halfway through their schedule, not going to go high registered. They are a playoff team right now. Because their defense is, how about this? Their defense is turning things over. They've outscored their opponent 30-18 in their last 2 fourth quarters. And the defense keeps on taking it away. 20 takeaways in this season. That's the most in the National Football League. And may I ask you this? If Ben Johnson's trying to bring what he did from Detroit to Chicago, do they have their Bears version of Sonic and Knuckles? Swift and Monangai. Because Monangai is running downhill inside the 10. That's pretty effective.
Yeah, it's like the Temu version of...
we started the show by showing how Jahmyr Gibbs is setting records for most touchdowns before turning 24. Yeah. That ain't the DeAndre Swift. And, Monangai's a rookie. But the run game certainly looks pretty damn good. Really? And Komet and Loveland. Colston Loveland's coming on.
Yeah, Loveland's coming on.
Odunze actually caught passes.
Yeah,
huh?
That pass Loveland caught.
He snagged it from behind.
Yes.
Yeah. Because, again, that's the conversation. You heard it from Daniel Jeremiah. You've heard it from Kurt Warner here, if you pay attention. And we hope you do on the program, because we keep on bringing guests on who are really smart and telling you things. And we put it all together because we don't just host shows. We weave tapestries around here.
The best thing about us, though, is it's about us.
Is that it's Caleb Williams' ball placement. You got to work on the accuracy. Where you putting it? Doesn't matter if you got guys who can catch it.
That was amazing.
So, yes, give it up to the Bears, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, DJ Moore gets banged up. Luther Burden steps in. You know, they're making stuff happen.
If this keeps on going on, Ashton Kutcher's going to take TJ to an NFC Championship game, despite the Cowboys being there, too.
Yeah.
If it doesn't matter to them, then just go hang out.
I don't think that we're going to make it.
No, I don't think so.
Get your damn act together.
Thank you.
TJ.
You know, speaking of higher register, week 6, my higher register was if the Bears got past with Washington, they were going to go on a run. And they've gone on a run.
So now, by the way, good use of higher register there. Let me ask you this question, Chris. Knowing us as you do. Me enjoying power rankings as much as I do after pooping on it. This guy now quoting his own higher registers twice after saying, I don't speak in higher register. I am a naturally lower register guy.
Sure.
Not just in voice box, but also demeanor. Like we're asking him to remove himself from his lane to do that.
Doesn't change the result.
Because he now, that's now twice he's quoted his own higher register on this program.
I mean, I'm the last of the three of us to ever mention a higher register that has gone.
I think he's starting to get
I'm not asking you your thoughts. I'm asking him his thoughts on our... I would say...
Well, one of us had a Caleb Williams higher register literally last week.
No. It's not about you. I'm talking about
you guys.
Our transformation as broadcasters.
I mean, I think it's great when you guys are doing it.
Very good.
That was a good job.
Very good one.
You guys are doing great with it.
That's great.
What a development for our show.
All right. Let's take a break. Let's set the stage for tonight. Was that a snort? Who snorted?
That was my bad.
Who snorted?
I don't know where that came from.
Whoa. My God.
Wow.
This whole segment began with Tracy Morgan talking about how he sold cocaine and ends with a snort.
I hear a snort. Snorts.
Guys, we're on Disney.
Stop, everybody. Del Tufo.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. I run payroll, too.
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Surroundus. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Surroundus has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Surroundus, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey, Lance. Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits. Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Empowering listeners' sports knowledge since 2007.
Use your sports knowledge for powers of good.
Do it every week.
Love it.
As you know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. It's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. 844-204-RICH, number to dial on the program.
The season's been great. It really is phenomenal.
Oh, what season? The Rich Eisen show?
NFL.
Oh, okay. You've been paying attention?
Yes, I've actually
okay.
been.
Have you?
Yeah. I mean,
because every single time I see you, you're taking a picture of your toothy selfie.
I've done something that you haven't realized.
What is that?
Notice the phone's not in my hands as much.
No, I haven't.
Oh, good for you.
I moved it away.
It took 11 years to pay attention to the program you're on.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
Well, let's see how consistent you can be. Because as you know, it's more than just sometimes your availability is in doubt.
I mean,
I know, but you've got other jobs. You got tough stuff going on. But I don't mean to denigrate.
See, I was being like...
No. In all seriousness, I'll repeat here what I was saying on Overreaction Monday, the pod. Please get it wherever you can get your podcast. You can watch all of it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Also 4:30 Eastern Time on Mondays on ESPN2.
Let's cook.
On the Deuce.
Yeah.
Overreaction Monday.
The Deuce.
Should we put a 2 in our logo for that?
Oh, yes.
Like where could we fit an overreaction?
I don't know.
A 2 on the graphic.
I don't know. Instead of an R?
Oh, that's fun.
I mean, we've incorporated in our pod. We call ourselves ESPNCW now.
Okay.
So ESPNCW.
Overreaction tonight.
Ah, there you go.
Today. Overreaction today. Overreaction today. All right. Anyway,
at us.
As I mentioned there,
RES Consulting never stops.
Fortunate to be in the midst of my 23rd season
Your Jordan year.
Covering the NFL, my Jordan year, Mattingly, sir.
Yeah, okay.
And 23rd season with the NFL Network, and I guess, my gosh, it's coming up on almost 30 years since I had hair saying hello to the SportsCenter audience for the first time. But I don't remember a season in which you're entering week 10 Monday night saying it's anybody's league, and the anybody. How many contenders did we say coming into the season? You were the stingiest. You had 7, right?
I had 12, and you had 15.
Because my glass is half full.
Well, let's run down the standings. Well, and see what you think now.
I mean, right now, coming into listen, tonight's game, I don't care who wins, loses. They're still Super Bowl contenders. I don't care. So I'm choosing the 2 of them there. I got the Lions as well. That's 3. I've got the Rams, and I've got the Rams and the Seahawks as 2 more. That's 5, right?
Yep.
Man, do I put the Bucks? Who's coming? Did you hear Bucky Irving nor Chris Godwin's expected to return to practice or play against the Bills this week?
Todd Bowles said today there is no timetable for either of them to return. The deal with Bucky Irving is not the foot, it's the shoulder. He said he has to be able to take a hit before he can return.
Damn. Oof. I can't take the Bucks out, though, of being a Super Bowl contender right now.
Who are they beating? Out of the teams ahead that you just listed.
They beat Seattle in Seattle.
When players were playing.
I got it. So there's 5 there. You put up the AFC. Every 8-2 team can do it. I don't care what you think about the Broncos offense. Chargers.
The Broncos are at the bottom of the list, though.
I've got to put the Chiefs there. I'm not taking the Bills out yet. I'm just not. Stranger things have happened from teams that are 4-5, let alone 6-3.
So then you got a dozen, right? You take Jacksonville out and put the Chiefs in?
And the Ravens, 2. What are you not? You're going to think the Ravens? You're not going to sit here saying
they're not winning the Super Bowl, man.
Why? Why wouldn't you say that? Their defense playing championship quality, and Lamar's they haven't lost. If you're sitting here thinking they're going to win the division from 1-5 when they're 1-5, and then they actually go ahead and do it,
but that says more about Pittsburgh. That says more about Pittsburgh.
Then you'll remove them from winning being a Super Bowl contender after they actually go ahead and do what you're predicting.
They're not winning the Super Bowl. They're not going to win a playoff game.
Ooh, wow, Brockman.
But wouldn't you agree there's more than 7 now?
No.
Oh, really?
I don't think there's more than 7. It's dwindled down.
Where are your 7?
Let's take a look real quick.
No, right now. I forgot about what you actually have it written down here. I think I have yours written down here. You had Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, Niners. That was it. Those were your 7. And then I think you added
pretty
Green
wide
Bay.
Open.
No.
Yeah, and then I added Green Bay. So yeah.
Yeah. So then you had 8. I'm just saying it's wide. It's truly the real deal, wide open. Like, and then there's always a team that you don't see coming, a la one of the Eli Giants or Big Ben from the 6th seed. It can absolutely happen.
So I shouldn't give up hope.
No, you can give up hope.
Oh no, yeah, your team.
Let's hit each other.
3-5-1, second place.
But I mean, in that respect, just saying this about tonight's game. The Eagles and the Packers. The Eagles coming off of a bye. As we all know, the Packers coming off of a home loss to the Carolina Panthers. So they're 5-2-1. They just watched the Lions rebound to go to 6-3. They face each other in Detroit on Thanksgiving Day at the end of the month to kick off the triple header. The Eagles go into Green Bay tonight. After tonight, they're Sunday night against the Lions. So they take on the 2 top teams in the NFC North, arguably one of the toughest divisions in football, with the Bears being a third-place team at 6-3. 4-5, last-place team for the Vikings would be second place in the NFC East. So tonight's game for the Eagles is more about playoff positioning and conference playoff positioning, because the team that played them in last year's NFC Championship game has completely fallen and cannot get up to the point where First Alert may be reaching out to see if they'll do a commercial in Washington, D.C.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
And the Cowboys are 3-5-1, and the Giants are now completely off the chessboard, 2-8 with an interim head coach. The NFC East is Philadelphia's pretty much. it would have to take a massive, unforeseen disaster, and that's not going to happen, as we all know, because they only got better in the trade deadline week leading up to it. And we'll see Jalen Phillips tonight. Interestingly enough, Jair Alexander returns to Lambeau Field. That'll be something to keep an eye on and how he's going to try and track any of the wide receivers that are out there. As we all know, Tucker Kraft is done for the season. What a terrible loss in the terrible loss that they had to Carolina. So, it's Luke Musgrave's season to see what's going on there.
Maybe.
Josh Jacobs, will he be able to run the Packers to victory? Because if the Packers lose this, they're 5-3-1, and they're no longer in first place over a Lions team that they've already beaten. And they're in third place because the Bears are now 6-3.
Yeah.
So that tie certainly sticks out like a sore thumb. And what better way to say we actually are way better than last week, we're way better than last year. We're going to beat the team that beat us in Brazil to start the season and then beat us in Philadelphia to end our season. And then, of course, there's this. An Eagles fan during the non-playing season around these parts may be new to us because we didn't come on the air on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, or Disney Plus or the ESPN app until the regular season began. As you will find out, since we hopefully had you at Hello and we'll keep you here, during the non-playing season when the schedule comes out, we ask fans to call in and play what we call the win-loss game. Week by week by week, they go, that's a win, that's a loss, how they predict their team to go. We had a fan call in, a diehard Eagles fan, saying that this game was not only going to be an Eagles win, but the final score will be 22-10. And the significance of that is the vote that took place in the owners' meeting to try and ban the tush-push in a rule proposal put forward by the Green Bay Packers. So tonight, you just know, if there's anything sniffing a short down situation for the Philadelphia Eagles, they're going to come skipping out, maybe cartwheeling out into that tush-push formation and running it over and over and over again in Lambeau Field, in the home of the team that put it out there as a rule proposal under the construct of player safety or whatever it was.
They should do it first play of the game. They honestly should do it every play of the first drive.
Out of the box.
Just to prove a point.
Just push their way down the field.
Yeah. Who's going to stop them? You, Lieutenant Weinberg?
Nice.
Like, what are we doing?
Nice. Yeah. I mean, so that's that. I mean, tonight, the number of times, like, what's the over-under on number of tush-push attempts? 4.5. I give you 4.5.
Oh, God, hammer.
Hammer the over?
Double digits.
TJ Jefferson?
I'd say about 3 or 4.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not going to overdo it. Or maybe they will.
Oh, no. This is the night you overdo it.
This is the night you overdo it.
Everyone's going to complain about it online. It'll be a talking point tomorrow.
It puts the pressure on the defense and the officiating group in similar amounts. Try and stop us. Try and officiate it. Good luck. Both are messy attempts, and none of them seem to be successful against the actual play. And so if the Eagles win tonight, they stay in first place in the conference. And if not, then next week would not only be for the NFC West lead, it would be for the conference lead between 7-2 Seattle and 7-2 Los Angeles. So both of those teams kind of rooting for Green Bay tonight. Green Bay going to 6-2-1, wipe the taste of last week's loss out of their mouths, kind of turn the page from last year's losses to the Eagles, beating the team that they were accused of trying to ban a play because they couldn't beat them. So if you can't beat them, legislate against them. I mean, that is all working in the background of tonight's game on the Disney family of networks. So
no one else is going to give that type of insight other than...
I appreciate you saying that, sir, and I appreciate you not going higher register and saying that, even though that's something you deep down really like. I kind of think you dig the segment.
He does. He loves it now.
Well, that's a
if I'm
Thursday.
right, I do.
Hey, on tomorrow's show, Ladidi McConkey, the Chargers.
Oh, hang on.
We've got Ladidi McConkey, Mark Schlereth, How many shows are going to have Mark Schlereth, Ted Danson, and Mary Steenburgen, and Ladidi McConkey in it at once?
I mean,
there's just one.
Pretty.
Herbert called him Dee in his post-game.
Fantastic. Dee. We just like being heard. We want to be factors. We'll wrap up this show with a Did You Know in a moment.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 Penn Play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, I'm out there and I'm saying, well, what metal do I need powder coated?
We do bicycles, we do wheels, we do bumpers, we do patio furniture, we do antique items such as sewing machine bases. Some people will have light posts in their front yards. Yard art is also a big thing. When you have Round Top with the antique festivals in the spring and the fall, tons of things you can find there that are vintage.
Boat parts, anchors. How about gas lamps?
It has to be carefully taken apart, but anything that's metal on there and cleaned off, we can definitely do that.
Yep.
Trailers, we do barbecue pits. Really, if it's metal, give me a call and let's talk about it.
You had frogs in one woman's backyard that you did.
Yes, it was a frog that represented all 5 of her kids, and then she also had 8 grandkids, and each one had a frog.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With curbside pickup and delivery available and the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560, promo code 1560.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
Grilling alone? That's a flag on the play.
Grab your crew, fire up the pit, and pass around some andouille, cracklings, and a little boudin from the Best Stop Cajun Market with 2 Houston area locations in Katy and Baytown. That's how you turn a tailgate into a party. Keep your grill hot and your plate full. Shop at Best Stop Katy or Best Stop Baytown before game day. Keeping the Cajun playbook never tasted so good.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Texans won a football game yesterday. Rockets won Sunday, too. I feel like I forgot the game was yesterday.
Never quit.
Lots going on in the NFL. Lots going on in college football. What a beautiful day, huh? This is why we live in Houston, for this one day of the year that we have. It is gorgeous, Joe.
It's awesome.
Joe, as assistant program director, why don't we have the option to do a show outside? We should be like in the parking lot, just doing a show.
I mean, there's the Commerce out there if you want to go sit outside.
We should have done this.
Doesn't Chicago do a radio show outside? Like the ESPN affiliate out there? Don't they have like a
option to do it, or all the time?
No, like they have like a I thought they had like a studio that like looks out to, or is like on a patio that's actually outdoors.
They have a studio that faces State Street.
Okay, like we know what State Street is,
Joe.
Joe.
It's across the Chicago Theater.
Appreciate that.
It's the busiest street in Chicago.
That's not Michigan Avenue?
It's the second busiest street in Chicago. Great correction.
You will actually jump in Chicago.
Great correction
Let's
there.
Go.
Great correction.
I just out Chicago Joe.
Yep, you got me.
Oh, man, you will actually Joe on the Chicago thing.
You got me good.
Let's go. What a way to start the show.
I almost dropped an F-bomb there.
Really?
Yeah.
That would have been good.
I think you got to turn in your card, Joe.
That was tough. Look, it's been 11 years, guys.
I'm more Chicago than Chicago Joe. Oh, man, that is great. What is greater, that or the Houston Texans winning a football game yesterday?
The Cougs were
It's always fun to win.
Cougs are on a roll, baby. 8-2, number one in the nation, by the way, in college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
They jumped Purdue today, which I'm not really sure why, but they did.
But they
Go
did.
Cougs.
They did. They jumped them.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be number one at the end of the year than right now. But hey, we'll take it. I like weeks at number one. It's fun. It's fodder. It's a little bit of scoreboard. But Houston Texans win this football game yesterday. I know that there was only a 1.5% chance at a juncture of that game yesterday for the Houston Texans to win. Whatever, though. The Texans defense, I thought, dominated this football game. Offensively, you had your struggles up until the fourth quarter, but it was a game that you had to win, and Davis Mills, for the moment, saved the season, Joe.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He came through when it mattered most, and I'm with you. The defense played really well in this game from start to finish. They were given some short field positions that helped out Jacksonville out quite a bit, but Davis Mills was coming through in the clutch in the fourth quarter. Receivers were playing really well, and tight ends in the fourth quarter making big-time plays. This game was collectively, I'm shocked they won.
Shocked? From what point? Like, are you shocked that
when
they
the
won
fourth quarter
when the game
started?
kicked off? Or
No,
okay, so
when
during the game.
Yeah.
Texans continue to win or at least cover the spread when I bet against them. So
every week.
I might have to do it for the city.
Take the L.
Yeah.
Make sure when
Brandon Footmouth remains undefeated.
It does remain undefeated. I might have to just do it for the city, Joe.
Yeah.
Do it for the city.
When we do the fix, like, just start trying to get 2 wins elsewhere.
Did I do that?
No.
Oh.
1 and 2.
Yeah, 1 win. But just, make sure that you lose the Texans game every week.
Yeah.
Bet against them.
Look, I thought that they could win the game going into the game, but I never felt like they were going to win the game until Davis Mills crossed the goal line. I never felt – I mean, obviously you get off to the bad start. Don't expect it there. It's 17-0 early second quarter. You never expect it there. It's 29-10 going into the fourth quarter. You never expect it there. You start to chip away at the lead. Like, okay, it's becoming more likely. It's becoming more possible. I actually did not feel like they were going to win the game until Davis Mills scored that touchdown. I take it back. I felt like they were going to win the game when it was 1st and goal at the 2. But then whenever they got the false start, backed it up 5 yards, it's like, well, that's game over.
And then they got another one, right?
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
They got backed up twice in that situation.
I was like, game over. As soon as you got that penalty, I was like, okay, well, there goes any hope. I thought that the Texans were going to win that football game.
Yeah, you just don't think that really. This isn't even a Davis Mills thing. I don't think you would think any quarterback typically would be down by 19 points going into the fourth quarter and say, hey, this team's going to win. The Broncos did not think they were going to do that to the New York Giants a handful of weeks ago when they scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. No one should have thought the Texans were going to win this game yesterday. And even J.J. Watt was not trying to put the nail in the coffin during the game because he kept trying to leave the door open just a tiny little bit. And, well, he did, and they won. It felt improbable until you're right, until they scored, really. And those penalties could have been killers. Like it felt like that might have been the lead story of the day. Like those penalties might have ruined your season.
There have been a lot of lead stories. I always find it fascinating, the narrative following a win versus a loss. Because, like Davis Mills doesn't get into the end zone there, right? Like, let's just assume that for a second. Runs it in. Let's say for a moment they don't win the game. They don't complete the comeback. Jacksonville clings and holds on to a narrow victory after having a 19-point lead. All the negative that we'd be talking about right now would be through the roof. Like, season's over. Because you would be 3 back of Jacksonville. Like, that's how important yesterday's game was as a swing game. You would be 3 games back of the playoffs, and you would not have the tiebreaker, which, as we all know, ties are worth. Like, a tiebreaker is worth half a game because you have to climb over them. And I think that would have been the nail in the coffin. But you win the game. There's no tiebreaker at the moment. Obviously, there are other tiebreakers, but it's not head-to-head. You feel like there's some momentum. You have Tennessee Titans coming up this weekend in Nashville. So you're like, oh, that should be a win. Now you're 5-5. The pendulum that was swung by winning that football game yesterday was vast. It was a massive divide. And if they don't score there, they don't win the game, we're talking about so many things. We're talking about the season being over. We're talking about Nick Caserio being fired. We're talking about Nick Caley being fired. We're talking about the dumpster fire that is this offensive line and the configuration of this offensive line. And we'll get to this stuff probably tomorrow. Don't ignore in victory what you win in defeat. But we got to enjoy victory every now and then. But the list goes on and on. Like, that's not even talking about the defensive side of the ball, although I thought the defense played really well. We're still talking about the Christian Kirk usage over Jalen Noel, even though Noel was more productive. So because of one play, we don't have all of that negative chatter for at least a little bit. We'll eventually get to it because we like to be negative Nancy's around here.
It's also it's fair, a lot of the negative stuff too. Like,
but it's fair. Why isn't it being talked about today?
Because it doesn't matter.
I disagree. It doesn't matter.
Like today, all that matters is that you won. Your season's alive.
For the Texans' perspective, sure. But, like, why would D'Amico be crushed after a loss for some of these decisions but not asked about them after a win?
Well, that's a different – that's
what I'm talking about with the narrative.
Yeah, he should still be asked about them.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but D'Amico likes positivity, so the media is listening to him.
It's crazy, though. It's like one play swings the entire game, and it's like all of the negative stuff is forgotten.
Yeah.
But Davis Mills doesn't get into the end zone, then all that negativity is the first things being talked about, and all the other stuff is pushed to the back and is never asked.
It's all forgotten.
Like, D'Amico Ryans was not asked about the offensive line configuration yesterday in his post-game press conference. He was asked about it today in a very nice way, but how do you not ask him about the offensive line configuration yesterday?
Yeah, especially because like at one point, I look up at the game, like, who are these people?
Yeah,
Who is this So guy? Never heard of him in my life.
This man.
I remember whenever they signed him, it was like, oh, okay, he's a practice squad guy. And then all of a sudden he's starting in an NFL football game. I had forgotten about the guy. I had forgotten about him.
Yeah, so it's been asked about that yesterday.
I thought it was a typo at first.
I did too. I was like, what is that guy in this moment?
And he got benched after 9 plays too.
Yeah.
Which is like,
why was he starting?
What are you doing there, guys?
Like 9 plays is your window.
That's
to
what I'm
prove
talking
yourself?
about. Like the dysfunction of the offensive line, but it's forgotten about because you won a game.
Yeah.
But it's just hilarious to be the narratives.
Are there props on how many snaps random offensive linemen will take?
Great question.
Yeah. They're betting it on Underdog. Of course, promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. $100 is yours if you put in your first $5 deposit. Yeah, I mean, it's not Jared Patterson. Like, he's your starting left guard. Like, it's crazy. But again, it's the whole narrative. It's what kind of sound you want to have with the team, the tenor you want to have with the team, and it swings too much based on win and loss. Mm-hmm. Like, they lose a game. What's your identity? You have no DNA. You win a game. Oh, you're great. Which boxer did you pull motivation from? One play swung the game. Why is it so different?
It's not. It shouldn't be different at all.
It cracks me up.
Yeah, but it's just Davis Mills getting that win yesterday. It's so improbable. The throws he was making, because he's still making a lot of bad throws. Even as they're trying to come back into the game, he's making throws like, that doesn't look good. But then they just keep finding a way to move the ball down the field with the penalties there at the end. It's That's a miracle win. Like that is to where you talk about, I think, a culture still within the team that does stand out to me. Like that you have this team that didn't just fold over and quit on their head coach. You don't like that take, huh?
You know why, though,
I just got an eye roll.
It's because of their leader.
Never
not that
quit.
leader.
So they run through the wall for Cal.
If Davis Mills doesn't get into the end zone on that final drive, are you talking about their great positive culture today, Joe?
I mean, I'm not talking about it, but it's still there.
One play that swung the game, admittedly swung the game.
No, but
does that swings your culture all of a sudden?
No, I would probably get to it on Thursday.
How about if you didn't have an illegal hands in the face on Will Anderson and Little comes in and bangs in a 55-yarder for the win? Are we talking about their tremendous culture today? This is the comedy that I find by the narrative.
But it's true.
I think that we put and I know this is going to sound stupid. I think we put way too much value in winning and losing. I think we put
I feel like we need to clip that.
Way too much value in one play. They have a tremendous culture. They allow a field goal there. We're talking about how DeMeco Ryans is the worst leader in the NFL. One play, it swings the entire pendulum on the story about the Texans.
They could have.
I don't disagree with you, by the way.
But I'm saying more like they could have rolled over and died and lost 50-0.
Sure.
In this game.
But I think that actually speaks to DeMeco's culture and leadership.
Yeah.
But I've never wavered off of DeMeco's culture and leadership where other people have. That's why I find this that's why I find it comedic, is because the Texans lose a game. DeMeco Ryans is a terrible NFL head coach, and we're wondering if he should be fired and they should bring in an offensive mind. And then they hang in a game and then maybe get a little bit lucky and win it. Credit to them. Tip your cap. You won a football game. It's hard to do in the NFL. We're talking about how great the culture is.
Yeah.
Was it any different last week when they lost? No. It was the exact same. This is what I'm saying. The Texans, and I think DeMeco's great at this because I do think that DeMeco is one of the better leaders in the NFL. I do think DeMeco is a culture builder. He won back-to-back division titles after they had won 11 games the previous 3 years. And I think we underrate leadership and culture building from the head coaching position. And I think we overrate scheme and X's. They can go hire a good schemer. He's given up defensive play calling, and Matt Burke has been tremendous.
He's been great.
He's been really, really good. So did the Texans' culture change in the spans where they were winning and losing?
No.
Or did our opinion of the Texans change in the wins that they were winning and losing?
Yeah, our opinions.
Bingo.
But
and that's what I find funny.
Great culture win. Now, obviously, how many of these I could just drop in the show and piss you off?
They really don't make me mad. They, I find them funny.
Yeah.
I mock the narrative. I mock the story. The Texans are exactly who they were a week ago, and they let them off the hook. They're exactly who they were. But it's the stories.
But they are
that
who
changes.
we thought they were.
It's the
And
narrative
we let them off the hook.
that changes. It's what people want to deliver that changes. Look, the Texans played good yesterday. The special teams was terrible. How come we're not asking Frank Ross about the identity of his special teams? You only do it after losses. It's the same across the board.
I mean, when he meets with the media, there should be a lot of questions about it. I have a lot of questions for Frank Ross.
And by the time that he does meet with the media, the euphoria of winning will wane. So he will be asked those questions.
My first note, on my notes I was taking during the game, is about special teams.
Okay, what is the note?
Why do they keep changing kick returners?
They have a rotation of guys.
Who does that? And it clearly doesn't work.
Because more than you think.
None of them are good at
it.
That's not true.
Pierce
isn't good. Pierce is a healthy and active a lot of games, though.
I know. Why are we rotating all these guys out there? They're fumbling.
I thought Braxton Berrios was dancing through some lanes.
He did okay.
I thought he was dancing
I
through
don't know
some
why
stars.
they went away from Noel and Berrios, though. Why are we throwing a defensive back out
That's
there?
what I'm saying.
And
He's
then
been out there.
and he's immediately
He's
yanked
actually
from the
been
game.
out there before, though.
Yes.
I mean, nowadays with the new dynamic kickoff rule, you're using two, and you're making the best guess of which direction it's going to go. So you're putting your best returner where your best guess of the direction is going to go. But if they throw a curveball on you, then it's going to go to the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
And Jalen Smith has been the other guy all year.
Has he? I just never remember him returning the ball.
Just because they usually guess right. And he's not the returner, but he's there. He's one of the two guys that are potentially there to field the kick. He's been there all year. Probably has a couple of kick returns. Now, you can question the Berrios and Jalen Noel, and then Damian Pierce is a healthy and active most games, but then if there's enough players hurt, then he gets to play.
And he gets to do the kickoff
he's the kickoff return
it's just
guy.
strange to me.
No, it is interesting. It is weird. And look, I understand the fumble there, so everybody's going to be mad at that. I thought it was a good play by the coverage guy punching it out. Not an excuse, not acceptable. I get it. My concern with the special team is more about, or maybe not concern, maybe disdain is the proper word to use here, is more about the kickoff coverage.
Yeah, I agree.
And even punt coverage. Like, you're just giving field position away.
You're making it much harder for your defense.
Yeah, and then you have the best defense in the NFL. So, like, this is where the complementary football buzzword always comes into play. Like, what is the strength of the Houston Texans? It's their defense.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, like special teams, like maybe be good in kickoff coverage to give them a longer field to work with. Hey, offense, maybe don't cough up the football and put your defense on a short field where they're already starting in your own territory. Sometimes it's okay to punt unless you can't cover the punt and the other team runs it back for a touchdown. But yeah, we'll probably do don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat tomorrow. But there's lots to get, a lot of happen. Culture win, Joe, like you said.
Culture win.
I think from a big picture perspective, my takeaway from yesterday's game is you saved the season for a moment. Mm-hmm. Because if you were 3 games back in the AFC and you did not have the tiebreaker, your season's over. You're 3.5 games back. Your tough part of your schedule is about to come up after Tennessee. The season's over. But you win the game, and then that 3.5 game deficit turns into a 1-game deficit where you can still get the tiebreaker over Jacksonville. Okay, we got some significant football games coming up. Whereas if you lost yesterday, that's not the case. We're talking about draft position and draft prospects.
Especially with the way that some of the league shook out around you this weekend. I think it adds to the Texans win with the way that Buffalo played, with the way that Daniel Jones played in the Colts victory. Everything feels a little more alive because of this game for at least one more week. And it should be for the next 2 weeks before you head into that Thursday night game with the Bills. Like, you should be able to get to 6-5 if you beat Buffalo on Thursday Night Football in a week and a half.
I feel like that's a big if.
They played pretty bad this weekend.
Gun to your head, who are you picking to win a football game right now, Houston or Buffalo?
Buffalo.
Right?
But not
that's
by
a massive
but
if.
I don't feel very confident in that with the way they're playing right now.
If you were handicapping that game right now.
It should be like 4.5.
Okay, I feel like that's fair. But that's still significant.
Yeah, it's still a big number.
Yeah, I don't feel confident they're going to win that game.
No, but this week allows you to be in position to where in a week and a half you could have a chance to go 6-5 on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, and you should.
That's what this weekend did. It left you hope not just for the division but for the playoff rates as the Bills struggle and other teams in the AFC struggle. Like, you've given your season hope again because Davis Mills pulled off a miracle in the fourth quarter with a little bit of help.
Checking to see if this book had a week 11 odds yet. No, they have to win this week, though, because if you don't win this week, then you pretty much everything you just did is forgotten.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure on this game. Like, you should win it. It's the stinking Titans. You should roll out of bed in Nashville. You should be going to the Bluebird Cafe on a Saturday night and rolling out of bed hungover after too much Higgins Boat rum, and you should still be able to win that football game. But there's a lot of pressure on that game because you could just totally unhook everything you just accomplished.
Yeah, look, how were the first 3 quarters against the Titans the last time you played them?
Wasn't good. How were the first 3 quarters yesterday?
They weren't good.
They're good.
Fourth quarter team.
Fourth quarter culture.
Cardiac Texans.
Cardiac Texans.
Cardiac Mills.
Fourth quarter football team.
Let's get into Davis Mills. Davis Mills. What we saw from Davis Mills yesterday, I've seen so much overreaction on Davis Mills. But no, we love what Davis Mills did yesterday. Saved the day, maybe the season. Question here is, not if I don't want to do the whole quarterback controversy thing, but do you give Davis Mills one more week? Like, we don't know where Stroud's going to be in the concussion protocol. D'Amico said today he's still in it, which isn't a surprise. We don't know where he's going to be by the end of the week. You mentioned the Bills game, which comes up that next Thursday. It's a short week after the Tennessee game. Do you give Davis Mills one more week? 713-780-3776. You can watch us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok. He's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham. We're on Twitter as well at ESPN 975. Joe at Joe George Radio. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Do you give the long neck one more week? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Right now, the average new vehicle, it costs nearly $48,000, doubling since 2010 and far outpacing wage growth. Affordability for buying a new car is a real problem. To cope, banks are stretching out their loans to 84 months, 69 months. 1 in 5 loans today last 7 years. That's not auto financing. It's turning your car into a second mortgage. That's where D&M Leasing comes in. They're here to solve the payment problem. They've got the Easy Lease going right now. It's no money down, lower monthly payments, flexible terms that make sense for real people with real issues just trying to get into a car. They, again, no monthly payments until 2026. The process is simple. You go to their website, dmautoleasing.com, or you can call 713-290-1000, and all you have to do is start the process, find the car you want. So if you already know what car you want, it's even simpler. You just go in there, you select it, you put in your information, someone's going to call you, and you start the process to get your loan set up right now. Again, no payments till 2026, and when you get your car, they will bring it to you, your house, your work, whatever you need. When it's time to get a new car, do it at D&M Leasing.
It's Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
This is my song for Davis Mills because he never broke my heart. It had nothing to do with the size of the beer. It has nothing to do with what's holding the beer.
Yeah.
It has everything to do with the fact that he ain't never broke my heart.
The long neck?
That's you, Joe. You said that. I didn't say that.
I mean, you just paused. Just perfectly.
What are you talking about?
As it was about to be
No,
sung again.
It has nothing to do with the long neck. It has everything to do with he ain't ever broke my heart.
Never broke your
Davis
heart.
Mills. No, he's never
true.
broke my heart.
Never.
I knew
Got you
whenever
the second pick.
I knew whenever he won the football game over the Colts that they were going to get the better quarterback at 2 than 1.
Yeah,
I knew they were going to do that. I knew that they were going to trade up for Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
It was a dynamic player for that defense.
It's true.
I knew that. That's why Davis. Is this why I like the song for Davis Mills? It's because he ain't never broke my heart. It's nothing to do with the long neck ice cold beer. Nothing to do with that part.
None of that.
No. But what'd you think of Davis Mills yesterday? Look at the numbers on Davis Mills, Joe, of what people like to do. 27 of 45, which is 60%. 292 yards. We kind of forget the 50-yard Hail Mary at the end of the first half. I've noticed people are like, oh, he's the first quarterback to throw for 292 yards since Stroud did it. But Stroud has only done it once in like the first whatever. Okay, we had 50 yards on one throw.
Yep.
That was garbage time into first half. Hail Mary that fell 15 yards short.
That's the important part of the play.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of on his back foot, had pressure in front of him. I'm not really blaming him. And then you had like a penalty, I think, on
that
the previous play
that
moved you back and took you out of any sort of chance of heaving it up to the end zone. But it's just funny. We see the 292. Davis Mills threw for 292 yards. Yes, you're right, but context matters. But anyways, 2 touchdowns, had the rushing touchdown, did throw a pick, first series of the game, actually. I think I counted 5 more near picks from Davis Mills. 84.7 QB rating. What did you think of the long neck ice cold beer?
I thought he was okay in the first 3 quarters. It wasn't a disaster all the time, but there was disaster level throws that he was making in this game. And then there was other throws throughout the first 3 quarters that were very good. And then he turned it on in the fourth quarter and was collectively better. But even in the fourth quarter, like there was times where I'm like, how is this guy going to get you down the field to win this game?
Yeah.
Everything felt like a chore to accomplish things. You know, you have 2 incompletions and then the big third down catch to Dalton Schultz when you're backed up there in the fourth. So he got the job done, but it was everything you'd want from a backup and more.
Yeah.
So it was a good day for Davis Mills.
That's pretty much where I'm at with Davis. Like my take on Davis, because I have seen some radicals saying like, is this like worthy of having the conversation? My take is that Davis Mills cemented the idea that he's fine making $7 million as a backup quarterback. I always want a backup quarterback to be able to go to 1-1. Like I want him to go 500. It's a better way of saying that. I want him to go 500 in the games that they start as the understudy fill in for the starting quarterback who is injured. And he's already accomplished that. Like maybe he goes 1-0. Maybe he beats the Titans and is 2-0. Maybe he loses to the Titans and he's 1-1, which would feel really bad. But at the same time, it is 500 winning percentage for a backup quarterback. So I think it cemented the idea that it's okay that he makes $7 million. I think it cemented the idea that you trust him to win a game. You know, if things go right, your defense plays well. The entire conversation about like, hey, what are we thinking about him as the QB1 is flat out ridiculous. And I've seen some people talking about that. What I would say about his performance is I do think the numbers probably are better than the tape here. He made a lot of really good throws. The little crossing throw to Dalton Schultz on the third down that you mentioned when they were backed up, that was a beautiful throw. He had another one like that earlier in the game that Schultz flat out dropped too. Like he made that throw twice. I thought the throw to Higgins was a good throw. I thought he had a good connection with Nico Collins, a little back shoulder stuff. The 2-point conversion was an unbelievable grab by Nico Collins. But I thought that he made some good throws. I thought he made some bad throws, the interception, obviously. But I counted 4 or 5 more passes that very well could have been interceptions that fortunately were not. I'm not going to go like pick on the guy and like watch the all-22 and post them all. But I thought that his performance wasn't as good as the stat line. And I thought that there was a lot out there that could have went poor for him.
Yeah, I think the other one I would point out to was the rollout to when he found Knoll coming across the middle was a really nice ball that he had. He was also taking advantage of some of the talent that was around him in this game. Like he trusted his guys. You know, the one catch from Higgins where he kind of got upended a little bit. That's a high ball. Like I don't know if I would consider that a good pass or not. It's caught, it's completed, but it's kind of putting your wide receiver in a lot of danger as you throw it there. So he showed, you're right. He's worth the contract that he got. He did what he's supposed to. It looks like he's grown since the last time we saw him.
In which way, Joe?
I think he just had better command
of
this offense in general. Like he didn't look shaky out there for the first time. Like just how it looked from last week to this week, it looked much better collectively. So he did his job. He was good. And I think anyone wanting to have a conversation past that is stupid.
Some people are talking about. Look at this junkie texting it right here. The starting quarterback is not 500. Cool. Davis Mills wouldn't be 500 if he started every single game either. I had a buddy ask me this yesterday. What would Davis Mills' record be if he started every single game? What would the Texans' record be if Davis Mills started every game? They're 4-5 right now.
2-7.
I think they would be 3-6. I think they'd be 3-6 if he started every game. They're not winning any game that they lost. Like, they're not winning the Rams game with Davis Mills. They're not winning the Bucs game with Davis Mills. They're not winning the first Jags game with Davis Mills. But do I think Davis Mills beats the Titans in a game you won 26-0? Yeah.
Yeah, because the Titans had nothing.
Do I think that do I think the Texans go into Baltimore and beat the Ravens? Yeah, maybe not 44-10, but they beat the Ravens. Do I think he's the difference in a win against Seattle? No. Do I think that they beat the Niners with Davis Mills? Nope, I do not. We forget that C.J. Stroud was the AFC Player of the Week against the 49ers that week. They don't win the game against San Francisco with Davis Mills. We saw Davis Mills for 3/4 of the Broncos game, did not win it. And I think C.J. Stroud would have won yesterday's game. I think they would be 3-6 if Davis Mills started every game.
That's fair. I forgot about the Ravens and Titans game for a second there. So 3 wins is the right spot to have it. So, yeah, they're a little worse than they are right now. But Davis Mills, he did the job yesterday.
Did the job.
And I would expect him to win this weekend.
So you give him one more week.
Yeah.
You have the short week following the Titans.
I would.
I would too.
Because you don't need him.
You should.
You don't need him.
You should. Now, here's the issue that could come up, though, is if they beat Tennessee and they look pretty good, like let's say they win 24-13 or whatever, and then Stroud comes back for that Thursday nighter against Buffalo and plays poorly, you're opening up a can of worms in terms of narrative and conversation.
You're right, yeah.
But you shouldn't worry about that as a team, though, in my opinion.
No, the team can't worry about that. I also would want to know a little bit about his elbow.
Yeah, it's his left elbow.
I know, but how's he feeling? Like, I guess, like if he is not, if you're not confident that like one hit's going to take him out of the game, maybe you start Stroud just because I don't want to see Graham Mertz have to come in.
Well, why couldn't you have Stroud as a healthy backup?
We don't see that ever happen. I mean, you could.
If your concern is Graham Mertz playing, but you also want to prevent Stroud from playing 2 weeks and he's cleared the protocol.
That would just be so strange.
You see it every now and then.
To see Stroud be the backup quarterback just for a game.
I mean,
but I would give him. I would give him another week. Like as long as the elbow's fine.
I don't understand why you're so concerned about the left elbow.
Well, we don't know what the injury is.
It's a left elbow.
Yeah, but if it hurts, it hurts.
It's his left elbow.
Yeah, but if it hurt, it could hurt him enough to take him out of the game.
What kind of injury are we talking about here?
I mean, Jaden Daniels is out with a left elbow. Why can't he play right now?
Dislocated.
He's fine.
It was bending in 2 different directions.
We don't know what it is. He had to put a sleeve on. Is it hurt or is it just a fashion accessory? What is it?
I'm very, I guess, weirded out about the left injury.
I just want to make sure he's okay. As long as he's okay, then he can start.
Like, how severe does it have to be where he's not starting?
If he thinks one hit could take him out of a game?
I mean, he dove into the end zone.
That's true.
He wasn't concerned about it then.
That's true. Then he should be fine.
Is Davis Mills your nephew? Like,
no,
why are we so concerned about his left elbow?
I just don't want Graham to play. No offense, Graham.
I mean, you could not play Graham. The big thing here is if Stroud clears the protocol, which we don't know that's going to happen. We have no idea. The last time Stroud was concussed, he did miss 2 games, which, I mean, I don't know how we can grade degrees of concussions without knowing the information, without taking looks at the scans. But they were pretty similar plays, how he got concussed 2 years ago against New York and then against Denver the other day.
When you have 3 guys in the concussion protocol right now, you could see 1, 3, none come back this week, and they're all in different timelines.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just, regardless, as long as I'm totally fine with giving Davis Mills 1 more week. The Titans are terrible.
Yeah, I would go 1 more week. Even if he cleared the protocol, I'm going 1 more week. I don't hate your idea. It wasn't your idea, but it was like it was able to like get us there. Look, if Stroud clears the protocol and you just don't want to see Graham Mertz, but you also don't want to play him that quickly, I have no issue with Stroud being a backup for a week.
Yeah, just give him a little extra time.
Yeah, and then you're very clear, like, hey, he's cleared the protocol, everything's fine. We're trying to buy another week. We really don't want to play him.
Kind of like what we're seeing.
He'll be back Thursday against Buffalo unless he's needed Sunday.
I mean, we're seeing that happen. He's not being active every week, but we're seeing that happen right now in San Francisco with Brock Purdy, where Kyle Shanahan said again after yesterday's game, like, yeah, he's almost there, but we're just kind of giving some time because they're getting a good enough performance from Mac Jones that they don't feel the need to put in Brock Purdy. It doesn't really elevate their ceiling right now, and they're protecting their quarterback. So you're playing the Titans. They scored 0 points against you.
Yeah. I would see this text says let them have it the rest of the season. Come on. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that with Davis Mills? Why are people having this conversation, Joe?
I don't.
Like this other text, and maybe we'll hit this on the other side. Would this season's version of C.J. Stroud been able to make that comeback yesterday? Nope. he would have been in his own head down 19 points in the fourth. Would Stroud have made that comeback yesterday? Also, how the Texans drew inspiration to win yesterday's game. Joe mentioned the buzzword culture earlier, and D'Amico did something this week. He showed the guys something this week, Joe, that led them to a victory because of culture, because of mentality, because of grit. 7-1-3.
Never quit.
It may or may not have been team owner, CEO Cal McNair. May or may not have been.
It's always fun to win.
713. He threw a party yesterday. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
You know what they call me sometimes? They call me the Huntington Bank bad boy.
Is that accurate?
It is. Because I go into the red on occasion. 713-780-3776. We get to the motivational tactics. That one D'Amico Ryans, a great leader, has always been. Got to get the Texans to come from behind and outscore the Jags yesterday in the fourth quarter. 26-0? That's what it was, right? Mm-hmm. Sheldon Rankins touchdown at the end, which is kind of hilarious. Big man touchdown.
Especially when you have the Texans defense and fantasy. That was a great little extra bonus.
Here comes fantasy talk featuring Brian McDonald. You know how many people care about your fantasy team? Nobody. All right, let's flip it to betting. I mean, how many people did that bet their Texans -1.5 for? That would not many though, because the line moved pretty quickly.
Because it was
it closed at 1.5, right?
Jags.
No.
True.
No.
It closed Texans?
Closed Texans.
Whenever we played it on the
I know.
The 6-pack or whatever we do, it was
the fix.
The fix. Whenever we played on the fix.
Yeah, it closed 1.5.
It swung back to the
Texans?
Texans?
At least at LaBerge.
Okay, I didn't realize that. My bad, Brian.
So, yeah, it was going back and forth.
Can you imagine, though, you have Texans minus 1.5. You think you lose it because they go for 2, and then you get it because of Rankins rumbling and stumbling.
That dude almost got to the football, too. Did you notice that?
Yeah,
that
he almost,
what
was it BB back in the day in the Cowboys Super Bowl? He almost
Don
pulled
BB
that.
to Leon Lett. Got back to it. Reed Shepard had a play like that yesterday in the basketball game. We'll talk about the Rockets a little bit later. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Gary, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Hey, let's let Mills play the rest of the season. He only has the Colts, the Bills, Colts twice, the Bills, the Cardinals, the Chiefs, the Raiders. If Mills starts the rest of the season, he wins one game, and that's against the Cardinals. If he starts one game.
You don't think he beats the Titans?
Mills has proven.
What about the Titans on Sunday?
The two. Okay. I'm sorry. Right. I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. 2 games.
Give that man some credit. What about the Raiders? What about the Raiders, Gary?
Hey, I said 2 games.
Yeah, but you said 1 at first.
No, not all 3. No, I know. But you corrected me. But guess what? When you play 3 mediocre teams, 1 is typically a loss, and Mills is a backup for a reason. I say, and Mills had his time in the limelight, and then not this show, but I can remember when he was starting several years or so ago, people calling for his head too. It doesn't get any better. At the end of the day, I think if Stroud is ready, start him so he can get reps. Consider it a JV game warm-up against the Titans, but to get his timing back down, to get his faculties all back in again. So if you're going to go on this stretch run, he needs to start live bullets as soon as he is released, because you got a healthy schedule twice against the Colts, and you still up for, I don't know if they can win the division or not, but with him, you win 4 or 5 of those games maybe. With Mills, maybe 2.
Appreciate you, Gary. Appreciate the call.
I think it's a valid point.
I agree with him.
I agree, but
I don't know if I agree with playing them Thursday or against the Titans, but I agree with the amount of victories.
Yeah.
Once we got them right.
Yeah. I would imagine D'Amico's going to play CJ though if he's healthy.
I think they'll play CJ the moment that he clears the protocol. Yeah. He's our quarterback. The moment he's cleared, he's our guy. But I do think there's a chance he doesn't clear.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, we see players, sometimes they're down for less than a week. Sometimes they're out for 3 weeks. So it's impossible to know how long it's going to take him to clear protocol. There's a possibility he's not cleared for the Bills game.
I guess, anything's possible, Joe. Anything's possible. I think he'd be back for the Bills game, though.
If it was a Sunday game, I'd feel fully confident, but because it's a Thursday, it's one of those where it's if he doesn't clear for this weekend, it's only you only have a 3-day window in which you have to practice, you have to participate in practice is the final step to clearing protocol.
I do think you're right about the short week.
Yeah.
It does throw a wrench into things. No argument there. I do think, though, that the Thursday game changes the rules to where now it's an estimated, where he would be an estimated participation in practice. Because I think there's been guys who actually cleared the concussion protocol, where there's actually been some questioning of whether they should or not, because they estimate he could have practiced without actually having the practice, because the Thursday has that weird technicality in it. Not that the Texans would take advantage of that. And yes, having fewer days to get back should, in theory, limit the chances of you returning. But I think it's enough time. You're talking about 2.5 weeks at that point.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it should be. I think CJ would have had a better game than Mills yesterday, because the O-line, he said old line. The O-line played pretty well. CJ is great when he has time. Did hold up. We'll get to the line in a little bit. Let Mills have the rest of the season. Get out of here. Left elbow injury on a non-throwing arm is extremely volatile and dangerous. Hello, Joe. Answer this question. Would CJ been able to make the comeback yesterday? So what do you think on that? Do you think CJ would have been able to make the comeback yesterday?
Okay, so everything that's happened in the first 3 quarters is the same situation for CJ Stroud. Then I'll say yes.
Yeah, I think he makes it.
I just also don't think you're in that position.
Right.
If CJ Stroud's your quarterback.
I don't either.
You have 1 or 2 better drives in you, that it's a more obtainable comeback in the fourth quarter. You're maybe not having the disastrous interception that Davis Mills had on the first drive. So I think the Texans win yesterday regardless.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I look, C.J. Stroud's the better player. Like, he's a better player. He's better than Davis Mills. Anybody who thinks differently, I question whether or not you know ball. And something that Gary said that reminded me, I think I did call for Davis Mills' head back in the day, but I didn't call for him to be benched because those teams didn't matter. They were irrelevant. So, like, I never trusted Davis Mills to be a starter in the NFL. The first 2 years when we saw him play, I was like, yeah, this guy doesn't got it. He needs more time to develop, mature, all those things. Yeah, I hear you on that, but he's not a starter in a winning playoff team, caliber team in the NFL. So I wasn't calling for his head, but I didn't think he'd be a top 20 quarterback in the NFL, and I still don't.
And look, I'm thankful for Money Mills making that comeback for many reasons. But if you're going to point to, well, could CJ have led the Texans on that same comeback, you also have to ask the question, well, would the Texans have beat the Broncos the week prior had CJ never gotten hurt? Like, I mean, let's not forget the second half that the Mills had against the Broncos. Of course, way better defense. But they did nothing in the second half last week against the Broncos and turned what looked like could have been a win into a loss. So it's 1 week. The overreaction is crazy if you think Mills needs to start over Stroud.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy. Did you see what the Texans created some motivation with, by the way, after the game? D'Amico was talking about this?
No.
Danny Williams, former boxer. He was a European guy, Englishman. I think he was like the British world champion at some point. Okay. He beat Mark Potter. Story here is that Danny Williams broke his right. No, he didn't break his right arm. He dislocated his right shoulder earlier in the fight, which that's kind of a weird boxing injury. But he dislocated his shoulder early in the fight, could only fight left-handed. And we're like, oh, he's fighting one arm. They need to throw in the towel. And then this happened.
Williams has it down again. It's over. It's over. Unbelievable stuff here at Wembley. Danny Williams fighting on instinct and bravery with one arm has won the British heavyweight title at the second attempt and retained his Commonwealth belt in one of the most bizarre fights I have ever seen.
There you go. That's where the Texans got inspiration from. This was a baby of Mikado Hinson, who is the team chaplain for the Houston Texans. Used to be at the University of Houston.
I do not know.
Mikado Hinson's the best team chaplain that exists on planet Earth, and he should
Shout
have got
out
a
to the
game ball
fish.
yesterday. No, he replaced that guy. Mikado Hinson should have got a game ball for finding this story in Britain where Danny Williams in 2000 and whatever this was, early 2000s, he separated his shoulder and knocked out a dude left-handed. And Mikado finds this, and that's the reason that Davis Mills had his moment. That's the reason the Texans came back from a 16-point deficit.
Yep.
Mikado Hinson should be in the Wall of Fame. He's had more sway. He's had more sway in this organization than Janice McNair. He should be in the Ring of Honor, Mikado over Janice McNair. What has Janice McNair done for this organization?
Taking shots at Janice?
Janice handed over the team to the wrong son.
Taking shots at Janice today?
I mean, what has she done?
It was a little sexist to ask that question.
She brought the team home.
I didn't realize I was going to go there.
I didn't know you were either.
Go ahead and die on that towel hill.
Anyways, you want to know another little bit of Danny Williams trivia?
Sure.
He beat Mike Tyson.
Oh, really?
Danny Williams beat Mike Tyson.
This is late 90s.
Brian, let me finish the story. Stop interrupting talent. He beat Mike Tyson. It was his second to last fight in his career. So it was like an aging, old shell of himself, Mike Tyson. He got beat by Danny Williams, and then Mike Tyson's career ended with a loss to Kevin McBride. That's my favorite drop. Thank you for adding that to the mix. Yeah, so Mikado Hinson, shout out to the fish.
Shout out to the fish.
All right.
What is happening?
713-780-3776. What did I do wrong? I just wanted to get a little Danny Williams. That's the reason they won yesterday. Ask anybody. That's the reason that they won.
A one-armed British boxer.
A one-armed British boxer.
Whatever it takes.
Because Mikado Hinson found this sucker. Look at that, man. That's football. That's football. All right, what do we think of these offensive line musical chairs? It's a conversation that must be had, even though people don't want to have it. Offensive line musical chairs, what is going on with the Texans in their front five? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Whoever this next starting quarterback is, I hope they decided early in the week. I think Mills does much better when he knows he's the starter and they can game plan for him versus coming in the middle of the game like a relief pitcher. Certainly more optimal scenario. That's a good point, too, which – I mean, I guess you wouldn't know if a guy's out of the concussion protocol with a full week until Thursday?
Yeah.
Because you need a full day of practice. They won't practice today. They'll be there, but they'll be reviewing the film. Off day tomorrow.
I mean, positives is that it's the Titans. So CJ's pretty well versed in the Tennessee Titans at this point.
I mean, we keeping the book right now, we ass.
Exactly. So you have Davis Mills prepare him like the starter, and then if CJ's cleared, you'll be fine. He'll be good to go.
I love how everybody hears that Cam Ward drop, and everybody's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, because it's true. He was right.
He's right. But I think it's a decent point. Like as soon as you start preparing for Tennessee, which will be Wednesday, they have an idea of who the starter will be. I do agree with that. Yesterday's quarterback play was the best we had all year, hands down. CJ Stroud was literally the AFC Player of the Week 2 weeks ago. Like, why? Do we have that short term of memories, guys?
Yes, we do.
Like
they do.
And Mills wasn't that good yesterday. Like, you are going to motivate me to.
You gonna
point out all
buzzkill?
of Davis
You gonna
Mills'
buzzkill?
No, I've already kind of buzzkilled, I think. But I was having the dialogue with myself earlier today on my walk. Because I watched the condensed game back this morning. It's my Monday routine. I wake up, make myself a pot of coffee. I start drinking the entire pot of coffee, and I'll watch the condensed game. First thing I do Monday, and then I'll read all the commentary, listen to the presser stuff, all that. And watching the game back, I'm sitting there counting the times that Davis Mills threw a near interception. Do you remember that pass in the end zone where it looked like he was looking for Dalton Schultz? Well, I don't know if he was looking for Dalton Schultz in the corner, but Dalton Schultz was running to the corner, and like he almost hit the goalpost. Mm-hmm. It's like, and there were two Jags between him and Dalton Schultz, between the pass and Dalton Schultz. There was the batted ball that was hanging up in the air that he tried to force into traffic. There was literally the interception in the first. I mean, there were some near picks in that game yesterday, and I don't want, after Davis Mills had his moment, to sit there and nitpick him like that. I don't really want to be that guy, but some of you are kind of forcing me to be.
Yeah, like he was, like it was like 1 for 3. Everything felt to me like it was like one good throw for 2 throws that were either bad or mediocre at best. He did his job in this game. It doesn't. If you want CJ Stroud to be the backup quarterback now for Davis Mills, like I don't know. I don't know. Your Twitch trolls, get them. They make sense. Everyone else, don't get it. And like look back to that last drive. Go rewatch the first 2 plays of the drive to make it 30-29 and how bad those passes were. That first, like, one step back.
Oh, yeah.
To Nico. What was that play?
He threw one to Davis. He threw one to Woody Marks. We missed him by like 3 yards.
Yeah.
He's like wide open.
But it's like his first 2 plays of that drive were awful. No. And then he had the big completion to Schultz for 20 yards. So it's like, it just.
And?
Up and down.
Like, I get he had his moment. The fourth quarter was tremendous. He was really bad for 3 quarters.
Yes.
Like, he was pretty bad for 3 quarters of football. If you think that Davis Mills is in the same conversation as C.J. Stroud, you don't know ball. You don't know ball. CJ's much better, but also more defeatist and might check out in the fourth. Why do we have that thought on CJ? Just because he pouts? Because he's got resting CJ face?
I just would love some evidence of that. Because like what do you have that says that about CJ Stroud? And I want to come off as like a super defender because there's been, I think, a lot to be unhappy with this year. But like, and I don't want to do a moral victory thing for him, but he led the Texans into multiple field positions to win games this year where they lost, and it wasn't his fault. He did it in week 1. He did it against the Buccaneers. He did it against the Jags when Nico fumbled. Like, he put his team in position multiple times to win these games, and guys around him let him down.
He's also had 5 game-winning drives in his career.
Yeah.
So it's not like he hasn't had these moments. Now, 19-point comeback, that was the biggest in franchise history. Like, that was different ballpark. I thought 19 in the fourth quarter was tops in franchise history.
Oh, well, maybe in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Brian's in here correcting me. Doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, the biggest comeback was 21 against the Chargers.
Did I say biggest comeback?
Well, when I put up 2.
Did I say biggest comeback?
No.
When I put up 2, you did, and then the rest of the sentence
came
out.
I said biggest fourth quarter comeback, Brian. Thank you for correcting me and not knowing what I was saying.
Check for Jeremy
5 game-winning drives from C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
so, he's had moments.
Yeah, there's a lot to criticize C.J. about. That's fine. The shutting down in the fourth quarter would not be one of them.
People see him get pouty on the sidelines in a blowout, and oh, this guy doesn't have it. Yeah. Well, the proof says otherwise. They see him cry over Tank Dell and Brevin Jordan. They're like, oh, he's too soft because he's crying and he's showing emotion. 2025, baby, we all show emotion. But he had the game-winning drive against Tampa his rookie year, Cincinnati his rookie year, Indy his rookie year, and then last year he had game-winning drives against Jacksonville and Buffalo, which Buffalo is usually pretty good in football. So I don't get that. I really don't. 713-780-3776. What has CJ done this year to say he'd bring us back? Joe just pointed to that. This is the beginning of the end for CJ. That is quite the take. You know what? I'm going to bookmark that one. Let's bookmark that one from 8497. See what, because it's not a bad take yet. It's not a bad take yet.
It's a bold take.
It's spicy.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't see it either. Yes, one more week. Another question. What if he throws for 4 touchdowns this week and then CJ plays horribly in Buffalo? Quarterback controversy. Wouldn't be for me, but it will be in the city.
Why?
Because fans are saying it's a quarterback controversy now. If he wins against Tennessee and then Stroud comes back and plays horribly, I mean, it's going to amplify times 100.
One's Tennessee, one's Buffalo.
Right. But you're asking fanaticals to not be fanatical. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, but why would anyone think that Davis Mills is the right answer?
Because he led a fourth quarter comeback yesterday.
The organization chose Case.
Which correctly, by the way, go Cougs.
And they would have again if Case was here.
Facts, go Cougs.
I feel confident in that.
I mean, they picked Davis Mills to be the backup. They let Case go.
I think Case wanted to go elsewhere. What his chance to play? Not really.
He left.
He's a third string quarterback. He doesn't play.
He left. He left his home city.
Yeah,
where he lives permanently and owns businesses.
Yeah,
and of course his dear Cougars. And he's gonna go to that second most popular street in Chicago.
He's getting snowed on now instead.
Yeah, you're getting rage baited, Jeremy. Am I though? I think they mean this.
I hope it's rage baiting. I hope it is.
I don't think it is though.
I don't think it is either, but I hope it is. There's just a little part of me.
Some guy blogged me because I told him he was didn't know ball. Respectfully, over this.
I think if you want Davis Mills as the starting quarterback going forward, you don't know ball.
Yeah.
So, sorry. That offense.
Try Death Wish coffee. Okay, I might try that. Brought them back for their win. Did his job as backup. Jeremy is spicy today. Can't believe I'm siding with Brian, but he's right. You didn't say the fourth quarter part about the comeback until after your question. You pull the tape, Brian. Pull the tape. I'm being questioned by the texters. Can you hear me back there, Brian? Let's pull the tape. We'll play it a little bit at the 4 o'clock hour.
You said fourth quarter. My only point was I started putting up the 2 before you finished the sentence.
But this text is saying, can't believe I'm siding with Brian, but he's right. You didn't say the fourth quarter about the comeback until after he questioned you.
I think you were actually, anyway.
Yeah, I think you're wrong, Texter. You know what, Texter? Because you're wrong, you're banned for the rest of the show. You're out of here. You're banned for the rest of the show. Because I don't care that you side with Brian and disagree with me. I'm open for conversation. I like to talk to people who disagree with me. I think talking to people who agree with you all the time are very boring. So I'm not banning you for that. You're banned because you're wrong. So 4515, you can come back tomorrow. 713-780-3776. Guys, CJ sucks. You're in disbelief. Are we being rage baited there?
No, maybe people believe this.
Maybe that's what I'm starting to wonder. Now this is a different layer. We're peeling back even further layers of the onion.
But it's gonna be a small percentage, right?
It's the vocal minority. That's what they say, right? Here's the texter threw the red challenge flag on Brian and me, our disagreement earlier about the largest fourth quarter comeback. Oh, dang. I did say, you're right. Well, Brian didn't say anything yet. This texter said after he questioned you. That's borderline.
Oh, do I need to run it back again?
It's borderline to how the text reads. I will concede defeat in our spat.
Thank you.
I thought I did say fourth quarter comeback. I did not.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought you did too.
Joe, I need an apology from you as well.
I apologize, Brian.
Yeah, I apologize too.
I also heard you say fourth quarter comeback.
Did you selectively pull that out?
Yeah, did you pull too early?
No, it's from the SNL player.
Did
you go back farther?
Did you go far enough back?
Why would I need to? That was where I corrected you.
Right, but if I would have said it earlier in the sentence,
I can go back further, but I don't think so.
Yeah, that came off. That sounded differently than it did in my head.
It's true. It's true.
I got red challenge flag. Texter, you're unbanned. My bad.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to the show. You can text for the remaining 2 hours of the program. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. Yeah, we'll confirm on the SML, though. I thought I said it earlier. Maybe not, though. All right, 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on Mills, Stroud, the collective work of really Mikado Hinson yesterday for finding that video of the boxer. He's the reason the Texans won yesterday. But we'll also get to the offensive line, too. This mysterious musical chairs amongst the offensive line. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Show started 65 minutes ago, Cutler. Brian went further back in the SML player. SML player just lets him basically press a rewind on the show. I was wrong. He was right. Texture that we banned. My bad. You're not banned. Please forgive us. Or forgive me, specifically. I'm sorry, Brian.
We'll hear it again in the last segment, and probably Thursday.
Again, I'm sorry, Brian.
I accept it, but the way you talked in the right after that was
I did kind of
pretty aggressive.
I did let you have
pretty
it.
aggressive.
Yeah. He's acting like Janice McNair. 713-780-3776.
The leader of the community?
713. Is she?
I guess so.
Are you saying she's not?
Prove it.
What proof do you have that she's not?
Behind every great man is a great woman.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, just like a cow.
Well.
Facts. Fact. We mean well.
Well, she's kind of the leader of that relationship.
And?
Are you saying she wears the pants, Joe?
Yes.
And? Are we complaining?
No, it's more. That one's more of a behind a great woman is a great man, because he's behind.
But is he a great man?
Yeah, he's a great man.
I think
you kidding
so.
me? Cal? Carrie doesn't think so, but I do.
He likes video games. Likes to grill.
Yeah,
I do like those things.
He checks the boxes.
I do like those things.
He's got a handlebar mustache.
Yeah,
He's got a G-Wagon.
Yeah.
Good. You having a little party?
What don't we like about Cal? I like everything about him. I wish I was Cal.
As long as he's not actually making the decisions, yes.
No, we don't want that.
Yeah, no.
We don't want anything sophisticated around Cal.
We want him as a mascot.
We just want to be Cal.
Yeah, exactly. I'd love to be Cal.
He'd be a great guy to hang out with. He'd be a great guy to be in his circles. Like I want to be in his group chat. I want to ride shotgun in his G-Wagon.
I just don't want to have power of attorney.
I want to go to those baseline out of bounds seats in the front row that he has for Rockets games.
Brian, can you be Cal for Halloween next year?
I could probably pull that off.
But you gotta grow out the mustache though.
I want to be in the owner's suite on game day.
Yes, that'd be great.
Yeah. Like I want to be a little bit of Jerry Jones. If I were an owner, I'd be a little bit of Jerry Jones.
Well, if I go as Cal, one of you got to dress up as Carrie.
I don't know what Carrie looks like.
I don't know.
I think
we got a year to figure it out.
I think Carrie looks like Cal without the handlebar mustache.
Really?
Yeah.
He's like a professional-looking Cal.
Yes. Yes. It's like before
corporate Cal.
Yeah, corporate Cal.
The McNairs are like mullets, like party in the back, business up front.
Yeah.
Carrie's the business and Cal's the party. Those are the McNair mullet brothers. Those two. Dyson Davis says a junkie, like instead of Shred'em Stroud. He kind of looks like Jim Crane. Carrie McNair does.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine Joe just pulled up Carrie McNair. Carrie McNair looks like Jim Crane. I think he looks more like Jim Crane than he does than Cal McNair. If you would have put up a picture,
his dad. He looks more like his dad.
I see that a bit.
He looks like Bob.
But if you put up a picture of Carrie McNair and you said which owner's brother is this, Jim Crane or Cal, I would say Jim Crane.
I think
if I went if I went into that blindly, I would say he looks more like Crane than McNair.
I mean, that's a point to carry then.
You don't want to look like Cal?
I'd rather look like Jim Crane than Cal McNair.
Fair.
I'd rather be associated with Jim Crane than Cal McNair also.
Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think one of them we think far more of their business savvy than the other.
I don't know, man. Not on that part. Not on that part. We certainly look at Crane as more business savvy. I'm not sure if you just polled the city. Maybe this will be a Twitter poll. I'll tweet it out here in a little bit. Which owner would you rather be, Cal McNair or Jim Crane? What do you think it's going to land on by the end of the show?
I think more people would want to own a football team.
That's not really what my point, though.
But that's how the Twitter poll.
All right, let's phrase it in a fair way then. That's fine.
More like, would I rather be thought of having the intelligence of Jim Crane or the intelligence of Cal McNair? That was my point. And also the looks.
I think that's kind of framing it, though.
Well, that's how I framed it,
I know.
though.
I know. It was your point.
He's trying to take you out of context.
No, I'm not. I'm not, though. Because we're
He's
having
one for that.
No, we're having a conversation about how we want to frame this question. That's not taking him out of context.
You can still ask that question.
No, because I think it'd be lopsided.
Yeah. No, I think it would.
Would you rather be thought of having Cal or Crane's intelligence?
Or maybe just characteristics or attributes. You don't even have to throw intelligence into it. Just characteristics or attributes.
Let's just go attributes.
Okay.
What would you rather be thought of, Cal or Crane's attributes? And we'll clean it up the language on that a little bit. Okay. All right. I didn't want to do it this time. You don't have to rage bait Branham. He's already a spicy meatball. That's kind of racist of you, Jasper. What college coach lied about a timeout, Jeremy? Kirby Smart. Why? What's that? I don't understand what we're doing here.
I think he's getting our takes confused.
Yeah, that was Joe's thing.
What did he say?
I said that he should be fined for lying.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how it really relates to anything we've been talking about, but
CJ is emotionally beat up and damaged this year. The real question is, how do the Texans get him back from being football fromber? CJ Stroud was playing his best 5 quarters of football this season when he got concussed. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this with CJ Stroud? He was the AFC Player of the Week. He was playing well in the first half against Denver. He had 2 drives and 2 scoring drives, right? Didn't he have 2 scoring drives and 2 drives, and he got concussed in his third?
Sounds right.
Why? Like, he's playing his best football of the season.
I think it's because people are frustrated with the team and they're taking some frustration out on the quarterback. Like it seems like he's getting the blame for some people of everything that's going wrong in the season.
I don't think there's any quarterback controversy, but my one question is, why does it seem like Davis gets the ball out and makes decisions quicker than CJ? What is the difference? See, I think CJ was struggling with that early in the year. I thought he was doing really good at it against San Francisco and Denver. I think he started to do really good in that area. I think it's a fair assessment, and I actually had the thought yesterday in the game. I was like, I wonder if CJ Stroud's going to be better off watching Davis Mills for a game or two, seeing how he operates the Caley offense, getting the ball out quick, being more decisive, seeing you can have success doing it that way. Mm-hmm. But the caveat I would say there is that Stroud was starting to do those things.
Yeah, I don't think it's that difference. Also, there's some limitations, I think, of what Davis Mills can do beyond the quick throw. That's why he has to put an emphasis on that when he plays quarterback. He knows his limitations. He can't do everything that CJ Stroud can do on a football field. So he runs the offense in the way that he can best run it, and that's getting the ball out as quick as possible.
The neck wrecked.
He did.
Cal is Tommy Boy. What about Tillman? Yeah, Tillman didn't really come up in the conversation. I love Tillman, though.
I also feel like you put Tillman in that, at this point, it's going to be a landslide.
Probably at the moment. Yeah. Would rather be Cranes as a junkie. Is it possible that Mills has the better arm? His passes don't seem to float as much. Also, Davis looks more willing to use his legs.
No? I don't think he has a better arm than CJ.
No, I don't think that it's like leaps and bounds different, though.
Yeah, I don't think it's like, yeah.
Like Davis Mills,
pure arm strength.
Davis Mills might have a faster fastball. Like CJ Stroud doesn't have a howitzer.
If they were both to stand at the goal line, I could see Mills throwing it further.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's so much of a difference to where it really makes a difference on game day.
No, I think it'd be the difference of like 5 yards and then like 2 or 3 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And I also think that arm strength can be overrated at times. Stroud's more accurate of the two. He's a little bit more athletic. I don't think it's a crazy gap, though.
I don't either.
Like, Davis Mills has sneaky athleticism, and I think we overrate Stroud's athleticism at times. I don't think there's a massive gap between the two athletically. Stroud better, but I think the divide is closer than what we think of the divide.
Yeah, I feel like if you had a two side-by-side plays of the Davis Mills touchdown run and then a similar play from CJ, I feel like it looks pretty...
Yeah.
Step and step together.
Also, what do you like the narrative? I heard this narrative yesterday in the group chat that CJ Stroud's unwilling to run.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with it at all.
Well, I will agree with it in one specific example. I don't know if CJ takes off on the last play that Mills scored on.
Yes.
I think CJ probably stands in the pocket for a little longer, tries to find the option. I don't think he necessarily shies away from running, but in that specific situation, I don't think he would have taken off and tried to get to the corner.
I don't know. Like, there's been times that Stroud will take off.
That's a gut feel, admittedly, but I don't think he would have.
Like, I think there's times that Stroud abandons the pocket too quick, actually. I looked this up because yesterday said it in the group chat. CJ Stroud is 10th in the NFL for rushing yards by a quarterback. I think he runs enough. I think that's proof that he runs plenty.
That to me goes back to like the misconception of CJ Stroud still about being a running quarterback. Like people want him, they think he doesn't run enough.
He never ran at Ohio State.
Yeah, like they think he doesn't run enough.
Yeah,
because they just expect him to run more than he actually does when he's playing in the way that he does.
Here, I think he runs enough. Secondly, what happened the last time CJ Stroud ran?
Got hurt.
Why are we wanting him to run more?
Yeah, I like my quarterback in the pocket.
How much would Mills be worth on the trade market right now?
That's a good question.
I think a 4th or a 5th.
That sounds fair.
There's no comparing the two quarterbacks. Stroud is a top 10 quarterback in the league. Debatable. I still trade him for 3 first-rounders or a second in a player, though. Davis Mills has a faster official 40-time yard than Stroud. Show that, because I don't think Stroud ever ran the 40. I don't think Stroud ever ran the 40-yard dash.
He probably did at Ohio State, didn't he?
I don't know that he did. Like on his pro day?
Yeah.
I don't know that he did. I don't know why he would. Like, he's going to be a top 5 quarterback. A lot of times those guys won't run because they know that. Send us the info on that, texter. I'm not sure that he ran the 40. I think we forget CJ would not have thrown 2 interceptions to start the game. Well, Mills threw 1, but yeah. ESPN Next Gen stats have Davis Mills running 19.5. Can't believe they had that on the ticker today. What does ESPN Next Gen say about Stroud? I wonder his high-end speed. But that's probably pretty close to Stroud. Like, anything over 20 is pretty fast.
I can't imagine it's that much different.
Give me Stroud's next gen. Stroud runs a lot, but 15 yards backwards. What if CJ's been concussed this entire time? What?
What does that mean?
Pete Mills might be able to read defenses better with that neck than Stroud. Is that a Stanford joke? I didn't realize that he and Schultz were teammates at Stanford, by the way.
Same. I had that conversation with Joe before the show. I did not realize they were teammates.
Yeah. Ian Eagle dropped that nugget, and I was like, huh, okay.
I was like, hasn't Dalton Schultz been in the NFL for like 15 years?
I didn't think that dude was smart enough to get into Stanford. That's what I thought. I was like, Mills, yeah, Schultz, huh? I didn't know he was smart enough to do that. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Craig, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Wonderful.
Good.
Good. I appreciate listening to the show, and I thank y'all for everything. I've been listening, and I had a question in regards to C.J. Stroud and your Davis Mills comparison. And I was just wondering if you perceive Davis Mills as somebody like a quarterback like Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield. You know, they kind of bloomed late, kind of came on the rise late, moved around on a couple of teams, and then kind of saw the light and kind of started establishing themselves as a starting quarterback in the league. I know earlier y'all were stating, you know, how is Davis Mills better than C.J. Stroud, but could it be a case where he's just developed later and now we're starting to see that?
Craig, I think that's a good question.
Thank you, and I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him in that, you know, that category of like Baker and Sam Darnold, even Daniel Jones, because of where he was drafted. But he'll be 29 in 2027 when he hits free agency again. Would it shock you if a team signed him to be their bridge quarterback when they draft a rookie? Like, could he be the bridge to Arch Manning on the team?
Arch seems random.
You just wanted to hear the drop or something?
No, it's just like...
Why did you just pull Arch?
Texas is
Why was that your pull?
Because I think Arch is still going to be a first-round pick in 2027.
He's going to have to prove it next year. It won't be after this. It won't be after this season.
Well, that's 2027.
No, I think it's a good point about the development. Like, he hasn't played many games, especially in college. Like, I know he had the first 2 years. That was kind of just throw him into the wolves, though. No, I think he's gotten better. How much better? Like, what's his ceiling, though? I think that's possible, what you said, that somebody could sign him as a 1-2 year gap or even a 6-game gap.
Yeah.
Like, is he the Russell Wilson to Jackson Dart type of gap?
Can he be the next Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Yeah.
Just go team to team, start 6 games, get benched, come back in when someone
you
gets
say Ryan
hurt.
Fitzpatrick because he also went to a smart school?
I didn't, but good catch.
I lean no. I think he's more of a career backup than he is a career journeyman starter.
Yeah, I feel like maybe he gets like one opportunity.
And I also think he's okay with that, right? He signed 2 extensions to be the backup quarterback. Like, I think he's totally fine holding the clipboard and then getting a few games here and there.
You think he gets another one?
Another backup extension?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I think that's important to have continuity between starter and backup. I think it's important to know the roles. And whenever you have a guy signing an extension to be a number 2 behind Stroud because he's clearly the number 1, I think that is beneficial. And also I think he's helpful to Stroud, like in the quarterback room. Yeah, I think he's going to be a Texan longer than his current control.
Man, I'd have to test free agency once if I was Davis Mills and see, and just knowing I could go back to Houston. And I feel like Nick Caserio and company, as long as he's the GM here, would be fine with that. Like, wouldn't you encourage a guy to go to free agency? Like, hey,
no,
if someone wants to start you, go get your bag, and then if not, come back here?
It sounds more expensive for the Texans.
No, I would not do that. I wouldn't be like, hey, if I'm the general manager of the Texans, I would not be like, hey, you need to go test free agency to see if you're a starter, and now I'm going to have a lesser backup quarterback?
Yeah, but
absolutely.
But if everyone else says no, then you also don't have to pay him $7 million his next contract. You pay him $3.5.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because somebody else would be paying him $7 million to be a backup.
Especially in a multiple, because the contracts are going to go up over time. By the time this happens,
that sounds like that's so dumb. Hey, Davis, go test free agency. We want you to leave us.
I would not. I would test free agency if I was Davis Mills.
I'm with you. I would test free agency too, but I wouldn't expect my general manager to tell me that.
Yeah.
If he wanted to be a starter, I think he could do that 1 year, where like he's a bridge for a year. I don't think he's a multiple time QB1 in the NFL. I still think he tops out around a top 40 quarterback, not a top 25 quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, he, as the texter points out here, he gets disrespected. He can't even get in the backup quarterback commercials. It's Tyrod Taylor, Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, but
where's Davis Mills?
Yeah, but he's paid as one of the best backup quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, would you rather have the commercials or would you rather have top 3 backup quarterback money?
I bet you Tyrod Taylor making similar money and Mitch are making similar money to Davis Mills.
Mitch,
no, we looked this up. We looked this up
is.
when Mills signed. Like, Mills is like top 3 for true backup quarterbacks. Like, there's some quarterbacks who are now backups, but they were starting quarterbacks when they signed, like Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Like, Kirk Cousins makes the most backup, but he wasn't signed as a backup.
Yeah, like Tyrod makes $6.8 million.
That's less than Davis. Davis is at 7.
It's like $200,000. Like,
sure, but
like it's not that different.
Right. But it doesn't change the point that Davis Mills is one of the top paid backup quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah. I'm just saying he's being disrespected by not being in the backup quarterback commercials.
You know who is, though?
Who's that?
The greatest college quarterback of all time.
Yeah, he was. He was in them.
Oh, Case Wilson
last year. Yeah, I think he was the first one, actually.
Yeah.
But again, like
I think Colt was also
commercials. You also want to get personality, and like Davis Mills, like had the biggest moment of his career yesterday. He's like one game at a time. Love with the quarter. Love with the OC.
Yeah, did you see his
He's very vanilla.
Quote unquote speech in the locker room after the game? I just thank you guys for believing me. Let's go. That was it.
He's kind of a snoozer.
He is. I hung out with him once at a wedding. And no, it wasn't a wedding. It was an event.
Okay.
And by hung out, I mean I was at the table adjacent from him and never said a word with him.
Sounds
but
like
we were
Allen
rubbing
Iverson
elbows.
Story.
But his neck was pretty much right there. It was very similar to the Allen Iverson story. Yeah. Cliff was there that night actually as well. So was Case. That was a lot of really good backup quarterbacks.
I was like, what is this event?
Great offensive minds.
Yeah, what
Jim
event
Nance was
this?
there too.
Was this what
Jim
event
Nance
was this?
there.
Like a quarterback club thing?
I'm going to let y'all guess. 713-780-3776. It's better when you don't know. 713-780-3776. See what the text line is saying. What was Mills' S2? Well, I don't know why that matters. Why does that matter?
Higher, though.
Was it higher?
He went to Stanford.
I mean, it probably should be.
Yeah, but some people are like book smart, not common sense smart.
He seems like a common sense guy.
Someone said 474 GPS verified 40 time for Stroud. So what is Mills' GPS verified? I think Stroud's a little faster. If Stroud was 474, I bet Mills is like a 4.8, 4.8 and a half. Would be my guess. I don't think Mills is faster than Stroud.
He's not considerably slower.
No. I think he's at a 4.8. That would be my guess. Whoever sent us that GPS verified time on Stroud, send us the GPS verified on Davis. If Mills bet on itself. Why did he sign an extension? Why didn't he test his mantle in free agency instead of this? I mean, because you're locking up $7 million. Like, I don't blame him for what he did. That's pretty good. Pretty good. $7 million a year to be the backup to Stroud?
That's awesome.
You like living in Houston?
Don't have to move, nothing. You're good to go.
Yeah.
Davis Mills apparently ran a 4.58 40.
Not buying that.
At Stanford.
No, I'm not buying that.
Oh, it's a pro day?
And then his other one was
His
other was a 4.66 at his pro day. I don't think he was a combine guy, so I think that's all we got.
I don't think he was a combine guy.
He ran a 4.66.
Yeah.
I guess he is faster.
That seems a little.
At least in the track outfit.
Was this wind aided? What's the wind like in Palo Alto?
Probably just depends on the day.
I'm not buying this. I'm not buying that he ran a 4.55.
4.58, but yeah.
That's insane.
Where are you seeing this, Joe?
NFL.com.
Okay.
It's in a Daniel Jeremiah article.
Oh, really? That's reputable.
For Davis Mills.
He ran a 4.58.
It says, yeah.
Okay, he's faster than Stroud then. He's faster than Stroud.
Yeah, it says 4.58, 4.66.
That's 2 ticks faster than Stroud.
That does back up the point that I don't think Stroud scores there in that specific example of the last play.
That wasn't point A to point B speed.
Look, I stand by. You may disagree. I don't think Stroud scores in that exact same situation. And I said that before knowing the 40 times.
4.58.
That's what it says.
That was like somebody started the clock a little bit later.
At Stanford, probably.
These are like
or like when they move it like a yard and a half up.
What's it called whenever you like cook them? Like you cook the numbers. They cook the numbers there in Palo Alto. That's why I got drafted in the third because they're turning in fake 40 times. Mm-hmm. I want to know is GPS verified. That matters to me more than like point A to point B, especially pro day. You know what I mean? Because like they wear the NFL Next Gen, they wear the stuff, so you can measure this. You just have to have the information.
I was like, is that like readily available to people?
I think for some people. Oh. Yeah. Shout out to the fish. 200K.
Shout out to the fish.
Isn't a difference. Is like 2 inches isn't a difference. I'm talking about height, I'm sure. I see what you mean about the Mills free agency, kind of like when the Ravens let Lamar test free agency to see if they could get him cheaper. Yeah, 2 peas in a pod. What event was Branham at with all these quarterbacks would be great for wrong answers only. Yeah, what event was I at? With Cliff was there, Davis Mills was there, Case Keenum was there. 713-780-3776. Jim Nance was there. Hello,
that's what throws me off because it sounds like a Coug event.
Jim Nance was there.
But you have Davis Mills there. So I can't figure it out.
Stroud is not a top 10 quarterback. Mills is nothing like Sam Darnold nor Baker. The amount of extreme views that need to be thrown out are crazy. To be fair, we're not throwing out these extreme views for what it's worth. Would the Steelers be better with Davis Mills?
No.
Mills or Favre? I mean Rodgers.
I will take Mills over current day Favre.
Yeah, right now, Mills over Favre.
Scrape.
Rodgers, I'll take Rodgers.
Rodgers didn't look very good
He
yesterday.
did not look
No,
good.
he looked like
really
what
bad.
Cam Ward says.
He looked really bad. Virginia says, wonder why J-Bone assumes that Mills is slower than Stroud. Because my eyes, man. My eyes tell me that Mills is slower than Stroud. I need the GPS verified. They wear the little catapult brawls. We've seen them. You've seen the football players.
Kyler wears.
Yeah, they wear these catapult.
I think
brawls.
Kyler wears it for fun, but other people.
Why would he wear it for fun?
I don't know. Just he strikes me that way.
Wrong answers only. Who was Branham with that day? He says James Harden birthday party. Nah. I didn't have the $100,000 golden, what was it called? Honey bun. I didn't have the honey bun to attend Harden's birthday. All right, let's talk about this offensive line. The musical chairs, what's going on with it? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, and it's ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on all the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Why can't you guys text back on the text line? We can, we just don't want to. 713-780-3776. That's actually not true. We can't text back.
Sassy. Are we sure?
Yeah, I think I've tried.
Oh.
Let's try. Let's try with the guy who asked. Testing. 1, 2, 3. See if you get. Hey, we sent you a text back.
Let us know if you got it.
The person that said, why can't you guys text back on the text line? I just responded to you. Let me know if you got that. 713-780-3776. Okay, what do you think of this offensive line? Kind of weird, right?
Yeah,
like, you're not going to have Ed Ingram. You're not going to have Titus Howard. So you expect some changes to the right side of the offensive line. And then, Jarrett Patterson's playing left guard? That one seemed kind of weird. City Sow, I think that's how you say his name. City So. I don't know, Brian. Stop asking me the tough questions. That was weird.
It was unexpected, to say the least.
And then the City Sow guy, whoever he is, he played 9 snaps.
Like, we've seen enough.
Like, the dysfunction here is extreme. Like, first, let the left guard spot. It's either extreme that you're rotating Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs when you told us yesterday Jared Patterson deserves to get the start, or playing Jared Patterson over those guys was odd. So, like, either way, the decision there is wrong. It just depends on when you made the wrong decision. And then City Sal, at least you admitted that he was playing poorly. You make the decision to bench him after 9 plays. So, like, okay.
And it was Scruggs?
Yeah, it was Juice.
Went right guard?
Yeah, Juice played right guard the rest of the way. So, like, I respect the fact that, hey, he's playing poorly. Let's bench his tail. Get it. Awesome. But these are the same people that said he should start. So, like, there's so much musical chairs, dysfunction, weirdness going on with this offensive line.
It's like they got no idea. That's what it feels like to me, Jeremy. They got no idea what they should be doing out there.
And they're just throwing pieces, throwing
yes.
darts. You know what? That might be the best case scenario, though. Like, all of these guys are bad. Let's just continue to throw the darts at the board and search for somebody who's going to give us some actually good film and good reps.
Yeah.
That might be best case scenario from a decision point of view.
And just like you're rotating your left guard, it's like, well, if this guy has a really good drive, then he gets the next drive, and then he gets another one, and he gets another one. Then when he gets his ass kicked, you switch him out. You just play the hot hand.
That could be it. Like, I don't
know what else. What else would it be besides that? It looks like just a team that's totally unprepared and has no idea the evaluation of their roster and what they actually think of it.
Well,
which is probably the reality, to be honest with you.
Well, like that's what you just described would be a way better alternative. Like, this guy's giving me below average play. Let's try the next guy. This guy's giving me below average play. Let's try the next guy. This guy's giving me below average play. Let's try the next guy. And then you hope after a couple of series you have like the best mix of guys. Yeah, I didn't really think of it that way, and I think that's acceptable.
Yeah, that's the glass half full.
People wouldn't like that, but I think it's acceptable.
Yeah, and they would never tell us that. They would never admit to just being like, yeah, we're just throwing out the dudes.
Here was D'Amico. He was asked not yesterday, which is, kind of interesting, but he was asked today his decision to go with that specific starting offensive line.
Yeah, for the offensive line, we'll continue to find, what works for us and, the best guys that we can put out there. We're going to try that, and it's a culmination of a lot of things that you guys don't see from practice, from how we've seen guys work throughout the week, how they're doing. Yes, with the mental being where they're supposed to be doing the things that we asked them to do on a consistent basis. Like, a lot of things go into play there. So still a lot of things that we can clean up, and a lot of things just with our entire team. We can just be more consistent on doing the things that we're asked to do. And till we're going to keep moving guys around till we find the right group that's going to do it the right way, do what we're asking them to do every single time that they're out there.
There you go. That kind of speaks to your thing, Joe. Like, hey, we're just going to keep throwing guys out there until we find something.
Yeah, I also just when a coach says you guys don't know what everything goes into, and then like what happens at practice, I wish someone would ask a follow-up question. Then be like, can you explain how at practice a player can look so good but then get benched after 9 plays?
Yeah, I actually love that he said that.
But like, can you explain it? Like explain how a player can look so good at practice, or the mental, or whatever the other things that City showed that got you 9 reps.
I feel like
in a game.
We need to set up Joe to say that name as much as possible.
City So. Like, what do you show at practice that gets you 9 reps in a game?
Especially against who, Joe? The Texans' defensive line.
Yes. So, like, if you're hanging it, like, now, so that would mean
I
if
think
he's
it's a
having
good
a good
follow-up.
practice. Yeah, I just want to know, like, what D'Amico would say.
Yeah, it's a good follow-up question. I actually love what D'Amico said there, though. Like, you guys think you know all this stuff, and you don't. Now, it didn't help in the specific example here, where City So was benched in 9 plays. Like, it doesn't help there. But I like it when coaches put media in their place. Like, how do you know who should be playing left guard for us? You have no clue. You don't know what's happening in practice. You don't know who's making the right coverage calls. You don't know who's making, whenever we call for inside leverage that isn't having a busted assignment. You don't know who showed up late Tuesday for practice. Like, I love it whenever coaches do that, actually.
I hear you, but it feels like sentences like what we just heard are only said from a defensive mindset. Like they're being defensive about the question, and so then they say, well, you guys didn't see it. That sentence is never said about something positive happening. Like, hey, why'd you insert this guy? Like, we weren't expecting this sort of performance.
Couldn't it be positive from a Jared Patterson point of view? Because he wasn't asked about an individual.
Fair. Okay, I could see that, but I took from the tone more of it like him being defensive about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But I like it when coaches do that. Like, your media really has no idea.
You're right.
No clue.
But it's also like, now, I'm curious what, like, when we rewatch the game on the All-22, what you'll see from Patterson. But it felt like he held his own.
It did.
In this game. So what took so long to try this?
Or why did the other guy look so much better than Patterson during practice? Like, what made him stand out as a better option than Patterson?
That's a really good follow-up question. You should go cover the beat.
I just don't.
Because that's a good.
I ain't got time for that.
All right, fair, coach. Good point. Fair. I don't see. What did he show out during the week? That earned him the start.
And what's so strange about the Texans and how they've handled the offensive line is that even though it feels like Patterson played well, would it shock anyone if he's not the starting left guard this weekend?
A little bit, yeah.
Really?
Who's taking his spot? Well, there is one scenario out there where it's possible he could be supplanted.
With the Titus Howard at left guard?
Yeah.
Which would be interesting.
Yeah. That's the only scenario where I would like. Like, if Tomlinson or Juice is playing left guard, that's...
Like, what's going on here if that happens?
So what do you want your starters to be? If everybody's healthy, let's assume health.
I thought Trent Brown was good in this game. But I still feel like it's a lot to ask for him to be your starting right tackle.
I didn't realize this until I read Jonathan Alexander today. Apparently, he did hurt his foot or ankle and left the game in a walking boot.
Okay, so then.
But again, we're assuming health for this exercise.
Well, I mean, I like Trent Brown then at right tackle if he's healthy.
Interesting.
I'm good with it. I think left guard's been a problem. Titus Howard at left guard works. It's where he started his first day at training. The first day of training camp, he was your left guard. Blake Fisher was at right tackle. And now they went away with it pretty quickly and tried different lineman combinations. But I like Titus at left guard and then Ingram at right guard and try Trent Brown at right tackle.
Yeah, I differ. I'm not bent out of shape over it. If they do that, I'm not going to lose my mind. I don't think it's the worst idea in the world. I would go, though. I would go Ursary at left tackle, Patterson at left guard. You're currently who you have at center. I'm blanking on his name.
Jake Andrews.
Yeah, Andrews at center. Right guard Ingram. Right tackle Titus.
Yeah,
Titus has been good.
I'm definitely doing a little bit of the back of the baseball card here with Trent Brown, like fully acknowledging that his
the
career
back of his baseball card
is. He was there. He had a great view of the touchdown. Joe Spotted did.
He was in the lower bowl.
He's like in the upper bowl. It looked like, or
in
like
the
in the suites. Yeah.
Where did you see this?
One of the Texans aggregators retweeted it, or Schwab.
Really?
Someone did. But I'm kind of doing back of the baseball card with Trent Brown of giving him credit of his career and putting him at right tackle. If you don't want to go down that path, then I think what you laid out is the right decision with Patterson at left guard and Howard at right.
I don't think there's any other option for what it's worth.
It's not Blake Fisher.
I think those are the only two scenarios. And I'd be okay with either scenario. I lean mine, obviously. You lean yours, obviously. Break the tie, Brian. Be our arbiter.
I would prefer to have Titus at his most natural position, being right tackle.
Yeah, scoreboard Branham. But I'm kidding.
And I know you don't like Blake Fisher. I don't either as a tackle. I will say, though, I do like him as the extra tackle.
Love extra tackles.
If we're going to try to get, look, we haven't had many occasions to ever give Blake Fisher credit for anything.
Yeah.
I will say, in that case, credit's due. I like him as the extra tackle.
I don't think there's another offensive line configuration, though, that would be acceptable.
I agree. I think it's one of those two. You guys outvote me today.
Yeah,
Fine.
You're a loser.
I agree also with what Brian said. Like, Blake Fisher's been good as that 6th offensive lineman. Still a terrible draft pick.
No, it's still
sure.
Yeah,
That's how you're using it.
If he was a 5th round pick, cool.
That's how you're using a second rounder.
Sucks. Yeah.
Not great. It shouldn't even be a question. He should be your right tackle right now.
No.
With where you drafted him.
Yeah, in terms of where you drafted him and the ROI you're expected to get from the position, yes.
But you ain't getting anything out of him.
But if you're D'Amico and Kaylee and offensive line coach Greg Popovich, lost long son, like you're not you're not going with Fisher as he's your 3rd option at right tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about either Titus or Trent Brown. Fisher would be 3rd. In that conversation. 713-780-ESPN is which offensive line configuration are you going with? I have some final questions for you, Joe, from these games yesterday. That late pass interference on Christian Kirk, should that have been a pass interference? Liam Cohen has some thoughts. What did you think of D'Amico Ryan's celebration at the end of yesterday's game? Did he go over the top for how a head coach should behave? What did you think of J.J. Watt saying "we" on the broadcast? And then there was a guy interviewed yesterday who, whenever I heard it, I was like, that's how he talks? I'm going to make you guess who that guy was. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up right now. Maybe it's a pre-owned vehicle. That's cool, too. Monument Chevrolet is the dealership that you can trust, though, for either option. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. That's why Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years now. That's why they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles. And then you know what happens? These families just keep coming back. Why? Because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there. They have a great atmosphere, a friendly atmosphere. It's because they hire great people, which leads to a fantastic culture. So if you're in the market, Monument Chevrolet is the place you need to go. They have a massive lot there at Monument Chevrolet as well. Their lot's so big they have to have street names on their lot. So head over there, check out their full inventory. You're going to get a fair deal, a transparent deal, without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. You can check out their full inventory there in person, 225 and Beltway 8, but also online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What did you think of the Jerry and Jones interference on Christian Kirk? Here was Liam Cohen yesterday after the game. Important to differentiate between the two. Yesterday after the game, Liam Cohen on the late pass interference.
They said that it was, contact on the head. I didn't see the pass interference either. That brought him down inside the 5-yard line or whatever when Jarian makes the play on the ball or gets his head around or whatever it was. I didn't see, they said that he might have had his wrist or something, but yeah, we're not going to get any of those.
The hit on the head, he was talking about a previous penalty, the Walker hit on Mills that was the roughing the passer, and then got to the late pass interference. So that's what he said yesterday, and then here was Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen today was asked about just penalties in general, and he kind of got sidetracked and talked about that pass interference call again.
I mean, look, Jarian Jones, gets a PI on a 25-yard line that goes down to the 2 on a mutual hand fighting combat play.
All right, what'd you think?
It looks like to me he's got his wrist.
100.
So I think it's pass interference.
You're not cool enough to say that. Sorry.
Definitely not.
I just have to put that out there because that sounded awkward AF.
Fair.
It's pass interference.
I disagree.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he not grab his wrist?
Does Christian Kirk not forearm shivered the dude right in the gut? You could have easily called a pass interference on Kirk.
I would have been fine with the no call there, but like if you're looking at it and like, okay, well, did he grab his wrist?
I looked at it, Brian.
No, I'm saying let's say this is a hypothetical world where the replay still existed for defensive pass interference. I don't think they would overturn it because he did grab his wrist.
I think you could have very easily called an interference on Kirk too. Kirk gives him a little forearm shiver right to the chest to create separation, which leads to the arm grab.
I will agree, and Watt said in the broadcast that it was nitpicky. It's borderline.
I thought it was super
But at the
nitpicky.
moment where the defensive back grabs Kirk's wrist, I think the argument ends there.
Okay, why doesn't it begin when Kirk gives him a forearm shiver to the chest plate?
I would have been fine with a no call. No call was probably the right.
Well, how would you have felt about an OPI?
I would not. I wouldn't have felt that was warranted.
It's an push off.
I know. Again, look, I'm on the side of it should have been a no call. I'm just saying once it's called and you see the wrist grab, I don't see why the argument would be for that it was a terrible call.
But you could say the same thing as a Jacksonville perspective about the push-off. Let's say they threw an offensive pass interference. There's probably some producer in Jacksonville right now, probably RJ, that would have been
RJ did send me some audio today.
That would have been saying, well, as soon as you see the push-off, there's the flag. What I also think is interesting is the spot where they put it. Like, because you're talking about the wrist grab, which, okay, wrist grab, cool. Like, I wouldn't have thrown the flag personally. I think it could have easily been a PI on Kirk as it was on the Jacksonville defender. If you call it when the wrist grab first occurs, it's like at the 7.
That's where my biggest issue with the call is just that it feels like you could call that on almost every play.
Yes.
So that's where like it is kind of ticky-tack.
Which is what Watt said.
Yeah, so I'm fine with the call, but like maybe it's because it's biased because the Texans benefited from it.
Yeah. I thought it was the spot I think is very weird too. Why is this at the 2 when the wrist grab occurs at the 7?
Yeah.
Now, Liam Cohen exaggerated when he said the 25. I don't know where he got that from.
Yeah.
What? That seems a bit egregious there, Liam.
So we'll see. I mean, like going forward, I'm always curious what like the overcorrection with this stuff is in the offseason. But this feels like one that it's just it's a missed call. It's not the worst call we've seen this season, but they probably overdid it a little bit here.
I wouldn't have thrown the flag. I thought you could have went either way on it, but it is what it is. What did you think of J.J. Watt, by the way, in the booth?
I think he's really good. I really like the combo.
Really good.
I enjoy it.
He's got a little bit of the dad hair when they go to when the booth shot, but
I'm not going to go to really good.
I think
it's good.
I think it's the combo that probably makes it really good for me.
I think Ian Eagle's the best.
Yeah, I think Ian he raises JJ Watt's game a little bit. They do a good balance.
You're saying if he was with Spiro Didi, we wouldn't think as much about
that guy
JJ Watt.
Sucks.
No, he's not very good.
Him and Archuleta are awful.
Watt was mispronouncing some names though.
That's not great.
Shair, he called him Aziz Shair, he called that to Aziz, which it's, as we all know, it's Shire. And he also called Kalen Bullock, which I try to school everybody and educate everybody on this last year, which it finally worked. It's Kalen Bullock, not
To
Bullock.
be honest with you, I probably get both those wrong still, like at least once a week.
Yeah, but you're not in the booth for CBS.
That's true.
He needs to look at
That's
some
true.
pronunciation guides, JJ.
Yeah.
If that's one critique from one mediocre broadcaster to the greatest Houston Texan of all time, look at some pronunciation guides. It's not Al-Shire, and it's not Bullock.
Yeah.
It's Shire, and it's Bullock. He's also catching heat in Jacksonville because he referred to the Texans as we.
So it's funny. We had this conversation on Friday.
No,
but
well, it's
from
weird
like,
because he said it Sunday.
No, about the fan comment, like the fans saying "we" in regards to a team.
How do you feel about that?
We hate it.
Yeah, we can't.
Why do you
can't
care?
It sounds stupid. Like I think where we draw the line, Joe. Like if it's okay if you're an alum and it's a college school.
Yeah.
But outside of that, if it's a pro team, it sounds weird and lame.
Y'all are lame for thinking it's lame.
You say we when we're talking about the Texans?
I personally don't.
Okay.
But I don't care the people that do. I don't begrudge anybody that does.
Are you on the team?
I don't say it.
I know. I'm talking to you as the hypothetical
Yeah, but I
fan.
mean, you are a Houston. You're in the city. Like you're a citizen of the city. They represent the city.
What if it's a Texans fan that's moved to Denver? Can you still say we then?
It's a little bit weirder.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't think JJ should be saying that in the booth.
I don't either. Like
you have to separate church and state here a little bit. Like I get it. You're one of 4 people now in the Ring of Honor for the Houston Texans, but it's tough to say us. You know, if you're playing what did Adam Archuleta play for? The Rams.
Rams, yeah.
Like if you were playing the Rams and he said us,
yeah,
Texans fans would get annoyed with that. We would be annoyed by it. So that's one for JJ. They probably are gonna.
And I think that he slipped.
Yes.
I don't think that he's like going to do this routinely. I think it was just a screw up slip, no big deal. I think it's more of a big deal for him to read the pronunciation guides than it is to say we. The we was an obvious slip. He probably knew it right when he said it, I bet. Like no one even needed to tell JJ because he knew it the moment that he said it. Now pronunciation guides, maybe producer needs to get into his ear. But that's what I would say to the people, because a lot of Texans fans are like, who cares? He is a Texan. He's in the Ring of Honor. Well, how would you feel if Tony Baselli was calling the game? He was referring to Jacksonville. As
They wouldn't like that.
They wouldn't like that.
Yeah,
they wouldn't like
that's
that.
where you got to call it down the middle.
Ways. You got to go both ways.
Yeah.
You got to go both ways. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. James, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. As far as the Christian Kirk pass interference, I feel like that probably should have been a no call, but we also, I mean, it was like 3 or 4 times where pass interference was called against the Texans that, I mean, it was really not good, especially the one down close to the end zone where Trevor Lawrence threw it way to the outside and the wide receiver was cutting back to the inside. I mean, the ball wasn't even catchable. So I think there was a lot of questionable calls. I don't think the referees overall had a good game, but you can't call that one on Christian Kirk and not call the one on the deep route where he was running into the end zone and there was not no pass interference called on that one. I thought that was another one that should have been called. As far as J.J. Watt, I think he actually is really pretty good, but it was almost like I think in this game he was trying too hard not to say good things about the Texans and was kind of lifting Jacksonville up a lot more. So it was like he was trying too hard, and but that's all I have. Thanks.
Yeah, I think look, the JJ is just trying to. He's doing a great job for the most part, but he slipped.
I mean, the Jags were up 29-10. Of course, he's going to say good things about him in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, what's he supposed to say?
Yeah, I thought he was solid. I could actually see what he's saying, though. I think there was a little bit of the times when he was like, okay, I can't lay it on too thick about the Texans. I need to call it down the middle. I don't like it never crossed the line, but I did notice it a little bit.
I think I don't know if this was trying to avoid like being old takes exposed or trying to defend the Texans a little bit. That as they were down 29-10, he didn't shut the door on the Texans coming back and winning the game. He said something along the lines of, they still have there's still a small chance this game's not over.
I mean, that's broadcaster thing, though. Like, you don't want to turn off the game.
I guess.
That's kind of like it's never over. It's kind of what
Yeah.
you're taught as a broadcaster. And he's in his year 1, so he's probably heard that and like, I got to, that has to resonate.
Try to keep people locked in as much as possible.
Yeah, 4447, great job, guys. Keep up the great work. Stop sending us flattering texts. We do not like them. Here was, after the game, some player got interviewed, and I heard his voice, and I didn't realize he talked like this. Maybe it's because I'm a noob. I don't know. But guess who this is, Joe? Any idea? Mikado Henson, baby. This is Pam Smith's daughter?
Woody Marks?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Woody Marks. How'd you get that?
Well, I was looking at defense first. And my first thought was, is that Danielle Hunter? I was just trying to think of who they talked to.
Woody.
I was like, I knew it wasn't Nico Collins.
Oh, so you're just going who had a good game?
I was like, who had a good game? And like, who is worthy of talking to?
Yeah. It was Woody Marks, baby. I didn't realize Woody Marks. I thought that too, Brian.
Sounds so
I thought there was
like
a little
Tyson.
bit of Mike Tyson there with Woody Marks.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of Tyson with Woody Marks.
Spinal.
It's like Woody now. Play the Mike Tyson and then the Woody Marks. He played here a second. I didn't know he talked like that.
No, I had no idea.
That was funny. Junkie, you say Bullock all the time, Branham. No, I don't. I've been on the Bullock train since last year when he was drafted because he did a video and he pronounced his name Bullock. And I was like, that's a weird way to pronounce Bullock because it's spelled Bullock, but it's pronounced Bullock. So you're wrong, Texter. And for being wrong, you're banned. You're kicked out of the show for the next hour. We'll hear back from you tomorrow.
Yeah, are we sure on this one? Because last time we did that, it went horribly wrong.
I mean, there's tweets here, Brian. There's receipts where I'm like, hey, guys, start saying it Bullock. Because the pronunciation guy for the Texans even have it. They were wrong. I was right.
Yeah.
Texans were wrong about Bullock. I've always been his biggest supporter, except when he tries to tackle. He's terrible at that.
Mm-hmm.
Really bad tackler.
Not great.
What do you think of D'Amico Ryans running into the end zone? He sounds like Tyson. Praise be to Allah. I'm going to eat his children.
Oh.
Can we do
Spinal.
some? Let's do a little bit of Sora, a little AI with Woody Marks talking like Tyson.
It definitely sounds like Mike
He
Tyson.
sounds like Mike Tyson.
I don't really like. What are people upset about D'Amico?
I tweeted it out. I was rage baiting people. So D'Amico
Just
Ryans.
throw this crap out there to get clicks.
This is 100% that. John's right. John's always been right though. Yeah, I've gotten 58,000 views since noon today because I was rage baiting today.
Okay.
You know? So D'Amico, after the final play of the game, where Will Anderson gets to the quarterback, gets to Lawrence, the ball floats in the air, Rankins catches it, pick six, runs into the end zone. D'Amico Ryans like beats him down there, and there's actually a video on the Chronicle where like D'Amico, it looks computer generated, where like D'Amico Ryans is at the like out of the end zone, and like this picture, the players are celebrating at the goal line, and he's like on the outer boundary. Like I thought it was computer generated at first, but he runs down there, he's celebrating with his teams, and I posted the video and I tweeted, a lot of old school NFL coaches may not love this from D'Amico, which is 100% true. Like there's a lot of coaches old school that aren't going to like this behavior from D'Amico Ryans.
Agreed.
Where if you ask Nick Saban what he thought of D'Amico Ryans here, he'd be like, I don't like it. If you ask Bill Belichick what he thought about it, he would not like. Bill Parcells would not like it. What did you think of it?
I don't really care. I think it's great. Like you want to celebrate a fat man touchdown, you celebrate that fat man touchdown.
Yeah, I don't really care either, but I'm not wrong.
No, you're not. You're not wrong at all.
Bill
think Bill
Belichick
O'Brien
would
would do it?
scoff it. Bill O'Brien would not do that. No, absolutely
Trevor?
not. Like, there's reasons that managers, after they win a World Series, don't go dogpile with their team.
Yeah.
It's thought of as disrespectful. There's a reason the coaches don't celebrate with their players a lot of times after a big buzzer beater. It's because coaches think it's disrespectful. You go shake the other coach's hand and you move on with things. That's an old school thought. So there's a lot of old school coaches that are going to see this and ask their opinion. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. But if we asked old school coaches their opinion on this, they would tell you they do not like that sort of behavior.
100%.
I don't think anybody in Houston really cares.
No.
Now, what if it was Liam Cohen that did it? Let's say Trevor Lawrence throws a Hail Mary for a win.
Up, Trevor?
Let's say if he throws a Hail Mary for a win and he went down there and greeted Parker Washington in the end zone. How would Houston feel about it?
Probably wouldn't like it.
Probably wouldn't like it a lot.
But if you're good with this, now you have to be good if it happens to you.
How would they have liked it if Alex Cora ran out and dogpiled after they won the ALDS?
Probably would have hoped he broke his leg in the pile.
Probably. It just, it's one of those things. It's one of those. Look, D'Amico's could be saying, hey, antiquated school of thought. I'm not antiquated. I'm not going to be old school. I'm going to be me. Cool. Cool. Be unapologetically yourself. I'm cool with it. I love you, D'Amico. I'm a fan. But I think there's some NFL old school types that might not like this a whole lot. All right, 713-780-3776. Lots going on around the NFL yesterday. Who had the best win in the NFL yesterday? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
We just got back from the sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. We were there all weekend doing shows, and it's a great time. It was awesome on Saturday again. Aggies fans, they love to go to the sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. It's another incredible environment for the UFC fight and all the college football games going on this weekend. We saw a big group of Texas Tech fans rent out one of the big VIP fan cave sections that they have available. And for those, all you have to do is go to LaBerge's website, click on the sportsbook, you scan the QR code, you'll get connected with Pedro via email. Tell them when you want to book it, whether it's for a big Texans game coming up, a Rockets game, whatever you want to do, you can look at. But if you want to look at March Madness, playoffs, Super Bowl, I would reach out immediately. You can bet on all of your Houston area teams, and that's where you should always be. Because they were telling me, look, we got a lot of people that have to come over here just to bet on the Houston Rockets. So you got to do that only at LaBerge. Make sure you check them out every time you go to Lake Charles. Must be 21 to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
It's like over 2 hours ago there, cut. 713-780-3776. Who had the biggest win in the NFL yesterday, Joe?
Actually, I think I agree with Key here in LA.
Okay.
I think the Rams.
They had a good win.
49ers, they're good. You needed that one to keep pace with the Seahawks at 7-2. That division's crazy with how competitive it's going to be the rest of the year. I think that's a big win for the Rams.
Yeah, they kind of dominated that football game, too.
They did. Matt Stafford MVP.
Yeah, 4 touchdowns. He's insane. Remember when people thought he was going to retire at the start of the year?
Remember we had epidural, in August?
What do you associate epidurals with?
Pregnancy?
Yeah, me too.
That's the only thing?
Is it? Apparently not.
For
Stafford
me,
gave birth.
Before I heard Stafford had one, the only thing I'd ever heard with an epidural was pregnancy.
No, didn't we hear epidurals back a lot whenever football players would get them? Like they get epidurals to kind of help them heal through things?
This is the first one I'd heard of.
How about to play?
I think you're thinking of Tortorol.
Yeah, but I think
Or
epidural
cortisone
was
shots.
before that. Oh,
Was
maybe
it?
it was cortisone. Maybe I'm confusing an epidural with cortisone. Yeah, I might be doing that,
Because
actually.
I remember Bagwell getting cortisone shots when he hurt his shoulder to keep playing.
That's what I'm confusing it with. I'm confusing it with the cortisone shots. What's the new one? The new one's the what did you say? Yeah.
But I think that's banned now too.
They banned it?
I think so.
Man, it's so soft. They're banning all this stuff for players to be
banning smelling salts.
Yeah, I mean, how soft. So soft. I'm good with that. I'm good with the Rams having the best win in the NFL.
I'd push back a little bit and probably give it to the Patriots, but the Rams is a good pick.
Yeah.
I mean, Patriots going to Tampa and getting that win. I love Vrabel's decision to go for the touchdown instead of the field goal at the end of the first half. Instead of taking the 10-10 tie, went for the touchdown. Get it. Drake May throws a beautiful pass. Go into halftime up 4, and then Travion Henderson. it was incredible. It's crazy that Vrabel had to get forced into playing him, and that when Ramondre got hurt. But hopefully, this is the end that Henderson's just their starting back going forward.
I mean, he was averaging if you take away the 2 runs, it's like 12 carries for 25 yards.
Joe loves to take away big runs.
I mean,
Joe's such a fan of taking away big runs, reducing the actual magnification of a player. But if you take away their top 7 runs when they carried the ball 10 times, they were really bad in the other 3.
What happens when you take away Davis Mills' long completion and Nico Collins?
He still throws for 240 yards.
But the reason,
you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, because the reason you play Travion Henderson is because he can do that.
I know.
He did that in the preseason. He did that at college. Ramondre's not breaking off, a 69 and a 75 or a 55-yard touchdown?
Yeah.
Ramondre's not doing that.
But when Mike Vrabel goes back to Ramondre.
No, he better not, man. We riot. He better not.
I'm not rioting. I do want the Patriots to win this division, though. Big fan of the Patriots. No one wants the Patriots to win this division more than me.
Is that because of your Josh Allen takes?
No. Well, that helps, but I'm on the Patriots plus 300 to win the division.
There we go.
Give me the Pats, baby. They extended the lead in the division to 2, right?
Yeah.
It's a 2-game lead in the division.
I think you're going to get that.
If they win the next head-to-head, I feel really good. When do they play again? Do you know? Do you have their schedule up?
They play. So this is the Bills' upcoming schedule. Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers, the Texans, the Steelers. What now feels like Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Week 13, baby.
And then they play the Patriots.
That's pretty tough.
And they still have the Eagles on their schedule, too, this year.
Give me the Patriots. Give me the Patriots to win this division. Dolphins upset the Bills yesterday. Good segue into that. Blew them out, I thought. This is the Josh Allen experience, boys. This is the Josh Allen experience. He's going to have unbelievable games where he puts up ungodly numbers, or godly numbers, and then he has games like yesterday where he puts up ungodly numbers. Mm-hmm. But this is what he does. He's going to have a stinker once every 5 or 6 games, and I think he's going to have a stinker once every 3 or 4 games in the postseason because the teams are better. Yeah. This is why I don't really believe in Josh Allen.
It's a ugly game for Josh Allen, and the Buffalo Bills just kind of all over the place. And now you've got questions about Joe Brady losing play calling at press conferences today.
That's so weird. He was the hottest thing in the world 3 weeks ago.
I know, people are immediately asking if they're going to bring in Daboll right now.
Why
come in
not?
and take over.
I mean, if he's better, why not?
But what does this game show that's Joe Brady's fault? I would ask.
No, nothing.
Like how is this Joe Brady's fault?
No. Do you think it's a lock that McDaniel still gets fired?
No.
It's weird.
They put out in the press release, and I know it felt like nonsense, but they said it was going to be based off how they played the rest of the year. And we're seeing I think it makes no sense. I firmly will always say, even if it works like it's working out for the Texans for the most part right now with Caserio and D'Amico, I think you should clean house fully. You should start fresh. You fire your GM, you should fire your coach. I think the Dolphins are doing it wrong. I think the Giants are doing it wrong today. They're keeping their GM, they're firing their coach. I think it's strange. I think you fire both of them.
Yeah, it was weird that Daboll got fired. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't think it's a lock that McDaniel gets fired. I thought that Daboll would get more. And look, the Bears came from behind, beat the Giants. Apparently the Moras don't think you should be losing to the Bears.
Well, it comes down to one play. I think you have the ball on the 2-yard line. The Bears have 12 men on the field, so you move down to the 1 or the half-yard line on the penalty. And instead of going for the touchdown to give yourself 24 points in the game, he kicks the field goal.
Why would you fire a coach for that?
Because then you lose 24-20. So
but that's very hindsight.
I don't think it was. I mean, in the moment they were questioning it. I was questioning it. Why not? You're on the half-yard line.
It's just really weird to fire a coach over what we might think is a poor decision.
But I don't think it's not one. It's the final one. All the other decisions. It's like this guy is not a good game manager. Doesn't make good in-game decisions.
I thought that he would get longer with Dart.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the last of Dart we see this season.
Why would it be the last we see of him?
Protect him.
Yeah, I think that he has to play differently. His playing style for me is problematic.
Did you see the numbers that were tweeted? Ari Mirov or whatever tweeted them out.
What's that?
So he's been evaluated for a concussion 4 times this season.
He's the quarterback version of Scatabo.
Yeah. He's taken 75 hits.
Yeah, he's got to change the way he plays.
He leads all quarterbacks with 25 designed runs, despite not starting until week 4.
He's got to change the way he plays.
Yeah, and again, but even he has to change the way he plays. But 25 designed runs, and that's where he was having a lot of success yesterday. I was impressed with Jackson Dart, but he's in harm's way. He's got no idea what to do once he crosses the line of scrimmage to protect himself.
See, I would fire Dable more for that stat than I would any decision to go or kick from the one.
It could have been that.
Yeah, and that's also the danger of having a coach with a rookie quarterback, because all he's thinking about is when to preserve my job, when really in the grand scheme of the Giants franchise, it doesn't matter if they win a whole lot this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's more about grooming and developing, their young players, their young quarterback, and if they're getting them hurt, well, that's a huge problem. Colts beat the Falcons in Germany in overtime. Jonathan Taylor's a freak show.
MVP. In the
conversation. Welcome to my side.
I would go Stafford 1, Taylor 2.
Oh, well, not welcome to my side.
I'm close,
he went MVP and backed it up in less than 5 seconds.
Because I also said
that was a quick change, Joe.
I was correcting myself because I said Stafford like 2 minutes ago. So
how many MVPs you giving out?
I think Jonathan Taylor's now third or fourth on the odds board.
Is it got up that high?
Yeah, I think it's. I had it up earlier. I'll find it again.
Why did we underrate this guy? Why did we all act like he wasn't great?
He had one bad year.
It was a lot of
hurt
due to injury. Yeah, he had the ankle injury.
But now, if Daniel Jones is playing like this, where through a game in the first half of this, he had, through 6 quarters, he had 4 interceptions and 4 fumbles, and then he had more fumbles in this game and more interceptions in this game. If he's playing to this level and looking more like the old Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor could win MVP this year.
I don't think so.
Third, by the way, it goes Stafford, Drake May, then Jonathan Taylor.
I think this is his peak. I think this is Taylor's
third?
peak. Yeah, because he's not going to put together 220-yard, 3-touchdown games every single game the rest of the year. The moment he has an 85-yard game, no touchdown, which is still fine, not a terrible game, he's going to be like, see you later, out of the race.
He did that last week.
Yeah,
it was against the Steelers. He was like 45 yards rushing in that game.
This is his peak. This is his peak. I don't think he gets higher than third on the odds boards. Who's ahead of him?
Drake May and Stafford.
Drake May?
Yeah, Drake May's second, Stafford's first.
Maybe he gets the second.
Maybe
he gets the second.
Where's Mahomes at?
Yeah, Mahomes feels like good value here.
Mahomes is fourth.
Plus what?
It doesn't give the plus. It just says 6-1.
What kind of weird sports book do you? Oh, 6. That's plus 600.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do the math, but this is all according to Bet Online.
You said I'm bad at math.
What math? You put 2 zeros at the end.
I didn't know how. Truth be
It's
told,
not even math.
when it looked 6-1, I wasn't even thinking of how that worked, so I wasn't even gonna attempt it on air, just to avoid the embarrassment if I got it wrong.
I think it got worse, to be honest with you.
You should have just said they don't show it.
Yeah, probably so. I probably shouldn't have given the peek behind the curtain there.
Lions double up the Commanders. What did you think of Dan Campbell calling plays?
Interesting. I mean, they said there was Ian Rappaport tweeted out there was a clear disconnect between the Lions offense and John Morton, which I guess I didn't realize, but Dan Campbell takes over. He's like forcing Jameson Williams the ball really for the first time this season. They must feel some heat about the way it's going to take it over. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of changes. Dan Quinn's going to now take over going forward, calling plays in Washington.
Ironically, Dan Campbell made him do that.
Yeah.
It's like Dan Campbell, head coach, taking over offensive play calling, and then Dan Quinn on the other sideline watched. He's like, that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to do that too.
But it makes sense. And one game sample size was really good, but like you see the splits is very interesting. 15 carries for Gibbs, 15 for Montgomery. I know some of that's game script because they had a huge lead, but I'm not too surprised.
I think it was earlier last week where Dan Campbell said that he went up to Jameson Williams and apologized for not getting him the ball. I think that was last week.
Yeah.
Which we didn't know that he was taking over play calling yet. And he tells him that, and then all of a sudden, here you go. Here's the football. How about Carolina? All the momentum in the world. And then they have a home dud against the Saints. That's a tough look.
That entire division is just up and down right now. But the Panthers, how do you do that?
I don't know. Bad, man.
Like Bryce had been playing better as of late.
Bad loss.
And then you lose to the Saints.
Like we were discussing the best win of the week. That's easily the worst loss of the week.
Yeah, I mean,
easily.
Tyler Shuck, 19 for 27, 282, and 2 touchdowns.
He's not that good either.
No, they made him look like a starting NFL quarterback.
Tyler Shucker, Davis Mills, 713-780-3776.
Davis Mills.
Jets beat the Browns. Not really worth mentioning. Although I thought this was funny that the Jets threw the ball 11 times.
Mm-hmm.
They completed 6 passes to 6 different receivers.
Got a defensive score and a punt return score, right?
So funny, yeah.
And then
no, kick return and punt
was
return.
Was it kick return, punt return?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then a touchdown pass from Justin Fields that was a screen pass.
Yes.
To Brees Hall.
I love
the Arch Manning special.
Throwing back the clock.
Yeah.
He scored. They threw the ball 11 times.
Well, and Justin only ran the ball 7 times.
I love it.
Like they only ran 43 passes and runs in this game.
That's so funny. What'd you think of these poison pills in the Micah Parsons trade?
They're awesome. So and at first it was like weirdly reported because at first it just said the Eagles for the Packers side of it, that if the Packers traded Micah Parsons to the Eagles, they would owe the Cowboys a first-round pick in 2028. It's just both their former teams' divisions. So if Micah Parsons was traded anywhere inside the East, they would owe the Cowboys a first-round pick. But the funnier part is that Jerry Jones has been like, well, then I want the same thing for Kenny Clark. Or I guess the Packers said that. We're like, well, if you're doing that, then we got to do that. If you trade Kenny Clark anywhere inside the East, then we get a first-round pick for you. Like, why? Why are we doing this?
Jerry Jones.
That's just so strange.
Yeah, but it's him. I mean, I think it sums it up, right?
I don't even know if I've ever heard of a poison pill before.
Not in a trade.
Yeah.
I remember the poison pill contracts that Daryl Morey used to like. Omar Ashik and Jeremy Lin.
Yeah.
But not in a trade. No, I don't remember those either. It's the first time I've heard about
I didn't even know you could do that.
I didn't either. I'm going to start doing them in my dynasty leagues. You can't trade them to Joe. 713-780-3777.
Why?
I don't know, because you're here and it's funny. Top college football over the week. Who had the best win in college football? Yeah, woo. Go Cougs. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, and it's ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Who had the biggest win in college football, Joe?
That's a good question.
Thank you. That's why I asked it.
No. It's a good win for them. I mean, Indiana.
I mean, for them. That's disrespectful.
For the Cougs.
Good win for them over there in the corner.
It's a good win for the real Space
Why
City.
didn't you say us? You live in Houston, Joe.
Yeah, Joe.
I guess, can I say us?
No, you're a Notre Dame fan.
But what if I'm married into it?
No.
Okay.
I don't say us about Oklahoma.
Then them.
Although I wasn't really married into Oklahoma.
It's a good win for them because
More married
I'm not
into Norman.
us. Indiana, best win of the weekend.
Disagree.
They saved their season.
They barely won over
By
Penn
beating
State.
Penn State?
They have a negative perception leaving that game.
Oregon
was a good win.
Yeah,
although
not
I
really.
don't
That
know.
game was
I take
gross.
that back.
That
No,
game
I
was
take that
gross.
back. I feel worse about Oregon now.
I
Like
mean,
I get that Iowa was a ranked team. I get it was at Iowa. I was shocked that it was that close.
Texas Tech.
Yeah, it's Texas Tech,
Texas
right?
Tech
Because
by
Oregon
far.
really shouldn't even have won that game. I mean, Iowa goes, 95 yards down to score
Yeah.
and take the lead, and they get the miracle from Dante Moore to lead them down for a field goal. But I would definitely say it's Texas Tech. They crushed BYU.
They looked really good. Great atmosphere in Lubbock too for game day. That
Mahomes was there.
Great.
He was there.
Yeah, I hung out with Mahomes once at a college basketball game.
Of course.
He was only like 10 feet over to the right of me.
You know, we need to, if we put the whiteboard up, we need to
name
track
drops.
the celebrities
Yeah.
for all the random name
Great
drops.
call because we're going to figure out what else to add on there.
Random name drops.
I did hang out with Mahomes.
I mean, they covered the spread.
He chest bumped the guy who made the putt from 94 feet.
Oh, did he? That's nice of him.
Yeah.
I like the jerseys they were wearing.
I actually didn't.
Really?
I didn't like the white
either.
lettering.
I like
I didn't
them.
either.
I didn't like. You know, Mahomes created them.
I know.
Did he really?
Yeah, he made those.
His logos.
I didn't know
on there.
that. I just tune in and like, why is there no black or red?
I didn't like that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like
I
there's
kinda
got to be
liked
some
them.
black or red.
But great atmosphere. That was great for Texas Tech. Big time win. Congratulations to them. That was fun.
It's the best win, but I feel like BYU's a little overhyped.
They're
You're
undefeated.
just saying that
Joe.
because you hate Bear.
I don't hate Bear. He just wears a bad number.
You know
does
what?
wear a bad
You know what
quarterback.
my first thought watching that game was like Joe was right about Bear.
I know.
But he was bad.
It's
They
just like-
could not throw the ball.
I don't
Well,
know.
Tech's really good defensively.
I'm sitting
True.
there. I'm sitting there like looking like to put in my bets on Saturday, and I'm like, how is the number 7 team in the country playing the number 8 team in the country, and they're at plus 300 on the money line?
That happens all the time.
Yeah, like not normally in the same conference.
Yeah, it does.
Feels like normally it'd be like the Big 12 versus the SEC if it was that big of a number.
Unranked Texas was a favorite over like number 12 Vandy.
Feels like they're overhyped.
I mean, Texas was ranked for that. Not
Was
the
it-
well,
I
actually.
wasn't sure if they were ranked.
Yeah,
or
they're like
unranked.
22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that happens in the SEC all the time. We have
Yeah.
an unranked
And-
team taking on like a team in the teens, and they're favored by like 4.5.
But like Vegas was, but they were right about that one with this game. Like it just feels like BYU is too highly ranked now. I think they might plummet tomorrow.
Oh, with the committee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious how they handled them because I mean there was a lot of teams who didn't play good. Like, can we just kick the ACC out of the playoff?
It'd be awesome if we
I'd
could.
be for it.
Wake Forest beats Virginia.
Yep.
Cal beats Louisville in overtime, and then somehow the ACC still has 5 top 25 teams. Like, how is this the
Ridiculous.
case?
It's not a good conference.
Does,
No, not this year.
Does that hurt Notre Dame, Joe?
No, of course not. They have the committee
okay,
bias.
let me rephrase it. Should it hurt Notre Dame?
They have the committee
Half
on
their
the payroll.
Half their schedule's ACC, right?
Yeah, and actually, if you want to go like, if you want to I'm gonna help the people out here, okay? If you want to really help give an anti Notre Dame argument, here it is for you. They have wins against the worst ranked ACC team.
This is the argument I put out last week. What do you mean you're doing it for the people?
The worst.
What are you talking about?
The worst team in the SEC they've beaten in Arkansas. in
They
the
crushed them at
standings,
least.
And the worst team in the Big Ten. Like even these crossover games they've played against the Big Ten and the SEC, they're the 2 worst teams.
What do you
in
mean
this conference.
crossover? They're independent.
Well, like the non-ACC games.
I gotcha.
That's what I mean by crossover.
They did have a good win over Navy.
But they're not going to get punished.
No, they wouldn't get punished for winning. Why would they get punished?
That's what Brian.
Oh, because of a poor ACC. Yeah. No, they won't get
No, I
punished.
meant
They should.
eventually. Like, I mean, end of the year. If like,
What do you think?
I think they should, but they probably won't.
No, they're too high on the initial ranking to get punished. They're not
Probably
going to move
so.
down. They're gonna move up.
They could be the 11, but I don't think they get punished out of the top 12.
Chance.
They'll move up. They'll pass BYU
No
this week.
chance.
Oh, they should pass BYU. I'm
Yeah.
before that.
Now, if Texas were to win this weekend, and Oklahoma were to win this weekend against Georgia and Alabama, respectively, then there's a real argument that both those teams. See, this is where I'm not biased. Both those teams should pass Notre Dame.
They should already be ahead of
I'm
them.
not biased, trust me.
I'm not. Both those teams should move in front of Notre Dame if they win this weekend.
Texas should already be ahead of them.
They should.
Well, sorry, they're not. And then
I would say OU should be ahead of them, too. They won at Tennessee. That's better than even Notre Dame's wins.
Nah, I disagree.
By far. What do you mean you disagree? What Notre Dame wins better than winning at Tennessee?
No, not that part. I just don't think Oklahoma's as good as Notre Dame.
I test.
It's not really what I said, though.
I test. But I also don't think that Georgia or Alabama should move behind Notre Dame if they were to lose this weekend.
I hate college football committee rankings. I can't stand it. Can I tell you the ACC team I do like, though, since you interrupted me with Notre Dame?
Is it Tech?
No.
Who is it?
It's North Carolina. I think I'm the biggest North Carolina fan in the country.
Banned.
You know why? I'm a bit. What do you mean banned? They've won back-to-back games. Bill Belichick's getting the most out of that team. He's got them red hot. They are red hot as we get into mid-November football. All he has to do, Joe, is win 2 of the next 3 to make a bowl. Who would have said that when Pablo Torres, he's going to get fired? You know why I'm a big North Carolina fan, Joe?
Why?
Because I'm contrarian. But everybody wanted to bang on Belichick. Oh, he's got a young hot girlfriend. He no longer has got it he's no longer got a head for the game. He's not even going to coach a game, Pablo Torre. They're talking buyout. They're talking about getting rid of him. All he is doing is winning football games. Back-to-back wins. If he takes 2 of 3, they're going bowling. They're going bowling, baby. And look, Bill Belichick's one of the greatest coaches of all time, but he's got a young girlfriend. He no longer wants to do it. And then look, you know what I love about Bill Belichick, though? It's not the resume. It's not one of the greatest NFL coaches of all time. It's not that he's getting the most out of this North Carolina team. It's not that he has a young girlfriend. It's the excitement that he oozes in the locker room after a win.
That's what we thought it would be. Coming right down to the wire. We had our chances to make it a little more space than we had, but in the end, all right, it's a damn good win all the way around. All right, we keep building on that one. We got the 3 games in North Carolina now, so, this is the heart of our schedule. We need to play our best football, have our best week of practice, play our best football on Saturday, all right? Get ready to get Wake here. Get ready to get Wake. All right, but let's keep grinding now. We can't stop. We got to keep grinding, keep getting better. All right, keep believing in ourselves, believe in the process. All right, let's make it 3 in a row. All right, congratulations, man. Congratulations.
He's so excited. He's so excited picking up that 4th win.
Congratulations, Bill.
Chapel Hill. They're going to be. They might be bowling in Chapel Hill, Joe.
And good for them.
They're going to go to the Hilltop. What's that?
Pop-Tart Bowl.
Maybe against you.
Because that's where.
I feel like that's too prestigious.
They go to Wake. They go to Wake, and then they finish with Duke and at NC State. They have a shot here.
They do.
They got a shot, and they almost beat Virginia. They almost beat Cal.
They should have beat Virginia.
They almost beat TCU. They only lost that game by 34.
Bragging about that moments after we ran down the ACC feels disingenuous, though.
I'm a Bill Belichick fan. I'm his biggest fan at North Carolina. I want him to do so well so all these people can eat crow. Oh, he's never going to coach a game at North Carolina.
I don't.
They're talking buyout. That Jordan girl's ruining his life and is a succubus and is causing him to ruin
such a
games.
Belichick stan?
Yeah, this is
because of this. The narrative
strange.
around him. I'm anti-narrative is what I've learned. I'm anti-narrative.
Yeah, but this makes you pro Lombardi.
Yeah, I guess kind of indirectly.
Which that's why I can't be in on Belichick.
Why do you hate Lombardi?
He's kind of he always pissed me off.
Belichick didn't?
No, Belichick's fine. I always kind of enjoyed Belichick.
Really?
On to Cincinnati, funny.
Yeah.
Lombardi just annoyed me.
Yeah, I don't really like Lombardi either.
So that's why I'm out.
My love for Belichick trumped my disdain for Lombardi. So Belichick obviously wasn't that excited there in the presser, but or in the post game celebration. But do you know who was excited this weekend in college football?
Who's that?
Gus Johnson. I don't know what happened to Gus Johnson's voice. I don't know what happened to Gus Johnson. This might be AI. Gus Johnson malfunctioned on Indiana with the play of the weekend, scoring on that touchdown to lift them past Penn State.
In trouble! It's out!
What happened?
It's too much, man.
It's
I know it's his gimmick. And it's like if Gus Johnson's on a game, something crazy is gonna go down.
What do you think happened?
He's trying to be too Gus Johnson.
You think he's being too theatric, or do you think he lost his voice?
I thought he lost his voice. I thought he blew it out.
I thought that the first time, but then there's a pause, and then he goes, "Unbelievable."
Yeah, I don't. Maybe he blew it out, but I think it was.
Can we hear
his
it one more
fault that he
time
did
when Joe's done talking? Joe, don't interrupt you, Gus Johnson.
I mean, I just feel like.
In trouble! It's out!
Can you try to mimic that?
Unbelievable!
I first words where he goes, in trouble, the voice is fine. And then it, like, cracks.
I hurt myself there.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much.
Done that.
It's too much, Gus.
This is my moneymaker.
You're near the end of the show. You're all right. You don't have a coach's show tonight.
Deep breath, Gus Johnson.
I usually do get a sinus infection this time of year. Trying to fight it this time.
What a
Yeah,
dog.
that was too much,
Yeah,
man.
you got to take it down like
He malfunctioned.
5 notches.
Oh, but that was crazy. Got by there. Oregon got by Iowa. A&M continues to look really good.
They do.
Their defense is looking really good.
Yeah, their defense was amazing.
I like
offense. I thought was a little hit or miss, but Mizzou's also got a really good defense, so it's forgivable.
Yeah, Mizzou's not a bad opponent. Like that's a good football team
On defense. Yeah.
Eli, I like Drunkowitz. He's a good coach, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think he does a good job. He's being mentioned in a few of these names, a few of these teams. I think he's a good coach. Now, that was a solid win for A&M. They continue to roll. My guy Mike Elmo doing his thing. I know it's Elko. Don't get on to me, Aggie. I'm giving you praise. Texas is back.
They are.
In the top 10. They're back in the top 10.
Texas is back, folks.
For Heisman. And then, I'm kidding. And then everyone mocked the Luke Fickell news, including you, Joe George, and including you, Brian McDonald.
Yep.
Y'all giggled like little schoolgirls. They're keeping Luke Fickell. And what did Luke Fickell do? He beats ranked Washington.
Yep.
Love it. I love it. I love when an AD supports a good coach who isn't having success, and then that good coach goes to beat a ranked team. Love every minute of it. What do they say in Madison? I don't know. Giggle 'em Badgers. I have no idea. But let's go, Luke Fickell.
I mean, they did score,
let's go.
7 points in 3 games not
Let's
that long
go,
ago.
Luke Fickell. Look at it moving the goalpost. We're talking about this past weekend. We're talking about beating ranked Washington after his AD supported him to keep his job. I'm a Badger.
I love these quarterback stats are hilarious when you look at them. Their starting quarterback, I think this is their starting quarterback. Carter Smith went 3 for 12 for 8 yards, averaged 0.7 yards per completion on the game. Congratulations.
3 for 12.
Congratulations. They had 4 people throw passes in this game. It was a combined 6 for 18.
Look at him creativity. What a coach, man.
At least
Get
one of
the
those
most
is a
out of
punter.
this guy. He doesn't even have one quarterback. He's got 3. He's got to milk that. Gus Ruins broadcast. Only casuals enjoy his commentary. That's fair. Branham, stop yelling. My bad. Mahomes jerseys were icy whites. 22 Texas is basically unranked. No one cares about 16 and 25. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Although there should be 24 teams in the playoff. Anything else we miss? Jacob Rodriguez, should he get a Heisman love, says Corey.
ESPN was trying to make that case during the broadcast. He's good. He's great. Don't get me wrong, but there's no way a linebacker is going to win the Heisman.
I don't think that's the win, though. I think the win is he gets invited to New York.
I think he should be invited.
Will he even get invited, though?
He should.
Maybe not. I think he's on the fence.
Some pass rushers put up big sack totals get there. Come on. Don't roll your eyes. I finished that
Maybe
thought.
in the SEC, Brian.
I finished that thought. Like Sue got there from Nebraska. I'm trying to remember some of the other pass rushers that got there. Did Aaron Donald get there? He might have got there.
I don't think so.
Maybe not. I'm trying to...
Manti?
Manti did.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to think of a linebacker. I guess Manti Te'o is the only linebacker I could think of that got the invite.
At least recently. I think he is the only one recently.
Yeah, just without the impressive...
Jacob Rodriguez being catfish, 713-780.
I hope not. I think
he's got a wife. They showed her in the stands.
That's right.
Jacob Rodriguez does?
Yeah, they showed her in the stands quite a bit.
Military.
Hung out with him at
That's a lie.
TCU Stadium earlier this year. What do you mean it's a lie?
I don't know.
Hung out for 60 minutes of football.
He's all. I would give him. I would give an invite.
Yeah, I think that's the victory. Obviously, he's not going to win. I think what the Red Raiders are hoping for is that he gets that invite, he gets that exposure, all of that, and he's really good, really good.
He's forced 7 fumbles this year.
I would love if he got an invite.
He has a bunch of sacks, 7 forced fumbles. He's making an impact. Like, he's disrupting football games in a way that a defensive player can be part of the Heisman conversation.
That front 7, man, is loaded.
Yeah,
that's as good a front 7 as anybody in the country.
I do feel like the Heisman conversation got a little more clear this weekend.
Who's your dude?
Mendoza, Ty Simpson.
Mendoza didn't play great up until that final.
I know, but now he has that moment.
Do you feel like Dante Moore is out?
Yeah,
I do too.
I think it's Simpson, Mendoza.
Simpson's been good.
And I think Jeremiah Love.
Thank you. All right, 713-780-3776. Rockets played basketball this weekend. Some good, some bad. 1-1, lost another. The Rockets this weekend. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking for an escape? Are you looking for somewhere to go? Are you looking for something to do? Well, I have the perfect idea for you. It's Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're going to love your time out there. It's fantastic. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. What can you expect? What fun can you have? Do you like nature? They have tons of that. Open green spaces. You're going to see wildlife you don't see in the city. A beautiful, beautiful nature out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Also, if you like to fish, they got the fishing for you. They got the two creeks that run alongside their property. Good fishing there. Also, if you're teaching the kiddos how to fish, catch and release pond in the middle of the property. It's great for that, too. What I love about it, it's only 90 minutes from Houston, so you're going to be there in no time. You're there in an hour and a half. Don't have to worry about traveling across country, airports, TSA, long waits. Don't have to worry about putting the family in the car and driving for 9-10 hours. No, you're there in 90 minutes. You're going to be hiking there 92 acres of property in no time. You're going to do some kayaking. Do you like pickleball? They got that. Or just hang out with a drink. That's fine, too. You can go to Swampers, have a drink. They got glamping for you. They got the cabins. We stayed in the treehouse when we went. We loved it. You have an RV? Pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anybody. And they're always taking care of their visitors. This week, for instance, Friday night, how about some crispy nights and cozy lights? Bonfire and s'mores this weekend, stuff for the kids. They got bingo, college football at Swampers. You're going to love your stay. And from November through February, you're getting 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. So book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Rockets played 2 games since we did radio. I guess y'all did radio Friday. I did not. But either way, they played Friday night.
Yeah, you don't like us.
Like what?
You don't like us.
I love you guys.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think I don't?
You could have worked with us on Friday.
Probably could have.
I know you could have.
Probably could have, but I have days that I need to use.
I know.
Yeah. No, I think I did all right. I did okay. I did all right taking the day there. But the Rockets lost in their first NIT game. I hate it. If you would have told me which game do you want to win, which game do you want to lose at San Antonio, at Milwaukee, easily give me the NIT game. That made me sad. I was unproportionally sad about that.
You got to get back to the championship, or got to get to the championship this year.
They got
That's
to the
goal.
semis last year.
That's the goal this year. Win an NIT championship.
It doesn't help that you lost to San Antonio.
It doesn't help you. You got to win the next 3 now.
That was not a.
I don't really know the format.
Well in that game. Well, it's group play, most points, top 2 advance, and there's some like weird 13 wild cards.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like World Cup a little bit. Do you know how that works?
Nope. They did not play well though on Friday. Overall,
they started off all right. They built a 10-point lead. They're like, okay, we're done. We're good. We're gonna roll over and just be able to win. And then San Antonio matched their intensity and then surpassed it, and then they won.
Yeah, and just collectively again, it's the problems with the Rockets this year. When they show up big time. The sloppiness, the turnovers, sometimes the lack of shooting. And they shot well. They shot nearly 50% from 3 on Friday. So the shooting was fine, but just ugly basketball.
Yeah. They turned it over 23 times in that game. They have, and it's not always the amount of turnovers, but it's like turnovers in critical times, and then who's committing the turnovers. Like Kevin Durant had 6 turnovers in that, 8 turnovers in that game. Like you're Kevin Durant. Take care of the ball. Alpi Şengün has careless turnovers. You're Alpi Şengün. Like we're trying to make you a top 2, top 3 player in the NBA. Act like it. Amin Thompson, who is very capable of being a good ball handler, makes these careless turnovers. Tari Easton's careless with the ball at times. Careless turnovers drive me nuts.
Yeah,
hate them.
It's not going to go well when your starters have 18 turnovers.
No.
Like if you're getting all those turnovers, I would expect them from bench players. From Reed to get them. Some of them. He had 1 in that game.
They're trying to take the ball out of his hands, though.
They are. They're doing a good job. He's shooting the ball well.
Yeah.
Can't play defense to save his life.
No, they have to go zone.
He can shoot, though. It barely touches the net.
Okay, so you've come around on the shooting.
The shooting, yes.
Because you were not there.
Yep, I'm in now.
Yeah, good come-from-behind win last night. Very easily could have been an 0-2 weekend, but they had a good fourth quarter yesterday, so they salvaged a game on the roadie. Like, that's fine. Like, 1-1 when you're at San Antonio, at Milwaukee. Like, that's fine over 82 games. It's just bitter that they lost the NIT. I really wanted to win that. You have 3 in a row at home, where I think you should take advantage. I think you should win all 3 of these. Washington Wednesday, Portland Friday, and then Orlando Sunday. That's the Rockets week. You want to take a Reed Sheppard watch? Dun, dun, dun.
Let's do it.
Because you talked about, which they are using Reed Sheppard differently. Like, I think they've kind of given up on him being a point guard in the NBA.
Good.
Which is wise. They try to hide him defensively, play zone, try to, pick matchups where he's not going to be exploited, but then the other team will just, hunt matchups and get him in these matchups. Reed Sheppard now, Joe, is averaging just over 11 points a game.
Good.
It's not bad, right? A lot of people thought he'd be less than that. And then you brought up his shooting. He's shooting 48% from 3. 48% from 3, Reed Sheppard.
The jump shot it's smooth. They're finding ways to get him open in different ways in transition, just involved in the offense. I really like that part of the game. The problem is there's just not enough timeouts in the game to keep taking him on and off the court defensively at the end of a clutch situation.
Yeah, they just have to go zone.
But they're not really good at it.
No, they're not.
So that's the problem. Is if they were good at running the zone and it protected Reed in the moment, that's fine. But I just feel like collectively their defense is not good in the zone. And teams are finding ways to take advantage of it.
Junkie says Reed had 4 steals. That doesn't mean you're a good on-ball defender. It means that you can play passing lanes and you can get strips and do that sort of thing. Doesn't mean you're a good defender. If you think Reed Sheppard's a good defender because he gets a few steals here and then, I question some things.
Yeah.
I question some things. Watch what the opposition does when Reed Sheppard's on the floor.
They attack.
Watch what the Rockets do defensively when Reed Sheppard's on the floor. That tells you all you need to know about Reed Sheppard's defensive prowess. This junkie NBA teams are too good for his own. Most of the time, you're 100% right. You're 100% right most of the time. You can get away with it every now and then. You can find a poor night, when a team's shooting poorly or a bad shooting team where you can do it. The Rockets played some zone effectively last year whenever they would put all their length on the floor, which helps the zone because you got arms everywhere, can disrupt the passing lanes, you can close out better. Steven Adams is a freak rebounder, so you can get away with the rebounding deficiencies that exist in a zone. But whenever you trade like a Reed Shepherd for like a Tari Eason, that's going to diminish the zone.
Yeah, I like the zone, like the first game of the season, even though they didn't win versus the Thunder when they were running the ultra big man lineup and they were using it because that was intentional. That's taking advantage of as you're saying, your length, your skill defensively, and knowing that you can be a problem in a zone for other teams. When Reed's out there, and if Adams isn't out there because it's just depending on the spot in the game, you're just making it worse and worse and worse for yourself.
Yeah,
that's that he has to get better defensively.
I mean, I'm with you, but I don't know where that comes from.
Maybe learn the zone a little bit more?
I don't think it really matters. I think he knows the zone. He's just 6'3", doesn't have the biggest of wingspans. That makes it, I mean, you want Tari as one of your top two guys in the zone in a 2-3, or do you want Reed Shepherd as one of your top two guys in a 2-3? Like, I don't know how Reed gets a lot better defensively. He lacks size. He lacks, athleticism compared to the guys he's defending. I think it's going to be very difficult for him to improve much defensively.
Yeah, because when I watch him, what's happening defensively, it just, everything looks great on offense for the most part with Reed, but when it matters most, Ime's not going to play him.
No, he's only going to play him like in situations where he has to come back, needs him off, or if he's playing well, he's going to be out there for a good amount of minutes. But in crunch time,
he'll have
to play the defense offense. Then.
Yeah, playoff minutes. We're not going to see a lot of Reed in the playoffs if the defense is like this. Yeah. It's just below Ime's standard.
Yeah.
For what you want it to be.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's going to be. He's shooting great though. He is shooting great. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the junkie of the day. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Şengün is becoming unwatchable due to the complaining. Yeah, he complains a lot. It's hard to watch.
He does complain too much.
Too much.
But then he did like the full court against Giannis and makes up for it a little bit.
I like how he buries guys under the rim.
Yeah.
Like he did that with Wemby, too. Like, Wemby obviously has the size, but he just uses some physical nature and, like, buries him under the rim so he can't block his shot. Do that a lot. Do that a lot. Stop overcomplicating things.
Stop complaining.
Stop complaining. Stop overcomplicating things.
Stop flopping when you think you're getting fouled. Just focus on getting the ball in the basket.
Yeah, just do that. And don't throw it away. Don't be sloppy with the ball. Coming up next, ESPN National?
See.
Yeah, ESPN National coming up next. All right, Junkie of the Day, Joe.
I had a brain fart. I forgot what I was going to nominate. So instead, I'm just going to nominate the University of Indiana for what they accomplished this weekend.
You said they had the biggest win of the weekend.
I did.
Originally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Junkie of the Day. Congratulations. First win ever.
So it's a positive nomination.
Yeah, we don't do positive
junkies
Junkies of the
award
Day?
can go either positive or negative. I'm with on that.
All right, well, so then, I'll nominate Penn State for allowing Indiana to get their first ever win at Penn State.
Oh, okay.
First ever.
First ever. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What are they a junkie for, though? Desperation and despair?
For being bad.
They're a junkie for losses. They're a junkie for L's. Okay, that's good. I'm going to nominate Luis Ortiz, but especially Emmanuel Clase.
Yeah.
Like, they were making these bets for like $5,000 a pop, and I think like an overall amount of like $11,000. Like, Emmanuel Clase was going to be like a $70 million closer.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here, Emmanuel Clase? He needed a few bucks. Go get a loan.
I'm still confused on how the other guy made like $400,000 on this, though.
Yeah,
Who's taking these bets?
They did it a lot.
Because all these books are saying like the most you can bet is like $20,000.
I mean, you do that. I mean, you can do that. It doesn't take that many times. This has been going on since like 2023.
Are you doing every pitch of every game or every first pitch of every at bat?
It's only 20 games.
Okay.
If you're betting the max to get to $400K, it's only 20 games. He's been doing this since 23. He's getting 70 appearances a year.
Crazy.
Yeah, Emmanuel Clase is an idiot, man. Like you're about to make so much money. You're already making lots of money. You're about to make tons of money, and to grab a few K, you're gonna risk your life in baseball. What an idiot! He was so good.
You can get 12 years for this. I don't think you will.
Emmanuel Clase misdemeanor. Brian, what's your junkie?
Besides that joke, this earlier moment from Brad.
Good, you know it. He's also had 5 game-winning drives in his career.
Yeah.
So it's not like he hasn't had these moments. Now, 19-point comeback, that was the biggest in franchise history. Like, that was different ballpark. I thought 19 in the fourth quarter was tops in franchise history.
Oh, well, maybe in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Brian's in here correcting me. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, the biggest comeback was 21 against the Chargers.
Did I say biggest comeback?
Well, when I put up 2,
the biggest comeback?
Yes.
No. When I put up 2, you did, and then the rest of the sentence
I said
came out.
biggest fourth quarter comeback.
Yeah, I'm a jerk.
Thank you for correcting me and not knowing what I was saying.
You guys put up with me.
Yeah, it's big jerk energy there, Brandon.
Big jerk energy. My bad. I'm sorry, Brian.
That's tough.
In my head, I said it. Like I was convinced. Like, this isn't good for like the arguments my wife and I have. Like, I wonder if I do this with her. Like
I might have to send her a message on Facebook.
Like, I'm convinced I say A, but I really said B.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not good.
You might start recording and like
no.
going back to the tape.
This opens up a lot of things, Brian. I'm not comfortable that this happened. I apologize to you, though. That was mean of me. And you were right. I was wrong. Yeah, I do promise to you, though, I thought that in my head.
Oh, I could tell.
Yeah.
I could tell. Also, not quickly nominated. You see that there was a three school coin flip for Texas high school football at a Valero station to decide who got into the Texas high school playoffs.
Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
Love it.
I love it too.
And the team that got stripped of 6 wins,
I think they won
the one that won the coin toss.
Yeah, so like coin don't lie.
Yeah, coin don't lie.
All right, what's winning?
I mean, Branham.
I knew you were going to say
Come on, JB.
that. All right, I'll wear this one like a badge of honor. It's my Scarlet A. I'm the junkie of the day. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Goodbye.